Following a car accident, Chen Feng finds himself reborn in the year 1987. He embarks on his journey to wealth by engaging in the trade of government bonds, thereby earning his initial fortune. He ventures south to the Pearl River Delta to trade in household appliances. As he enters the Shanghai and Shenzhen stock markets, he begins speculating on subscription tickets. Wherever there is an opportunity for profit, his presence is unmistakable. With a keen understanding of the era, Chen Feng gradually ascends to the pinnacle of success. Chapter 1. Rebirth in 1987. Pain. My head aches terribly. Chen Feng feels a throbbing pain, his mind still in a haze. He can only recall that he was struck by a vehicle while attempting to save a child. Subsequently, he loses consciousness. He attempts to open his eyes, noticing a ceiling fan suspended above him. Where am I? He feels a chill on his head and observes that he is clad in a thick garment, a military green cotton coat, quite reminiscent of a bygone era. This cannot be right. Chen Feng distinctly remembers that it is summer. He had donned a short-sleeved shirt when he left the house, and the sun was blazing. It was said that the temperature today soared to 37 degrees. Furthermore, this antiquated ceiling fan is a sight he has not encountered in ages, especially since the advent of air conditioning. Chen Feng attempts to sit up, at which point a loud voice suddenly erupts beside him. Chen Feng, you have awakened. Oh dear, do you realize how terrified I was when you fainted? Chen Feng turns his head in the direction of the voice. He sees a robust man, resembling a small mountain, approaching him. The man's dark complexion reminds Chen Feng of teacher Li Jingfei portraying Zhang Fei. The man is dressed in a faded, deep blue cotton coat, which bears the marks of time. The concern in his eyes is palpable. Chen Feng is puzzled. Who is this individual? He does not recognize him at all. Chen Feng quickly surveys his surroundings. The room is rather rudimentary, furnished with a row of peeling wooden benches and a faded brick wall adorned with a slogan painted in red. The working class must lead everything. His gaze shifts to a calendar hanging on the wall to his right. The date displayed is December 13th, 1987. Upon seeing the date, Chen Feng is utterly astounded. What? Is it truly 1987? He bolts upright, grabbing the man's hand beside him, and urgently inquires, is this year 1987? The man, taken aback by Chen Feng's intense reaction, promptly replies, indeed, it is 1987. What is wrong with you? Have you lost your wits and forgotten the year? The man sighs and continues, Chen Feng, why did you have to confront our workshop's group leader, Zhao Datsai? His uncle is the factory director. Who dares to provoke him? Zhao Datsai is notoriously petty, and those who cross him rarely end up well. Indeed, it was quite overbearing of him to demand that you vacate your employee housing, a place your parents left you after their passing. However, in such situations, we can appeal to our superiors and argue our case. And yet, you chose to confront him directly, causing yourself such distress that you fainted right in front of everyone. I suspect the entire factory now regards you as a laughingstock. The man rambles on, providing a wealth of information that proves useful to Chen Feng. He endeavors to engage his mind, rapidly processing the information he has just received. The first certainty is that he has traversed time back to 1987. The second is that this individual, too, bears the name Chen Feng and is employed at Tianyuan Steel Factory, having lost both parents. The loss of his parents is inconsequential, as Chen Feng himself was an orphan, having grown up in an orphanage prior to his rebirth. The third realization is that his parents left behind a house for him, which is now coveted by the factory director's nephew. This rebirth seems to commence on a rather unfortunate note. Nevertheless, it is 1987, a time shortly after reforms began, with the nation exploring the path ahead and the mindset of the populace undergoing transformation. No one could predict the events that would unfold in the coming decades. However, Chen Feng is acutely aware that this world is on the brink of monumental change. The slumbering lion of the East is awakening, its roar poised to resonate across the globe. Before his time travel, Chen Feng was a graduate student in finance at Qingbei University, possessing a clear understanding of the economic trajectory of this world. Reborn in 1987, his greatest opportunity has arrived. If he seizes this moment, he may well ascend to become the richest man in the nation. Nay, the wealthiest in the world. After swiftly organizing his thoughts, Chen Feng returns his focus to the robust man beside him, asking, by the way, what is your name? The man furrows his brow and sighs. You must truly be dazed. How could you forget my name? Chen Feng manages a faint smile, responding, my mind feels muddled, and I cannot recall many things. I am Idaju. My father and yours entered the factory in the same year and were neighbors. We grew up playing together, Hidaju replies. Ah, Hidaju, now I remember. Chen Feng exhales, saying, alas, when I fainted, it seems my head struck the ground, which has caused this amnesia regarding many matters. Are you all right? Shall we visit the county hospital? At your age, we must ensure you do not develop any lingering ailments. Hidaju expresses his genuine concern. Chen Feng shakes his head, responding, no need. I believe a few days of rest will suffice. If my head continues to ache in a few days, I will seek medical attention. Indeed, that scoundrel Zhao Datsai will surely take the opportunity to deny your leave request. He grumbles, his disdain evident. By the way, could you enlighten me about my circumstances? I currently cannot recall anything, and I fear making a fool of myself. Chen Feng is eager to grasp the information swiftly, directing his gaze toward the sturdy man before him. Do not worry, we are good friends, and I know your situation well. He Dezhu, lacking any ulterior motives, wholeheartedly believes Chen Feng's words. He then begins recounting Chen Feng's past. Through He Dezhu's narrative, Chen Feng begins to form a clearer understanding of his current identity. Chen Feng, born in 1966, is now 21 years old. His mother passed away when he was 3, and he was raised by his father. The previous year, after graduating from high school and failing to gain admission to university, Chen Feng's father utilized connections to secure him a position as a proud frontline worker at the steel factory. During this era, being a factory worker was still a stable job. It provided a reliable income and a measure of dignity. However, the good times were fleeting. Last August, his father fell ill and ultimately succumbed in the hospital. Chen Feng now finds himself alone. Yet, to say Chen Feng is entirely alone would not be entirely accurate. He has a fiancée, a betrothal arranged by his father several years prior, when his father was still the workshop director, enjoying a position of considerable prestige within the factory, which led many to aspire to forge familial ties with his household. In this era, it is quite fashionable for factories to engage in marital alliances, as dual-income couples can receive substantial benefits. The young lady is the daughter of the factory's accounting department's weekly accountant. She is merely 2 years younger than Chen Feng and ceased her education after graduating from junior high, remaining at home until the age of 18 when her family arranged for her to work in the factory. According to the original plan, the two were supposed to wed this year. However, following the unfortunate demise of Chen Feng's father, the wedding had to be postponed, with no specific timeline established for the rescheduling. From He Dezhu's account, Chen Feng gained a general understanding of his circumstances. Although not entirely comprehensive, the information was sufficient for his needs. Chapter 2: The initial capital for business has been secured. He Dezhu glanced at the wall clock and remarked, "All right, since you have nothing else to attend to, I should head back. You can take a moment to rest here. I will help you request a leave. Wait for me. I'll return with you." Chen Feng felt that lingering here served no purpose, and it would be far more prudent to return to the factory. Just as well, he was eager to resign from this job. As a reincarnated individual who had only recently graduated from university, he possessed little understanding of steelmaking technology. Starting from scratch was unnecessary, nor did he wish to remain in this factory. After the reform, the era of guaranteed employment in state-owned enterprises would not last long. In 1987, during this prosperous time, opportunities abounded. Many influential figures amassed their fortunes during this period, eventually soaring to great heights. The economic reforms in this nation had only just begun, and diving into business ventures was the way forward. Since Chen Feng had been reborn in this era, he refused to settle for mediocrity. Working for someone else was out of the question. There was no way he would willingly submit to such a fate. After leaving the infirmary with He Dezhu, they began their journey back to the factory workshop. Along the way, Chen Feng meticulously observed the attire of passers-by and the bicycles parked along the roadside, all of which confirmed that he had indeed returned to the 1980s. Following the tumultuous years, this nation was in desperate need of revitalization. At that moment, an announcement blared from the loudspeakers. "Attention all employees of Tianyuan Factory. This afternoon at 3 o'clock, a staff meeting will be held in the Grand Hall. All employees must be present." The announcement repeated several times before it ceased. "Wonderful. Another meeting means we 1T have to work." He Dezhu grinned upon hearing the announcement. He guided Chen Feng towards the Grand Hall, where many workers clad in uniforms were making their way in the same direction. These workers formed the thrumming heartbeat of this era. In this time, being a worker was one of the most sought-after professions. However, none could foresee the impending wave of layoffs that would soon sweep through the country. Where would these workers go then? It could only be said that this was the choice of the times. With this thought, Chen Feng could not help but sigh inwardly. Upon arriving at the Grand Hall, they found a considerable number of workers already gathered, chatting in small clusters. It was evident that this steel factory was no small operation. The hall itself was quite simple, lacking seating, forcing the workers to stand. He Dezhu led Chen Feng into a line, where a young man with slick back hair was organizing the ranks. Berating a man in work attire who was the vice captain of their group. "You're our Group S vice captain, yet not everyone is here. How do you expect to manage our tasks?" At this moment, He Dezhu grasped Chen Feng's hand and whispered, "That S Zhao Dki. He is a madman. Just ignore him for now. As the saying goes, endure for a moment and the storm will pass. Take a step back and the sea will be vast. He just became our group leader, and his head is in the clouds. Chen Feng smiled slightly, but remained silent. He had no desire to become entangled in the factory's affairs. As they walked, he contemplated how to extricate himself from this establishment. Upon noticing Chen Feng, the arrogant young man sported a smug grin, sauntering over with his hands behind his back. He scrutinized Chen Feng from head to toe, chuckling, "Oh, isn't this Chen Feng, who fainted from anger out of the infirmary so soon?" Chen Feng merely offered a smile in response, choosing not to engage with this individual. Zhao Dekai was taken aback by Chen Feng's lack of anger, as he was well aware of Chen Feng's notorious temper. Just as he was about to provoke Chen Feng further, a voice boomed from the podium. "All employees, please stand in an orderly line. Our meeting is about to commence." Zhao Dekai shot Chen Feng a glare before returning to the front of the line. Next, Director Wang would address everyone. A middle-aged man, around 50, with a balding head and a prominent belly, strode confidently onto the stage. This was Director Wang Xianghong, Zhao Dekai's uncle. Dazu leaned in close to Chen Feng and whispered. Once on stage, Director Wang surveyed the audience, cleared his throat, and began, "Dear employees of Tianyuan Factory, I won't take up much of your time. Let us get straight to the point. There are two matters to discuss today. First, in response to the national reforms. The government has recently issued a notice regarding the reform of wages in state-owned enterprises. The content of the notice is lengthy, but to summarize, wages will now be linked to the economic performance of the enterprises. Factories with good economic outcomes will distribute more, while those with poor performance will distribute less. Each unit must bear its own profits and losses." As Director Wang elaborated on the notice, Chen Feng was already well aware of its implications. In the past, the wages of state enterprise employees were fixed. Good performance yielded the same pay as poor performance, with the state providing subsidies for any shortfalls. This was the reason why employees in state enterprises enjoyed guaranteed income. However, once wages became linked to performance, employees in factories and units with poor outcomes would see their salaries drastically reduced. This was the first time the iron rice bowl of state enterprises was subjected to the market's impact. After Director Wang thoroughly explained this notice, discontent brewed among the workers. "Wage cuts are a capitalist issue. How can they deduct our pay?" Someone protested. "Indeed, we contribute wholeheartedly to national development. How can this be justified?" Even Dazu was engaged in conversation with those around him, clearly dissatisfied with the notice. Chen Feng, however, observed quietly. The workers of this era were still oblivious to the concept of a market economy. They believed that being a worker entitled them to the security of the state's iron rice bowl. Amidst the murmurs of discontent, Director Wang cleared his throat, commanding silence. After everyone quieted down, he continued, "I completely understand everyone's sentiments at this moment, but this aligns with the future direction of national policy. We cannot oppose it. We must cooperate. Anyone unwilling to comply may consider leaving the factory and opting for a severance package." At the mention of severance packages, the workers fell silent. This system had only emerged in recent years, where the factory would provide employees with a sum of money in exchange for their departure. However, in this era, accepting a severance package equated to demolishing one's own iron rice bowl, a perilous choice. No one would dare to take such a step. Director Wang's tactic effectively intimidated the workers, and he felt quite satisfied. Chen Feng shared in this satisfaction. Just moments ago, he had pondered how to acquire capital for business. Now, the opportunity had presented itself on a silver platter. The most challenging aspect of starting a business was securing initial funding. The first bucket of gold was the hardest earned. With severance pay, Chen Feng could swiftly amass a substantial sum. With money in hand, he could make money multiply. Chapter 3: The opportunity to earn money has arrived, a double blessing. The employee meeting was still underway as Director Wang continued his address from the podium. Now, let us discuss the second notice. In response to the national call for economic development, the National Bank has issued treasury bonds, hoping that our factory's employees will support the nation's economic efforts by actively purchasing these bonds. This was mentioned last week as well. However, the subscription rate for these bonds has been quite disheartening, with only 3 to 5 individuals participating. The city has issued strict orders regarding the treasury bonds, assigning each factory a subscription target. Our factory's target is 80,000 yuan, and at this rate, it will be challenging to meet this goal. If everyone does not take action, we will have to distribute the burden among the workers. Upon hearing the term government bonds, Chen Feng's eyes sparkled with anticipation. His opportunity had arrived. Government bonds, or treasury bonds, were first issued in 1987. As this was a novel concept for most, many harbored uncertainties about purchasing them. Concerns loomed over whether the state would repay the borrowed funds in the future, coupled with the economic constraints of the era, where the average citizen grappled with financial hardships. Few could afford to invest in government bonds. Consequently, the initial issuance met with tepid reception, resulting in minimal purchases. Ultimately, the authorities resorted to enforcing quotas in state-owned enterprises, mandating factory heads to buy 1,000, workshop supervisors 500, and ordinary workers 100, among other stipulations. Naturally, to encourage participation, factories provided subsidies. For instance, a bond with a face value of 100 yuan would be subsidized by 40 yuan, allowing workers to obtain it for merely 60 yuan. However, this posed a dilemma. To many, these bonds were not perceived as currency. They could not be utilized for immediate purchases. As a result, upon receiving their bonds, numerous individuals hastily sold them at a loss. For example, a bond worth 100 yuan, subsidized to a purchase price of 60 yuan, would often be sold for 50 yuan. Despite incurring a loss of 10 yuan, tangible cash in hand was deemed preferable. In the black market, initially, the trading price of government bonds was generally half their face value, with a 100 yuan bond selling for merely 50 yuan. A mere year after the issuance in 1988, the government initiated a buyback of the bonds, albeit limited to 7 cities. In addition to the face value, they offered an interest rate of 5%. Thus, a 100 yuan bond could be exchanged at the bank for 105 yuan. If one acquired a bond for 50 yuan, they could redeem it at the bank for 105, yielding a profit of over double their investment. Moreover, during that period, news dissemination was sparse, and few households could afford televisions or telephones, leading to widespread ignorance regarding the redemption process of government bonds. Consequently, some individuals ventured into remote areas, purchasing bonds at prices ranging from 60 to 70 yuan, only to sell them in developed regions for a substantial profit. Among those who capitalized on this opportunity was a renowned figure, Yang Baiwen, who transformed an initial investment of 20,000 yuan into over 1 million through the trading of government bonds. The act of reselling these bonds undeniably represented a chance to alter one's destiny, just as Chen Feng contemplated how to spend the payout from his severance. This lucrative prospect presented itself before him, stirring an excitement within him that he struggled to contain. The brief meeting concluded, and the workers dispersed in small groups back to their posts. "All right, Chen Feng, let us return to the workshop," Hidazu said, placing a hand on Chen Feng's shoulder. "Not just yet. I have a matter to attend to," Chen Feng replied with a smile. Hidazu, perplexed, inquired, "You have something to do? What is it?" "Taking leave now might draw criticism. Don't worry about me. Just head back," Chen Feng reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. In the factory director's office, Director Wang resumed his seat after returning, while his nephew, Zhao Dki, fetched a large teacup filled with tea, presenting it cheerfully before him. After taking a sip, Director Wang rubbed his temples and remarked, "How could you possibly have a conflict with Chen Feng? Though his father has passed, he was a valuable contributor to our factory, held in high regard by the workers, and not all were trained under him." Zhao Dki, wearing a look of grievance, responded, "Uncle, you know I'm about to get married, and Xiaohong is expecting. We only need a unit apartment, and he occupies such a spacious one in an enviable location. Who would be envious? I can't help but feel irritated by him." His expression brightened at the mention of the apartment. Leaning closer, he whispered, "Uncle, that apartment of Chen Feng's is perfectly situated, right by the main road, a thoroughfare for workers commuting. If it were mine, I could open a small shop selling cigarettes and alcohol, with living space in the back and a storefront to earn money. Help me secure that apartment, and I'll grant you a 30% stake. You could earn dividends with minimal effort." Director Wang chuckled, "You're quite the schemer. That location is indeed ideal for a small shop." However, after a moment's contemplation, he furrowed his brow, "But we can't resort to outright theft. How would it reflect on me if I assisted you? Let us ensure that he cannot remain at the factory. Once he leaves, the apartment will naturally become available to us." Zhao Dki's expression turned cold as he uttered these words. Director Wang fell silent, pondering before asking, "How much could your shop earn in a month?" "I've inquired. The small shop at the West Suburb toothpaste factory reportedly makes 700 to 800 a month." "Really?" Director Wang's eyes gleamed at the prospect of such earnings. Given that workers earned only a few dozen yuan monthly, a small shop netting 700 to 800 would mean an additional 200 or more for him with that 30% stake. After a moment's reflection, he agreed, "All right. Proceed discreetly. Keep it under wraps." "Understood. Also, regarding the government bonds, we need to devise a strategy to sell them. Our factory has a quota of 100,000 yuan, yet we've only sold 1 or 2,000. Director Wang was troubled by the sluggish sales of the bonds. Having made a commitment to the city, Zhao Dki suggested, "What else can we do? We can impose quotas. With so many workers, distributing a little to each will suffice." As they conversed, a series of knocks echoed from the door, halting their dialogue. They exchanged surprised glances before realizing it was Chen Feng at the entrance. Both harbored the same thought. He must be here to lodge a complaint. Director Wong smiled and called out, "Xiao Chun, come in. What brings you here?" Unfamiliar with the office layout, Chen Feng had to ask for directions before arriving. He surveyed the room, noting the old-fashioned sofa draped in white fabric and the white porcelain cup resting on the power outlet, reminiscent of a television drama set. "Xiao Chun, what can I do for you?" Director Wong initiated the conversation. Chen Feng focused back on him, nodding as he stated, "Director, I wish to buy out my years of service." The words left both Director Wong and Zhao DKI momentarily stunned. They had anticipated a complaint, but here was Chen Feng, outright requesting a buyout. Chapter 4. The Buyout of Service Years. Zhao DKI coughed lightly and turned to Director Wong. "Director, I have matters to attend to. I'll step out." Aware of the awkwardness of the situation, he sought an excuse to leave. "Very well, off you go." Director Wong waved him off. Once Zhao DKI exited, Director Wong rose, poured a cup of tea into a white porcelain cup, and placed it on the sofa, inviting Chen Feng to sit. "Gulme, Xiao Chun, take a seat and enjoy some tea while we discuss this." For an ordinary worker to receive such personal attention from the director was a moment of immense gratitude. Chen Feng sat down, and Director Wong, with gravity in his tone, remarked, "Xiao Chun, if you're facing any difficulties, feel free to share. There's no need to resort to buying out your service years." "Director, I have no personal difficulties. I simply wish to buy out my years of service. Although our factory's conditions have declined somewhat in recent years, it is still your home. Your father contributed significantly to our factory. As a reborn individual, Chen Feng had little interest in the legacy of his deceased father or the factory that had once been his family's pride. He had little interest in remaining here. The vast world outside held immense opportunities. Director Wong, noticing Chen Feng's steadfastness, sighed and said, "I understand you have conflicts with Xiao Zhao, but you shouldn't sever your employment entirely. Given the current tension between you two, if you choose to buy out your years of service, others may perceive it as me unjustly siding with Zhao and forcing you out." At that moment, Chen Feng realized why Director Wong had been earnestly advising him to reconsider his decision. It was rooted in the concern for his reputation. "Director Wong, this is my own decision, unrelated to Zhao Dekai. I believe with the nation's reforms and openings, there are abundant opportunities outside. Additionally, with my father's passing, I no longer feel attached to the factory. It is the perfect time to buy out my years of service. Soon, I will head south to Shenzhen to seek refuge with my cousin, who is thriving in business and making significant profits. In this era, moving south to the Pearl River Delta is the trend, though most do so only after failing to thrive elsewhere. Who would willingly leave a stable position in a state-owned enterprise?" Of course, the cousin Chen Feng mentioned was a fabrication, intended to persuade Director Wong to grant him permission. After a moment of contemplation, Director Wong spoke, "Are you certain this is your own desire to buy out your years of service?" Chen Feng nodded affirmatively. "I have a condition. You may buy out your years of service, but you must clarify outside that it is your voluntary choice. Otherwise, other workers might think I favor Zhao Dekai and intentionally forced you out." "Agreed, but I have a condition as well." This request posed no challenge for Chen Feng. It was merely a means to secure additional advantages for himself, and he was keen to seize the opportunity. "Speak." Director Wong's gaze fixed intently on Chen Feng, suspecting there might be some hidden agenda. "I wish for the buyout compensation to be entirely in treasury bonds." "What? You want treasury bonds?" Director Wong exclaimed in astonishment. Chen Feng nodded. Narrowing his eyes, Director Wong replied with a chuckle, "Chen Feng, you are putting me in a difficult position. Allowing you to buy out your years of service is one thing, but demanding the payment be in treasury bonds? If this were to leak out, I would be seen as the villain who forced you out without compensating you at all." "Director Wong, there is no need to worry. I can provide a written agreement as proof. It will be binding, wouldn't it? Are you serious?" "Absolutely." After closing his eyes for a moment to ponder, Director Wong reopened them, having reached a decision. "I will consider this matter. You may return for now. I will give you a response tomorrow." Chen Feng understood that Director Wong would not hastily decide, as the situation impacted his reputation. "Very well, I shall return tomorrow." Chen Feng rose, offered a faint smile to Director Wong, and exited the office. Observing Chen Feng's retreating figure, Director Wong felt something was amiss with him today, unable to pinpoint exactly what it was, as if he were a different person. After leaving Director Wong's office, Chen Feng did not head to the workshop but instead wandered around the factory grounds. An hour later, as the end of the workday approached, Zhao Dekai arrived at Director Wong's office. Upon entering, he immediately lodged a complaint. "Uncle, that Chen Feng has gone too far. He has shown up to the workshop all afternoon. He is disregarding my position as group leader and must be dealt with." Director Wong, seated at his desk with glasses on, was reading the newspaper. Upon Zhao Dekai's entrance, he removed his glasses. What are you talking about? He is planning to buy out his years of service. What? He really intends to buy out his years of service? Is he serious? Zhao Dekai thought Chen Feng had merely been venting frustration and applying pressure on the factory, never suspecting it was genuine. He is not joking. He genuinely intends to buy out his years of service. After a moment of silence, Zhao Dekai's expression brightened as he said, if he truly buys out his years of service, then he must vacate his unit housing since he will no longer be an employee here. Your thinking is rather simplistic. The entire factory is aware of your conflict with him. Should he buy out his years of service, it will appear to everyone that we forced him out. You may not care about your reputation, but I do. What should we do then? Zhao Dekai was jolted awake by Director Wang's words. I see he genuinely wishes to buy out his years of service. He has even stated he is willing to sign a written agreement to prove his voluntary choice. However, he has a peculiar request to receive treasury bonds for the buyout. Just treasury bonds? This is quite the unexpected turn of events. Zhao Dekai found himself at a loss for words. After a moment, he approached Director Wang and asked quietly, Uncle, what should we do now? We'll have the deputy director and several workshop heads come tomorrow. In front of so many witnesses, if he wishes to leave, it will be documented, and we shall have no part in it. Director Wang devised a plan. What if he is merely trying to intimidate us? Zhao Dekai inquired. If he is merely bluffing, we have our means to deal with him. The usually affable Director Wang revealed a glimmer of menace in his eyes. Feeling fatigued from wandering outside, Chen Feng inquired for directions and successfully found his home. Despite receiving curious glances while asking for help, he paid them no mind, as he would soon be leaving this place behind. Standing before his home, he surveyed the surroundings. The house was conveniently located near the main road of the factory, with workers passing by daily. If he were to open a small shop here, it could yield a significant profit. It was no wonder Zhao Dekai had been so fixated on his property, recognizing the potential for business. Chen Feng had no intention of wasting time running a shop for a lifetime. Having resolved to leave this place for good, he was determined to vacate the property. He merely needed to negotiate a suitable price tomorrow. Chen Feng took out his key and unlocked the door. Inside, he observed the simple furnishings, a table for chairs and a portrait of a great leader hung on the wall. The house felt stark and somewhat desolate. Sitting on a chair to rest, he reached into his pocket for a cigarette, only to realize he had none on him. Evidently, the original owner of this body did not smoke. No matter, he thought. Just as Chen Feng contemplated his next steps while seated, a loud voice boomed from outside. Chen Feng, what brings you back? Don't you know Zhao Dekai is scolding you in the workshop and plans to make your life difficult tomorrow? He Dezhu walked in. Chen Feng could see that He Dezhu genuinely cared about him. It's nothing. I felt unwell and returned to rest. I informed the director, but didn't mention it to Zhao Dekai. Chen Feng told a small lie, not wanting He Dezhu to worry about him. Moreover, discussing the buyout with him would only cause unnecessary concern. Oh, as long as you told the director, that's good. He Dezhu sighed in relief. Studying Chen Feng's face with concern, are you feeling any better? After resting for a bit, I'm much improved. That's good to hear. If you weren't, I would have to take you to the hospital. Our factory's medical facilities are rather limited. No need. I'm fine now. Chen Feng had no desire to visit the hospital. All right then, come over to my house for dinner later. I had Xiaohua prepare some chicken soup for you. Sure. Chen Feng nodded. He Dezhu returned home to prepare dinner, as his house was adjacent to Chen Feng's. Having been neighbors since childhood, they shared a close bond. In the evening, Chen Feng enjoyed a meal at He Dezhu's home. Although He Dezhu was only 22 years old, he had married at 19. His wife, Xiaohua, had a 3-year-old child now. In He Dezhu, Chen Feng saw a reflection of the era's workers, born in the factory, aspiring to die in the factory. Their entire future entrusted to it. Years later, when the wave of layoffs hit, it would profoundly impact their lives. The elimination of outdated production capabilities was inevitable. It was a necessary path for the nation's prosperity. Yet for ordinary people, such historical shifts felt like a mountain crushing them. Chapter 5. The startup capital is secured. After dinner, Chen Feng lingered at He Dezhu's home for a while, playing with his child before heading back. As he was about to depart, he requested a copy of the factory regulations from He Dezhu. Chen Feng intended to thoroughly study the regulations to prepare for his negotiation with the factory director the following day. The substantial tome of regulations absorbed his attention for an extended period, and it was not until past 1 in the morning that he succumbed to slumber. The next day, Chen Feng rose at the crack of dawn. However, his early rising was not to report to the workshop. He was on the verge of severing his employment. So the notion of attending work was utterly absurd. After indulging in a delightful bowl of beef noodles outside the factory, he made his way directly to Director Wang's office. Upon arriving, he found Director Wang engaged in a discussion with a woman clad in a black suit and white blouse. Just then, Director Wang's gaze swept toward the doorway and landed on Chen Feng, standing outside. "All right, proceed with this," he instructed the woman, handing her a document. Once she departed, Director Wang waved Chen Feng in, saying, "Xiao Chun, you've arrived, coming quickly." Chen Feng entered the office, and Director Wang, exhibiting a lack of customary politeness, did not offer him tea. After all, he was preparing to leave and had no inclination for such formalities. He gestured toward the sofa. "Let us sit over there and discuss." Chen Feng obliged, settling onto the sofa. Director Wang approached with his large ceramic mug and took a seat. "Xiao Chun," he began, "I have given your request some thought, and I consent to your application for severance pay. However, you must complete the application form this afternoon in the presence of several deputy directors and workshop heads. I will also have witnesses present to prevent any rumors from circulating that I am forcing you out." "All right, no problem," Chen Feng replied nonchalantly. As long as he could secure his severance, he was content. "One more thing," Director Wang continued. "After your severance, you will no longer be an employee of our factory. And according to our regulations, you must vacate your company housing." "That is acceptable," Chen Feng responded, "but if I recall correctly, the factory is obliged to repurchase the housing at a price." He had perused the regulations the previous evening, which stipulated that anyone leaving the factory must sell their company housing back to it. In 1987, the concept of commercial housing transactions was non-existent. Yet there were always ways to navigate the rules flexibly. The factory had collected a sum of money from employees when constructing the housing, effectively making it a joint investment. "Indeed, that is the case," Director Wang acknowledged, crossing his legs. "Then make your offer for the repurchase." Chen Feng maintained his composure. "I propose 5,000. "What?" Director Wang exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief at the audacious figure. Chen Feng nodded affirmatively. "Xiao Chun, the factory sold you that house for merely 100 yuan. Now you demand 5,000? That is rather excessive." Director Wang's expression turned cold. Yet, Chen Feng remained unfazed, smiling at Director Wang as he said, "Director, 100 yuan was over a decade ago. The purchasing power of that sum pales in comparison to 5,000 today. Furthermore, you must recognize the prime location of my house, which is along the route workers take to and from the factory. If you were to open a small shop there, the profits would easily recoup the investment within a year." With a glint of mischief, Chen Feng added, "Besides, the funds for repurchase would come from the factory, not your own pocket. I also prefer treasury bonds over cash. You can compensate me with treasury bonds according to the factory's subsidy standards, which I believe is 50%. Thus, if I sell the house for 5,000, that translates to a total face value of 10,000 in treasury bonds. I understand you may be troubled by the lack of buyers for treasury bonds at this time. Consider this a means of alleviating some of that burden." Director Wang fell into contemplation. Chen Feng sensed the need to apply additional pressure and sighed, "If you are unwilling, then I shall forego the severance and simply run a small shop, which would allow me to pass the days comfortably within the factory. In this era, there is no such thing as dismissing employees. As long as one does not leave, no one can force them out." Of course, Chen Feng had no intention of remaining at the factory. His words were merely a tactic to unsettle Director Wang. The director scrutinized Chen Feng, surprised that this young man had considered the prospect of opening a small shop and possessed the audacity to negotiate with him. Previously, he regarded Chen Feng as merely an academic, someone too timid to even meet his gaze. Now, here he was, conversing confidently in his office, even hinting at a threat. Though Director Wang felt reluctant, he acknowledged the validity of Chen Feng's arguments. The severance pay was not drawn from his own funds. It was the factory's money. Similarly, the repurchase of the housing would not cost him personally. Since it was not his money, he felt little remorse in spending it. Moreover, Chen Feng was not asking for cash, but for treasury bonds. According to factory regulations, the subsidy was 50%. He could easily arrange the figures to reflect 60%, pocketing the 10% difference. In this light, the severance pay combined with the housing repurchase would amount to nearly 20,000 yuan. If Director Wang could claim 10% of that, he would stand to gain almost 2,000 yuan. "Very well, I concede," Director Wang agreed. Having weighed the pros and cons, there was no denying that the prime location of Chen Feng's house could yield substantial profits if transformed into a small shop, easily generating several thousand yuan a year, more than his 200 yuan monthly salary as a factory director. "All right, I shall return this afternoon," Chen Feng stated. Rising from his seat, everything had unfolded according to his expectations. Director Wang had acquiesced to his terms. After leaving the director's office, Chen Feng returned home to catch up on sleep, not awakening until 3 in the afternoon. Upon his return to Director Wang's office, he found 3 other individuals present, including Zhao Dki, while the other 2 were unfamiliar likely the deputy directors mentioned by Wang. "Xiao Chun, you've arrived," Director Wang greeted from behind his desk. "Director, regarding my severance?" "Xiao Chun, have you considered this carefully? Severing your employment means leaving the factory." Director Wang addressed Chen Feng in front of the others. "No, I wish to venture out into the world," Chen Feng replied, reaffirming his decision to sever his employment in front of the two deputy directors. "Very well. Here is the application form. I have signed it. You simply need to sign as the applicant and then proceed to the finance office to collect your payment." Chen Feng glanced over the application form, confirming its accuracy before signing. According to the factory's regulations regarding tenure, his severance pay amounted to 2,000 yuan. Unfortunately, his relatively short tenure meant that older workers would receive more substantial severance packages, which was why few employees were willing to sever their employment. Remaining at the factory was akin to holding a secure job for life. After Chen Feng signed the application form, Zhao Dki, standing nearby, remarked with a sardonic tone, "Chen Feng, I heard from my uncle that you're going to venture into business. When you strike it rich, don't forget about me." He had secured Chen Feng's house and was preparing to open a small shop, dreaming of great wealth, completely indifferent to the insignificant Chen Feng. Chen Feng merely smiled in Zhao's direction while holding the signed document and departed. Half an hour later, Chen Feng emerged from the finance office, his pockets filled with treasury bonds totaling 14,000 in face value. Glancing at the thick stack of bonds, he felt a surge of joy. He had secured the initial capital for his venture, taking a significant step toward his financial aspirations. Chapter 6. Breaking the Engagement. Upon returning home, Chen Feng tucked the treasury bonds beneath his bed and began packing his belongings. The previous night, he had rummaged beneath his bed and unearthed a mooncake box filled with cash, an inheritance from his father, though the sum was modest, amounting to around 500 yuan. Chen Feng planned to keep this money for personal use, as one still needed to eat, even if he could forego living in the house. After some calculations, he found that his current assets amounted to 500 yuan in cash, accompanied by a treasury bond valued at 14,000 yuan. It was insufficient, far too meager for his ambitions. He lamented the paltry sum of his initial capital. Chen Feng returned the mooncake box to its resting place beneath the bed. According to their agreement, the house would be vacated in 3 days, allowing him time to rent a temporary abode. Just as Chen Feng finished his tasks, a hurried knocking echoed from outside. Curiosity piqued. He approached the door and opened it to find Yi Dazu, panting heavily on the threshold. Upon seeing Chen Feng, he exclaimed, "Madman, have you lost your mind buying out your work years? Calm down, come in and sit." Yi Dazu's voice boomed. "Do you realize how much effort your father put in for you to secure a position at the factory? Is this how you honor him?" He was filled with disappointment and frustration. "All right, have you finished scolding me?" Chen Feng replied with a calm demeanor. "Now, tell me your perspective." Yi Dazu, having settled down, took a seat at Chen Feng's invitation. Chen Feng retrieved a pack of cigarettes, offering one to Yi Dazu. He had purchased them earlier that day. The habit persisted into this era. He found himself uncomfortable without a few puffs. "No, thank you." Yi Dazu pushed the cigarette back. Chen Feng lit one for himself, inhaled deeply, and said, "I intend to earn a substantial sum of money, which necessitates starting capital. Thus, I had no choice but to buy out my work years. By the way, I've also sold this house." Upon hearing this, Yi Dazu's frustration surged. However, rather than being angered, Chen Feng felt a warmth within him, realizing that Yi Dazu's anger stemmed from genuine concern. In a world driven by self-interest, receiving unfeigned care from another was indeed rare. "Dazu, our nation is undergoing reform. The times are changing. I tell you, in this era, countless individuals will rise with the tide. Those who seize the opportunities of this age will alter their destinies. I refuse to languish in the factory for a lifetime, or rather, this factory is not worth a lifetime of my time. No matter how appealing the outside world may seem, it cannot compare to our factory. This is where we grew up. It is our home." Yi Dazu, however, remained unmoved by Chen Feng's discourse. His thoughts remained straightforward. Chen Feng sighed. "What if I told you that our factory will soon collapse and many will face unemployment? Would you believe me?" Yi Dazu looked up in surprise. "You must know that our factory's performance has been dismal, relying on state subsidies. I've heard that wages have been delayed for months. Today, Director Wang stated that state-owned enterprises must become self-sufficient. The government will no longer provide a single cent. If the factory cannot generate profit, how can it pay the workers? In the future, wage payments will become increasingly irregular, and salaries may even be reduced until they cease altogether." Yi Dazu listened in silence, his straightforward nature not indicating a lack of intelligence. He was aware of many rumors circulating about the factory's poor performance, with suppliers being owed significant sums. "Therefore, I wish to venture out and make my own way. After all, my parents have passed away, and a man should seek his fortune in the world, Chen Feng concluded, exhaling a breath of relief. He could have chosen not to share so much with Dazu, but since the latter regarded him as a friend, he felt obliged to reciprocate that friendship. Fine. Perhaps you are right. If you wish to venture forth, I shall not hinder you. Should you require any assistance, feel free to ask, Dazu replied, his gaze resolute. Chen Feng smiled, saying, all right, if I find myself without food one day, I shall return to seek your aid. Dazu chuckled. That evening, Chen Feng dined at Dazu's home. By 9 o'clock, the two emerged from the house, sharing laughter. Chen Feng intended to temporarily store some belongings at Dazu's place, though he had no intention of reclaiming them. He feared that offering them might lead to Dazu refusing. As they approached Chen Feng's residence, they encountered a woman standing beneath a streetlight. She appeared quite young, clad in a vintage red blazer paired with fashionable flared trousers, gazing in the direction of Chen Feng's house. Chen Feng was unaware of her identity, but Dazu recognized her immediately. He nudged Chen Feng's elbow and whispered, "That's your fiancée." Chen Feng recalled that his father had arranged a marriage for him. The woman was Zhou Xiaoxia, the daughter of accountant Zhou from the finance department. Truthfully, he was uncertain how to navigate this engagement, and now his fiancée was standing at his door. Never mind, I'll one-tea accompany you back. You two should catch up, Dazu remarked with a mischievous grin, patting Chen Feng's shoulder before departing. Chen Feng took a deep breath, approached her, and greeted, Xiaoxia, you've come. I just had dinner at Dazu's. Please, step inside for a moment. Zhou Xiaoxia, faced with Chen Feng's warm invitation, stepped back, lowering her gaze. No, I'll leave once I've said what I need to. What's wrong? Chen Feng asked, puzzled by her demeanor. My father sent me to inform you that he wishes to cancel our engagement, Zhou Xiaoxia stammered. Chen Feng was taken aback by the abruptness of her intention to annul their betrothal. My father said you are no longer part of our factory, and we are not suited to be together, she continued. Chen Feng recalled that Zhou Xiaoxia's father, being from the finance department, was likely aware of his buyout and the sale of his house. Thus, he had sent his daughter to annul the engagement overnight. Chen Feng smiled and replied, very well. Let's cancel the engagement then. I wish you the best in finding a suitable partner. With that, he turned and walked back toward his home. Zhou Xiaoxia was taken aback, her eyes widening in surprise as she observed Chen Feng's nonchalant response. She had anticipated that ending the engagement would require considerable effort. Yet he acquiesced so readily. At that moment, Zhou Xiaoxia remained oblivious to what she had lost that evening. Chen Feng returned to his dwelling and began packing his belongings. He had little interest in contemplating Zhou Xiaoxia's thoughts. After all, he was preparing to leave this place, and her opinions no longer concerned him. Chen Feng was primarily uncertain about the nature of the relationship between the original owner of this body and his fiancée, Zhou Xiaoxia. If this couple had been in love, having grown up together, shared sweet moments, and experienced intimacy, then suddenly breaking off the engagement would indeed be a callous act. Imagine having a partner with whom you had spent years in love, on the brink of marriage, only for them to announce a desire to part ways. Such a scenario would be unbearable. Although this relationship bore no significance for Chen Feng, and he held no interest in the woman before him, he felt a sense of responsibility for the past of the body he had inherited. Originally, he had intended to give their relationship a chance, to explore whether feelings could develop, leading to marriage. Should they fail to cultivate a connection, he would gradually end the relationship and offer some financial compensation. He would accept the label of a cad if necessary, but he would not jeopardize his own happiness in marriage. After meeting Zhou Xiaoxia, Chen Feng realized he had overthought the situation. She had never truly valued him. Now he felt a weight lifted off his shoulders, and it simplified matters. Chapter 7. The First Bucket of Gold After Rebirth. 3 days later, Chen Feng moved out of the factory area and rented a nearby apartment. The earliest treasury bonds were issued by the state in 1981, with redemption notifications sent out in February 1988. It was now December 1987, leaving him with 2 months to prepare. Chen Feng was unperturbed. In this wave of reselling treasury bonds, he sought not only to profit from the Tianyuan factory, but also envisioned acquiring 7 or 8 other factories throughout Dongzhou City. Beyond Dongzhou, he contemplated collecting treasury bonds from state-owned enterprises in the surrounding cities. In an era characterized by limited information flow, compounded by the government designating only 7 cities for the redemption of treasury bonds, Chen Feng recalled the historical figure Yang Baiwen, who began with a mere 20,000 and became a millionaire through the trade of treasury bonds over 6 months, capitalizing on the information asymmetry between locales. With this disparity in mind, Chen Feng anticipated an exhilarating 2 months of frenzied trading of treasury bonds. This time, he aimed for something grander, aspiring to elevate his operations beyond Dongzhou City to lead the province and even the neighboring regions. To initiate his plan, he needed to familiarize himself with all the state-owned enterprises across the province to facilitate his forthcoming actions. Chen Feng commenced gathering information and organizing data, seldom stepping aside for meals. Each day, he purchased a newspaper, eagerly awaiting the announcement from the government regarding the redemption of treasury bonds. As the days passed, Chen Feng spent the Lunar New Year at Dazu's home, and by late January, he learned that his former residence had indeed been transferred to Zhao Dekai's name. Zhao had opened a small shop with his wife, assisting in selling daily necessities and cigarettes, reportedly earning several dozen yuan daily, equivalent to the monthly income of an ordinary worker. Yet, Chen Feng felt no jealousy, for he lacked an uncle in a managerial position, and Zhao's success did not imply his own potential for similar ventures. Thus, he felt no regret in selling the house, as he awaited his opportunity. On February 2nd, Chen Feng, as per his routine, purchased a newspaper from a stand and casually flipped through it. Suddenly, his gaze fixed upon a seemingly inconspicuous news item. The central bank was set to liberalize the trading of treasury bonds, allowing all national citizens to legally buy and sell bonds issued by the state. The revelation stirred an overwhelming excitement within Chen Feng. This was the opportunity he had been anticipating. He meticulously folded the newspaper and tucked it into his pocket before hastening back to his rental apartment. Beneath his bed, he unearthed a box containing a substantial stack of treasury bonds, with a total face value of 14,000 yuan. The following day, he planned to take this box of bonds to Heiken for redemption, transforming them into capital to further his financial endeavors. After informing Dazu, he promptly set off with his treasury bonds. For safety, he donned a tattered cotton jacket, concealing the bonds within its lining. Heiken, a coastal city of the nation, required Chen Feng to first travel by bus, then by train, a journey taking a day and a half. By the time he arrived in Heiken on the afternoon of February 5th, he was eager to convert his treasury bonds into cash, aware that lingering too long might invite complications. Having previously visited Heiken, he noted its vibrant atmosphere, a hallmark of the ongoing reforms. He boarded a bus to the People's Bank, the only institution authorized to exchange treasury bonds. Upon arrival, he took a number and discreetly retrieved the bonds from his jacket in the restroom, changing into a more suitable outfit. He placed the bonds into a bag and joined the queue. Unlike the fully electronic banking systems of 2024, transactions in this era were handled manually. Fortunately, with 7 counters open, the line moved swiftly. After approximately half an hour, it was Chen Feng's turn. Approaching counter 3, he was greeted by a young woman in her mid-20s, clad in the bank's uniform. "Hello, comrade. What business do you wish to conduct?" she inquired. "Hello. I would like to exchange treasury bonds," Chen Feng replied candidly. "Unfortunately, we do not exchange treasury bonds here," the young woman frowned. "That cannot be. As I read in the newspaper that Heiken is authorized to exchange treasury bonds," he insisted, producing the newspaper and pointing to the highlighted section. "Look, it states that redemption began on February 3rd. The young woman examined the newspaper, uncertainty crossing her face. "I apologize. I must consult my supervisor. Please hold on." With that, she rose and walked to the back. Chen Feng patiently awaited her return. Approximately 5 minutes later, the young woman emerged accompanied by a balding man in a black Zhongshan suit, wearing black-rimmed glasses. "Apologies, comrade," he began. "The notification regarding the redemption of treasury bonds was only issued recently, and some of our staff are still unaware of the details. Are you saying it is indeed redeemable?" Chen Feng pressed. "Yes, we can handle that transaction here." With a sigh of relief, Chen Feng felt the weight lift from his shoulders. The last thing he wanted was to be left with 4,000 bonds that could not be redeemed. "Please help me redeem these treasury bonds," he requested, opening the bag to reveal the contents. The young woman and the balding man stared in disbelief, having expected only a few bonds, not such a substantial quantity. However, given the government's directive permitting free trade of treasury bonds, they had no choice but to comply. After verifying the authenticity of Chen Feng's treasury bonds, they proceeded with the exchange. A substantial pile of cash was laid before him, leaving him momentarily speechless. In 1988, when the highest denomination was a 10 yuan bill, the 14,000 in bonds, along with the state's 5% interest, amounted to 14,700 yuan, all in 10 yuan bills. Considering that a worker's monthly salary was only 60 or 70 yuan, the sum before him represented 20 years of a laborer's earnings. In that moment, Chen Feng felt the palpable opportunity that the era had bestowed upon him. After deducting 5,000 for the proceeds from selling his house and another 2,000 for severance pay, he netted a profit of 7,700 yuan from merely trading treasury bonds. This was merely the beginning. In the following months, he planned to continue trading treasury bonds, Chen Feng took the 14,600 yuan to a nearby post office, sending it to himself via remittance, leaving only a little over 100 yuan on his person. Traveling back to Dongzhou City with such a large sum of cash was perilous. In this era, bank transfers were only accepted between institutions, and large amounts required a letter of introduction. Unable to transfer funds, Chen Feng opted for the post office remittance, incurring a 1% service fee. This meant paying 146 yuan in fees, equivalent to 2 months' wages for a worker. Yet, for the sake of safety, he accepted the expense. Exiting the post office, it was already 4:30. Chen Feng wasted no time resting and headed straight to the train station, preparing to purchase a ticket back to Dongzhou. The strategy behind trading treasury bonds lay in exploiting the slow dissemination of information, allowing him to capitalize on the time lag before the majority realized the bonds could be redeemed and the state was offering interest. Seizing opportunities for profit was crucial. They were fleeting. On February 7th, Chen Feng returned to Dongzhou City, traveling tirelessly, eating on the train and sleeping in transit. Upon his return, he called He Dazu to accompany him to the post office to collect his money. When Chen Feng poured a sack of money before He Dazu, the latter was utterly dumbfounded. It took a moment for him to regain his composure. "Goodness, where did you acquire such a vast sum?" He Dazu exclaimed, still in disbelief. "Legally and without theft or robbery," Chen Feng replied, his heart swelling with pride. "How could it be so much? My family would never earn that much money in a lifetime." He Dazu heft a thick stack of bonds in his hands, marveling at the sight of such wealth for the first time. Pinching his thigh hard, he confirmed to himself that he was not dreaming. "This amount is nothing. I will earn even more in the future." Chen Feng lit a cigarette, took a puff, and then spoke. "I hope you can assist me moving forward. I need manpower on my side. Can I really do that?" He Dazu expressed a hint of self-doubt. Chen Feng chuckled. "Of course you can. We are friends, and you're the only one I trust." Chen Feng's words instilled courage in He Dazu. Taking a deep breath, he gazed at Chen Feng and declared, "All right, tell me what to do. I will follow your lead." Chen Feng then outlined his plan to He Dazu. He intended to amass as many treasury bonds as possible, especially since many people were unaware of the lucrative potential of these bonds. He had researched that the black market price for a 100 yuan treasury bond was around 55 yuan, and if he could acquire a substantial amount, there would be more to discuss. Chen Feng planned to purchase a 100 yuan bond for 55 yuan, exchange it in Heiken, and with interest, it would yield 105 yuan, a guaranteed profit of 50 yuan. It was a business with exorbitant returns. As for his accomplice, He Dazu, Chen Feng planned to offer him a 10% cut of the profits. Upon hearing Chen Feng's plan, He Dazu's eyes reddened with excitement, his breath quickening. The prospect of wealth laid before him was exhilarating to anyone. "Count me in. I'm with you." He Dazu's tone was resolute. The following day, He Dazu commenced the collection of treasury bonds for Chen Feng, starting with Tianyuan Factory, inquiring who was willing to part with their bonds at the price of 55 yuan for a 100 yuan bond. The workers, already frustrated from being compelled to purchase the bonds, were eager to exchange them for cash when offered 55 yuan. He Dazu also invested 2,000 yuan, claiming it was their entire family savings. He had faith in Chen Feng and was determined to take this gamble with him. Thus, He Dazu became a shareholder, and Chen Feng's capital swelled to 17,000 yuan. Soon enough, with He Dazu's assistance, that amount was entirely converted into treasury bonds. Chen Feng, armed with the newly acquired bonds, boarded a train to Heiken. 2 days later, the total face value of over 30,000 yuan in treasury bonds was redeemed, including interest, yielding 32,400 yuan. This sum was once again sent back to Dongzhou City via a money transfer. Chen Feng then returned to Dongzhou. After several days of travel, he felt no fatigue. Indeed, the prospect of profit invigorated him. Upon his return to Dongzhou, Chen Feng withdrew all the funds. In a mere few days, his initial capital of over 10,000 yuan had nearly doubled. He Dazu, witnessing the piles of cash before him, trembled with excitement. "Crazy man, pinch me and tell me this isn't a dream." He Dazu clutched Chen Feng's arm, realizing he had a stake in this windfall. The sheer amount of money was astonishing to anyone. Chen Feng, looking at the wealth amassed, felt elated. "This is just the beginning. The best is yet to come. Shall we continue collecting treasury bonds tomorrow?" He Dazu, now fully convinced, had only thoughts of assisting Chen Feng in gathering more bonds. Chen Feng shook his head. "We shouldn't collect from our factory anymore. If we accumulate too much, it may raise suspicions, and prices could easily inflate. We must turn our attention to other factories in Dongzhou City." It was time to extend their reach to other state-owned enterprises. "All right, I will follow your lead." He Dazu was now unwavering in his faith in Chen Feng. In just a few days, they had earned a staggering amount, a testament to their impressive acumen. That night, Hidazu found it impossible to sleep, while Chen Feng rested soundly. The next day, Hidazu took a leave of absence. He and Chen Feng split up to gather treasury bonds from other state-owned factories in Dongzhou. The prices of bonds varied slightly across different factories, but it was manageable. Ultimately, the average cost of a 100 yuan treasury bond turned out to be 63 yuan. Though the cost was a bit higher, it was still acceptable. When Chen Feng returned from Hiken, the initial 30,000 yuan had transformed into 52,000 yuan. This fortune felt as effortless as picking up money off the street. Over the next 2 weeks, Chen Feng and Hidazu scoured several state-owned factories in Dongzhou City for treasury bonds. With Chen Feng's capital increased, it took 3 to 4 days to convert all their funds into treasury bonds. Soon, the black market price for treasury bonds in Dongzhou rose to 68 yuan, slightly diminishing profits compared to before. After this round, Chen Feng ceased collecting bonds in Dongzhou City and ventured to neighboring cities, splitting up with Hidazu. Within a month, they had swept through 11 state-owned factories across 3 nearby cities. After a month of trading, Chen Feng's capital ballooned to over 300,000 yuan. As time progressed, some astute individuals began to recognize the value of treasury bonds, causing the price in Dongzhou City to surge from 55 yuan to 90 yuan. The profit margins had become too slim, prompting Chen Feng to abandon further acquisitions in his home province. He set his sights on more distant neighboring provinces. 2 months later, his funds reached 780,000 yuan. Chen Feng contemplated trading for another 2 months, but a news article prompted him to reconsider. Newspapers began extensively reporting on the value of treasury bonds, and many people became aware that they could be redeemed at banks with interest. Consequently, numerous individuals began collecting treasury bonds, driving prices up. Bonds that had previously been obtainable for 60 or 70 yuan suddenly skyrocketed to 95 yuan. The profit from each bond dwindled to a mere 10 yuan. Chen Feng decided to withdraw from this venture. The lucrative opportunity surrounding treasury bonds had concluded sooner than he had anticipated. Nevertheless, he had managed to amass considerable wealth during those 2 months. Chapter 9. The news of Chen Feng's newfound riches shocked the entire city. Within Tianyuan Steel Factory, Hidazu proudly showcased his brand-new motorcycle to Chen Feng, exclaiming, "Crazy man. How about this beauty?" This motorcycle, which cost him 3,000 yuan, represented a significant achievement in an era when owning a motorcycle was remarkable, and cars were the realm of the affluent. Hidazu had profited handsomely from assisting Chen Feng in the bond trade and investing a substantial amount of his own money. Ultimately, he had earned over 100,000 yuan, rendering him quite wealthy in a time when millionaires were rare. He refrained from purchasing a car, preferring to remain low-key. Although he had gained wealth, his commitment to the factory as his home remained unchanged. He intended to continue working there until the day it collapsed. As Chen Feng had predicted, the motorcycle was a reward he bought for himself. Chen Feng sat beside him, smoking a cigarette, watching Hidazu with amusement. Just then, a dark-skinned, middle-aged man hurried over. "Chen Feng, there you are." "Uncle Li." Chen Feng recognized the man, having encountered him a couple of times. He was from the same group as Chen Feng. "Director Wang wants you to come to his office." Hearing this, Chen Feng wondered what the director could want with him, considering he was no longer an employee there. Simultaneously, he noticed that Uncle Li's gaze toward him seemed unusual. When he looked back, Uncle Li hastily averted his eyes. Something was amiss. Nevertheless, Chen Feng resolved to pay a visit. "Thank you, Uncle Li. I shall take my leave now." Chen Feng set off towards Director Wang's office. When he arrived at the door, he found it ajar. He knocked gently and peered inside, noticing that, apart from Director Wang, Zhao Dki was also present, along with 2 men clad in police uniforms seated on the sofa. The sight of the uniformed officers immediately alerted Chen Feng to the gravity of the situation. However, he had committed no crime and thus harbored no fear of the police. "Director Wang, you summoned me?" he inquired. "Comrades of the police, the Chen Feng you seek has arrived." Director Wang addressed the officers beside him. One of the policemen, a tall man with a square face, rose and approached Chen Feng. Scrutinizing him before speaking, "You must be Chen Feng." His voice was low yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "Indeed, I am," Chen Feng replied. "It has come to our attention through the city's postal bureau that you have engaged in a substantial volume of remittance transactions over the past 2 months, amounting to quite a significant sum. We need to verify this information with you." "Yes, those remittance forms were sent by me," Chen Feng stated candidly. The officers were taken aback by Chen Feng's forthrightness. "These remittance forms total upwards of 7 to 800,000. Is that all yours?" "Indeed, it is," Chen Feng affirmed. At this revelation, both Director Wang and Zhao Dki were rendered speechless. "Chen Feng, I never anticipated that you would delve into nefarious activities immediately after leaving our factory." Zhao Dki sighed, turning to the police, "Comrades, he has already severed ties with our factory. By rights, he should be arrested for his misdeeds." "Yes, yes." "Chen Feng is no longer with us," Director Wang hastily interjected, eager to dissociate from Chen Feng to protect the factory's reputation. The square-faced policeman fixed his gaze on Chen Feng, inquiring with an interrogative tone, "And where did this money originate?" "I earned it through the trade of treasury bonds." Chen Feng replied. "Earned it?" The policeman's surprise was palpable. His tone turned more severe. 73,000, all yours?" "Every single penny," Chen Feng confirmed. "What evidence do you possess to substantiate your claim?" Foreseeing the possibility of attracting police scrutiny due to the significant amounts involved in his treasury bond dealings, Chen Feng had kept pertinent documentation on him. He retrieved an envelope from his leather jacket pocket and opened it, revealing receipts issued by the bank. "Officer, here are the receipts from the Heiken People's Bank. I have organized them by date. You may inspect them or verify with the bank." The square-faced man and his colleague examined the receipts with grave expressions. "These are indeed bank receipts, and the accounts align perfectly," the other officer whispered. The four individuals in the room were now utterly astounded, particularly Zhao Dki and Director Wang. Zhao Dki quickly grasped the situation, pointing at Chen Feng. "Ah, so you were the one who acquired a large quantity of treasury bonds last month at our factory." Chen Feng smiled faintly and replied, "The state has mandated that treasury bonds can be traded freely. I merely seized an opportunity." Seeing Chen Feng's windfall of over 700,000, Zhao Dki felt a pang of envy. He had toiled for 2 months at a small shop to earn merely 2,000, initially believing himself to be quite successful. He now found himself dwarfed by Chen Feng's staggering profits. "Do you still harbor doubts?" Chen Feng asked the officers. The square-faced policeman sighed and shook his head, responding, "Thank you for your cooperation. I have no further questions." The two officers turned to Director Wang, stating, "Director Wang, our investigation here is concluded. We shall take our leave." "Safe travels." Director Wang managed, his expression grim. Chen Feng, once an ordinary worker, had transformed into a man of considerable wealth almost overnight, stirring jealousy in anyone who learned of his fortune. After the officers departed, he turned to Director Wang, saying, "Director, I shall take my leave as well." He offered Zhao Dki a smile and exited the office with composure. After leaving Director Wang's office, Chen Feng made his way to He Dazu's home. "Dazu, I wish to purchase your motorcycle. What seems to be the matter?" He Dazu noticed Chen Feng's troubled demeanor. "The news of my earning over 700,000 has reached the factory. As the saying goes, wealth should not be flaunted. Now that my fortune is known, I must leave this place swiftly." Chen Feng spoke the truth. In this era, with no surveillance and crime rates significantly higher than in 2024, the news of his profit from trading treasury bonds would soon spread throughout the factory and city. He needed to depart quickly. "Very well, you may take the motorcycle. We need not discuss the price." He Dazu chuckled. "Dazu, ensure that your earnings remain concealed. I only mentioned that this money is mine, not that you are a silent partner. With over 100,000 in dividends, many will covet your fortune." "I understand. I shall keep it safe and spend not a cent," He Dazu assured, fully aware of the situation's gravity. Chen Feng pondered briefly before advising, "Remember, never flaunt your wealth. In 2 years, when the stock market opens, invest all of it in stocks. Initially, they will be quite affordable. Simply holding on to them for a few years could yield significant returns. As for real estate, that boom will occur post-2000. You will not be able to capitalize on that." "What is the stock market?" He Dazu inquired, unfamiliar with the concept, which was entirely novel to people of that era. "Just remember the terms," Chen Feng replied, leaving Dazu to decide how to proceed. Each individual must forge their own destiny. Whether He Dazu could safeguard his newfound wealth would depend on his skill and fortune. "Understood." He Dazu nodded. Chen Feng smiled at his friend of just 4 months, saying, "I shall take my leave now and return in a few years. I await your return." He Dazu responded with a grin. After bidding farewell, Chen Feng rode He Dazu's motorcycle back to his residence to change into a different pair of shoes, the soles of which concealed a deposit slip worth 690,000. After hastily packing a few belongings, he set off on his motorcycle, intending to reach the provincial capital before boarding a train southward. His next destination was the economic hotbed of the country, the newly opened Special Economic Zone, Shenzhen. That very evening, the news of Chen Feng's fortune from trading treasury bonds spread like wildfire throughout Dongzhou City. The tale of overnight wealth became a sensational topic of discussion. People began to realize the true value of treasury bonds, resulting in a sudden reluctance to part with their holdings. One woman, while purchasing fruit, inadvertently overheard the news. Upon learning that the man who had profited over 700,000 was named Chen Feng, she froze in shock. Once she regained her composure, she collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. This woman was Zhou Xiaoxia, Chen Feng's former fiancée, who had recently called off their engagement, earning a mere 63 yuan a month. The notion of acquiring over 700,000 felt insurmountable. An opportunity to alter her fate had slipped through her fingers, leaving her heartbroken and despondent. Shortly thereafter, Chen Feng's residence in Dongzhou City was invaded by a group of individuals. In this era, with no surveillance systems in place, societal security still had ample room for improvement. You possess a fortune of 1 million, yet the price of such wealth is the unwanted attention of malevolent individuals. Fortunately, Chen Feng was swift on his feet, otherwise, calamity would have befallen him. However, after a fruitless search, the group departed. Riding his motorcycle, Chen Feng hastened to the provincial city, where he found temporary refuge. Upon selling his motorcycle for 2,000, he boarded a train bound for the southern city of Shenzhen. Chapter 10. Arriving in Shenzhen, misfortune strikes. Shenzhen, the vanguard of reform and opening up. A great leader once drew a circle here, and in just a few years, this city nestled in the Pearl River Delta underwent a transformative metamorphosis. Seeking employment in the south became the optimal choice for the youth of that era. The train station in Shenzhen was teeming with people, predominantly those migrating south for work, converging from all directions to embrace this land of opportunity in search of their own paths. Amongst the throng was a young man clad in a tattered, army green cotton jacket, shouldering a large burlap sack, scanning his surroundings as he walked. Following the flow of humanity towards the station's exit, this disheveled youth was none other than Chen Feng. After selling his motorcycle in the provincial city, he purchased a train ticket to Shenzhen 3 days later. The majority of his money was securely deposited in a bank, with the bank book hidden beneath a floor tile in a room he rented in the provincial city, accessible only by prying up the tile. Chen Feng had rented that room for a year. His intention was to first scout the opportunities in Shenzhen, and once he established himself, he would retrieve his funds from the bank and wire them to himself. In those days, there were no interbank transfers. Only telegraphic transfers were available. Having saved the bulk of his money, he embarked on his journey south with merely 30 yuan. Given the era's precarious safety, particularly at the train station, he was wary of thieves and potential trouble. Before his departure, Chen Feng deliberately donned this tattered attire and slung a bag over his shoulder. As he exited the train station and entered the square outside, he was taken aback by the bustling scene. The square was crowded, with an endless stream of workers pouring out of the station, a microcosm of Shenzhen in the 1980s. Upon stepping out, he was quickly approached by several individuals. "Hey, young man, looking for factory work? No experience needed. You could earn between 100 and 200 yuan a month." A middle-aged man in an oversized suit stepped forward, holding a sign that read hiring, while balancing an umbrella in the other hand. Referring to him as young man was not an indication of his looks, but rather a colloquial term used in the Pearl River Delta, where males were called young men and females young ladies. At that moment, another middle-aged woman approached Chen Feng. "Young man, join our factory. We offer good conditions, meals and lodging included. No experience? No problem. We have mentors to guide you." Chen Feng realized that his appearance had led them to mistake him for another laborer heading south. "Apologies, I'm here to visit relatives. Please make way," he replied, quickening his pace to escape the clutches of the recruiting agents. Upon hearing his explanation, they ceased their pursuit and turned their attention to the next target. Once free from their grasp, Chen Feng glanced back at the station's exit, where throngs of people continued to flood out. The number of recruiters was substantial, and many were choosing to enter the factories directly after emerging from the station. Shenzhen had become a beacon of openness, attracting significant foreign investment in recent years, leading to an influx of laborers into the Pearl River Delta. The bustling scene at the train station was a testament to the vibrant landscape of Shenzhen at that time. However, Chen Feng's purpose in coming to Shenzhen was not to work in a factory, but to venture into business. Now that he had arrived, his first task was to find suitable accommodation. He intended to take a bus to the city center to rent a room. As he scanned the area for a bus stop, a middle-aged man, rotund and clad in a slightly yellowed tank top beneath a floral shirt, approached him. "Young man, just arrived in Shenzhen? Need a place to stay? Very affordable." Chen Feng had no intention of staying in a hotel and ignored him. The man, however, blocked his path and continued to enthusiastically entice him. "Consider it. Just 2 yuan a night. It's already past 6. Why not stay the night and leave in the morning?" Chen Feng glanced at the fading daylight. It was indeed getting late. He needed to find a place to stay, but not near the train station, as it was notoriously chaotic. He resolved to head into the city center to find accommodation. Ignoring the middle-aged man, he proceeded towards the bus station. Just then, a hand suddenly clamped down on his shoulder, something sharp pressing against his waist. Turning to see a burly man with a brutish face glaring at him, Chen Feng felt a surge of dread. Brother, don't move. I just want some money. If you don't want to get hurt, don't resist. I only seek your cash, not your life. He sensed the cold steel of a dagger pressed against him. Around him stood two others, vigilant and watchful. Perhaps Chen Feng's misfortune from the last couple of months had exhausted his luck. Just as he had set foot in Shenzhen, he encountered danger. It appeared they had chosen him for his solitary nature and youthful appearance. Alone against three armed individuals, he knew better than to take risks. They were merely after money. It was not worth the peril. Reluctantly, Chen Feng followed the trio into a narrow alley across from the train station. They arrived at a secluded corner, where his bag was searched thoroughly and his person was patted down. Is this all you've got? A small-time thug in a floral shirt with long hair asked, handing a handful of scattered bills to the burly man. The latter scowled at the meager sum, cursing, damn it, just a poor wretch. With their haul in hand, the gang swiftly vanished into a nearby alley. Chen Feng picked up his clothes from the ground and stashed them back in his bag. He had not carried much money, and now it was all gone. Yet, he had taken precautions. Prior to leaving, he had sewn a few bills totaling 100 yuan into the lining of his tattered shoes. With that 100 yuan, he would not find himself utterly destitute. Chapter 11. An Unexpected Rescue. Fortunately, Chen Feng had not brought much money with him on this trip. His substantial wealth was safely tucked away in the bank, with the bank book left in his rented room in the provincial city. Thus, the loss of a little over 100 yuan was not catastrophic for him. In fact, he felt a sense of gratitude towards the bandits, as they had served as a stark warning. He had always believed himself to be cautious. Yet he had underestimated the perils of this era, an age filled with opportunities, yet rife with hidden dangers. In 1987, unlike 2024, where surveillance cameras are ubiquitous, criminals could flee to other provinces, making apprehension challenging. Chen Feng had heard many tales in his youth of affluent individuals who fell prey to nefarious characters, losing not only their money but sometimes their very lives. Therefore, he understood that while he sought to amass wealth, he must also ensure his safety. Chen Feng resolved that once he established himself in Shenzhen and his business began to flourish, he would hire a bodyguard. Otherwise, accumulating millions or even billions would render him restless at night. As he walked the bustling streets of Shenzhen, having just lost his money, it seemed that his journey had commenced on an unfortunate note. As for why he did not seek the police, it was because such matters are difficult to ascertain, and explanations are often convoluted. Moreover, incidents of this nature transpire daily in the depths of the city, rendering them mundane and beyond anyone's capacity to manage. As Chen Feng strolled along the bustling street, he contemplated his next course of action. His immediate priority was to secure a place to stay. He had 100 yuan tucked away in the sole of his shoe and needed to find a location to retrieve it. Just as Chen Feng was mulling over his plans, an elderly man, leaning on a cane, suddenly collapsed to the ground. This scene immediately captured the attention of those nearby. Chen Feng approached and observed that the old man's complexion was pale and his body trembled slightly. However, as the crowd grew, not a single person stepped forward to offer assistance. The mentality of avoiding trouble runs deep within the populace. Chen Feng sighed. He wished to help but found himself constrained. Firstly, he lacked the funds to call for an ambulance, and secondly, even if he were to reach the hospital, he had no means to cover the costs, as he only had 100 yuan to his name. At that moment, a figure in white emerged from the crowd. It was a girl clad in a white dress and carrying a black backpack. She knelt down, rummaged through her bag, and produced a small flashlight. She lifted the old man's eyelid and turned on the flashlight to examine his pupils closely. Then, she leaned down to listen to his heartbeat. Her actions appeared remarkably adept, leading Chen Feng to surmise that she was likely a medical professional. After completing her examination, the girl let out a sigh of relief and remarked, "Fortunately, it's just a case of dizziness. It's nothing serious." Turning to the crowd, she addressed them. "Ladies and gentlemen, there is a hospital approximately 2 kilometers ahead. I need to call a vehicle to take this elderly gentleman to the hospital. Could anyone assist me in lifting him into the car? I cannot manage it alone." The onlookers remained unmoved, unwilling to entangle themselves in what they perceived as a troublesome situation. Chen Feng pondered briefly before stepping forward. "I'll help," he offered. The girl expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you. Please wait a moment while I call for a car." She then moved to the roadside to hail a taxi. In this era, taxis were available in the city, albeit expensive, primarily utilized by foreign traders, making them inaccessible to the average person. Chen Feng carefully lifted the elderly man into the vehicle. "Thank you," the girl said appreciatively. Under the light, Chen Feng finally got a clear view of the girl's features. Her long, straight black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her eyes sparkled like stars, exuding a sense of pure beauty reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze in March. Noticing Chen Feng's gaze upon her, the girl softly inquired, "What is wrong?" Chen Feng smiled and shook his head, "Nothing. By the way, I'll accompany you. Perhaps I can be of assistance. That would be wonderful, she replied gratefully. Thus, the two of them boarded the taxi. After about 10 minutes, they arrive at the entrance of the city's third hospital. Chen Feng helped the elderly man out of the vehicle while the girl settled the fare. Once they brought the old man into the hospital, medical staff promptly attended to his condition, and both Chen Feng and the girl remained by his side, with the girl even taking care of the admission paperwork. Approximately an hour later, after receiving an intravenous infusion, the elderly man regained consciousness and provided a phone number for the hospital to notify his family. Half an hour later, a middle-aged man clad in a designer suit, tall and imposing, rushed into the ward upon seeing the elderly man receiving treatment. "Father, are you feeling better?" he asked anxiously. After the infusion, the old man felt much improved and had just been chatting with the girl. Upon seeing his son, he grasped the man's hand and said, "Son, it was these two kind-hearted individuals who saved me. If not for their timely assistance, I would likely still be lying in the street." The man then turned to Chen Feng and the girl, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you both for saving my father. Please accept this small token of my appreciation." As he spoke, he pulled out two thick bundles of cash from his bag and offered them to Chen Feng and the girl. They exchanged glances, surprised by this unexpected generosity. One bundle likely contained 200 or 300 yuan, totaling over 400 yuan combined. Chen Feng looked at the girl to see how she would respond. She waved her hand, saying, "No, thank you, sir. I'm just an intern doctor. Saving lives is my duty." "I don't need it either," Chen Feng added. Internally, he was slightly conflicted, as he had only 100 yuan left. But upon reflection, he concluded that saving a life is far more valuable than monetary gain. Having resolved to do good, he felt it best to expect no reward. He too declined the money offered by the middle-aged man. Seeing that both Chen Feng and the girl refused the money, Zhao Dayuan expressed his admiration. "I respect your integrity. Here is my business card. If you ever need assistance, feel free to call this number. I will certainly help if I can." Zhao Dayuan then produced 2 business cards from his bag, handing one to each of them. Chen Feng took the card and glanced at the details. Zhao Dayuan, Section Chief of the Foreign Trade Corporation. A wave of astonishment washed over him, and he silently rejoiced at having refused the money. Zhao Dayuan was the Deputy Section Chief of the Foreign Trade Corporation, a position of considerable influence. In the wake of the reform and opening up, many sought to engage in foreign trade, necessitating dealings with the Foreign Trade Corporation. The character Miss Wong from the popular 2024 television drama Blossoms was affiliated with this very corporation. Countless individuals aspired to cultivate relations with this Deputy Section Chief. Yet few had the opportunity, let alone the chance to receive a favor from him. Now, a potential opportunity had unexpectedly presented itself to Chen Feng. Chapter 12. Zhang Weiwei. Upon exiting the hospital, the clock had already struck 10 in the evening. After a flurry of activity, they had spent over 3 hours within those walls. As they reached the entrance, the girl stretched and said to Chen Feng, "Thank you. If it weren't for your help, I truly wouldn't have managed on my own." "No need for thanks. Helping others is the foundation of joy," Chen Feng replied with a smile. This act of saving a life had serendipitously connected him to the upper echelons of the Foreign Trade Corporation, a delightful surprise for Chen Feng. "By the way, I still don't know your name," he realized, having been too preoccupied with the situation to ask. "E.M. Zank Vei, an intern doctor at the 5th People's Hospital," she introduced herself. An intern doctor. No wonder her actions have been so deft while assisting the elderly man. "I'm Chen Feng, just arrived in the city today," he disclosed. "You've done a good deed on your very first day here. That's quite remarkable," Zhang Weiwei said, giving him a thumbs up. Chen Feng sighed. "What good is doing good if good people receive no reward?" "What's wrong?" Zhang Weiwei inquired curiously. Chen Feng recounted his earlier experience at the train station. Upon hearing his tale, Zhang Weiwei clenched her small fists and seethed. "Those people are despicable. Why didn't you report them to the police?" Chen Feng regarded her thoughtfully and shook his head. "It wouldn't be effective." After reflecting on his words, she sighed and asked, "What are your plans now?" Chen Feng pondered for a moment and replied with a smile. "I'll find a park bench to sleep on for the night, and tomorrow I'll seek employment." Of course, it was a jest. He still had funds for a hostel. "I have a spare room at my house, though it's currently used as a storage space. If you don't mind, you can stay over for the night." Upon hearing Zhang Weiwei's invitation, Chen Feng chuckled. "You invite me to your home without fear that I might be a bad person?" Zhang Weiwei laughed in return. "If a bad person would help save lives and spend 3 hours in a hospital, then that merely indicates that the bad person is exceptionally skilled at hiding their true nature." Chen Feng set down his burlap sack and retrieved a graduation certificate, followed by his identification card, which he handed to Zhang Weiwei. "This is my high school diploma, along with my ID," he said. Zhang Weiwei glanced at Chen Feng's high school diploma and exclaimed, "I never imagined you attended high school. That's truly impressive." Chen Feng scratched his head and chuckled. What's so remarkable about high school? I'm not a university graduate. Look at me, I'm just working. In this era, completing high school was indeed commendable, while university graduates were as rare as phoenix feathers. After 2008, there was a significant expansion in university admissions, leading to a surplus of graduates. It was said that one could toss a stone down the street and hit a university student. Back in 1987, university students were akin to dragons amongst men, and high school graduates were also quite scarce. Chen Feng pondered. What would she think if I told her I graduated with a master's degree in finance from Qingbei University and studied abroad for 2 years? Of course, that was merely his previous life's education. In this lifetime, he was just a high school graduate. Come stay at my place for a night. I'm just starting my internship and don't have much money. Otherwise, I could lend you some, Zhang Weiwei sighed. No, wait, she suddenly realized. That director Zhang just offered you some money. You should have taken it. That could have been your lifeline. If only I had thought of your financial burden at the time, you could have stayed in a hotel. Zhang Weiwei lowered her head, her large eyes looking up at Chen Feng. I'm so sorry, it's all my fault. Sometimes I struggle to grasp these social nuances. Seeing her look of regret, Chen Feng smiled reassuringly. It's fine, you did the right thing. One should not expect rewards for doing good deeds. No, you absolutely must stay at my house tonight. I'll have my mom cook something for you. She is an excellent cook. Well, all right then, he replied, as Zhang Weiwei led the way. They walked a few hundred meters and entered a narrow alley, traversing it for a while until they arrived at a small building with a private courtyard. The building was an old-style structure. Although Deep City was a large metropolis, the renovation of the old city had yet to commence, and many of these old houses remained standing. Wait here, I'll go inform my parents, Zhang Weiwei said before slipping inside. Chen Feng patiently awaited outside. After about 5 minutes, Zhang Weiwei emerged. Come in, my parents have agreed to let you stay. With that, she ushered Chen Feng inside. Upon entering the courtyard, Chen Feng took in the surroundings. A longan tree stood in the center, surrounded by a variety of flowers and plants, meticulously cared for, indicating that the owner of this yard truly cherished life. The old-fashioned home had a living room on the ground floor, furnished with a black and white television, which was off since television broadcasts ceased after 10 p.m. in those days. In a living room, a tall, slender man in his 40s or 50s sat in a rocking chair, wearing reading glasses and sporting thick eyebrows. Beside him, a woman in her 40s was arranging tea leaves and a kettle on a nearby table. This is my dad and mom. This is Chen Feng, as I mentioned. Zhang Weiwei introduced them. Hello, uncle and aunt, Chen Feng greeted politely. The man scrutinized Chen Feng for a moment, a hint of wariness in his gaze. Did you and Weiwei just save an elderly person? He inquired. To be precise, it was Zhang Weiwei who saved him. I merely assisted, Chen Feng replied candidly. A slight smile broke on the man's lips as he remarked, I didn't expect you to be so honest. You must be hungry. Let me make you a bowl of noodles, the woman said with a smile. I am a bit hungry, Chen Feng admitted, having not eaten for quite some time. Please, have a seat and drink some water. Weiwei's father gestured for Chen Feng to sit. After he settled in, Weiwei's father continued. Where are you from? I'm from Dongzhou. Did you finish high school? Yes, I graduated from high school. Why did you continue your studies? My parents have passed away, and I could no longer pursue my education, so I began working. Weiwei's father asked with keen interest, and Chen Feng answered openly. He understood the need for caution, given that a stranger was in their home. Chapter 13, An Opportunity Knocks. The ensuing minutes were filled with questions from Weiwei's father and responses from Chen Feng until Weiwei's mother emerged from the kitchen with a steaming bowl of noodles. Xiao Chun, here, as your noodles. She placed the bowl in front of him, casting a reproachful glance at Weiwei's father. He just loves to be suspicious. Conversing with him feels like an interrogation. It's only natural. We have a stranger in the house. It's best to ask a few questions. I would do the same. Chen Feng diplomatically defended Weiwei's father. The man turned his attention to a newspaper, flipping through its pages. Here, eat up while it's hot, if you need more. And it can boil some more. That is enough, really. Chen Feng was genuinely famished, and a large bowl of hot noodles topped with 2 eggs vanished quickly. Observing Chen Feng devour the noodles, Weiwei's mother exhibited a look of concern. Would you like some more? The water is still hot. We can just add noodles, she inquired. No, that's quite enough. Any more and I won't be able to sleep, Chen Feng insisted, waving his hands. At that moment, Weiwei approached and said, The room is ready. It was previously used for storage, so please don't mind it. I'm immensely grateful to have a place to stay. Without you, I would likely have been sleeping on a bench in the park right now. Oh, don't mention it. Just treat it like your own home, Weiwei's mother reassured him. Thank you, Andy. From the moment he entered the home, Weiwei's mother had exuded warmth and compassion, while her father, a quintessential stern figure, spoke little but emanated an air of cultured gravitas. Weiwei led Chen Feng to the tidied room. It was modest, furnished with a bed adorned with bedding and a pillow, while clutter had been neatly set aside. It's late, and we don't have hot water. If you wish to bathe, I can help heat some, she offered. In this era, water heaters were not commonplace. Households relied on burning coal. No worries, it's quite warm. I can manage with cold water, he replied. As the temperature was around 22 to 23 degrees, not particularly cold. All right then, the bathing area is accessible through the kitchen, she instructed. Okay, Chen Feng replied, retrieving a change of clothes from his bag. Upon entering the kitchen, he discovered a small bathroom equipped with shampoo, while there was no shower gel. Soap was the norm for bathing at that time. He took a quick shower to freshen up, having spent a day and a half on the train in the heat. After bathing, he returned to his room, placing his clothes on the bedside, planning to wash them the following day. Satiated and refreshed, sleepiness soon enveloped him. After the day's myriad experiences and exertions, Chen Feng found his eyelids growing heavy and succumbed to slumber. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room, rousing him from sleep. Upon waking, he neatly folded the blanket and stepped into the living room, glancing at the wall clock, which indicated it was already past 9. In the living room sat a young man clad in a white shirt and suit pants, a beeper clipped to his waist, engrossed in a stack of documents. Upon hearing a noise, he turned to see Chen Feng emerging from the house. The man bore a resemblance to Zhang Weiwei, suggesting he was her brother, Zhang Ziwen. Zhang Ziwen cast a cursory glance at Chen Feng and remarked, "You must be Chen Feng. Greetings." Chen Feng returned the greeting. Indeed, he appeared quite refined. Certainly not a nefarious character. Zhang Ziwen's speech was rather forthright, reflecting a hint of youthful naivete. At that moment, Zhang's mother emerged from the kitchen and exclaimed upon seeing Chen Feng, "Ah, young Chen, you're up. Allow me to bring out your breakfast. I noticed you had not risen, so I kept it warm on the stove." "Thank you, Auntie," Chen Feng replied. Zhang's mother returned with a bowl of rice porridge, a plate of pickled vegetables, and 3 steam buns. "Thank you, Auntie. Once I've eaten my fill, I'll head out to seek employment." Chen Feng realized he could not impose on the Zhang family indefinitely. Their kindness in hosting him for a single day was already generous. "Ziwen, are there any tasks at your company that you could introduce Chen to?" Zhang's mother inquired as she sat down, addressing her son, who was engrossed in some documents. "Mom, we are in the foreign trade sector. We primarily deal with people from Hong Kong or foreign entities. It's not a job for just anyone." Zhang Ziwen replied without lifting his gaze from the paperwork. "But Chen Feng is a high school graduate." "You graduated high school?" Zhang Ziwen's head snapped up, surprise evident in his expression as he regarded Chen Feng. Chen Feng nodded. "Do you speak English?" Chen Feng nodded again. After studying abroad for several years, English was second nature to him. In addition to English, he had also learned some Japanese from a girlfriend during his studies, as well as a bit of Cantonese, which he picked up from watching Hong Kong films as a child. Chen Feng had a remarkable aptitude for languages, typically grasping the fundamentals of a new language within a couple of months. Upon hearing Chen Feng's proficiency in English, Zhang Ziwen was thrilled. "Could you assist me in translating this document?" It was only then that Chen Feng noticed Zhang Ziwen had an English dictionary at hand, painstakingly cross-referencing it with the document he was working on. Zhang Ziwen handed the document to Chen Feng, who quickly scanned its contents. It was a quotation from a Hong Kong trading company for television sets, priced at 2,500 Hong Kong dollars each, with a minimum order quantity of 500 units, requiring a response by May 1st, 1988. In a short time, Chen Feng conveyed the gist of the document. Zhang Ziwen was elated. "You understand English? I usually take half a day to translate a document, and you've recognized everything at a glance. With your level of English, you could easily work as a foreign trader at our company." Chen Feng smiled, but remained silent. "How about I inquire tomorrow? It seems our company is currently in need of foreign traders. As long as you are proficient in English and have a high school diploma, you should face no issues with your application." Chen Feng hesitated, then spoke up. "Is it possible for your company to advance salaries? I'm looking to rent a place. I can't keep imposing on you. I had initially planned to find a job that provides room and board to earn some money for myself before pursuing other opportunities." Chen Feng was not one to burden others, and he felt grateful for their hospitality. "You silly boy, why be so polite? We've told you to treat this like your own home. Besides, it's merely sharing a meal," Zhang Weiwei's mother interjected. She genuinely liked Chen Feng, perceiving him as earnest and a high school graduate. To the older generation, children who had received a high school education were considered exceptionally capable and certainly not ill-intentioned. Indeed, if you feel uncomfortable, you could wait until next month's salary to contribute a bit for meals and rent. Stay with us. Your English is so good. You could teach me a thing or two, Zhang Ziwen added. What about Uncle Zhang? Chen Feng inquired. Leave that to me. My father won T object, Zhang Ziwen assured confidently. Chapter 14. The Era of Thriving Foreign Trade. According to Chen Feng's original plan, He intended to find a trade job in Shenzhen, first to familiarize himself with the processes before branching out on his own. As the saying goes, to change fields is like climbing a mountain. Chen Feng had no prior experience in this line of work. He merely recognized that the trade industry was currently lucrative, particularly in dealing with imported appliances, which promised even higher profits. However, he was uncertain about where to begin. Therefore, it seemed most prudent to first secure a position at a company, learn the entire workflow, and understand the unspoken rules of the trade before venturing out independently. Chen Feng had initially planned to seek employment on his own, but Zhang Ziwen's direct offer of work saved him considerable hassle. As for tutoring Zhang Ziwen in English, that was a task Chen Feng welcomed wholeheartedly. During his university days, he had worked as a tutor for high school students. With both Zhang Ziwen and his mother encouraging him, Chen Feng readily accepted the offer. When evening arrived and Zhang's father returned home, Zhang Ziwen approached him to discuss the matter, particularly highlighting Chen Feng's commendable English skills, which earned a thumbs up from him. Chen Feng had already given Zhang Ziwen 2 English lessons that day, opening his eyes to the possibilities. In an age where few could learn English, even fewer had mastered it, and even rarer still were those capable of teaching it. In this new era of openness, one needed to be proficient in English to engage in business with foreigners. Some trading companies in Hong Kong preferred to use English for their documents. As it was still a British colony, after all, during the tutoring sessions, Chen Feng integrated his own experiences of learning English along with popular techniques that would emerge in 2024. One should not underestimate these methods, as they were the result of generations of teachers' accumulated wisdom. The materials Chen Feng provided could easily establish a successful English tutoring enterprise, yet his aspirations lay elsewhere. After discussing for a considerable time, Zhang's father ultimately consented to the arrangement. That night, when Zhang Weiwei returned from work, Chen Feng joined the Zhang family for dinner. The meal, though modest, was balanced and accompanied by the lively chatter of the family, which brought Chen Feng a sense of comfort. After dinner, the family gathered in front of the television to watch a show. In this era, owning a television was a remarkable achievement for any household. The program featured Shanghai Bund, showcasing a dapper Ma Gu in a suit, charmingly embracing Feng Changsheng, exuding an aura of suave sophistication. Chen Feng was not particularly interested in these classic dramas, yet he accompanied them nonetheless. Just as Ma Gu kissed Feng Changsheng, Zhang Weiwei happened to glance back, inadvertently locking eyes with Chen Feng, only to quickly turn away, flustered. At 9 o'clock, the show concluded, and Chen Feng retreated to his room to rest, as he had an interview with Zhang Ziwen at their foreign trade company the next day. To prepare, Zhang Ziwen had lent Chen Feng a suit, complete with dress pants and a white shirt. Their physiques were similar enough that the clothes fit Chen Feng quite well. As he gazed into the mirror, clad in a white shirt and black trousers, Chen Feng felt imbued with the youthful essence of his generation. The following morning, Chen Feng rose early to assist Zhang's mother with breakfast. Zhang Ziwen had yet to awaken. After all, he had dashed out the previous night around 11, claiming he was going to dance, and had insisted on taking Chen Feng along. Chen Feng had declined, citing his impending interview as a reason, leaving Zhang Ziwen to go alone. It was rumored he returned around 2 or 3 in the morning. Zhang Weiwei had an early shift that day, leaving without breakfast. Zhang's father also rose early, sitting in a chair, sipping tea while perusing the newspaper, occasionally casting glances at Chen Feng and Zhang's mother in the kitchen. He held little psychological wariness towards Chen Feng, especially given the young man's composed demeanor and scholarly appearance, which fostered a certain affinity in Zhang's father for educated individuals. In his youth, he was an avid scholar, having completed high school. However, his aspirations to attend university were thwarted by the tumultuous era that ensued. After returning to his hometown, he spent considerable time in the library until the city of Deep City began to flourish, leading to a shortage of personnel in the library, which ultimately resulted in his transfer to Deep City. At 20 minutes past 8, Zhang Ziwen finally rose from bed, clad in a white tank top and oversized shorts, his hair tousled and unkempt. Upon entering the kitchen, he found Chen Feng assisting his mother, and with a playful smirk, he remarked, "Chen Feng, I've come to realize you resemble my mother's son more than I do. Why not marry into our family? Stop with the nonsense and hurry up to brush your teeth and wash your face," his mother chided with a laugh. Zhang Ziwen complied, freshening up and changing his clothes before descending the stairs. Breakfast was a simple affair, consisting of steamed buns, pickled vegetables, and plain congee. During this period, such fare was typical for ordinary families. Occasionally, an egg might be added, but milk had yet to permeate the homes of the masses. After satisfying his hunger, Zhang Ziwen mounted his second-hand Honda motorcycle and beckoned Chen Feng to join him. Chen Feng settled in behind Zhang Ziwen as they set off. The morning traffic in Deep City was congested, with bicycles dominating the streets, some motorcycles weaving through, though fewer in number, and only a smattering of cars. Half an hour later, they arrived at the front of a 5-story building in the city center, a bustling area with newly constructed edifices, each standing 3 stories or taller, adorned with signs proclaiming various trade companies. This might very well be the nascent form of the Central Business District, CBD. Let us proceed. Our company is located upstairs, Zhang Ziwen stated, parking the motorcycle and removing his helmet as he gestured for Chen Feng to disembark. Together, they ascended to the 4th floor, traversing a long corridor until they reached an office marked with the sign of Zhongfa Trade Company, Limited. Please wait a moment. I shall seek out my manager, Zhang Ziwen instructed. All right, Chen Feng responded. As Zhang Ziwen entered, Chen Feng took the opportunity to observe his surroundings. Although the companies were situated on the 4th floor, the corridor bustled with foot traffic. Deep City, being close to Hong Kong and at the forefront of the country's reform and opening up, saw a proliferation of trade companies emerging like mushrooms after rain. The surge in market demand was the driving force behind this influx. These trade companies not only handled foreign trade orders, but also domestic ones, as factories producing household appliances sought to penetrate the market through these intermediaries. Zhongfa Trade, where Zhang Ziwen worked, derived half of its orders from Hong Kong and the other half from domestic sources. According to him, both domestic and foreign orders were lucrative. For instance, an imported television set, priced at over $2,000 from abroad, could fetch $5,000 to $6,000 domestically, yielding nearly double the profit after accounting for tariffs. Thus, the field of foreign trade attracted many aspiring entrepreneurs seeking fortune. Chen Feng, too, aimed to capitalize on the burgeoning trade opportunities in the coming years. Chapter 15. A smooth onboarding. After 5 minutes of waiting, Zhang Ziwen emerged from the office. All right, you may enter for your interview with the manager. If you pass, you can begin work, he announced, leading Chen Feng inside. Chen Feng surveyed the modest office, which housed approximately a dozen employees. Such small-scale trade companies were quite common in Deep City, particularly during the early days of foreign trade, when most enterprises were of a similar size. Do not underestimate these small trade companies. Many publicly traded firms of the future sprouted from such humble beginnings. Chen Feng was ushered into an office where a middle-aged man, slightly overweight and clad in a suit with a petite mustache, sat at the desk. This individual was Song Changfa, the manager and owner of the company. He was engaged in a phone conversation. Mr. Wang, rest assured, we will handle that shipment smoothly. Our connections in this area are quite strong. Enjoy your weekend tea. Chen Feng and Zhang Ziwen stood at the door, awaiting the conclusion of the call. Fa Ge, this is the relative I mentioned, Zhang Ziwen introduced. Chen Feng, don't you want to greet Fa Ge? He gestured subtly. Hello, Fa Ge. Chen Feng greeted the man respectfully. Zhang Ziwen explained that Song Changfa preferred to be called Fa Ge instead of manager, a name inspired by his admiration for actor Chow Yun-fat. Song Changfa assessed Chen Feng. You graduated from high school? Yes, I graduated, and I have the diploma with me, Chen Feng replied, presenting his certificate. Song Changfa glanced at it briefly before setting it aside. How is your English? Fairly decent, Chen Feng replied, aware that he could not claim fluency. Fa Ge. He is being modest. His English proficiency is such that he could tutor me, Zhang Ziwen interjected on Chen Feng's behalf. Then let us see you translate this document, Song Changfa said, tossing a sheet of paper to Chen Feng. Upon examining it, Chen Feng realized it was a product manual for a television. Do you have a pen? Song Changfa tossed him a pen, and Chen Feng swiftly began to write. Approximately 3 minutes later, he handed the translated document back to Song Changfa. So quick? Song Changfa expressed surprise. Chen Feng merely smiled, as such translations were child's play for him. After reviewing the document for a moment, Song Changfa produced another translation for comparison. Seconds later, he looked up at Chen Feng in astonishment. You're quite impressive. To translate it so quickly and without errors. Your English skills are indeed commendable. During my studies, English was my strongest subject, and I dedicated considerable time to mastering it. Very well, you're hired. Our company needs talents like you, Song Changfa decisively confirmed. Thank you, Mr. Song. No, thank you, Fa Ge, Chen Feng replied, suddenly realizing the significance of the affectionate title. The phonetic similarity of Fa to send off made it understandable why Song Changfa preferred this name. All right, Zhang, Song Changfa instructed, you'll mentor Chen Feng during this period. Certainly, Fa Ge, Zhang Ziwen responded with a smile, eager to partner with Chen Feng, having discovered through their conversations that Chen Feng possessed a wealth of knowledge. Zhang Ziwen led Chen Feng around the office, introducing him to the staff. The trade company employed a total of 17 individuals, including the manager. Most of the trade orders were facilitated through Song Changfa's connections in Hong Kong. In the late 1980s and early 1990s, Hong Kong was a significant trade partner, and its economic boom was closely tied to the development of the domestic economy. After brief introductions, work commenced in earnest. Chen Feng's first task was to translate the foreign trade orders received from Hong Kong into Chinese. At this time, Hong Kong remained a British colony, and various documents, including orders, were still in English, necessitating the hiring of English-speaking employees in trade companies. The reality was that during the early reform period, anyone wishing to earn foreign currency needed to possess English skills. Once the orders were translated, Chen Feng would ascertain the quantities, prices, brands, and countries of origin for the goods. Foreign trade companies, upon receiving orders, act as intermediaries, seeking domestic distributors willing to procure the shipments. One must not underestimate the role of this intermediary. The profits involved can be quite substantial. An imported television is priced at 1,000 yuan abroad, yet it retails for 3,000 yuan domestically, allowing foreign trade companies to secure a profit of at least 700 to 800 yuan. Even products from domestic manufacturers, when transported from coastal areas to the inland regions, yield profits exceeding 30%. In this era, countless individuals engage in reselling, amassing wealth through the trade of goods. Foreign trade companies can be regarded as an enhanced version of these resellers. Chen Feng commenced his training under Zhang Ziwen to learn the intricacies of order processing. After dedicating an hour to instructing Chen Feng on the fundamental procedures, Zhang Ziwen found that Chen Feng quickly grasped the concepts. For a graduate of Tsinghua University and a master's degree holder in finance from abroad, these tasks were exceedingly straightforward. During this nascent phase of reform and opening up, there were few individuals proficient in English. The employees at this company possessed varying levels of English proficiency. Competent staff often required 2 hours to translate a single order, as many documents lacked a standardized format and employed inconsistent terminology, necessitating frequent dictionary consultations for unfamiliar vocabulary. Chen Feng, already fluent in English, could complete these translations in a mere 3 to 5 minutes. Once the orders were translated, the next step involved contacting the company's channel distributors to inquire about their interest in purchasing and the quantities desired. This task was simple, akin to door-to-door sales. However, given the unique context of the times, the market dynamics dictated that quality products were in high demand, particularly imported household appliances. The general populace was still navigating a distinctive period. Acquiring superior imported electrical goods conferred significant social prestige. This was not an instance of blind admiration for foreign products, but rather a reflection of the underdeveloped state of various domestic industries, which were still in their infancy, with technological capabilities lagging behind those of foreign competitors. Furthermore, the recent opening up had introduced foreign ideologies that profoundly impacted the mindset of the populace. 3 decades later, when Huiguo emerges as the world's foremost industrial power, its product will boast exceptional quality at reasonable prices, surpassing Western technology. Supporting domestic goods will become a prevailing sentiment, with citizens proudly purchasing homegrown smartphones and automobiles. As of now, in 1988, the thriving market for high-quality foreign goods is not detrimental. Rather, these products serve as benchmark for domestic manufacturers striving for improvement and progress. Even though Chen Feng is a time traveler, he recognizes that he lacks the means to effect immediate change. His current ambition is to capitalize on the opportunities presented by the era to accumulate wealth, enabling him to influence the course of history once he possesses sufficient capital. Chapter 16. An effortless start by 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Chen Feng had successfully completed all 3 orders in his possession. Except for minor communication issues with the first order, the second and third were negotiated with ease. Holding the orders, Chen Feng approached the office of Song Changfa, who was engaged in a business call, speaking fluent Cantonese. Rest assured, it's all old friends. This deal won't cost you anything. It's a friendly price. Let us have tea sometime. After Song Changfa concluded his call, Chen Feng lightly knocked on the door. Upon seeing Chen Feng at the threshold, Song Changfa gestured for him to enter. Come in, he said. Once Chen Feng was inside, Song Changfa retrieved a box of cigarettes, lit one, inhaled deeply, and inquired, Ah Feng, is there something you need? I've completed all the orders, Chen Feng replied. I'd like to request additional ones. They mentioned that I need to come to you for new orders. This company, established by Song Changfa, primarily received orders from his relatives in Xiangyang. To retain control over core orders, Song Changfa only allocated a limited number to his subordinates, allowing them to request more only after completing their current tasks. Finished all of them already? Song Changfa asked, somewhat astonished. Chen Feng nodded and presented the 3 orders to him. Here, take a look. Song Changfa accepted the orders and glanced over them, noting the clearly listed distributors, prices, and even calculated profit margins. Excellent. Truly remarkable, Ah Feng. I didn't expect you to finish so quickly. He then handed Chen Feng several orders from his drawer, saying, "Here are a few more for you to process." With a smile, Chen Feng accepted the orders and returned to his work. As he grew adept, his speed in processing orders became exceedingly rapid. In under 2 hours, he had also completed the 4 orders provided by Song Changfa. When he approached Song Changfa again, he found that he had no orders left in hand. Song Changfa was surprised by Chen Feng's remarkable efficiency. "You work like a machine." In reality, Chen Feng had devised a formula that allowed him to input data, such as costs, shipping fees, and profits, thereby determining the minimum price at which an order could be processed without incurring a loss. The bulk of his time was consumed by communicating with distributors. With no orders remaining for Song Changfa, who ran a small foreign trade company that sought orders based on staff availability, he tossed a notebook to Chen Feng, instructing him to reach out to suppliers. The notebook contained contact information for trade companies in Xianggang that had previously collaborated with Zongfa. Typically, Song Changfa's orders came from these Xianggang trade companies, which would procure large quantities of items, such as refrigerators from abroad. Given the substantial volume, smaller companies like Zongfa would often collaborate to share the load. The key to effective communication was understanding what products the other party had available, their specific prices, and assessing whether they could manage the quantities. The favor owed to Zhao Dayuan had not yet come due. Naturally, Song Changfa would not provide Chen Feng with contact for companies with which he had established close ties. The companies listed in the notebook were those with which he had had minimal interaction or merely exchanged contact information, lacking any prior collaborations. His decision to pass this list to Chen Feng was merely a strategy to cast a wide net and see if anything could be caught. If Chen Feng succeeded in securing orders, it would be fortuitous. If not, it was of little consequence. Ultimately, the success of Song Changfa's company relied on the orders procured through his relatives in Xianggang, which are the most critical assets. In addition to seeking orders from Xianggang, there was another route, requesting orders from the foreign trade headquarters. However, the orders from the headquarters were typically large and required considerable capacity to fulfill, without the necessary qualifications. The headquarters would not allocate orders. Chen Feng possessed the contact details for Zhao Dayuan, the section chief at the foreign trade headquarters, but he had no immediate intentions of reaching out. With a notebook from Song Changfa in hand, Chen Feng began making calls to companies in Xianggang. After several attempts, he encountered responses ranging from unfamiliarity with Zongfa trade to abrupt hang-ups upon mentioning the company. As the workday came to an end, the concept of a 996 work schedule was still foreign in the 1980s. Once the clock struck the hour, it was time to leave. Zhang Ziwen, seated beside Chen Feng, stretched and remarked, "Finally, it's time to clock out. I'm completely wiped out." Noticing Chen Feng lost in thought over the notebook, he stood up, patting Chen Feng on the shoulder. "Stop staring. Let us go. I plan to take this home and study it." "Study what?" He scoffed. "Most of the numbers in there are unreliable. They were obtained through Song Changfa's relatives in Xianggang. The companies listed have never collaborated with us, so they're unlikely to respond to you." He has handed this notebook to many people, and they all ended up empty-handed. At that moment, Chen Feng realized that it was not a matter of his own incompetence, but rather that he had fallen victim to Song Changfa's scheme. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred. Placing the notebook into his bag, he felt that he should be able to unearth something valuable within. After work, Zhang Ziwen rode his motorcycle with Chen Feng back home. Upon their arrival at Zhang's residence, Zhang's father was in the living room reading the newspaper, while Zhang Weiwei had also returned from work. Busily assisting their mother in the kitchen, Zhang Ziwen approached his father for a casual chat, while Chen Feng perused the notebook that Song Changfa had given him. It contained numerous phone numbers of trading companies from Hong Kong. However, without prior collaboration or a referral, any attempts to contact them would likely be met with indifference. Chen Feng had already experienced this firsthand today, encountering several rejections and even receiving scoldings. Nonetheless, he held a persistent belief that within that notebook lay the potential for something useful, which was why he had taken it home, intending to examine it thoroughly. Dinner was soon ready. Zhang Weiwei emerged from the kitchen carrying a plate, donned in an apron, her hair neatly styled, exuding an air of a devoted wife and mother. Upon noticing Chen Feng's gaze upon her, she shyly lowered her head. "Dinner's ready. I'm famished." "Oh, roast goose. Today truly feels festive," exclaimed Zhang Ziwen as he discovered a dish of roast goose on the dining table, taking a piece to savor. Zhang Weiwei playfully tapped Zhang Ziwen's hand with her chopsticks, admonishing him, "No sneaking bites. Just one piece. It's the same whether I eat now or later," Zhang Ziwen retorted, behaving like a younger brother in front of his sister. "Hurry and dish out the rice. It's time to eat." "Chen Feng, come to the table," Zhang Ziwen called out. Chapter 17, Unexpected Gains. Chen Feng set aside his notebook and prepared to serve himself. But Zhang Weiwei placed a bowl of rice in front of him. "Here you go." "Thank you," Chen Feng replied, somewhat taken aback. Zhang Ziwen, witnessing this, exclaimed Zhang Weiwei, "You're biased, helping him with food, but ignoring me? And I'm still your brother." Zhang Weiwei shot her brother an eye roll and replied, "He is our guest, and it's his first day at work. I don't care. Bias is bias," Zhang Ziwen grumbled as he served himself. Once everyone had settled around the round table, which was covered with an old newspaper, they discovered a sumptuous spread, a bowl of fluffy, steamed eggs, a dish of sautéed greens, and a large pot of lean meat and gourd soup, with the centerpiece being the roast goose. "Don't be shy. Dig in," Zhang's father, as the head of the family, was the first to pick up his chopsticks, prompting the others to follow suit. He resembled an old scholar from a bygone era, imposing strict dining etiquette upon his children, insisting on silence while eating. Thus, they all quietly enjoyed their meal without conversation. After finishing, Zhang Weiwei and their mother began clearing the dishes, while Zhang's father prepared tea at the coffee table. Chen Feng intended to assist Zhang Weiwei, but she shooed him away, insisting he keep their father company for tea and conversation. Consequently, Chen Feng sat beside the coffee table, observing Zhang's father as he brewed tea. Zhang Ziwen slumped on the wooden sofa, casually flipping through a newspaper. "Xiao Chen, how was your first day at work?" Zhang's father inquired, casually adjusting the tea set. "It was fine. Just fine. It was clearly exceptional." Zhang Ziwen interjected from the side. "Dad, you wouldn't believe it. After just one demonstration, he picked it up quickly, and by the end of the day, our boss praised him. Indeed, at the end of the day, Song Changfa had patted Chen Feng on the shoulder, encouraging him to keep up the good work." Zhang's father nodded in approval, pouring some tea into Chen Feng's cup, saying, "That's great. Young people should be grounded. Deep City is a wonderful place. As long as you are diligent, you will always find your niche here." In response to his father's advice, Chen Feng could only nod earnestly. After several rounds of tea, feeling somewhat stifled, Chen Feng pulled Zhang Ziwen aside to tutor him in English, irrespective of his reluctance. Initially, Zhang Ziwen had intended to lounge on the sofa and enjoy his leisure time, but upon Chen Feng's offer to help him with English, he reluctantly acquiesced. Once the dining area was tidied up, Chen Feng picked up the self-study English textbook that Zhang Ziwen had previously purchased and began to teach him bit by bit. With Chen Feng's encouragement, Zhang Ziwen quickly found his rhythm. Unbeknownst to Chen Feng, Zhang's father, observing from behind while sipping tea, couldn't he help but smile and nod. "Have some fruit," Zhang Weiwei said, placing a platter of sliced apples on the dining table. "Oh, come on, I was just getting into the zone, and you interrupted me." Zhang Ziwen exclaimed impatiently. "It's not for you. It's for Chen Feng," she retorted. The sibling pair began to bicker. Helping Chen Feng with his meals and cutting fruit for him? "I see you're ready to marry him." Zhang Ziwen teased his sister. "What are you talking about?" Zhang Weiwei smacked his shoulder playfully, her face flushing, before swiftly turning to leave. "Hey, how dare you hit me? This girl is getting bolder by the day." Zhang Ziwen sighed. For Chen Feng, it elicited a faint smile. The two resumed their studies until around 9:30, when a friend of Zhang Ziwen called him to go clubbing. Zhang Ziwen wanted to drag Chen Feng along, but the latter had no interest in such activities and politely declined. After Zhang Ziwen left, Chen Feng took a shower to clear his mind. Back in his room, he resumed flipping through the notebook in his hands, his mind rapidly filtering through information. Ever since his rebirth, his mind had become remarkably sharp. Whether remembering things or performing calculations, it functioned like a small computer, allowing him to effortlessly recall even minute details. What would have required considerable time to compute now flowed from his lips with ease. Perhaps this was a small boon of his rebirth. Upon reaching the last page of the notebook, he discovered a list of some major trading companies in Hong Kong, most of which had never collaborated with him. Chen Feng's gaze lingered on the third-to-last entry, Hong Kong Longchangshin Trading Company. The name seemed vaguely familiar, yet he couldn't recall why. Closing his eyes, he concentrated, certain he had encountered it before. A minute later, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. He remembered, this Longchangshin Trading Company was founded by Li Jiazhong, one of Hong Kong's 10 richest tycoons. Although not as prominent as Li Jiaqin, he was still a notable figure in Hong Kong's real estate sector. This company was managed by his daughter, Li Yuyun. However, on May 1st, 1988, while Li Yuyun was in Deep City for business, she was targeted by a group of kidnappers who demanded a ransom of 10 million. After receiving the ransom, the criminals did not release her, but instead ended her life. This case garnered immense media attention, dominating the headlines for several days. Memories flooded back into Chen Feng's mind, and he recalled every detail. Today was April 3rd, leaving less than a month until May 1st. If he could seize this opportunity to rescue Li Jiaqin's beloved daughter, he would earn a significant favor from one of Hong Kong's wealthiest men. This was an extraordinary opportunity. Although it seemed perilous, with proper preparation, it could be a gamble worth taking. With this thought, Chen Feng approached the wall calendar and flipped to May, marking a heavy circle around the first. With the date secured, he now needed to find allies. To rescue the daughter of a magnate, he would have to confront a gang of criminals. Going in alone was utterly impractical. He required a partner, someone adept at dealing with violent situations. He had been haunted by the incident at the train station when he fell into a trap set by villains upon his arrival in Deep City. He understood profoundly that to flourish in this era, he must first ensure his own safety. Otherwise, no matter how much wealth you amass, it merely serves to enrich the unscrupulous. Hence, Chen Feng has long sought an individual, one with exceptional skills, who can emerge during critical moments to safeguard him. The pursuit of a bodyguard must be expedited. Even if it requires a significant expenditure, he must secure one. Otherwise, should he strike it rich, he would find himself with money to earn, but no life to spend it. Chapter 18. The startup capital for business has arrived. Chen Feng spent a week at the Zongfa Trading Company, and after fully acclimating to the workflow here, his efficiency drastically improved compared to before. While the average person could manage a single order within 2 days and be deemed competent, Chen Feng could accomplish 5 or 6 orders in a single day. To this end, Song Changfa even went out of his way to bring in additional orders for Chen Feng, showering him with respect in his words. Chen Feng had evidently become Song Changfa's golden goose. During this week, aside from mastering the processes of the foreign trade company, Chen Feng also took the opportunity to clandestinely study customs and financial knowledge. Although he had pursued finance before his rebirth, the year was now 1988, and over 30 years separated him from 2024. The rules and dynamics of each era differ, necessitating a fresh start in many respects. Fortunately, his foundational knowledge remained intact, allowing him to learn swiftly. Simultaneously, he re-established contact with Hidazu over the phone. During their conversation, Chen Feng reassured Hidazu of his well-being and requested a favor: to retrieve a 20,000 yuan time deposit from the apartment he rented in the provincial city and wire the funds to him. He had already placed the key to the apartment in an envelope and mailed it to Hidazu. After all, Hidazu was the person with whom Chen Feng had spent the most time since his rebirth, having shared struggles and gained insight into his character. In this era, Hidazu was the only individual Chen Feng could trust. Their childhood friendship had blossomed into a partnership through shared toil. Naturally, Chen Feng had taken precautions. His money was not all in one place, but rather distributed. He had rented 3 different rooms in various locations across the provincial city, with his 70,000 yuan in deposits split into 3 separate certificates kept in different rooms. His request to Hidazu was merely to retrieve the smallest denomination as a measure of trust, for people can change. Having settled in Shenzhen, Chen Feng had gained a solid understanding of the foreign trade industry. He did not intend to remain at the Zongfa Trading Company for long. Once the funds from Hidazu arrived, he planned to resign and venture out on his own. One morning, during the morning meeting at Zongfa Trading Company, the company's president, Song Changfa, stood before his employees, speaking passionately. "Colleagues, you ought to learn from Chen Feng. He has only been with us for 9 days and has already become our top salesperson. The volume of orders he has handled surpasses that of an entire team." Turning to Chen Feng, Song Changfa added in an encouraging tone, "Chen Feng, keep up the good work, and I will give you a raise next month." Chen Feng merely smiled faintly. In the past few days, he had facilitated trade orders worth 2 million yuan for Song Changfa, resulting in a profit of at least 200,000 for the company. Yet, a mere promise of a raise felt inconsequential to Chen Feng, who had already amassed considerable wealth. He had no intention of continuing to toil for Song Changfa. His time at Zongfa Trading had been akin to a refresher course in the trade sector. Now that he had acclimated, it was time to prepare for his departure. After the meeting, Chen Feng returned to his workstation, ready to commence his tasks. At that moment, a postal worker entered Zongfa Company, calling out, "Is Chen Feng here? Is there a Chen Feng present?" Upon hearing his name, Chen Feng stood and raised his hand. "Yes, I am here." The postal worker handed him an envelope containing a wire transfer slip. After signing for it, Chen Feng returned to his desk, surrounded by colleagues engrossed in their work. He opened the envelope and extracted the wire transfer slip, revealing a substantial figure, 200,000 yuan. Chen Feng exhaled deeply. Hidazu had indeed delivered on his promise. His initial capital had arrived. He carefully placed the wire transfer slip back into the envelope and solemnly tucked it into the lining of his jacket. As noon approached, Zhang Ziwen approached him, placing a hand on Chen Feng's shoulder. "Let us go out for lunch. Ride with me. I need to go somewhere." Chen Feng rose from his seat. "Where to?" "To the postal office," Zhang Ziwen replied. Chen Feng, having pulled Zhang Ziwen out of the company, rode his motorcycle to the city's postal office. During this time, Chen Feng also purchased a burlap sack. When he exited the postal office, the once empty sack was now filled to the brim. Now, take me to the bank, Chen Feng requested. Where are you up to? We have less than half an hour before work resumes, Zhang Ziwen observed, glancing at his watch. Rest assured, even if we return late, Fa Ge won't say a word to us, Chen Feng replied confidently. Fine, you're quite the big shot now, the company's rising star. I'll follow your lead. Zhang Ziwen conceded, driving Chen Feng to the bank. By the time Chen Feng emerged from the bank, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Let us head back to the company. Fa Ge just paged me, asking where we were. I told him you had a stomach ache and that I was taking you out to buy some medicine. I'm not going back, Chen Feng declared. Not going back. Zhang Ziwen was puzzled by Chen Feng's sudden shift. Correct, Chen Feng nodded. I no longer wish to remain at Zongfa Company. Not staying at Zongfa? Are you planning to jump ship? Zhang Ziwen inquired with a chuckle. Chen Feng shook his head. No, I intend to strike out on my own. Going solo? Zhang Ziwen scrutinized Chen Feng's expression, realizing he was serious. Brother, you're no novice. You know that trading requires capital. Without money, who will give you orders? I have the funds, Chen Feng said, presenting a deposit slip to Zhang Ziwen. Zhang Ziwen took the slip, glancing at the figure, exclaiming, 100,000? Chen Feng nodded, explaining that he had divided the 200,000 into 2 slips, keeping 100,000 safely in the bank, while he held the other 100,000. Where did you acquire this money? Zhang Ziwen asked, his eyes filled with caution. Last year, I made a profit from trading treasury bonds. Chen Feng then recounted how he had come by his earnings, though he omitted the fact that he had amassed 700,000, as that revelation would surely astonish Zhang Ziwen. He merely stated that he had seen an article in the newspaper about trading treasury bonds and decided to gamble with his severance pay, ultimately earning his first pot of gold. Chen Feng explained the origins of his funds to reassure Zhang Ziwen. Zhang Ziwen, considering that his monthly salary and bonuses totaled only 4 to 500 yuan, realized it would take him 20 years of relentless toil to accumulate such a sum. He was taken aback by Chen Feng's ability to produce such a significant amount of money with the funds in hand. Chen Feng was indeed ready to embark on his own venture. Continuing to labor for Zongfa trading held no significance for him any longer. To venture out alone, he required assistance, and Zhang Ziwen was the ideal choice. Not only was he well-versed in the trade industry, but he also possessed valuable connections that could complement Chen Feng's shortcomings. Additionally, the Zhang family had extended kindness to Chen Feng during a time when he was on the verge of destitution. Out of both sentiment and rationality, Zhang Ziwen was the best option. Chapter 19. Resignation and Independence. After Chen Feng extended an invitation to Zhang Ziwen, he refrained from pressuring him for an immediate response, intending to grant him a 2-day period for contemplation. After all, in this era, relinquishing a stable job to venture into business requires a certain degree of audacity. However, Zhang Ziwen promptly provided his answer to Chen Feng. He returned a deposit slip to Chen Feng, gazing at him with a swell of emotions, and declared passionately, "All right, let us do it. Aren't you going to think it over?" Chen Feng inquired. "The opportunity is right in front of me. What is there to ponder? I've long aspired to start a small business. I just lack the capital. Moreover, that scoundrel Song Changfa is not a good boss, always skimming the wages of his subordinates. I've been weary of him for quite some time." At this moment, Zhang Ziwen unburdened his thoughts. Song Changfa was indeed an unsatisfactory employer. Over the last few days, Chen Feng had helped him secure 2 million in orders, yielding at least 2 to 300,000 in profit for him. Yet Song Changfa merely gifted a meager $100 red envelope, insisting that Chen Feng was still in his probation period and that commissions would be calculated after the probation, along with the promise of a salary increase. This was a classic case of a boss painting grandiose prospects with empty words. People of this era were often gullible, and Chen Feng had no intention of falling for such tricks. "Very well, I will resign today and register the company tomorrow. Let's get started." An hour later, Chen Feng and Zhang Ziwen returned to Zongfa Company. They approached the office of Song Changfa, who was still engaged in a business call inside. Once he concluded the call, Chen Feng and Zhang Ziwen stepped in. "What's the matter? Do you need something?" "Ah Feng, I heard you weren't feeling well. Are you better now?" "Much better," Chen Feng replied. He and Zhang Ziwen had been using his stomachache as an excuse to be out of the office. "Well, according to company policy, absenteeism results in a deduction of a day's wages. However, considering your condition, I'll only deduct half a day." Chen Feng silently cursed this blood-sucking capitalist. Fortunately, he had no intention of continuing there. Zhang Ziwen and Chen Feng exchanged a glance, and then Chen Feng spoke. "Actually, General Manager Song, we both intend to resign." "What? Resign?" Song Changfa, who had been reclining in his boss's chair, straightened up at this news. "Yes, resign." Song Changfa's eyes darted, and a smile instantly bloomed on his face. "Ah Feng, you must be joking. If you're dissatisfied, you can discuss it with me. There's no need to resign. How about this? I'll make you a regular employee today, granting you full employee benefits. What do you think? Song Changfa assumed Chen Feng was throwing a tantrum over work-related issues, prompting his resignation. He had no qualms about Zhang Ziwen leaving. He could easily hire another. However, Chen Feng was a talent who had helped him earn over 200,000 in less than 10 days. How could he bear to let him go? He was also counting on Chen Feng to assist with a batch of orders he had secured from relatives in Hong Kong. Chen Feng's sudden announcement caught him off guard. No need, General Manager Song. I'm determined to leave. The transition to regular status is meaningless now. I merely came to express my gratitude for your care during my time here. Song Changfa's gaze shifted to Zhang Ziwen, and his voice turned stern. Zhang Ziwen, explain what's going on here. Has someone poached you? Brother F.A., no need to inquire further. We are here solely to resign. As the saying goes, all good things must come to an end. Let us remain on good terms. Perhaps we can collaborate in business in the future. Upon hearing the mention of future business collaboration, Song Changfa suddenly realized. So, you two are planning to go into business for yourselves? Chen Feng and Zhang Ziwen neither confirmed nor denied it. They were preparing to establish a trading company operating in the same industry. And even if they said nothing, Song Changfa would soon deduce it. It appears you believe you have developed wings and are ready to fly solo. Song Changfa's tone grew cold. He understood that he could no longer retain Chen Feng and Zhang Ziwen. However, Zhang Ziwen was intimidated by Song Changfa's imposing presence, unable to meet his gaze. Having worked under him for 3 years, the authority of the boss still loomed large. In contrast, Chen Feng remained unfazed, wearing a calm smile. Brother F.A., we have made our decision. We shall take our leave now. Regarding our wages, please consider it a gift to you. In this era, labor laws were not yet robust, and labor contracts were rarely signed by private enterprises. Rather than entangle himself with Song Changfa over a trivial amount of money, it was far wiser for Chen Feng to extricate himself swiftly and pursue greater fortunes by establishing the company. After stating this, he and Zhang Ziwen rose to depart. Wait, Song Changfa called out to Chen Feng. Brother F.A., is there something you need? Chen Feng turned to face him. Nothing of great importance. I merely wish to caution you both that this industry is fraught with peril. Your experience may not suffice when times grow tough. Zonfa Trading Company will always welcome you back. Thank you, Brother F.A. Chen Feng discerned the undertones of threat within Song Changfa's words, having anticipated such a warning. After exiting the building, Chen Feng and Zhang Ziwen found themselves on the bustling street. What's our next move? Zhang Ziwen was now entirely receptive to Chen Feng's direction. First, we need to withdraw some money to launch the company, and we must also find an office space. Do you know anyone who can assist with the registration? I have a friend at the Industry and Commerce Bureau. I can reach out to him for help. Then I'll leave that matter in your capable hands. Additionally, please look for an office space. It need not be large at the beginning. A place to settle would suffice. No problem, I'll take care of it. As Zhang Ziwen spoke, his tone softened. By the way, please don't mention our resignation to my parents. If they find out I've quit my job to start a business, they'll be furious. Zhang Ziwen's parents were typical of the older generation, preferring their children to pursue stable, risk-free careers. To them, having a steady job was the ideal situation. Rest assured, I won't breathe a word of it. The two made their way to the bank before closing time and withdrew 50,000 yuan. The bank did not raise any objections to their withdrawal, as it was common for many in Shenzhen to require substantial funds unexpectedly. After securing the money, Chen Feng handed 20,000 yuan to Zhang Ziwen, saying, "You keep this portion. Use it to establish connections and smooth over relationships. Money spent on socializing is never wasted. If you run low, just let me know. And once the business gets off the ground, we'll quickly recoup this amount." Right, Zhang Ziwen nodded, understanding the importance of maintaining good relations with influential figures in business. Also, expedite the business license application and secure the office space as soon as possible. For the next couple of days, we should operate separately. What will you be doing during this time? Zhang Ziwen asked, weighing the heavy stacks of cash in his hands. Chen Feng replied earnestly, "I'm going to hire someone." Chapter 20, Preparations for Entrepreneurship. In the afternoon, Chen Feng and Zhang Ziwen returned home on schedule, just like any other day after work. Chen Feng first handed over this month's meal expenses, claiming it was a bonus from the company. Initially, Zhang's mother was reluctant to accept it, but Zhang Ziwen interjected, explaining that Chen Feng had been working hard recently and received a substantial bonus, prompting her to reluctantly accept. In reality, had Chen Feng continued working at Zonfa Trading, his salary plus bonuses would have amounted to over 2,000 yuan by the end of the month. For an average office worker, this was not a trivial sum, but for the ambitious Chen Feng, who had come to Shenzhen to carve out his own path, it was far from adequate. Chen Feng planned to move out of the Zhang household. Staying there indefinitely was not a viable option. Although Zhang Ziwen's parents treated him exceptionally well and did not regard him as an outsider, the feeling of being dependent on others was not ideal. While returning home from work, Chen Feng scouted nearby housing options, intending to relocate within the next few days. During dinner, when Chen Feng broached the subject of moving out, Zhang's mother vehemently urged him to stay, and even Zhang's father, who rarely spoke, suggested that Chen Feng could continue living with them without the need to move out. Zhang Weiwei was taken aback upon hearing the news of Chen Feng's impending departure. When she realized Chen Feng's gaze was directed towards her, she immediately lowered her head to focus on her meal. It was evident that the young woman harbored some reluctance towards Chen Feng's departure. Through their daily interactions, Chen Feng sensed that Zhang Weiwei held a subtle affection towards him, indicative of romantic interest. Chen Feng possessed an appealing appearance, standing at an impressive height of 180 centimeters, with a decent visage that bore a hint of charm. Although he had merely completed high school, in this era, he was still regarded as well-educated. Chen Feng's feelings towards Zhang Weiwei were quite complex. He found himself drawn to her. Her beauty was not insignificant, embodying a pure and innocent charm that he admired. With her large, expressive eyes and long, straight black hair, she exuded the essence of a quintessential girl next door. Had Chen Feng chosen to remain in the city as a modest businessman, Zhang Weiwei would undoubtedly have made the perfect life partner. However, Chen Feng's ambitions extended far beyond the confines of the city. He aspired to reach a national, if not global, scale. He himself was uncertain of where he would find himself in a few years. The world was vast, and he could very well end up in Hong Kong or even the bustling streets of New York. For someone who had been reborn, this world was rife with opportunities and prospects. Alongside ambition came desire, and Chen Feng pondered whether he would be able to remain steadfast once he achieved wealth. It was a common tale that many affluent individuals abandoned their humble beginnings and partners upon acquiring wealth, a reflection of how one's desires could shift with changing circumstances. This uncertainty regarding his future prevented Chen Feng from pursuing a deeper relationship with Zhang Weiwei. He feared he might hinder her youth. Still young himself, he chose to set aside thoughts of marriage for the time being, focusing solely on his financial pursuits. Dinner concluded swiftly, and Zhang Ziwen excused himself to meet a business associate regarding the operational license. Chen Feng, relieved of his obligation to tutor Zhang Ziwen in English that evening, joined Zhang's father in the living room for tea and conversation. Zhang's father was a decent man, albeit somewhat old-fashioned in his thinking. This era had transformed rapidly, leaving the older generation struggling to adapt. Their discussion touched upon societal development trends, wherein Chen Feng provided insightful analysis that shifted the elder's perspective, leading him to recognize that businessmen were not merely opportunistic criminals, but individuals with commendable qualities. As the clock struck 10, Zhang's father retired for the night, and Chen Feng returned to his room to pack his belongings, preparing to move to his rented accommodation the following day. His new residence was conveniently located less than 50 meters from the Zhang family home, having become available as the previous tenants were relocating to Hong Kong. The two-story house, much like Zhang's, was rented at a modest fee of 100 yuan per month. Chen Feng envisioned that, as his company expanded, the house could serve as employee quarters. The property boasted a well-maintained garden filled with flowers and trees, providing a sense of comfort upon entry. The landlord had expressed a desire for someone to tend to the garden, indicating that the rental fee was inconsequential. While Chen Feng was organizing his belongings, he was interrupted by a series of crisp knocks at the door. Turning to see Zhang Weiwei standing outside, clutching a set of bedding, he inquired, "Is there something you need?" After a moment's hesitation, she stepped inside and placed the bedding on Chen Feng's bed, saying, "This set is new. Take it with you. So you want me to purchase one?" Initially intending to decline her generous offer, Chen Feng found himself at a loss for words, ultimately smiling and expressing his gratitude with a simple, "Thank you." After depositing the bedding, Zhang Weiwei turned to leave, but Chen Feng called out to her. As the name Weiwei slipped from his lips, he realized the intimacy of his address was unusual. He typically referred to her by her full name. Zhang Weiwei paused, her cheeks flushing slightly as she turned back to inquire, "Is there anything else?" Her gaze fell shyly to the ground, avoiding direct eye contact with Chen Feng. He marveled at the innocence of young women in this era. He contemplated the significance of her kindness, recalling how she had offered him shelter during a difficult time. A gesture he would remember for a lifetime. "I am moving out primarily to seek a quiet environment for my studies. Living alone would grant me a bit of freedom. My new place is not far, and you are welcome to visit whenever you like." Zhang Weiwei managed to stammer a quiet okay before hastily retreating. Chen Feng chose not to dwell on the encounter, believing that things would unfold as they should. The following morning, Chen Feng and Zhang Ziwen set off for work as usual. Zhang Ziwen brought forth good news. A contact from the business sector had agreed to assist in obtaining their operational license and could facilitate a quicker process. They were to visit that day, with the license expected to be ready in 3 days. Naturally, expedited service would require a monetary incentive, estimated at 2 to 3,000 yuan. Chen Feng was willing to invest this amount, as the alternative of following the standard procedure would likely take at least 2 weeks, if not longer, depending on potential bureaucratic delays. By spending the money now, they could obtain their license sooner, allowing their business to commence and recoup their initial investment swiftly. Eager to start earning, the pair parted ways at the alley's entrance. Zhang Ziwen headed to handle the licensing, while Chen Feng proceeded to the talent market to recruit personnel. He reiterated his intention to hire staff, despite Zhang Ziwen's confusion about the urgency. The early stages of their venture appeared manageable for just the two of them, and it seemed premature to recruit additional help. However, Chen Feng assured him that he had a plan, and Zhang Ziwen refrained from further comment, recognizing that Chen Feng was the ultimate decision-maker. In the forthcoming company, Chen Feng had allocated a portion of the shares to Zhang Ziwen, who was well-versed in the industry and possessed connections in crucial departments. Chen Feng understood that to establish a solid foothold, he needed to leverage Zhang Ziwen's experience and network. Navigating the initial stages independently would consume considerable time. Moreover, as a reincarnated individual endowed with foresight, Chen Feng envisioned a future where his business endeavors would extend far beyond this single enterprise. He aspired to establish multiple companies and accumulate countless assets. This was merely one of many ventures. In the startup phase, enticing individuals to commit fully required more than just a salary. Equity stakes were essential. Chapter 21. Recruiting a bodyguard. In the bustling city of Shenzhen, the talent market buzzed with activity as workers from across the nation descended in search of employment following the new year. Some disembarked from trains directly into factories, while others lingered in the city for a few days, seeking alternative opportunities. Those who frequented the talent market typically possessed specialized skills, such as construction, culinary arts, or sales. Chen Feng intended to recruit from this very market. He first approached the management office to pay for a booth rental. Unfortunately, having arrived late and being a newcomer, he was assigned a less favorable spot in a corner. Chen Feng, however, was unconcerned. In a recruitment market, success hinged not on location but on the compensation offered. He hung his prepared sign, boldly declaring a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan for a bodyguard, with straightforward requirements. The candidate must be capable and fearless. His recent encounter with the scam at the train station served as a reminder that in this era, one must be alive to earn money and alive to spend it. Even wealthy individuals like Li Jiaqin had fallen victim to extortion from ruthless criminals. As a reborn individual, earning money was a task Chen Feng found remarkably effortless. The matter of ensuring his own safety had become an imperative consideration for him. Moreover, upon leaving the Zongyong Trade Company, the veiled threats from Song Changfa towards him and Zhang Ziwen left Chen Feng with the conviction that Song Changfa would not let the matter rest easily. Chen Feng had heard from Zhang Ziwen that Song Changfa had connections with some unsavory characters in the underworld. Thus, Chen Feng felt compelled to take precautions. Prior to the company's opening, he resolved to hire a bodyguard for himself. With a bodyguard by his side, he would be unafraid of offending others and could act without the looming dread of retaliation, allowing him to fully unleash his ambitions in this era. Consequently, on the day following his resignation, Chen Feng headed straight to the talent market in search of a suitable candidate. Offering a salary of 3,000 a month for a bodyguard instantly garnered considerable attention. In the urban factories of Deep City, workers earned merely 1 to 200 a month. In this day and age, one could hire a robust individual for a mere 1,000. 3,000 would be sufficient to employ 3. However, Chen Feng's requirements were distinct from others. Simply put, there were 2 critical criteria. First, the candidate must possess extraordinary combat skills, ideally able to take on 5 opponents simultaneously. Second, in the event of an emergency, they must be willing to stand up and defend him. Individuals who meet both these criteria are exceedingly rare. Nevertheless, Chen Feng preferred quality over quantity. He was willing to spend money, but what he sought most was an unwavering sense of security. Soon, a crowd gathered around his booth. Chen Feng sat there, leisurely flipping through the pages of a book. After a while, a burly man approached and inquired, "Boss, are you hiring bodyguards?" "Indeed," Chen Feng replied. 3,000 a month? "Yes," he nodded. "Do you think I'm fit for the job?" The burly man asked eagerly. Chen Feng placed a brick on the table and said, "If you can break it with a single punch, you will advance to the next round. Regardless of whether you are ultimately selected, anyone who passes this test will receive a reward of 500 yuan. This was the first challenge set by Chen Feng for the applicants. It was evident that such a brick of that thickness could not be shattered without considerable training. If one could not break a single brick, Chen Feng would not entrust his safety to an average individual. The burly man, upon seeing the brick, hesitated. Chen Feng noted the expression on his face and silently shook his head. Although this man appeared physically robust, he likely had no martial training. In truth, a person's combat capability is not necessarily tied to their physique. Chen Feng had once witnessed Muay Thai performances in Thailand, where the masters, despite their slender builds, possessed explosive power capable of bending steel bars with a single kick. Even the legendary martial artist Bruce Lee, though lean, was incredibly powerful, with every muscle brimming with strength. Undeterred, the burly man, motivated by the prospect of a 3,000 yuan salary and the 500 yuan reward for passing the test, decided to give it a shot. He picked up the brick and placed it horizontally in front of him. After taking several deep breaths, he shouted, "Ha!" and struck the brick with his fist. The brick remained unscathed, while the man quickly withdrew his hand, his face turning a shade of crimson from the pain. Chen Feng shook his head. "I'm afraid you haven't passed this first challenge. Here, take this 50 yuan for your trouble," he said, handing the man a small amount of money. Those seeking work were often just ordinary people trying to make ends meet, and Chen Feng was reluctant to make things difficult for them. Given that the burly man had injured his hand while attempting to break the brick, it was only right to compensate him for medical expenses. The man hesitated, but eventually accepted the money, muttering a thank you before disappearing into the crowd. Chen Feng returned to his book, the brick still resting on the table. Before long, news of the high-paying bodyguard position spread throughout the talent market, drawing a growing crowd to his booth. However, most were merely spectators, and only a few dared to attempt the challenge, with most ending in failure. After 2 or 3 unsuccessful attempts, fewer challengers stepped forward. Chen Feng sat there from morning until afternoon, and gradually, the audience around him dwindled. Doubt began to creep in. Was it truly impossible to find a suitable candidate today? Or had martial practitioners become scarce in this era? Just as Chen Feng pondered the futility of his search, a tall, muscular man in his 30s emerged from the crowd. He approached Chen Feng and asked, "Is it true that breaking this brick earns you 500 yuan?" "Indeed," Chen Feng replied. The man picked up the brick and stepped back a few paces. The onlookers silently parted to give him space. With a low grunt, the man drove his fist towards the brick, which shattered into 2 pieces upon impact. Chen Feng's eyes lit up, and he gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Excellent technique." The man presented the broken brick to Chen Feng. "I passed, right?" "Yes, here is your 500 yuan, Chen Feng said, promptly handing over the cash. The man solemnly tucked the money into his inner pocket. "Please wait a moment. If no one else can successfully challenge, then the position is yours," Chen Feng instructed, inviting the man to take a seat. With 3 hours left until the talent market closed, if no stronger candidates appeared, he would hire this man as his bodyguard based on his impressive brick-breaking skills. After a brief conversation, Chen Feng learned that the man was named Chen Xiaongbei, who had trained in hard Qigong under the village elder, making him a seasoned practitioner. With the winds of reform sweeping across the nation, Chen Xiaongbei felt compelled not to let his skills go to waste and planned to venture southward to seek his fortune. Today marked his 2nd day in Deep City and his 1st day searching for work, fortuitously leading him to Chen Feng's recruitment efforts. Confident in his abilities, he was determined not to miss this opportunity. Chen Feng assured him to remain patient, as the recruitment process was not yet concluded. As time ticked away, it quickly approached 5:30 in the afternoon. During this period, several more individuals attempted the challenge, with 3 successfully passing the brick-breaking test. All 3 were seasoned practitioners who had rushed over from other talent markets upon hearing about the lucrative bodyguard position. By 5:30, 4 individuals had successfully passed the initial test. With half an hour remaining until the market closed, the crowd was noticeably thinner than in the morning. Chen Feng prepared to wrap up and take these candidates for the 2nd round of testing at a nearby sports center, where there was a boxing gym. He intended to hire a taxi to transport the 4 men for a sparring session. Whoever emerged victorious would secure the position. Just as Chen Feng was gathering his things, a young man with short hair emerged from the crowd. Noticing Chen Feng packing up his sign, he approached and asked in a serious tone, "Had you already filled the position?" Not yet," Chen Feng replied, assessing the young man. He was of unremarkable build and appearance, clad in a somewhat faded blue jacket and worn-out liberation shoes. Yet, he stood tall and straight, exuding a resilient and upright demeanor typically found in soldiers. This implied that the young man had likely served in the military. Upon further examination, Chen Feng noted that the young man did not shy away from his gaze. Instead, he met Chen Feng's eyes directly. Chen Feng perceived the piercing gaze of the individual before him, akin to the edge of a sharp blade. As their eyes met, an involuntary chill coursed down Chen Feng's spine, reminiscent of locking eyes with a ferocious tiger. Are you willing to try? The young man proposed. If you can split a brick, you will advance to the next round of the selection process and earn a reward of 500 yuan. Chen Feng resolved to give this audacious youth a chance. The young man shook his head, replying, "No, I am not a street performer. I am here to be a bodyguard." This declaration immediately drew the ire of Chen Xiaongbei and his 3 companions, whose expressions brimmed with indignation. Undeterred, the young man continued conversing with Chen Feng. "I have a condition." "What is it?" Chen Feng, intrigued by the young man's audacity, inquired. "I require 100,000 yuan. Provide me with that sum now, and I shall dedicate myself to your service," the young man stated earnestly. "I can arrange for 100,000 yuan. But how can you prove that your life is worth that amount?" Chen Feng countered. In this era, the number of individuals with wealth was scarce. 100,000 yuan equated to the wealth of 10 affluent households. The young man's immediate demand for such an amount would likely have sent anyone else packing. Observing Chen Feng's companions, the young man queried, "They too have passed the preliminary test, correct?" "Indeed," Chen Feng affirmed. "If I could defeat them, wouldn't that demonstrate that my life is worth 100,000 yuan? Certainly." Chen Feng had selected only the finest fighters, particularly Chen Xiaongbei. Renowned for his formidable strength and prowess, he was capable of facing 10 adversaries single-handedly. Should the young man manage to best someone of Chen Xiaongbei's caliber, it would undoubtedly signify his superior strength. Chen Feng was in search of bodyguards, not mere security personnel. The stronger, the better. Upon receiving Chen Feng's confirmation, the young man boldly declared, "Let them come at me together. I am pressed for time." This audacious statement incensed Chen Feng's companions. "You insolent brat," one of the men exclaimed, stepping forward with a swift motion, his fist, massive as a sandbag, hurtling toward the young man's face. Yet, in the split second before contact, the young man extended his hand, deftly grasping the assailant's fist. With an agile shoulder thrust, he sent the man reeling backward, stumbling several steps before losing his balance and collapsing to the ground. This display of skill left Chen Feng utterly astonished. Not only had the young man effortlessly countered the surprise attack, but he also executed a counterstrike with remarkable finesse. As the skirmish unfolded, a crowd of onlookers quickly gathered, drawn by the spectacle. Realizing the situation had escalated beyond his expectations, Chen Feng noted the relative seclusion of their location. It would take the administrators some time to arrive. "Please refrain from fighting here. I will escort you to the city sports center where you can don protective gear for a proper contest," he urged. To his surprise, the young man responded, "No need. I want to deliver any lethal blows. They want to be harmed." He then turned to the remaining 3 companions of Chen Feng. "Come at me together. I truly am in a hurry. Strike him. Beat him." The spectators began to chant, eager for the action to resume. 2 of Chen Feng's companions exchanged glances and charged forward. One launched a sweeping kick at the young man's legs, while the other aimed a punch at his face. Attempting a coordinated assault, in an astonishing display, the young man reached out, grasping the sweeping leg with one hand while seizing the other man's arm with the other. In that instant, both attackers found themselves immobilized. Panic flashed across their faces as the young man swiftly swept the leg of the one who had attempted the kick, sending him crashing to the ground. He then thrust the other assailant away with a powerful shoulder push. Within moments, the 2 seasoned fighters were effortlessly subdued. The surrounding crowd erupted in applause, exclaiming admiration for the young man's extraordinary prowess. Incredible! Such skill from someone so young. Chen Feng had only witnessed such displays in martial arts films. To witness it unfold in reality was beyond his imagination. The young man's technique resembled not traditional martial arts, but rather a form of combat sport, executed with astonishing speed. Such proficiency could only be honed through real combat experience. Mere practice against wooden dummies would not suffice. Turning his attention to Chen Xiaongbei, the young man asked nonchalantly, "Aren't you going to fight?" With a wry smile, Chen Xiaongbei shook his head, conceding, "I cannot best you. I admit defeat." He had witnessed the young man's fierce and precise strikes, which, while lethal, had shown restraint at the critical moments. Aware that he stood no chance against this formidable opponent, he humbly bowed to Chen Feng, stating, "Congratulations, boss. I shall take my leave." Chen Feng found himself wishing to retain Chen Xiaongbei, but with limited funds and upcoming business expenses, he abandoned the thought. The other 3 companions, having been bested, also departed without a word. The young man approached Chen Feng, asserting, "I have one." "Indeed, you have," Chen Feng acknowledged. "As per our earlier agreement, you shall receive 100,000 yuan for your service." The urgency in the young man's demeanor was palpable. While Chen Feng was curious about the young man's pressing need for money, he recognized the exceptional talent before him. It would be a grave mistake to let such an asset slip away. Money was something he could earn, after all. Being a reborn individual afforded him many advantages, but opportunities to encounter such remarkable skill were rare. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Feng resolved to secure the young man's allegiance. I can provide you with 100,000, but it is late, and the bank is closed. How much can you accept now? After some thought, Chen Feng replied, I have 25,000 yuan available at present. He had withdrawn 50,000, allocating 20,000 to Zhang Ziwen for networking, leaving himself with 30,000. After expenses for housing and recruitment, he had approximately 26,000 left. 25,000 will suffice. Follow me, the young man instructed, hastily making his way toward the exit. Noticing the young man's urgency, Chen Feng inquired, Where are you rushing off to? To the hospital, the young man replied succinctly. Chapter 23. Qin Weiguo. At the Fifth People's Hospital of Deep City, at the billing counter, Zhang Weiwei handed a stack of receipts to Chen Feng. All settled. The outstanding medical fees have been paid. The remaining costs can be addressed tomorrow, she informed him. Glancing at the young man beside Chen Feng, she asked, Is he your friend? Indeed, Chen Feng confirmed, expressing gratitude. Thank you. Without your assistance, I would have been at a loss. Think nothing of it. I know the attending physician for his mother. I will mention it to him when I return to work tomorrow. While I cannot promise any special treatment, he will certainly pay closer attention, she assured him. Thank you once again, Chen Feng reiterated. Following the talent market encounter, he had accompanied Qin Weiguo to the Fifth People's Hospital. Qin Weiguo was the young man who had effortlessly triumphed over 4 opponents. Initially perplexed by his urgent need for funds, Chen Feng soon understood upon arriving at the hospital. Qin Weiguo's mother was ill and presently hospitalized, awaiting the necessary funds for surgery. The surgical costs were modest, around 5,000 yuan. However, post-surgery complications necessitated a specific foreign medication for rehabilitative treatment. The medication in question is prohibitively expensive, with international prices reaching $500 per injection. When imported, the costs escalate further. After 3 courses of treatment, the total amounts to approximately 50,000 yuan. The doctor merely mentioned this, and Qin Weiguo took it to heart. This led to a scene that unfolded in the talent market. Qin Weiguo, a devoted son, had relied solely on his mother since his father's passing. After deducting 6,000 yuan for surgery and hospitalization, the remaining sum for the foreign medication was around 40,000 yuan, which he intended to reserve for his mother's old age. He contemplated the dire possibility that the person providing the 100,000 yuan might compel him to endanger his life or engage in illicit activities. Thus, his desire for an additional 40,000 yuan was rooted in worst-case scenarios. Upon hearing Qin Weiguo's words, Chen Feng was deeply moved. Unfamiliar with the intricacies of hospital procedures, he sought out Zhang Weiwei, who worked at the Fifth People's Hospital. Understanding Chen Feng's situation, Zhang Weiwei accompanied him to the billing department to settle the outstanding medical fees and hospitalization costs, subsequently helping him secure a more comfortable private room. The private room was a request made by Chen Feng. When Qin Weiguo's mother was admitted, financial constraints forced her to sleep on a bed in the corridor. Observing this, Chen Feng arranged for the best available room, as he had resolved to treat Qin Weiguo as one of his own, having recognized the latter's remarkable abilities. During their journey, Chen Feng inquired about Qin Weiguo's background. Qin Weiguo refrained from elaborating, merely stating that he had served in the military and had seen combat during the Sino-Vietnamese War. When Chen Feng asked if he had taken a life, Qin Weiguo only smiled in response. Chen Feng understood that the man before him had indeed killed. In war, such acts are inevitable. No, it would be more accurate to say he had slain enemies. Chen Feng sensed that many foes had met their demise at Qin Weiguo's hands. When their gazes locked, it felt akin to staring into the eyes of a tiger. Unlike Chen Xiaongbei, whose skills were honed in other arenas, Qin Weiguo's prowess was forged in the crucible of battle, rendering his every move strikingly precise and lethal. Chen Feng posed further questions, but Qin Weiguo preferred silence. And Chen Feng respected that everyone harbors their own secrets. Having such a formidable ally instilled a sense of security in Chen Feng. Upon arriving at the hospital, he promptly settled Qin Weiguo's outstanding medical expenses and arranged for his mother to be moved to a private room. Zhang Weiwei also assisted in scheduling the surgery for Qin Weiguo's mother. The private room was significantly better than a standard one, spacious and bright, with an en-suite bathroom and a small bed for family members to rest. After the transfer was completed, a nurse came to administer and to Qin Weiguo's mother, marking a temporary conclusion to their efforts. Chen Feng glanced at his watch. It was already 7 o'clock. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave, he stated. Thank you, came Qin Weiguo's soft reply. For him, expressing gratitude seemed a challenge, as he had likely never asked for favors before. Had it not been for his mother's grave illness, he would still be in the barracks. Chen Feng chuckled and patted his shoulder, saying, "What is there to thank me for? This is part of our arrangement." He then pulled out a wad of cash, pressing approximately 500 yuan into Chen Weiguo's hand. "Take this for now, to buy some nutritional supplements for your mother. She needs to regain her strength." Chen Weiguo initially intended to decline, but accepted it upon hearing it was for his mother. "I will bring the promised funds tomorrow. My friend at the hospital has already facilitated your mother's surgery, and I've also arranged for the medication." "Thank you," Chen Weiguo said again, this time with greater ease. He found himself at a loss for words beyond that expression of gratitude. "If there's nothing else, I will take my leave." "Understood." Chen Weiguo walked to the door of the room, watching Chen Feng depart. After leaving the ward, Chen Feng did not head home immediately. Instead, he stopped by a small shop at the hospital entrance to purchase a bag of candies and biscuits before returning. He found Zhang Weiwei in her office, engrossed in her work under the lamp. As she was on night duty, she would not return until the following morning. Chen Feng gently knocked on the door. Seeing him, Zhang Weiwei's expression shifted from surprise to a warm smile. "You haven't left yet?" Chen Feng grinned as he entered, placing the bag of treats in front of her. "I bought these at the entrance. Feel free to indulge when hunger strikes." "I'm afraid our hospital regulations prohibit accepting gifts from patients," she replied. "You could always claim they were from a family member." "I noticed Dr. Huang's husband bringing her breakfast," Chen Feng suggested. Upon this remark, he realized he had misspoken. Catching sight of Zhang Weiwei's flushed cheeks as she turned her face away. "I meant, aside from a husband, there's also a brother or similar. After all, aren't you and your brother akin to siblings?" Chen Feng worried she might misconstrue his words. Zhang Weiwei remained silent, her face still tinged with red. "Well, it seems I've caused a misunderstanding. This era's young women possess a certain innocence. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave." After placing the items down, Chen Feng hastily exited, feeling as if he were fleeing a crime scene. Observing his awkward retreat, Zhang Weiwei couldn't help but smile faintly. She casually unwrapped the candy from the bag and popped it into her mouth. "Oh, it's so sweet." After exiting the hospital, Chen Feng mentally berated himself. He had let his guard down, speaking too casually in front of Zhang Weiwei, carrying over habits from 2024 regarding interactions with women. Before his time travel, he had dated 3 girlfriends and had grown accustomed to a more relaxed rapport with the women around him. However, this was 1988, a time when young women held more conservative views. Some jokes could easily lead to misunderstandings. Fortunately, it was Zhang Weiwei. Had it been another woman, she might have accused him of impropriety and reported him to the authorities. On his way back, Chen Feng reflected deeply on his behavior, vowing never to make such a mistake again. Upon returning to the Zhang residence, he began packing his belongings for his new rental. Zhang Ziwen, having toiled all day, was already back and assisted Chen Feng with the task. By the time Chen Feng had arranged his new home, it was well past 9 in the evening. He suggested they go out for a late-night snack, both to celebrate his new residence and to discuss work matters. The two made their way to a street vendor at the entrance of an alley. In April, the temperature in Deep City had begun to rise. And influenced by the nearby Hong Kong's consumption culture, locals ventured out in the evenings for late-night snacks, barbecues, and cold beer. Thus, the night markets thrived with activity. Chapter 24, Visiting the Sick. With a swift motion, Zhang Ziwen expertly opened a bottle of beer, pouring a glass for Chen Feng, then one for himself. After taking a hearty gulp, he leaned back in his chair and lit a cigarette. "I've sorted out the business matters. My friend has established a convenient channel, and we should receive the business license by the day after tomorrow at the earliest, truly a testament to Deep City efficiency. I've also recruited the necessary personnel. They will officially start in a few days." Given that Chen Weiguo's mother was about to undergo surgery, he was temporarily unavailable. However, Chen Feng was not concerned. The company was still in its foundational stage, and he wouldn't require Chen Weiguo's services immediately. The reason for seeking Chen Weiguo was to secure his own interests, as he wished to shield his business from external influences. After finishing a bottle of beer, their barbecued food was ready. The two continued to eat and drink, returning home around 11 o'clock. Upon arriving at his rental, Chen Feng felt a sense of solitude. During his half-month stay at the Zhang residence, he had gradually acclimated to the sensation of living with a family. It was only natural to feel a sense of discomfort upon suddenly moving out. It was precisely this discomfort that compelled Chen Feng to force himself to leave. He feared that if he continued residing at the Zhangs, he might become complacent and succumb to a life of ease. Excessive comfort could dull one's ambition. Having been reborn, Chen Feng possessed an extraordinary ambition that set him apart. Thus, he had to consistently maintain a sense of hunger within himself. After taking a shower and browsing through a book for a while, feeling fatigued, he succumbed to sleep. At 5 o'clock the next morning, Chen Feng rose early. On the first night after moving out, his sleep was rather restless. He changed into athletic wear and engaged in a brief jog around the yard, followed by practicing Tai Chi, taught by Zhang Weiwei's father. It was a daily ritual for him, and Chen Feng had quietly learned it as well. Remarkably, even though the Tai Chi that has been passed down lacks practical combat value, with some dismissing it as mere ornamentation, practicing it invigorated his spirit and dispelled inner turmoil. The house Chen Feng rented had a spacious yard, totaling over 200 square meters. In another 10 or 20 years, the value of this land would appreciate significantly, were it not for his desire to avoid prolonged commitment. He might have considered purchasing the property. After a brief exercise session, he took a shower and changed into clean clothes. At 6:30, he set out. By 7 o'clock, he arrived at the hospital, first visiting Zhang Weiwei's department. Having worked the night shift, Zhang Weiwei would be finishing her shift at 8 o'clock. Upon entering the department, Chen Feng found her already at work. He placed a cup of soy milk and a bag of steamed buns in front of her. "Here, be filled," he announced. Looking up and smiling upon seeing Chen Feng, Zhang Weiwei replied, "I'm about to finish my shift. You needn't have brought breakfast. You finish at 8, and by the time you get home, it will be nearly 8:30 or 9. Breakfast is best eaten early for good health," he countered. Noticing her weary expression, he inquired, "What is wrong? Did you not rest well last night?" "We had 3 waves of patients during the night shift, and I only managed to snatch some sleep around 4, she explained. The demands of a doctor's work were more strenuous than Chen Feng had anticipated. At that moment, 2 female doctors entered, clad in white coats and in their 30s. Spotting Chen Feng and Zhang Weiwei, one of the slightly plump doctors remarked, "Oh, Xiaozhong, is this your boyfriend? Coming all the way to bring breakfast so early. Nowadays, the youth are so different from our time. Isn't expressing love all the rage now?" The other doctor chimed in, "Zhoye Vangye Stopyoking. He is my neighbor. He just happens to have a friend hospitalized here and kindly brought me breakfast." Zhang Weiwei clarified, her cheeks flushing under their teasing gaze. "Quickly attend to your friend. I'm about to hand over my shift," she urged, wishing for Chen Feng to leave swiftly. "All right, I'll take my leave then. Don't forget to eat your breakfast," Chen Feng replied, wanting to prevent any misunderstandings about their relationship among her colleagues. "Understood," he said as he exited her department and made his way to the ward where Qin Weiguo's mother was staying. Standing at the doorway, he saw that she was already awake. Qin Weiguo was sitting at the head of the bed, slowly feeding her thin meat porridge. Upon noticing Chen Feng at the door, Qin's mother smiled warmly. "Xiao Chun, you're here." Her complexion appeared significantly better than the previous day. "Auntie, feeling better, I hope?" Chen Feng inquired kindly. "Much better, doctor. Zhang came to see me at 7 and said she has scheduled the surgery for me. I truly appreciate all your help," she expressed gratefully. Chen Feng was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Zhang Weiwei would visit Qin Weiguo's mother so early, especially with the hefty stack of medical records awaiting her attention. Yet her concern for his friend only deepened his admiration for her. A girl like Zhang Weiwei was indeed rare, akin to searching for a lantern in a dark night. "No need for formalities, Annie. We are all friends here, and it is only natural for friends to help one another. Coincidentally, Dr. Zhang is also my friend, so I asked her to assist," he replied. "Isn't Dr. Zhang your partner?" Qin's mother suddenly inquired. Chen Feng shook his head, stating, "No, we are merely ordinary friends." "Oh dear, I must be getting old and forgetful, thinking all along that she was your partner. How embarrassing," she said, her face flushing with embarrassment. "Not all, doctor. Zhang is a wonderful person and would likely not take it to heart," Chen Feng reassured her with a smile. "Xiao Chun, you and Dr. Zhang are both good people. I've never heard of Wei Guo having such a friend in the city," Qin's mother remarked, glancing at her son. Chen Feng exchanged a knowing look with Qin Weiguo. Realizing the implication, he promptly responded, "We met during his time in the military, but after I started my business, we lost touch. Alas, he had a promising future in the army. It's all my fault for being incapable. If not for me, he wouldn't have had to retire so soon." Qin's mother lamented. "Mom, don't say that. It's my privilege to care for you," Qin Weiguo interjected. "Auntie, rest assured, I have established a company in the city, focusing on import-export trade, bringing in refrigerators and televisions from abroad to sell domestically. It's quite lucrative. Once you're well, I can have Weiguo work at my company, and you both can settle down here," Chen Feng reassured her. "That would be wonderful. I've been worrying about what he will do after leaving the military," Qin's mother replied, her face lighting up with joy as she turned to her son. "Weiguo, don't you have something to say?" "Thank you," Qin Weiguo said sincerely. Looking at Chen Feng, those 2 words were heartfelt, as Chen Feng had not only resolved his financial concerns, but had also preserved his dignity and respect in front of his mother. Chapter 25. The Business Launch. After a brief conversation with Qin's mother, Chen Feng and Qin Weiguo went to withdraw money, concerned about the safety of retrieving the money alone. He had called Qin Weiguo to accompany him. At the bank, Chen Feng withdrew 100,000 yuan from a deposit slip and solemnly handed it over to Qin Weiguo in a sack. In 1988, when the 100 yuan note was first issued, if the highest denomination were still 10 yuan, the sack would indeed be overflowing. Qin Weiguo weighed the sack in his hands, uttering a simple thank you. What is that for? This is your salary for the next 3 years, the fruits of your labor, just settled in advance, Chen Feng replied. I told you, I've sold my life to you. My word is my bond. Who needs your life? Chen Feng chuckled at Qin Weiguo's earnestness. Let me clarify. I am merely conducting business as a law-abiding citizen, not involved in any illegal activities. I just want to make a profit without anyone disrupting my earning potential. It's as simple as that. Qin Weiguo regarded Chen Feng seriously and said, what you think is your own business, but as I said, I will keep my word. You were there for me during my most challenging times. And though I may not have had much formal education, I understand the principle that a man will sacrifice for those who appreciate him. A man will sacrifice for those who appreciate him. Chen Feng reflected in Qin Weiguo's unwavering gaze. All right, let us head back to the hospital to deliver the payment. 2 individuals, each grasping a burlap sack filled with money, boarded a bus to return to the hospital, where they promptly settled the surgical fees at the payment counter. After lingering at the hospital for a brief period, Chen Feng took his leave. His beeper buzzed, indicating a call from Zhang Ziwen. Chen Feng promptly returned the call, during which Zhang Ziwen informed him that an office had been located and urged him to pay a visit. A few days prior, Chen Feng had purchased a beeper for himself, as communication tools were indispensable for conducting business in this era. Acquiring a mobile phone was beyond his current financial means. Upon inquiring, he discovered that a mobile phone would cost a staggering 40,000 yuan. Given that their business was still in its nascent stages, such extravagance was unwarranted. Thus, he deemed it more prudent to invest in a beeper for the time being, with plans to consider a mobile phone once their business flourished. The office Zhang Ziwen found was situated in a newly constructed building in the city center. Although modest in size, merely a few dozen square meters, it could accommodate several desks, and the rent was attractively low at merely 130 yuan per month. Initially, Zhang Ziwen suggested foregoing office rental to focus on securing small orders for profit before committing to an office lease. However, Chen Feng resolutely insisted on establishing a fixed office location first. He articulated that in the realm of foreign trade, possessing a designated office was crucial. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly troublesome if clients sought him out and could not reach him by phone. Zhang Ziwen was swayed by Chen Feng's reasoning. In the ensuing days, the two arranged the office, installing 3 telephone lines, one capable of making international calls, and acquired a fax machine. Chen Feng and Zhang Ziwen also recruited a secretary from the talent market. The secretary, Huang Zili, a local of Shenzhen who had graduated from vocational school, was proficient in Cantonese and possessed a smattering of English. She specialized in secretarial studies, exhibited commendable interpersonal skills, and was adept at operating the fax machine. Initially reluctant to join Chen Feng's company, she was persuaded after he offered a salary 50% higher than that of other firms. Chen Feng's philosophy was clear. It was far better to invest in a single elite recruit than to scrimp and recruit 10 ineffectual employees. Thus, the foundational team for Chen Feng's entrepreneurial venture was established. 3 days later, they received the company's business license, and Chen Feng christened the enterprise Feng Yuan Trading Company Limited, deriving the name from a character each from their names as a tribute to their joint endeavor. After the company's establishment, rather than holding a grand opening ceremony, they immediately delved into their work, reaching out to their respective clients. Before long, Zhang Ziwen leveraged his connections to secure a substantial shipment. This cargo consisted of 10,000 Sampai brand radios imported from Japan, with several major clients poised to purchase 8,000 units, leaving 2,000 units temporarily unclaimed. Upon learning of Zhang Ziwen's need for goods, a friend readily allocated this shipment to him. The quoted price for each Sampai radio was $10, which, at the current exchange rate of 1 yuan to 3 mao, equated to approximately 34 yuan per radio. Including shipping and tariffs, the cost hovered around 43 yuan. After discussing with Chen Feng, Zhang Ziwen promptly confirmed the order. Given that Sampai radios sold remarkably well in department stores, priced at 90 yuan in Shenzhen, and could fetch even higher prices elsewhere, turning a profit of 100 yuan per unit was an attainable prospect. This meant that by acquiring this shipment, they could easily double their investment. The lucrative nature of the import-export trade was undeniable. Had not the individual responsible for this shipment been a former classmate of Zhang Ziwen, it was uncertain whether they could have secured such a deal. Once the order was confirmed, Chen Feng proceeded to the bank to transfer 50% of the payment to the seller's company account, with the remaining 50% to be settled upon receipt of the goods. By the time they exited the bank, dusk had fallen. Chen Feng retrieved a pack of cigarettes, offering one to Zhang Ziwen before lighting one for himself. Now that the goods were secured, they needed to hasten their search for buyers. Otherwise, each day the cargo sat at the dock would incur additional costs. Zhang Ziwen, possessing more experience and connections in the foreign trade sector than Chen Feng, was quickly consulted for his insights. If they needed to expedite the sale, Zhang Ziwen suggested that their best bet would be to engage another trading company to offload the shipment, essentially acting as intermediaries to earn a commission. However, he acknowledged that such a strategy would yield lower profits. He understood that selling to distributors would be more profitable, and direct sales to consumers could yield even greater returns. However, given their limited capital, swift turnover was imperative to recover funds promptly. Zhang Ziwen concurred with Chen Feng's assessment. As their company had just been established, it was crucial to secure their first profit as soon as possible. Chen Feng proposed an additional condition: full payment up front, rejecting any deposits. While the industry standard allowed for a 50 or even 30% deposit to secure goods, Chen Feng preferred to avoid the hassle of pursuing outstanding balances, thus insisting on full payment. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Ziwen remarked, "I happen to know someone willing to pay in full, though he typically prices his goods about 20% lower than the market rate. In our line of work, few would seek him out unless they were in a hurry to sell." Chen Feng pondered for a moment before responding. "While 20% is somewhat steep, it may still be negotiable. Let us approach him and see if we can strike a deal." "All right, I'll take you to him tomorrow." Chapter 26, The First Transaction. A modest profit. The following day, Zhang Ziwen rode his motorcycle, escorting Chen Feng to a parking lot on the outskirts of the city. As Chen Feng stood in the parking lot, observing the large trucks passing by and kicking up clouds of dust, he inquired, "Is there a trading company here?" "Just follow me," Zhang Ziwen replied, leading the way. They arrived at a row of tin shacks behind the parking lot. Noticing Chen Feng's puzzled expression, Zhang Ziwen explained, "The individual we're looking for is a driver known as Lei Dei Peo. These drivers, who traverse the roads constantly, often find themselves in humble accommodations. However, do not underestimate them. The homes they build in their hometowns resemble palaces. To swiftly offload our shipment, engaging these drivers is our best option, as they are on the road nearly every day. If we purchase the goods, we can distribute a portion to each driver, and, soon enough, they'll be sold across various cities in the province, even crossing provincial lines." Chen Feng nodded. Zhang Ziwen's insights sparked new ideas in him. Indeed, to quickly sell their stock, collaborating with these freight drivers was a most reliable strategy. "This is the place," Zhang Ziwen declared, guiding Chen Feng to a metal shack with a makeshift awning at the entrance, where a dog was lounging beneath. The dog was quite large, but not aggressive. Remaining silent as they approached, Zhang Ziwen knocked on the door of the tin shack and called out, "Hey Lei, are you home?" A male voice soon responded from within. "Who is there?" "It's me, Zhang Ziwen from Zonfa Trading." "Just a moment, I'll get the door." After a short wait, the door swung open to reveal a man clad in shorts and bare-chested, adorned with a sizable gold chain around his neck. This Lei Dei Peo appeared to have just awakened. Yawning widely, "Come on in." Chen Feng and Zhang Ziwen entered to find a bed inside, next to which a young woman was dressing. As she donned her undergarments, she was nearly nude, presenting an unexpected sight to Chen Feng and Zhang Ziwen upon their arrival. Unfazed, the woman continued to dress in front of them. Lei Dei Peo counted out 5 100-yuan bills, tossing them onto the bed, and playfully patted the woman's backside as he teased, "I'll come find you again in a couple of nights." The woman smiled flirtatiously and planted a kiss on Lei Dei Peo's cheek, saying, "Thank you, boss." She took the money, stuffed it into a small handbag, and, donning high heels, clicked her way out the door. Boss Lei settled himself onto the sofa, gazing at the retreating figure of the woman, and smugly remarked, "Truly deserving of her status as the star attraction of the affluent nightclub. 500 for a night. The service is indeed exceptional." Chen Feng and Zhang Ziwen exchanged a glance, sharing an awkward smile. Such boldness was characteristic of these tycoon drivers. "By the way, what brings you to me?" Boss Lei inquired, producing a pack of cigarettes and distributing one to both Chen Feng and Zhang Ziwen. "Well, Boss Lei, this is Mr. Chen, who has a batch of Sanhua brand radios he wishes to sell promptly, and he prefers a cash transaction. You were the first person I thought of." "So here we are," Zhang Ziwen interjected, acting as the intermediary between Chen Feng and Boss Lei, ensuring that if the negotiations faltered, the situation would not become overly uncomfortable. "Are they legitimate goods?" Boss Lei first questioned the source of the merchandise. "They came through proper channels, with all the necessary documentation," Zhang Ziwen replied. After a moment of contemplation, Boss Lei asked, "How many units do you have?" 2,000, came the response. Leaning back on the sofa, Boss Lei took a drag from his cigarette, exhaling slowly with a smile. 2,000 units, not an excessive amount. I expected you to have at least 10,000. What price are you asking? Boss Lei inquired again. 65 per unit, Chen Feng stated. This price was already quite generous, considering that in the marketplace, Sanhua radios retailed for over 120. If Boss Lei were to purchase at 65 and resell to his network of dealers, prices between 70 to 75 would be easily achievable, allowing for a comfortable profit margin. 53 per unit. Boss Lei swiftly countered with a significantly lower offer. Chen Feng and Zhang Ziwen exchanged glances. Chen Feng chuckling, 53 is somewhat low, don't you think? Little brother, this is your first time negotiating with us, isn't it? You wish to turn a quick profit and require cash. Aside from us rough and tumble drivers, there's hardly anyone else who would be interested in your goods, Boss Lei observed, his smile suggesting he saw Chen Feng as a lamb ready for slaughter. Chen Feng remained silent, realizing from a moment he stepped through the door that he was at a disadvantage. Despite Boss Lei's seemingly carefree demeanor, he was, in fact, a shrewd businessman. Recognizing Chen Feng's urgency to offload the radios for cash, he offered such a low price. Had Chen Feng been a newcomer with limited capital eager to recoup his investment, he might indeed have been taken advantage of by Boss Lei. However, having made a substantial profit from trading government bonds, Chen Feng possessed ample capital and could afford to sell these radios at a more leisurely pace. The imported Sanhua radios, being of high quality and brand recognition, would undoubtedly attract buyers. Standing up, Chen Feng sighed, Boss Lei, our price difference is rather significant. I doubt we can reach an agreement. Perhaps I should just take my time selling them myself. Turning to Zhang Ziwen, he added, Manager Zhang, let us visit other suppliers. He flashed a smile at Boss Lei. Perhaps we can collaborate next time. Zhang Ziwen, unsure of Chen Feng's intentions, followed suit as they both rose and decisively approached the door without looking back. Wait. Just as Chen Feng and Zhang Ziwen were about to step out, Boss Lei called after them. They paused but did not turn around. 55. Boss Lei offered a new price. 62. Chen Feng countered. 58. That's my bottom line. I need to distribute the goods to my associates. And I need to earn a little as well, Boss Lei stated firmly. Chen Feng pondered for a moment, then turned back to Boss Lei with a smile. Deal. Ultimately, Chen Feng sold the batch of radios to Boss Lei at 58 each. At this price, he would earn approximately 15 yuan per radio, totaling 30,000 for the 2,000 units. In an era where the average monthly salary was merely a couple hundred, this amount equated to the hard work of a salaryman over a decade. Indeed, in this age, trade proved to be exceptionally lucrative. Returning to Boss Lei's premises, he began preparing tea for Chen Feng and Zhang Ziwen. While arranging the tea set, he remarked, Brother, don't think that us drivers make a fortune from your single transaction. We earn our keep through hard work. Daily expenses add up, and the profit from your deal might not even cover the cost of hiring an escort. Expenses? Chen Feng initially struggled to understand. Zhang Ziwen leaned in and whispered 4 words into Chen Feng's ear. Highway robbers. Chapter 27. The first pot of gold. The term highway robbers may sound foreign to many young people today. However, in the late 80s and early 90s, they roamed the major thoroughfares, stealing money and goods, collecting protection fees, and even committing murder. Such incidents were not uncommon. When the police arrived, they would simply retreat into the mountains, waiting for the coast to be clear before resuming their activities. It wasn't until 1993 that the central government initiated a nationwide crackdown, employing severe measures to combat criminal activities, with harsh penalties imposed on those apprehended, including executions for numerous offenders. Even so, it wasn't until 1996, after years of rigorous enforcement and the downfall of many criminals, that highway robbers gradually disappeared. Ample film and television works reflect that era's societal realities. Yet, here we are in 1988, a time when highway robbers were still rampant. It is no wonder that Boss Lei mentioned the need for financial greasing along the way. Other dealers transporting goods also had a factor in these tips to various parties, which explained why the same goods could incur significantly higher prices when transported to different locations. After some casual conversation with Boss Lei, they arranged for him to collect the goods upon their arrival at the dock, exchanging payment for delivery. Once they had finished their discussions, Chen Feng and Zhang Ziwen took their leave. At the motorcycle, Zhang Ziwen handed a helmet to Chen Feng. Here. Chen Feng did not take it, lost in thought. What are you pondering? We should head back, he mused. What if we could organize a formidable convoy that no one would dare challenge? Wouldn't that allow us to dominate the entire market? Chen Feng proposed. Zhang Ziwen chuckled. Having just completed our first transaction, and you're already dreaming of organizing a convoy? Do you have any idea how much capital that would require? Chen Feng looked up, smiling at Zhang Ziwen. One must have dreams. Otherwise, what's the difference between being human and a salted fish? Your words carry a certain philosophical weight, Zhang Ziwen replied. Let us go. I'm hungry. Let's celebrate with some pig trotter rice. Chen Feng donned the helmet and hopped onto Zhang Ziwen's motorcycle. Just pig trotter rice? No way. I need to add a chicken leg. All right, let us both add a chicken leg. As the motorcycle sped along the road, the two engaged in cheerful banter on their way back. 3 days later, Chen Feng and Zhang Ziwen arrived at the dock. Their 2,000 radios had successfully cleared customs and were now officially at the Shenzhen port, standing before a large cargo container. They opened the doors to reveal a complete array of radios, neatly arranged inside. Chen Feng retrieved a box to inspect, confirming it indeed contained Sanhua brand radios. The design was stylish and modern, and upon weighing it in his hands, it felt solid, indicating quality materials. No wonder this imported product could command prices 1 to 2 times higher than domestic alternatives. At that time, the country's electronic products were still rather crude, lacking the advanced production lines found abroad, and domestic designs were not yet trendy enough, resulting in inferior pricing for locally manufactured goods. Chen Feng understood that this situation would persist for at least another decade. Nonetheless, he remained confident in the prospects of domestic appliances, having personally witnessed their rise and success as a time traveler from 2024. In the year 2024, half of the global home appliance market will belong to our nation. In this current era, such a thought might have seemed unfathomable. The evolution of any phenomenon necessitates a process, requiring a gradual accumulation of time. It is precisely due to the arduous path of progress that brands like Huawei, ZTE, Haier, and Gree shine with unparalleled greatness. Chen Feng has contemplated this. One day, he vows to invest in domestic brands. He does not wish to merely be a witness to the rise of national brands, but aspires to actively participate in it. Look here, Chen Feng said, handing a radio to Zhang Ziwen. Zhang Ziwen inspected it and nodded. Indeed, it is a fine product. Chen Feng glanced at his watch and inquired, when will they arrive? They, of course, refer to Boss Lei and his team. Before departing, Chen Feng had called Boss Lei, instructing him to come to the dock to collect the goods. The merchandise was stored at the dock, and every additional day incurred extra storage fees. They should be arriving shortly. Zhang Ziwen also checked his watch. At that moment, a small sedan appeared in the distance, followed by a large truck, both heading toward Chen Feng and his location. The vehicles halted 10 meters away, and Boss Lei emerged from the sedan, accompanied by 3 men, while 3 others disembarked from the truck. A total of 7 individuals approached with an imposing presence. Upon seeing so many people alight from the vehicles, Chen Feng felt a twinge of anxiety and instinctively took a step back. He regretted not inviting Qin Weiguo for this delivery, as Boss Lei operated outside the bounds of formal business, and, naturally, no contract would be signed for this transaction. This implied that if Boss Lei were to act with ill intent and seize the goods, it would be exceedingly difficult for Chen Feng and his associates to recover their losses, leaving them to bear the silent brunt of the loss. Boss Lei, sporting sunglasses and clad in a flamboyant floral shirt, exuded the aura of a gangster. As he approached, he noticed the tension on Chen Feng and Zhang Ziwen's faces and chuckled. Do not fear. I am a legitimate businessman. These brothers are here to assist me in moving the goods. This is indeed the merchandise, correct? Yes, everything is right here, Chen Feng affirmed. Boss Lei approached the shipping container, casually lifted a radio, opened the box, and weighed it in his hands. It is undoubtedly a Sanlian brand. He gestured to one of his men, who retrieved a burlap sack from the vehicle and handed it to Boss Lei. Boss Lei stuffed the heavy sack of cash into Chen Feng's embrace. 2,000 radios, priced at 58 yuan each, totals 116,000. It's all here. Please count it. Chen Feng opened the sack and found it brimming with money. He randomly pulled out a few stacks to verify, all of which were genuine currency. Boss Lei stood by, directing his men to move the items, and seeing Chen Feng verifying the money, he remarked with a smile, "Rest assured, it's all legitimate. I told you I'm a businessman. If my reputation is tarnished, who would dare to trade with me?" Chen Feng smiled in return, but insisted on counting the money thoroughly. Once he was satisfied, he tied the sack shut and handed it to Zhang Ziwen. He then produced a folder from his pocket and presented it to Boss Lei. Boss Lei, here are the import and export documents for this batch of goods. Everything is absolutely legitimate. Boss Lei opened the folder, glanced at the documents, and nodded. Indeed, it bears the customs stamp. Now that our financial transactions are settled, if there are no further matters, we should take our leave. No problem. Should there be similar business in the future, remember to reach out to me. Boss Lei replied with a hearty pat on Chen Feng's shoulder. Very well, we shall take our leave. Chen Feng and Zhang Ziwen, carrying the sack of money, made their way to their motorcycle. The moment the motorcycle roared to life, Chen Feng's previously anxious heart finally settled. The first significant profit for the foreign trade company was in hand. Chapter 28. A bold idea. Upon returning to their rented apartment, Chen Feng poured the contents of the sack onto the table. Zhang Ziwen gazed at the pile of money and exclaimed, "Damn, doing business really pays off. If I had known earlier that business was this lucrative, I wouldn't have worked those odd jobs." Chen Feng retrieved 2 bottles of chilled beer from a nearby plastic bag and offered one to Zhang Ziwen. "This is merely the beginning. Better days lie ahead." With a satisfying pop, Chen Feng opened a bottle of cold beer and took a hearty swig, the icy beverage coursing down his throat, dispelling the summer heat. "What do you propose we do next?" "I am at your command," Zhang Ziwen stated, fully aligning himself with Chen Feng's vision. The current business was still too small, and the profits came too slowly. They needed to devise a strategy to expand. Chen Feng seated himself beside Zhang Ziwen. "Huh, earning 30,000 from a single transaction. And you still consider it small?" Zhang Ziwen exclaimed in astonishment. "It is indeed small. The profit margins are too low," Chen Feng retorted, shaking his head. While the profit from this transaction was somewhat modest, it was unavoidable. To expedite sales, they had to sell to these drivers. Imagine if we could streamline the entire process. From import sources to retail, how much profit could we potentially capture? Zhang Ziwen gazed at Chen Feng, taken aback by the audacity of his idea. After a moment, he finally spoke. "Chen Feng, your idea is incredibly bold. How could we possibly manage to control everything from import sources to retail? Let's dare to think big. Calculate how much we could earn," Chen Feng urged. "How much could we possibly earn?" Zhang Ziwen pondered, sipping his beer, his mind racing with excitement, and began to entertain Chen Feng's calculations. Using today's transaction as an example, the cost price is 43 yuan. From what I understand, in more remote counties, a single unit could sell for 150 yuan or even 200. Is it truly that expensive? Chen Feng mused, thinking it would be reasonable to sell for around 120 or 30 yuan. Zhang Ziwen chuckled. Shenzhen is a special economic zone. All imports and exports flow through here, so the supply is abundant. It's fundamentally different from those remote counties. Do not underestimate them. There are quite a few wealthy individuals in those areas willing to purchase imported appliances. Please, continue, Chen Feng encouraged, eager to hear Zhang Ziwen's thoughts. Considering he had been in this line of work for over 3 years and undoubtedly had more insight, if we sell to dealers in the provincial capital, the price will be around 100 yuan. A batch of Sanlian brand radios sold by Zhongfa Trading Company in February fetched that price, and they marked it up by 20 to 30 yuan before distributing it to merchants in the counties. In other words, if we were to open a direct store in the provincial capital, selling each radio for 130 yuan, customers would undoubtedly come. Chen Feng proposed a direct store model, akin to the approach taken by later giants like Gome and Suning and eventually JD.com, which would connect the supply chain directly to the consumer market, eliminating intermediaries while maintaining profit margins. This model was common in Chen Feng's time, yet it was 1988, and no one had conceived of such a method. The absence of this thought was due to the fact that trade was booming and not yet overly competitive. A merchant could easily profit from reselling goods without much effort. In an environment where money was easily made, who would consider making a change? Zhang Ziwen glanced at Chen Feng and remarked, not only would there be customers, but they would be clamoring for it. With Zhang Ziwen's affirmation, Chen Feng continued his calculations. Considering the cost price of 43 yuan per radio, if we sell each for 130 yuan, the profit would amount to 87 yuan. Suddenly, Chen Feng's eyes widened in realization. Goodness, the profit exceeds twice the cost price. As Marx once stated, if there is a profit of 10, capital will be ensured to be utilized everywhere. With 20, capital becomes active. With 50, capital dares to take risks. For a profit of 100, capital would trample upon all human laws. And with profits exceeding 300, capital would dare to commit any crime, even risk the gallows. Now, Chen Feng understood that if he could establish a seamless connection between the upstream and downstream processes, each radio could yield a profit of 200 yuan. Such a high margin was sufficient for him to take a gamble. A bold idea began to take root in his mind. Certainly, this notion existed solely in Chen Feng's mind, never shared with Zhang Ziwen. Even if he had voiced it, Zhang Ziwen might not have comprehended it. Each era possesses its own limitations. Akin to discussing airplanes and ships with someone from the Qing dynasty, such concepts would be exceedingly difficult for them to grasp. Chen Feng preferred to remain reticent, opting to act when the conditions were ripe. In the afternoon, Chen Feng and Zhang Ziwen proceeded to the bank to transfer funds, settling the final payment for their shipment while simultaneously requesting a new order from Zhang Ziwen's former classmate. This new order was modest, comprising 300 imported color televisions. Chen Feng resolved not to involve himself in this transaction, entrusting it entirely to Zhang Ziwen, for he had more pressing matters at hand. Chen Feng placed a call to He Dazu, instructing him to withdraw the funds from the 2 other deposit slips and wire the amount to him. His forthcoming plans required substantial capital. The soldiers may not have moved, but provisions must be prepared in advance. Once the 2 transfers were completed, Chen Feng would have 700,000 at his disposal, an amount sufficient to undertake numerous ventures. For the next 3 days, Chen Feng either visited Qin Weiguo's mother in the hospital or remained at home drafting his business plan, refraining from visiting the company and leaving everything to Zhang Ziwen. 3 days later, Hidazu's wire transfer arrived. Chen Feng had not misjudged him. Hidazu was indeed an honest man, sending the full 600,000 without a single cent missing. Both the earlier 20,000 and the recent 60,000 were tests of Hidazu's integrity. For Chen Feng, 80,000 was of little consequence. Coming from 2024, his mind brimmed with opportunities capable of catapulting an ordinary person to wealth. Any single idea had the potential to create a national tycoon. What Chen Feng lacked were trustworthy partners to expand his business. He could not rely solely on his own efforts. Partners became essential. Whether it was Hidazu, far away in Dongzhou City, or Zhang Ziwen, close at hand, both were invaluable business allies. Chen Feng aimed to gradually accumulate trustworthy partners while simultaneously scaling his enterprise. During these 3 days, Qin Weiguo's mother underwent surgery, which was successful, and she was currently recuperating in the hospital. A weight had finally lifted from Qin Weiguo's heart when Chen Feng saw him yesterday. He was fortunate enough to catch a glimpse of a smile on his face. Chen Feng had arranged for a caregiver for Qin Weiguo's mother, a middle-aged woman in her 40s named Sister Wang, recommended by Zhang Weiwei. Zhang Weiwei had assured him that Sister Wang was the best caregiver at the hospital. After securing the caregiver, Chen Feng seized the opportunity to ask Qin Weiguo if he could spare 2 days to accompany him on a trip, leaving the same day and returning the next. Chen Feng yearned to explore the vicinity and witness firsthand the audacity of the highway bandits in this era. Chapter 29. Uneven Roads on the Outskirts of Deep City. Chen Feng and Zhang Ziwen were at a small shop by the roadside, sipping soda and gazing eagerly towards the approaching vehicles. Qin Weiguo stood beside them, arms crossed, staring into the distance, lost in thought. Why hasn't the vehicle arrived yet? Chen Feng inquired of Zhang Ziwen. It should be on its way. I promised him 500 for this trip, which is more than he typically earns for a haul, and it doesn't require any upfront investment. There's no way he would stand us up. 3 minutes later, a Dongfeng truck laden with goods appeared in the distance and came to a halt in front of the shop. The window rolled down, revealing a middle-aged man with a crew cut and a round face, who called out to the 2 by the roadside, "Hurry up and get in." Apologies for the delay. Something came up unexpectedly. Zhang Ziwen led Chen Feng and Qin Weiguo to the truck, introducing them to the driver. "Brother these are the friends I mentioned. Please take them to Jingzhou City." Jingzhou City was the provincial capital of the neighboring province. As he spoke, Zhang Ziwen produced a pack of cigarettes and handed it to the driver. "This is for you to enjoy on the road. I hope you'll look after my 2 friends." The driver accepted the cigarettes, clearly pleased, and said, "All right, jump in." Chen Feng and Qin Weiguo climbed aboard, with Chen Feng taking the front passenger seat and Qin Weiguo settling in the back. Once the truck was in motion, it swiftly left Deep City, heading towards Jingzhou City. "You've been driving for many years. Haven to you, brother Chen Feng seized the opportunity to strike up a conversation. "Not too long, about 7 or 8 years." The driver replied, puffing on a cigarette as he navigated the road, a radio broadcasting a program in the background. "Must be quite entertaining, darting around as drivers do, right?" Chen Feng ventured. "Entertaining? It's filled with anxiety and trepidation. I can't wait to finish this trip and return home. We drivers may earn a decent sum, but we risk our lives for it," the driver lamented. Chen Feng chuckled. "Brother that sounded a bit exaggerated." "Exaggerated? You wouldn't understand unless you're in this line of work. The roads are perilous. One must constantly appease various forces. This is the least of it. Paying a protection fee might suffice, but it's the unexpected outlaws that pose the real threat. Demanding not just your money but your vehicle, or even your life," the driver continued, opening up with a flood of commentary. "Is it really that severe?" Chen Feng asked, incredulous. The driver smiled wryly. "Brother, you have no idea. In this day and age, there are plenty of lawless individuals." "Don't the police intervene?" Chen Feng queried. "Of course they do, but they can't cover every inch of these mountain roads," the driver replied. Chen Feng gazed out the window, noting the desolate terrain surrounding them. "When criminals ambush and rob, as soon as the police arrive, they just slip into the mountains. How can you catch them?" The driver chuckled. "Just 2 months ago, a driver was killed on this very route. He lost both his life and his vehicle, and they haven't apprehended the criminals yet." Chen Feng nodded thoughtfully. After about an hour and a half of travel, the truck came to a stop beside a sign that read, "Huji Restaurant. Let's go in for a meal," the driver said, pulling out the keys and exiting the vehicle. "Brother, it's not even 11 yet, and we just left the city. Why are we stopping for a meal now? Chen Feng questioned, perplexed. This is rather difficult to explain. Just come along and eat, the driver replied before stepping out. Chen Feng exchanged glances with Qin Weiguo and followed him out. Upon exiting, Chen Feng surveyed the surroundings and noticed that 3 or 4 trucks were already parked in front of the unassuming little restaurant. The trio entered the establishment, and upon entering, the driver greeted a man standing at the entrance. Brother Hu. The man was clad in a flamboyant shirt, adorned with a large gold chain around his neck. The buttons of his shirt left undone, revealing a tattoo on his chest. He sat by the entrance, a small tea table in front of him, brewing tea. Acknowledging the driver's greeting with a mere nod, he replied, as Chen Feng and Qin Weiguo passed by the tattooed man. Qin Weiguo stole a few glances at him, prompting the driver to hurriedly pull him away. After exchanging pleasantries, the driver called out to a server inside, the usual, "Please, a set meal. Take a seat." The driver gestured for Chen Feng and Qin Weiguo to sit down. They sat, and shortly thereafter, the server brought out the dishes, a plate of greens, a dish of stir-fried peppers with meat, and a bowl of seaweed egg drop soup. "Serve yourself. We'll leave as soon as we finish," the driver said, helping himself to a bowl of rice. Chen Feng exchanged a look with Qin Weiguo, who merely watched from the side without eating. The food was mediocre, served lukewarm as if it had been pre-prepared. After a few bites, Chen Feng lost his appetite. The driver, too, after a couple of mouthfuls, ceased eating. "Brother Hu, time to settle the bill." Driver, he stood up and waved to the waiter. The waiter approached, and he produced 200 yuan, placing it on the table. Chen Feng, witnessing this scene, was taken aback. For merely 2 dishes and a soup, they were charging 200. This amount equated to an entire month's salary for a factory worker, and the food was so unpalatable. The waiter accepted the money in silence, then walked to the counter and retrieved a square red sign inscribed with the character for tiger, handing it to the driver. "You may leave now." Driver, he took the sign and exited the establishment. The 3 of them climbed into the vehicle, which roared back to life, continuing along the road. "Brother He, why was that meal so exorbitantly priced at 200 yuan, especially when it was so dreadful?" Chen Feng inquired pointedly. Driver, he did not respond directly to Chen Feng's question. Instead, he merely smiled and remarked, "You will soon understand why that meal cost so much." After half an hour of travel, the road began to narrow, and the forest on either side grew denser. Following a bend, they encountered a group of individuals blocking the road, with a thick log laid across the center of the path. Clearly, they had encountered highway robbers. A young man with dyed yellow hair, clad in a black shirt, stood at the forefront, extending a hand and shouting, "Stop the vehicle! Hurry up! What should we do?" Chen Feng asked the driver beside him. "No worries, we've paid our dues. We'll get through shortly." He rolled down the window and handed a pack of cigarettes to the young man with the yellow hair, saying, "Brother Huang, we've already had our meal. Here you go." Subsequently, driver, he presented the sign he had received from the restaurant's waiter. The young man examined the sign and instructed his companions, "Let them pass." The 2 others moved the log aside, allowing Chen Feng's vehicle to proceed. Once they had driven about 200 meters, driver, he turned to Chen Feng and stated, "Now you understand why that meal was worth 200 yuan, don't you?" Chen Feng instantly grasped the situation. That meal had effectively served as a bribe to the highway thugs. It was protection money. This stretch of road was under the dominion of Brother Tiger. As long as one paid the fee, the passage would at least be safe. When we venture into freight transport, it's preferable to encounter those who abide by the rules. The real danger lies with those who don't, those who aren't typically in this line of work, but, desperate for money, might turn to robbery. With them, 201 suffice. Your vehicle could very well be stolen. Sitting beside him, Chen Feng nodded thoughtfully. In this era, freight transport was indeed a significant concern, inadvertently inflating trade costs. If he could resolve this issue, the potential profits behind it would be enough to drive anyone to madness. The large truck continued on its journey, navigating increasingly difficult road conditions that caused the vehicle to sway precariously. Chen Feng, feeling fatigued, dozed off. Upon awakening, he found it was already evening, and darkness was creeping in. "Brother He, where are we now?" Driver, he mentioned a place name that Chen Feng did not recognize, but he understood it was still quite a distance from his destination, Jingzhou City, and that they would not reach it that night. Given the dangers of night driving, the driver planned to find lodging in a nearby small town, which was only a few dozen kilometers away. Chen Feng had anticipated they wouldn't arrive in Jingzhou that night. The route they had taken was primarily national highways, many parts of which were riddled with potholes, making it commendable if they could maintain a speed of 40 kilometers per hour. It was no wonder the country was investing in so many highways. Once completed, they could indeed stimulate economic growth. As the vehicle progressed, Chen Feng gazed out at the scenery, contemplating his future plans. Suddenly, with a screech, the driver slammed on the brakes. Fortunately, Chen Feng had fastened his seatbelt, preventing him from being thrown forward. With the truck's high beams illuminating the path, he discovered a group of people ahead, having placed large stones on the road, along with a thick, long log. This scene clearly indicated yet another encounter with highway robbers. The truck driver frowned and remarked, "This is strange. The last time I passed through here, there was no one." Upon glancing in the rearview mirror, he noticed a small truck had appeared from nowhere, blocking their retreat. "This is bad. We're in trouble. Pass me a cigarette," he instructed Chen Feng. Earlier that day, Zhang Ziwen had given a pack to driver He, and Chen Feng handed it over. "Not this one, the one in the box by your feet." Chen Feng reached down and pulled out a pack of Zonghua cigarettes. There were 4 robbers in front and 3 behind, making a total of 7. They wielded steel forks, and some brandished large knives, while 2 even held hunting rifles, aiming them at the occupants of the truck. One bald man with a scarred face, wielding a large machete, pounded on the truck door with the back of his blade, shouting, "Get out! Hurry up!" Chapter 30. Taking action. Do not open the door and exit the vehicle. These thuggish highway robbers do not adhere to any code of conduct. Driver, he whispered to Chen Feng. "Do you need assistance?" Chen Feng asked. "Don't act recklessly. They are numerous and armed. Most of these individuals are merely after money. Let me handle this," driver, he replied, rolling down the window and extending a cigarette, wearing a broad smile. "Gentlemen, it's our first meeting. This is a small token, not a formal greeting. Let us talk." The ringleader, a muscular bald man with scars, remained silent. Qin Weiguo, who had been quiet until then, leaned in and whispered, "Do you need me to intervene?" Chen Feng pondered briefly, shaking his head. "We are here to scout. They outnumber us and have hunting rifles. Let us not act impulsively." Qin Weiguo lowered his voice, advising, "If a conflict arises, immediately roll under the truck. The underside is a blind spot, and their knives cannot reach you." Before Chen Feng could respond, the bald man erupted with vulgarities. "You heard me. If you don't want to die, get out of the vehicle now." The hunting rifles were now aimed even closer, with one pointed directly at Chen Feng in the passenger seat. With a rifle trained on him, Chen Feng felt his heart race. "Get out. Your life is more important." After careful consideration, driver, he decided to exit the vehicle. In such circumstances, losing the truck was a minor concern as long as their lives were spared. The 3 men disembarked. Qin Weiguo stepped in front of Chen Feng, shielding him from the line of fire of the rifles. Once outside, driver, he addressed the bald man, saying, "Brother, this cargo belongs to Bayaoge in Jingzhou City. You all are in the same line of work. I kindly request you to show some leniency. How much is the toll? We can negotiate." Driver, he invoked the name of the cargo's owner, Bayaoge, who was likely an influential figure among them. "Boss, the truck is loaded with electronics, color televisions, refrigerators. We're about to strike it rich." One of the robbers exclaimed excitedly as he climbed aboard to inspect the cargo. Hearing that the truck was filled with valuable electronics, the burly man in black sneered. "Who the hell is this Bayaoge? We don't know him. Leave the truck and the goods behind, and you can go." Driver, he was astonished. These thugs dared to steal Bayaoge's goods. Qin Weiguo kept a vigilant eye on the hunting rifle held by one of the robbers. Noticing Qin Weiguo's unwavering gaze, the robber raised his rifle slightly, pointing it at him and snarling, "What are you staring at? Be careful, or I'll put you down." Qin Weiguo immediately lowered his head. Just as the robber thought he had intimidated Qin Weiguo and lowered his rifle, Qin Weiguo swiftly stepped forward, seizing the barrel of the bandit's shotgun, instantly elevating the muzzle. Simultaneously, his elbow delivered a powerful strike to the bandit, sending him hurtling through the air. In the blink of an eye, the shotgun had fallen into Qin Weiguo's grasp. The situation shifted dramatically as another gunman reacted, raising his weapon. Qin Weiguo advanced, swiftly kicking the gun from the man's hands. Within that fleeting moment, 2 shotguns had been dealt with. One had been commandeered by Qin Weiguo, while the other was sent flying. At this juncture, Qin Weiguo aimed the shotgun at the bald, scarred face of the remaining thug, coldly stating, "If you wish to avoid a hole in your head, instruct your men to lower their weapons." The bald thug brandished his machete, lunging at Qin Weiguo. Upon squeezing the trigger, Qin Weiguo realized the shotgun was inoperative, an ineffective means of intimidation. The weapon had been a ruse, yet the machete in the thug's hand was all too real. As the thug swung down, Qin Weiguo deftly sidestepped the blow. Acting with decisive swiftness, he hurled the shotgun at the bald thug, who deflected it with his blade. In that instant, Qin Weiguo closed the distance. Gripping the thug's knife-wielding hand with one hand, he struck down with the other, delivering a painful blow that caused the thug to scream and relinquish his weapon. Before the machete could hit the ground, Qin Weiguo caught it. He then seized the thug's arm with one hand while pressing the blade to his throat with the other, coldly warning, "Do not move, my hand trembles. Do not approach." The thug hastily commanded his comrades to refrain from advancing. "Brother, we all seek wealth. There is no need for conflict. Let us negotiate. Have your men clear the obstruction." Quickly, the scarred thug urgently instructed his subordinates to remove the barricade. Soon, the way was clear. Chen Wei then released the thug, discarding the machete onto the ground. The thug scrambled back, rolling away. Chen Wei coolly addressed the remaining bandits, stating, "Should you wish to contest, I shall fight until you relent. We concede. Please move along." The scarred thug implored. He had ventured out for profit, not to jeopardize his life. When captured by Chen Wei, genuine fear for his life had gripped him, especially when locking eyes with this man. He could distinctly sense the aura of lethality emanating from him. There was no doubt he had taken lives before. Chen Wei snorted disdainfully before turning to Chen Feng and driver He, instructing, "Let us depart," into the vehicle. The truck roared to life once more, resuming its journey. After traveling approximately a kilometer, Chen Wei opened the door and let the burly man in black exit. The truck continued onward, and the passengers breathed a collective sigh of relief. "Brother Chen, I cannot thank you enough. Had it not been for you, I would have been in dire straits." Driver He wiped the sweat from his brow, still shaken from the harrowing encounter. "No need for gratitude," Chen Wei replied, resting his chin upon his hand. Gazing out at the trees whizzing by. "Your skills are impressive. Surely you have trained," Driver He inquired further. "I've dabbled in some martial arts," Chen Wei replied tersely, his tone lacking warmth. Noticing Chen Wei disinterest in conversation, Driver He shifted his focus to Chen Feng, engaging him in light-hearted banter. After another hour on the road, they arrived at a small inn in a town, where Driver He parked the vehicle for the night. Observing Chen Feng and Chen Wei vigilant demeanor upon entering, he assured them, "Do not worry. The owner here is reputable and adheres to the code. Our stay will be secure." He then leaned closer to Chen Feng, whispering, "There are young ladies available here for merely $30 a night. What do you think, you two young men?" Chen Feng and Chen Wei were disinterested in such matters, especially considering the era's low safety awareness and the potential health risks involved. They promptly declined Driver He's suggestion. After dining at the inn, they retreated to their room. Driver He stepped out briefly, returning with a woman of striking figure. The sounds emanating from the adjacent room soon rendered Chen Feng and Chen Wei quite uncomfortable. Chen Feng hurriedly approached the innkeeper to request a room change, offering extra payment to avoid an awkward night. The following morning, Driver He appeared invigorated, suggesting he had enjoyed a rather pleasant night. The group resumed their journey, and after half a day of travel, they encountered two waves of bandit roadblocks. However, these were familiar faces. A few exchanged pleasantries, shared cigarettes, and handed over a couple of $100 as toll, allowing them to pass unhindered. By afternoon, they reached their destination, Shanghai City. The truck rolled into a warehouse in the outskirts, where individuals awaited their arrival. Boxes of goods were unloaded from the vehicle, destined for transport to other cities. This trip had proven immensely beneficial for Chen Feng. Understanding the significance of freight in trade, he realized that mastering logistics could grant him control over regional commerce. To ensure the safety of his shipments, he recognized the necessity of some force. The previous night, Chen Feng had discussed with Chen Wei the possibility of recruiting a few retired soldiers to form a convoy dedicated to safeguarding his cargo. In recent years, the nation had executed a massive troop reduction, leaving many seasoned soldiers without duty. If he could enlist these veterans to establish a protective convoy, who would dare to challenge Chen Feng's vehicles on the road? Ensuring the safety of his goods would enable him to continuously supply appliances from the deep city to other regions, and the potential profits were staggering. Chen Wei pondered briefly, acknowledging he indeed had some comrades who had retired, though he was uncertain of their current circumstances. Nonetheless, he promised to assist Chen Feng in reaching out to them. Chen Feng expressed his gratitude profusely. After unloading the cargo in Shanghai City, Driver He wasted no time in returning home. In the fast-paced world of logistics, time equated to money, and he needed to fetch another load from the deep city. On their return journey, Chen Feng and his companions unexpectedly encountered the bald scar thug once more. Upon recognizing Chen Feng and his crew, the thug promptly allowed them to pass, his demeanor now one of utmost respect. Evidently, Chen Weiguo's earlier display of strength had thoroughly subdued the bandits. Chen Feng inquired of Chen Weiguo what would have transpired had the thug resisted initially. Chen Weiguo remained silent, merely casting a glance at Chen Feng, who discerned a hint of lethal intent in his gaze. The return journey was smooth and unimpeded. Upon arriving back in the deep city, Driver He expressed his gratitude to both Chen Feng and Chen Weiguo, especially to Chen Feng, acknowledging that without his intervention, the cargo would have been lost, plunging him into significant trouble. After returning, Chen Feng intended to visit the hospital, while Chen Feng had to stop by his company. Suddenly, his pager buzzed, displaying an urgent message. Company in trouble. Return immediately. The message was from Zhang Ziwen. Trouble had indeed befallen the company. Chapter 31. Trouble strikes again. Chen Feng quickly called out to Chen Feng, who was about to take a bus to the hospital. In such situations, it was prudent to have Chen Feng by his side. Chen Feng hailed a taxi, and the two made their way to the company. When they returned to the company, a scene of devastation lay before them. The entrance glass was shattered, desks and chairs lay wrecked, telephones had their cords broken and discarded on the floor, and documents were strewn about. What was once a thriving company now resembled a wasteland. The firm, painstakingly established by Chen Feng and Zhang Ziwen, had been mercilessly demolished. Zhang Ziwen, with his head bowed, silently gathered the scattered items. Meanwhile, the newly hired clerk, Huang Zili, crouched in a corner, trembling with fear. Upon seeing Chen Feng, she immediately stood up and approached him, her voice quaking as she said, "Manager, I wish to resign." The traumatic events she had just experienced had left an indelible mark of terror on the freshly graduated girl. Chen Feng remained silent. He took 500 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Huang Zili. "You've worked hard during this time. Take a break. If you wish to return, come back in a week. If not, consider this your salary." Chen Feng's offer was more than her monthly wage of 300 yuan. Huang Zili accepted the money, picked up her bag, and left without looking back. Chen Feng then squatted down beside Zhang Ziwen, who was still collecting the remnants of their shattered workspace. "Who did this?" Chen Feng inquired as he helped. "Who else but Song Changfa?" Zhang Ziwen replied, his voice laced with fury. "He said we stole his clients when we decided to go independent, so he sent people to wreck our company. He further stated that as long as we're in this business, he won't let us off the hook." Chen Feng could sense the seething anger in Zhang Ziwen's words. He sighed, acknowledging that the inevitable had finally arrived. Indeed, high returns often accompany high risks, whether it be the rampant highway robbers or the monopolization of resources by competitors. These factors formed insurmountable barriers within the trade industry. The problem lay before them, requiring resolution. Chen Feng gathered a stack of documents and placed them on the desk, saying, "Let's take a break for a few days." "No way. I was planning to rally my friend from the underworld to teach that bastard a lesson. How dare he ambush us? I'll make him regret it." Zhang Ziwen was eager to exact revenge on Song Changfa. "I said we need to rest for a few days. If you want to deal with Song Changfa, the time is not right yet," Chen Feng stated firmly. "When do you propose we should wait until?" Zhang Ziwen's frustration was palpable. Chen Feng remained silent for a moment before simply saying, "Just wait a little longer. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake, and Song Changfa was indeed a quintessential local bully. However, if your dragon is strong enough, it can subdue the local snake with ease. To deal with someone like Song Changfa, one must teach him a lesson that makes him realize he cannot afford to provoke you, thereby completely extinguishing any thoughts of opposition." Currently, Chen Feng had only himself and Zhang Ziwen, along with the formidable Chen Feng. Yet, even Chen Feng, no matter how fierce, was but one man, as the saying goes. Two hands cannot contend with four fists. Furthermore, Chen Feng needed to care for his mother, who had recently undergone surgery, making it impossible for him to remain constantly by Chen Feng and Zhang Ziwen's side. It would be imprudent to provoke Song Changfa at this juncture. Even if they managed to beat him, it would undoubtedly incite an even fiercer retaliation. Therefore, once they took action against Song Changfa, it had to be a decisive, crushing blow that left him in despair, making him feel utterly invincible. Otherwise, it would devolve into a stalemate, which would only complicate matters. Most importantly, Chen Feng did not wish to waste excessive time on these issues. Once resolved, it must be done thoroughly. Turning to Chen Feng, Chen Feng said, "I am in urgent need of manpower. It seems the plan must be expedited." After a brief moment of silence, Chen Feng replied, "I will return to the hospital to see my mother. I will set off this afternoon." "I apologize. Plans often change unexpectedly," Chen Feng said, a hint of regret in his tone. "Once you take the money, you must work. I was prepared for this. I will visit the hospital to see my mother and leave this afternoon. We happen to have little to do in the next few days, so you can rest easy." With Song Changfa causing this upheaval, Chen Feng had no choice but to temporarily halt the company's operations, intending to resume once the situation with Song Changfa was resolved. "Thank you," he said. "We are all in this together. No need for formality." Chen Feng took his leave, eager to return to the hospital to check on his mother, while Chen Feng remained in the office to clean up the aftermath. The shattered glass door needed to be repaired. Once he had finished attending to the company's affairs, Chen Feng made his way to the hospital. Upon entering Qin's mother's hospital room, he found Qin Weiguo peeling an apple. Xiao Feng, you've come. Qin's mother greeted him with a smile. Auntie, how are you feeling? Any better? Much improved. Sister Wang has been taking excellent care of me these past few days. I've been eating and sleeping well. Now that Weiguo is here, I asked her to go home and rest. Observing Qin's mother's improved complexion, Chen Feng noted that she indeed looked much better than before. Sister Wang, whom they had hired, charged 50 yuan a day, and it seemed a worthwhile expenditure. Chen Feng continued, Auntie, I sincerely apologize. Weiguo may need to leave for urgent matters in the coming days. Go ahead, you must focus on your careers, young man. I told him he doesn't need to fuss over this old woman all day. I can manage. Mom, Qin Weiguo interjected, astonished that this tough man would show such affection towards his mother. Xiao Feng, you are a good person and an excellent boss. I trust Weiguo to work with you. You have done so much for us, and we ought to repay you. I have told Weiguo to follow you diligently. My child has spent years in the army and is not well versed in the ways of the world, so I hope you will be understanding. Auntie, you are too kind. Weiguo and I are friends. This is what friends do. My parents are no longer with me. If you don't mind, you can consider me as a half-son. Chen Feng replied with a smile. Oh, I cannot accept that. Why not? Our meeting is destiny. With Weiguo away for a few days, I can come by and keep you company. Once you recover, I will take you out to explore this vibrant metropolis. Sounds good. Qin Weiguo's mother was delighted by Chen Feng's words. By 3:30 in the afternoon, Qin Weiguo set off with a bag, stating he would return in a week. In the following week, Chen Feng paused his work, visiting Qin's mother during the day and occupying his evenings with reading at home, occasionally joining the Zhang family for meals. The pace of life seemed to slow down significantly. A week later, Qin Weiguo returned, accompanied not only by himself but also by 10 others. Chapter 32, The Veterans. To pick up Qin Weiguo and his comrades, Chen Feng arranged for 3 taxis to transport the group back. On the journey, he noticed something peculiar about Qin Weiguo and his fellow soldiers. Before boarding, they instinctively formed a line without needing to be called to attention. Once inside the vehicle, they remained silent, sitting upright, their gazes fixed ahead. Such discipline could only be cultivated within certain elite military units. It seemed that the individuals Qin Weiguo had brought back were quite remarkable. Chen Feng instructed the taxi driver to take them to the vicinity of the company. He had purchased a small building nearby to serve as accommodations for these men. Indeed, it was not a rental, but a direct purchase. The location was excellent, just a short walk from the bustling city center, and if Chen Feng recalled correctly, it was set to be a prime development area in the future, where every inch of land would be invaluable. The property also featured a garden, and its spaciousness surpassed that of Chen Feng's own living quarters. The owner was eager to sell, and Chen Feng found it to be an excellent deal. Thus he made the purchase. For such a large yard, he spent a mere 50,000 yuan. In a decade or so, once the area was developed, it could easily fetch several million. One wonders if the seller would later regret his decision. The building comprises 3 stories, each hosting 4 rooms, culminating in a total of 12 chambers. With an occupancy of 4 individuals per room, it can accommodate up to 48 residents. Currently, 10 individuals are temporarily settled here, with the capacity to welcome more should the team expand. Chen Feng guided them through the dormitory, which was equipped with fans. However, hot water heaters were scarce in the country during this era. Moreover, Chen Feng had installed a restroom in each dormitory room. As far as dormitory conditions go, these accommodations were quite satisfactory. Qin Weiguo's comrades expressed their contentment after touring the quarters, remarking that it surpassed their previous living conditions in the military. Pleased with their satisfaction, Chen Feng felt reassured. Once they had settled in, he took them out for a meal at a local restaurant to honor their arrival. He also invited Zhang Ziwen, the company's vice president, as it was important for him to meet the new employees. The dining venue was a seafood restaurant nearby, and Chen Feng reserved a private room. Inside, the group gathered around a large round table, and Chen Feng handed the menu to Qin Weiguo for selection. To Chen Feng's surprise, Qin Weiguo admitted he was unfamiliar with ordering, prompting Chen Feng to pass the menu to Zhang Ziwen. Well-versed in social dining, Zhang Ziwen quickly ordered a variety of dishes, including classic Cantonese fare like white-cut chicken and roast goose, as well as seafood delights such as boiled prawns, garlic steamed abalone, and steamed grouper, complemented by a vegetable dish, a dessert, and a nourishing soup. This welcome banquet was indeed quite lavish. After placing the orders, Chen Feng scanned the room and noticed an unsettling silence. Everyone sat rigidly in their chairs, creating an atmosphere that made him feel somewhat awkward. Leaning closer to Qin Weiguo, he quietly inquired, Weiguo, why are your comrades so silent? To which Qin Weiguo replied, we don't speak much during meals in the army. Chen Feng remarked, but you've retired, you should gradually adapt to the outside environment. Qin Weiguo found merit in Chen Feng's words and spoke up, "Everyone, please pay attention." Instantly, his comrades straightened their postures. Chen Feng couldn't help but admire their discipline. "We are no longer soldiers. Our duty now is to respond to the nation's call and contribute to the development of our country across various sectors. Therefore, feel free to order as you wish." His comrades exchanged glances, yet remained silent. With a sigh of resignation, Qin Weiguo explained to Chen Feng, "I apologize. They have only recently left the military. And old habits die hard. They will adjust in time." Accepting this, Chen Feng refrained from attempting to lighten the mood further. The waiter soon arrived with the dishes. Taken aback by the quiet atmosphere within the private room, once the dishes were laid out, Chen Feng ordered 2 bottles of wine. Observing the somber demeanor of his companions, he decided against diving straight into the meal and leaned toward Qin Weiguo once more, suggesting, "How about a few words before we eat?" Qin Weiguo nodded and announced, "Now, let us invite manager Chen to speak." Applause erupted in the room. Flushed with embarrassment from the enthusiastic applause, Chen Feng stood up, feeling the weight of expectation. "Before we begin our meal, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Chen Feng, with the character Chen from the East and Feng as in maple leaf. I am 23 years old, and there is no need for formalities, just call me Chen Feng. Furthermore, I extend a warm welcome to all of you to Shenzhen. I too have only recently arrived, merely 2 or 3 months ahead of you. I chose Shenzhen because it stands at the forefront of reform. It was once a small fishing village, possibly even smaller than your hometowns. However, in recent years, the chief designer outlined its potential, and the city's transformation has been nothing short of astonishing. On your way here, you must have noticed the skyscrapers being erected, the wide roads bustling with vehicles, and the hopeful expressions of the people envisioning a brighter future. This is precisely why reform and economic development are imperative. As a nation progresses, your hometowns too can flourish like Shenzhen, adorned with skyscrapers and expansive roads filled with diverse vehicles. This is the direction of our times and the tide of progress. Therefore, do not feel that leaving the military means your country no longer needs you. On the contrary, your participation in national development is essential. Welcome to the great tide of economic construction. Even if you have transitioned from military life to a different profession, you can still contribute to the nation's growth." Chen Feng's heartfelt address moved everyone present to tears, including Qin Weiguo. After the mass demobilization, many career soldiers found themselves suddenly detached from the military life they had dedicated themselves to. Post-retirement, many struggled to find their purpose, feeling lost and, in some cases, turning down dark paths, believing they were no longer needed by their country. Recognizing the necessity of appealing to these veteran sensibilities, Chen Feng endeavored to convey the significance of their future work, instilling in them a renewed hope for what lay ahead. Having addressed the broader ideals, Chen Feng shifted to more pragmatic matters. "Now, let me discuss what we actually do. Our company specializes in the sale of household appliances. Essentially, we aim to make items like televisions, fans, and radios accessible to every household, ensuring that ordinary citizens can enjoy the fruits of progress. Of course, my intentions are not rooted in altruism alone. I am a businessman, and profit is paramount. We are all human, and as such, we need to earn a living. This is a fundamental truth that I believe we all understand. However, I strive to give back to society through my business endeavors, ensuring that affordable appliances reach the common people, embodying the role of a socially responsible merchant." As Chen Feng spoke, he noticed that rather than inciting resentment, his words garnered admiration among his audience. He recognized the effectiveness of this approach, elevating his stature while simultaneously appealing to their sense of purpose. It was indeed a masterstroke. After concluding his speech, Qin Weiguo invited his comrades to introduce themselves. These individuals hailed from the same unit as Qin Weiguo, who had served as their squad leader. When Chen Feng expressed his intention to establish a convoy, Qin Weiguo traveled extensively to gather his comrades. With only one unable to attend from Tibet and another occupied with family commitments. Once everyone had introduced themselves, the meal commenced. Initially, the atmosphere remained subdued. However, after Chen Feng encouraged a few rounds of drinks, the mood began to lift. Conversations flowed, and camaraderie blossomed among the veterans. Through their exchanges, Chen Feng gleaned much about Qin Weiguo. He learned that Qin Weiguo had enlisted at 17, fought in the Sino-Vietnamese War, received a first-class merit citation, and had multiple second-class accolades, even single-handedly neutralizing an enemy squad. After a year of continuous rotation, their unit was eventually replaced. The conflict had begun as a retaliation. Yet over time, the nation implemented a rotation system to maintain combat readiness, effectively utilizing neighboring countries as training grounds. After completing his rotation, Chen Wei encountered the national military competition. He represented his unit in this grand event, excelling in the 10 events of the all-around competition, whether in combat or marksmanship, ultimately securing an impressive 5th place nationally, with a chance to break into the top 3. Typically, those who achieve commendable rankings in such prestigious competitions are often appointed as bodyguards for high-ranking officials. Chen Wei, too, believed he could continue his military career. However, on the final day of the competition, devastating news arrived. A phone call informed him that his mother was gravely ill. Overwhelmed with concern, Chen Wei hastily requested leave from his unit to return home, but the military refused to allow him to leave until the competition concluded. Having lost his father to illness 2 years prior, he could not bear the thought of leaving his mother alone. After much contemplation, Chen Wei made the difficult decision to return home. With his father's passing, his mother was his sole remaining family, and he felt compelled to be by her side. Upon arriving home, he took her to the hospital and cared for her for several days before returning to his unit. However, his abrupt departure during a critical moment in the competition constituted a serious disciplinary breach. Consequently, the organization decided to revoke his ranking and record a significant infraction against him. Realizing that his hopes of remaining in the military were dashed, Chen Wei began to contemplate retirement in order to care for his mother. Coincidentally, during this time, the higher-ups initiated a massive troop reduction campaign. Thus, he chose to retire alongside his comrades from his unit. Upon hearing his comrades recount Chen Wei impressive military background, Chen Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated such remarkable achievements from Chen Wei. No wonder his skills were so exceptional. Anyone who placed in the top 10 of a national military competition could be regarded as a master soldier. Chen Feng recognized the immense fortune in recruiting such a distinguished individual. He began to understand why Chen Wei was reluctant to discuss his past. For him, those experiences were painful memories unworthy of revisiting. As Chen Feng gazed at Chen Wei, their eyes met, and Chen Wei merely smiled, saying nothing. Chen Feng could see that he had largely come to terms with his past. Of course, healing from inner wounds requires time and patience. Next, they turned their attention to the matter of compensation, which was of great concern to them. Chen Feng proposed remarkably generous terms, a monthly base salary of 500 yuan without any conditions, with additional bonuses for those who would participate in transportation tasks in the future. Furthermore, Chen Feng offered each individual a commercial insurance policy, recognizing that these veterans, tasked with security duties, would inevitably face dangers. He articulated these terms at the dining table, and the veterans were exceedingly pleased, expressing their gratitude for their generous employer. In an era when assembly line workers earned around 200 yuan a month, a base salary of 500 yuan was indeed substantial. Chen Feng calculated that with bonuses, their monthly earnings could reach at least 1,000 yuan. The veterans' eyes lit up at the prospect of earning such an amount, as they had initially anticipated making only 200 to 300 yuan per month in the city. Their satisfaction with Chen Feng's offer was palpable, and each of them raised a toast to him, for he had bestowed upon them hope for the future and a promising path ahead. The meal extended from 1 o'clock in the afternoon until 3, and after everyone had indulged, Chen Feng arranged for transportation to take them back to their dormitories to rest. Having traveled a long distance, these veterans deserved a day of respite, as they were set to begin their official duties the following day. After bidding farewell to the veterans, Chen Feng and Zhang Ziwen returned to the office to discuss their next steps. They first needed to address the issue of Song Changfa, as his interference was hindering their operations. After deliberation, they decided to draw him out. They contacted old clients, offering significantly lower prices to undercut Song Changfa, even if it meant operating at a loss, anything to prevent him from securing business. That evening, as anticipated, Zhang Ziwen received a threatening phone call from Song Changfa. Chapter 34. A businessman looks only at profit. At that moment, the two were dining at a fast food restaurant, enjoying pig's trotter rice after a long day. Wanting something simple, Zhang Ziwen suggested they indulge in this dish. As they were served 2 steaming bowls, each garnished with a marinated egg, Zhang Ziwen relished a tender piece of pig's trotter, remarking, after all those delicacies, a simple pig's trotter rice is quite satisfying. Chen Feng could not resist teasing him. Oh, you speak as if you feast on gourmet cuisine every day. It's just one meal at a restaurant. Just wait until I get rich. I'll be driving a Santana daily just to enjoy my pig's trotter rice. In that era, luxury cars like Mercedes and BMW were rare, making the more attainable Santana a realistic aspiration. While enjoying their meal and conversation, Zhang Ziwen's mobile phone rang. This phone, purchased after earning his first profit, was a necessity for maintaining contact with clients. He had spent 25,000 yuan on the device and an additional 5,000 for network fees, totaling 30,000. With the increasing workload, it was inconvenient for him to rely solely on a pager, so they had reluctantly decided to invest in the mobile phone. Upon answering the call, Zhang Ziwen's expression shifted dramatically. He covered the phone's microphone and leaned towards Chen Feng, whispering, "It's Song Changfa." Chen Feng extended his hand. "Let me take this." Zhang Ziwen handed the phone over, and Chen Feng placed it to his ear, adopting a calm demeanor. "Brother F.A., what a surprise to receive your call. Humph. I see you two are tired of living, daring to poach my orders." "Brother F.A., what do you mean by poaching?" "We are all here to do business. It's called fair competition. If clients find our prices more appealing than yours, it's entirely reasonable for them to choose us." "Fine, just wait. You'll regret this." With that, the call ended. Zhang Ziwen watched Chen Feng intently, inquiring cautiously what happened. "I suspect he is going to stir up trouble." "No worries. I wouldn't mind if he did." As he spoke, Chen Feng took a large piece of pig's trotter with the chopsticks and began to devour it heartily. The next day, while Chen Feng and Zhang Ziwen were busy contacting clients in the office, a group of individuals burst in, armed with weapons. Without uttering a word, they began to vandalize Chen Feng's office. The leader, a robust man in a black t-shirt, shouted, "Who is Chen Feng? Step forward." Ignoring them, Chen Feng observed as they wreaked havoc in his office. The imposing figure approached Chen Feng, scrutinizing him before stating, "I didn't TC you last time. You must be Chen Feng." With a slight smile, Chen Feng replied, "Not only am I Chen Feng, but I am also your grandfather." "You." The man, enraged by Chen Feng's provocation, prepared to attack. Just then, a group of Chen Feng's allies stormed in, directly confronting the troublemakers. The leader had not anticipated that Chen Feng had laid a trap, waiting for them to walk right into it. Outnumbered and outmatched, the assailants were swiftly subdued. The hefty man was forcefully pinned to the ground by Qin Weiguo, utterly immobilized. "Spare me, good sir, spare me." The hefty man pleaded incessantly. Zhang Ziwen rose from his seat and approached a row of cabinets, stretching up on his toes to retrieve a video recorder. Chen Feng inquired, "Has it all been recorded?" "Indeed, every moment has been captured," Zhang replied. Chen Feng crouched down beside the hefty man and remarked, "Do you realize that I squandered 3 tapes waiting for your arrival? Thankfully, you are here now, and we have evidence. Any statements you wish to make can wait until the police arrive." "Brother, we were wrong. It was all Song Changfa's doing. He offered us 2,000 yuan to come and smash your company," the hefty man confessed. "What is your relationship with Song Changfa?" Chen Feng probed. "Not much of a connection, merely acquaintances introduced by others. He provides the funds, and we perform the tasks. It's as simple as that." Hearing this, Chen Feng exhaled in relief. Fortunately, they were not part of a criminal syndicate. Had Song Changfa been backed by a gang, dealing with him would have required considerable effort. Chen Feng instructed Zhang Ziwen, "Please call Song Changfa for me." Zhang Ziwen took out a mobile phone and dialed a number before handing it to Chen Feng. After a few beeps, the call connected. "F.A. Ge, you've given me quite the unexpected gift," Chen Feng exclaimed. On the other end, Song Changfa was silent, unsure of Chen Feng's intentions. Chen Feng held the phone before the hefty man and said, "You may speak with him. Whether or not you avoid the police depends on your performance." The hefty man shouted into the phone, "Song Changfa, you damn dog, you've ruined me. If I get arrested, you won't escape unscathed either." Chen Feng took the phone and addressed Song Changfa. "F.A. Ge, as you can hear, your men are here with me, having vandalized my company, and I recorded the entire incident. What do you intend to do?" From the phone came Song Changfa's low voice. "I don't intend to do anything. If I truly wanted to harm you, do you think I would allow you to sit there so calmly? Any fool can hire thugs to attack." Chen Feng sighed and responded, "I am a businessman. I detest violence. I wish only to conduct my affairs peacefully and profitably. However, should anyone obstruct my path to wealth, I can resort to force as well. I am alone in this world, having lost my parents, but you, F.A. Ge, have family responsibilities. Playing a dangerous game with me would only lead to your loss. I can grant you a single chance. However, if there is a third offense, prepare yourself for dire consequences. I do not adhere to the notion that misfortune does not befall families. Your relatives enjoy the benefits of your ill-gotten gains. Why should they not also share in your misfortunes?" Upon hearing this, a chill ran through Song Changfa. He recognized that Chen Feng was not jesting. If he continued to provoke him, Chen Feng would not hesitate to retaliate. "Are you suggesting that we forget the previous incident?" Song Changfa cautiously inquired. Chen Feng laughed. "What else can we do? Shall you gather 200 men to fight against my 200? A bloody conflict at the foot of Lianhua Mountain, resulting in casualties and both of us ending up in jail? I am no street thug. I am a businessman. Engaging in mutual violence is child's play for gangsters. A businessman must focus on actions that are advantageous to himself. At this moment, reconciling with Song Changfa is the most beneficial course of action for me. Firstly, there is no need to waste time and energy on a futile feud, rather than squandering resources on a prolonged struggle. I would prefer to invest my efforts into profitable ventures. Secondly, the business world is unpredictable. Today's enemy may become tomorrow's ally. Continuing to fight with Song Changfa would only result in mutual destruction, unless one were to eliminate the other entirely. Yet, we are merely experiencing minor friction in business. There is no need to escalate it to violence. Furthermore, should I eliminate Song Changfa today, another adversary will inevitably emerge tomorrow. A businessman must prioritize profit over impulsive emotions. Incessantly calling for violence leads nowhere. After weighing the pros and cons, I have decided to afford Song Changfa another opportunity. Should he squander it, I possess ample means to deal with him. Upon realizing Chen Feng was willing to offer him another chance, Song Changfa hastily replied, "I assure you, it won't happen again. Thank you for your leniency. Let us meet tonight at 7 at Fengman Lu for dinner, where I will formally apologize to you and Zaiwen. I hope you can show me some grace." "Very well, we shall arrive on time," Chen Feng agreed, and they ended the call. "Release them all." Chen Feng instructed Qin Weiguo regarding the thugs. Just like that, Qin Weiguo queried quietly. "Yes, let them go. They harbor no grudge against us. They were merely doing their job for pay. These individuals, having survived to this age, are seasoned. I find it hard to believe they lack connections. If you detain them today, they will be released tonight, and there is no need to create enmity unnecessarily. What about the damage?" Qin Weiguo glanced at the wrecked office. "Rest assured, by tonight, Song Changfa will compensate us," Chen Feng asserted with confidence. Qin Weiguo nodded and complied with Chen Feng's directive to release the thugs. Once the thugs departed, Zhang Zaiwen turned to Chen Feng and asked, "Are we really going to Song Changfa's dinner? What are you afraid of? That he will send someone to attack you? Fear not. He lacks the audacity to hire killers in the city. I have stated that should there be a third offense, we will not rest until one of us is defeated. We are both businessmen, not mere street thugs. If he cannot grasp this simple truth, then he deserves whatever fate befalls him." After pondering, Chen Feng added to Qin Weiguo, "Weiguo, take a few men with you tonight for our visit. Your presence will ensure that if anything arises, we can respond swiftly." "Understood," came the affirmative reply. One must always exercise caution. Attending the banquet is essential. Let us bring more men for added security. It is better to be overly cautious than to be caught unprepared. Chapter 35. A single word awakens the dreamer. Fengman Lu, while not the finest establishment in the city, certainly ranks among the more prestigious venues. Many prefer to conduct business here, reputed for its excellent ambience. Chen Feng had heard of Fengman Lu, yet this was his inaugural visit. As Chen Feng, Zhang Zaiwen, and Qin Weiguo disembarked from the taxi, two welcoming hostesses approached them. "Hello, have you made a reservation?" they inquired. "Shun Shui," Zhang Zaiwen replied, providing the name of their reserved private room, which bore auspicious titles such as smooth sailing and wealth and prosperity. "Please follow me," the hostess beckoned, leading the trio to the second floor and stopping before a room labeled Shun Shui. Qin Weiguo did not enter but remained outside as a precaution, a final safeguard against any unforeseen events. Though no one dared to engage in violence at Fengman Lu, the world is unpredictable. Upon entering the room, Chen Feng and Zhang Zaiwen found Song Changfa seated alone, sipping tea. The absence of others instantly put Chen Feng at ease. "Feng, Zaiwen, you've arrived. Please take a seat." Song Changfa gestured for them to sit. He called out to the waiter, "Bring out the dishes." Then, Song Changfa poured tea into 2 cups, placing one before each of his guests. "This meal is my gesture of apology to the both of you. I first raise a cup of tea in place of wine to honor you." Upon finishing his words, Song Changfa drained the contents of his teacup in a single gulp. His words were merely misunderstandings of the past. Chen Feng also lifted his cup, consuming its contents without hesitation. In this era of legal governance, there was no fear of poison being slipped into one's tea. Besides, he bore no deep-seated grudge against Song Changfa, merely minor business disputes. Zhang Zaiwen, too, emptied his cup. At that moment, the server entered, bringing forth the dishes. The seafood ordered by Song Changfa was abundant, featuring delicacies such as abalone, sea cucumber, and shark fin, complemented by 2 bottles of Maotai liquor. Song Changfa poured a glass of liquor for Chen Feng and himself, raising his cup. Feng, from the moment you joined my company, I recognized you as someone exceptional. Let us toast to you with this glass." He then downed the drink in one go, and Chen Feng followed suit. "This glass is to honor Zaiwen. He has contributed immensely to my company over the years, enduring much hardship." With that, Song Changfa raised another glass in salute to Zhang Zaiwen. Chen Feng discerned that this man, Song Changfa, was dignified and discerning, adept at knowing when to be gracious and when to yield. Aware of the tension between Chen Feng and Zhang Ziwen, he lowered his stance, proactively extending goodwill to resolve past conflicts. This toast signifies our newfound camaraderie. Let bygones be bygones. He finished the third glass in one swift motion. Since Chen Feng had come with the intent of reconciliation, he was more than willing to reciprocate Song Changfa's gestures. Seeing both Chen Feng and Zhang Ziwen drink, Song Changfa finally sighed in relief. He then produced an envelope, placing it on the table. Here are 20,000 yuan as compensation for your losses. Despite having caused some damage to Chen Feng's company, the total was no more than 1 or 2,000 at most. Offering 20,000 was a gesture of sincerity. Chen Feng glanced at the envelope and urged Zhang Ziwen to accept it. When money is offered, it would be unwise to decline. Observing Chen Feng accept the money, Song Changfa felt relieved, signifying that this matter was settled. Come, let's enjoy the dishes. The abalone here is truly exceptional. As they feasted and drank, the atmosphere around the dining table grew lively. Song Changfa began conversing with Chen Feng and refrained from discussing business, opting instead for casual banter. He possessed a remarkable ability to create a pleasant dining atmosphere, making one feel entirely at ease. No wonder he thrived in the trade industry. As they continued to eat and chat, the dishes were nearly depleted, and the 2 bottles of Mount Ai liquor had been consumed. The faces of the 3 men had turned slightly flushed. Noticing the mood was just right, Song Changfa asked, now that you both have established your own company, what are your plans moving forward? What plans could Chen Feng divulge? He could not possibly share his intentions with Song Changfa. Noticing the persistent gaze of Song Changfa, seemingly seeking an answer, Chen Feng smiled and reassured him, rest assured, brother Fa, we will not encroach on your clients. The market is vast, and there is more than enough to go around. At this, Song Changfa finally exhaled in relief. He poured tea for Chen Feng and himself, stating, let me toast you with tea instead of liquor. After finishing his tea, Song Changfa set down his cup. Do you currently have a stable source for imported goods? Chen Feng and Zhang Ziwen exchanged glances and shook their heads. They had no established sources. They were merely seeking orders as they came. However, Chen Feng possessed 2 aces up his sleeve. One was Zhao Dayuan, a department head at a foreign trade company, whom Chen Feng had once rescued. Approaching him for orders would not be difficult, but it was a favor that would be spent. The other was the daughter of a wealthy individual in Hong Kong, Li Yuyun, who was on the verge of being kidnapped, should Chen Feng manage to save her. He could directly establish contacts with trading companies in Hong Kong. Yet, this card carried significant risks, requiring utmost caution. Noticing their negative response, Song Changfa suggested, if you lack foreign trade orders, you might consider acting as agents for domestic electrical appliances. While the profit margins on domestic products may not rival those of imported goods, they do offer a stable supply chain, unlike foreign orders, which can fluctuate dramatically. As small trading companies, we often find ourselves picking up the scraps left behind by larger firms. In that instant, Song Changfa's words ignited a spark in Chen Feng. Indeed, the trade industry offered opportunities beyond foreign orders. Domestic orders were also viable. Many domestic appliance companies were still in their infancy, such as Haier and Changhong, which would soon gain global recognition, but had yet to fully establish their market presence. With his forward-thinking ideas and in-depth knowledge of the global appliance and electronics market, Chen Feng realized that participating in the growth of these domestic brands could significantly advance their development. Moreover, his plan to establish a direct sales model required a stable supply chain, making domestic brands more advantageous than their imported counterparts. The key now was to figure out how to elevate these domestic brands while encouraging acceptance among the populace. Song Changfa's insight had opened a new avenue for Chen Feng. He poured tea into Song Changfa's cup and his own, raising his cup earnestly. Brother Fa, your words have truly enlightened me. I toast this cup to you. Song Changfa, taken aback by Chen Feng's gratitude and attentiveness, felt somewhat flattered. His prior advice had been primarily self-serving, aimed at alleviating his own concerns over potential competition from Chen Feng. However, he had inadvertently provided Chen Feng with a fresh perspective. Chapter 36. The Secret to Victory. Establishing a logistics system. The domestic appliance industry had begun to take shape, with manufacturers producing everything from refrigerators to televisions and radios. Yet, domestic brands struggled to make a name for themselves, hampered by outdated production techniques and a lack of modern management systems. Furthermore, many domestic manufacturers still operated under a collectivist mindset, focusing solely on production without regard for market dynamics. Although domestic brands were still exploring their potential, numerous households chose them for one simple reason: affordability. Take televisions as an example. Foreign brands like Hitachi and Toshiba often cost 4 to 5,000 yuan, with larger models exceeding 10,000. Many could not afford such prices. In contrast, a domestic Shanghai Jinxing television could be had for only 2 to 3,000 yuan. While the specifications might lag behind, they were still functional and met the needs of the masses. In this era, the demand for entertainment and television viewing was astonishingly high. A market of such magnitude could not be satisfied solely through imports. Song Changfa had provided Chen Feng with a crucial insight. Chen Feng had previously focused exclusively on imported appliances due to their higher profit margins. Now, however, he could pivot towards volume-driven products. Especially if he aimed to create a chain of appliance stores, securing stable sales would be paramount. As the three of them continued to eat and drink, their gathering began to wind down. On the ride back in a taxi, Chen Feng and Zhang Ziwen sat in the back seat, while Qin Weiguo occupied the front. After confirming there was no threat at the banquet, Chen Feng had excused himself under the pretext of using the restroom, discreetly informing Qin Weiguo to order something to eat in the lobby, assuring him he would cover the bill. It was only right to ensure the safety of their guardian, the Soldier King. In the vehicle, Chen Feng gazed out at the flickering neon lights, lost in contemplation. Ji Yuan, are you familiar with our home appliance factories in Guangdong province? Do you genuinely wish to pursue domestic production? The market is right there. Why not take the plunge? The profit margins for domestic appliances are merely 1/3 or even 1/5 of imported ones. If we can negotiate lower purchase prices, control the logistics, and increase the volume, the profits will be substantial. Currently, we are only handling small orders, many of which are passed through intermediaries, resulting in unstable supply sources. This minor skirmishing approach will not lead to substantial growth anytime soon. I believe that if we are to engage in this endeavor, we must aim for something grand. The home appliance industry is currently at a pivotal moment. If we waste a few years on trivial pursuits by the time we catch up, the major players in the industry will have already established themselves, leading to diminished profits. Chen Feng elaborated on the current situation to Zhang Zhiyuan, who nodded thoughtfully and inquired, "What are your plans? If you have time in the next couple of days, please help me compile a list of well-known home appliance brands in the Pearl River Delta region, or even lesser-known ones, provided they have not had significant quality issues. That is of utmost importance. People work hard to save up for television, only to end up with substandard products. We cannot engage in such practices. Those shoddy manufacturers deserve their fate." In this era, the home appliance manufacturing industry in the Pearl River Delta is already quite advanced. After the reform and opening up, a vast number of electronic components entered the region through legitimate channels or smuggling, enabling manufacturers of all sizes, including home workshops, to assemble home appliances. Large factories produce televisions and refrigerators, while smaller ones focus on simpler products like electric fans. This has led to a proliferation of electronic factories in the region, but the quality of the goods produced varies greatly. For Chen Feng's plan to establish a home appliance chain, ensuring quality is paramount. His vision is to create a branded chain, not to dabble in low-quality goods that would tarnish his reputation. All right, I will conduct some market research over the next few days and identify a few reliable brands. Zhang Zhiyuan replied. By the way, do we have any shipments arriving soon? Chen Feng shifted the conversation. We have a batch of color televisions, approximately 100 units, arriving at the dock in 3 days, ordered by Boss Wang from Jingzhou City. Jingzhou City, the capital of the neighboring province. We delivered goods there with driver he last time, right? Yes, most of the distributors I know are from Jingzhou City. We usually send our goods there, and those distributors resell them to the smaller counties. As Zhang Zhiyuan rolled down the window to let the breeze in, Chen Feng pondered for a moment and said, "In the next couple of days, please arrange for 2 trucks, whether through rental or borrowing. I need to see them in 2 days. What are you planning? For this batch of goods, we won't rely on external logistics companies. We will handle the delivery ourselves." Chen Feng replied earnestly. The comrades recruited by Qin Weiguo were already in place, and the planned escort team had formed. Although not numerous, they were sufficient for basic transportation. Now, it was time to establish a transport route from Shenzhen to the provincial capital of Xiangzhou City. In this era, sending a batch of goods across provinces incurs considerable transportation costs. Before 1983, the freight market was tightly controlled by the state, with each state-owned enterprise having its own transport fleet, while individual operators could only rely on those fleets for shipping. However, after 1983, the government relaxed restrictions, allowing individual operators into the freight market. Following the economic reforms, the domestic economy developed rapidly, necessitating the circulation of large volumes of goods nationwide. But the transport infrastructure lagged behind this economic growth. Freight volumes surged exponentially, yet the transport capacity did not keep pace. This resulted in a scarcity of vehicles and, often, To transport goods, one had to rely on connections and plead with truck drivers for assistance. The status and income of these truck drivers consequently soared. Having made money, they began to band together, forming freight companies and even monopolizing regional freight markets, driving up shipping costs. What? You think it's too expensive and don't want to pay? Then you can choose not to ship. Let the goods rot in your hands and see who gets anxious. It could be said that for a product sold at 100 yuan, at least 20 yuan is consumed by shipping costs, and sometimes the shipping costs exceed the profit. Such is the absurdity of the situation. It wasn't until the extensive infrastructure development of highways and railways and the increasing availability and affordability of trucks that a few major logistics companies emerged after years of fierce competition, leading to a gradual resolution of these market anomalies. If Chen Feng were to persist in establishing a home appliance chain, the freight volume would be substantial, and relying entirely on logistics companies could lead to significant losses. Therefore, Chen Feng must establish his own fleet to transport his goods. Recruiting these veterans is merely the first step. Subsequently, he plans to purchase trucks and expand his team to build a comprehensive logistics supply chain. Much like J.D.com, possessing a proprietary logistics supply chain can grant immense leverage in the home appliance sales industry, an insight that many fail to grasp. Even J.D.com only began building its logistics supply chain after 2007, maturing through several years of continuous investment. Chen Feng's expectations are not lofty. He merely aims to establish efficient logistics between a few major cities. Delivering packages to county towns and households is an unrealistic endeavor in this era. With only a few highways constructed and limited railway infrastructure nationwide, logistics development must rely on the advancement of transportation infrastructure, an objective reality that even Chen Feng, as a time traveler, cannot alter. He can only wait for the nation's economic growth to prompt increased investment in transportation infrastructure, gradually paving the way for expansion. Thus, in his pursuit of a home appliance business, Chen Feng must retain control over logistics while also venturing into the logistics industry. Who has to say that future logistics giants like SF Express or Deben Logistics Kunti emerge from Chen Feng's initiatives? In Chapter 37, Establishing Authority, 3 days later at the Shenzhen dock, 2 trucks laden with televisions stood ready for departure. Over the past few days, Zhang Zhiyuan had utilized his connections to secure 2 trucks for Chen Feng, one of which belonged to driver He, who had graciously offered his vehicle as a thank you for Chen Feng's previous assistance. Of course, the agreed rental fee would still be paid. Personal favors are distinct from business dealings. Among the comrades recruited by Qin Weiguo, for had experience driving trucks in the military, and they would serve as the drivers for this transport. In addition to the drivers, each truck would have 2 accompanying personnel, along with Chen Feng and Qin Weiguo, totaling 8 individuals for the journey. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the 2 trucks departed from a dock, heading towards Jingzhou City. Chen Feng and Qin Weiguo occupied the front truck, with a second truck following closely behind. Chen Feng placed a sign on the front of each vehicle, boldly emblazoned with the words Feng Yuan Trade in striking red paint. He intended to print these words directly on the trucks once he acquired them, but for now, a sign would suffice. Displaying this sign would signify that these were vehicles belonging to Feng Yuan Trade Company. This served not only as a banner, but also as a warning, an indication that instilling fear was essential for achieving the desired deterrent effect. Shortly after exiting the city, they arrived at Huji Restaurant. Qin Weiguo instructed the vehicles to stop and communicated via radio for the second truck to halt as well. Xiao Wu, come with me, Qin Weiguo said to the young comrade seated in the passenger seat. Shouldn't we bring a few more people? Chen Feng inquired. Qin Weiguo chuckled lightly and replied, There's no need for that. I'll accompany you. Chen Feng was eager to witness the prowess of this soldier king, captivated by the clean and decisive movements that were absent from typical action films. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Weiguo replied, All right, but do keep your distance, preferably around 10 meters. I fear there may be too many people inside, and I cannot guarantee your safety. Understood, Chen Feng exclaimed excitedly, nodding in agreement at Qin Weiguo's willingness to include him. The trio descended from the car, with Qin Weiguo and Xiao Wu leading the way while Chen Feng trailed behind. They entered a roadside eatery. Upon arriving at the entrance, they spotted 3 individuals seated in a pavilion, sipping tea. Among them was the man adorned with a conspicuous gold chain from their previous encounter, accompanied by 2 younger companions who were jovially toasting with drinks. Upon noticing the entrance of Qin Weiguo and Chen Feng, a young man sporting a buzz cut stood up and approached them, inquiring, Are you 3 here for a meal? Qin Weiguo shook his head, his gaze fixed on the man with the gold chain. He pointed at him and stated, You come with us. The man, startled by this command, wore a grave expression as he rose and questioned, Are you police? Qin Weiguo responded with a shake of his head. The man's tension eased upon realizing they were not law enforcement, and he scrutinized Qin Weiguo, asking, "Are you from the underworld?" Again, Qin Weiguo shook his head. The man's demeanor shifted, his eyes narrowing as he coldly remarked, "So, you're here to create trouble." At that moment, one of his companions brandished a machete while the other wielded a metal pipe, assuming a threatening stance. "You will come with us. I prefer not to resort to violence," was Qin Weiguo's second statement. "Damn it, take him down." The man with the gold chain shouted furiously, pointing at Qin Weiguo. The two henchmen lunged toward Qin Weiguo. With a swift step forward, he executed a powerful kick to the chest of the one wielding the machete, sending him crashing into a table, which shattered upon impact. The remaining henchman, holding the metal pipe, was momentarily stunned by the display of force. Unfazed, Qin Weiguo advanced step by step, his expression inscrutable. The henchman, realizing he still had a weapon, swung the pipe toward Qin Weiguo's head. In a deft maneuver, Qin Weiguo sidestepped the attack and retaliated with a heavy punch that sent the assailant sprawling to the ground, unconscious. "I made it clear that I did not wish to resort to violence," Qin Weiguo declared, resembling a grim reaper as he approached the man with the gold chain. Witnessing his subordinates swiftly incapacitated, the man panicked and hastily retrieved a sawed-off shotgun from his bag. Although firearms were heavily regulated, many such weapons still circulated in the underbelly of society, often modified for concealment. Just as he aimed the shotgun at Qin Weiguo, a swift motion from Qin Weiguo caused the man to yelp in pain as the weapon clattered to the ground. Chen Feng observed with astonishment as the man cradled his hand, which was pierced by a sharp iron rod approximately 5 centimeters in length. Standing beside Chen Feng, Xiao Wu boasted that our squad leader's special skill, Little Qin's flying dagger. Little Qin's flying dagger? Chen Feng queried, puzzled. Xiao Wu explained. He learned it from the commander of the Special Operations Battalion. You see, the soldiers there are like machines of war. They can eliminate foes even when unarmed. The battalion commander possesses a remarkable skill, using a dagger as a throwing knife with perfect accuracy. After witnessing this technique, our squad leader practiced diligently for 6 months to master it, earning the commander's admiration for his innate talent. Chen Feng gazed in awe at Qin Weiguo's figure. Initially, he had merely intended to enlist a capable bodyguard from a talent market, but instead unearthed a soldier king. At that moment, Qin Weiguo approached the man with the gold chain, firmly gripping his shoulder. The man, still clutching his injured hand, pleaded, "Please take it easy. My shoulder feels like it's about to dislocate." It was a sight to behold, a notorious gangster groveling before Qin Weiguo. "I insist you accompany me. Your reluctance leaves me no choice but to compel you," Qin Weiguo stated. I'm willing. Just ease up a bit, and I'll walk on my own," the man replied. Qin Weiguo led him to stand before Chen Feng, saying, "This is our boss." The man scrutinized Chen Feng and asked, "Have we met before, boss?" "Indeed, you seem to have forgotten. We dined at your establishment just a few days ago," Chen Feng replied. "Perhaps we didn't treat you well. My brother here may have overcharged you. I can refund you, as I'm just trying to make a living." The man stammered. "That's not the reason I brought you here. I wish to invite you to witness an important matter. Please, come with us," Chen Feng insisted. With that, the 3 men escorted the man onto a cargo truck. The addition of another person made the space feel cramped. As the man sat between Chen Feng and Qin Weiguo, his injured hand bandaged with a towel to staunch the bleeding. As the vehicle began its journey, the man attempted to steal a glance at Qin Weiguo and quietly remarked, "This brother seems remarkably skilled. He must have trained rigorously." Qin Weiguo shot him a sharp glare, causing the man to fall silent instantly. After half an hour on the road, they encountered a group of individuals blocking the path with a large log. "How go? You know these people, don't you?" Chen Feng asked with a smile. The man forced a smile, clearly uncomfortable. Of course, he recognized them. They were his own subordinates. This gang was extorting money, a tactic he had orchestrated. Had they not paid protection fees at his Huji restaurant, they would have faced severe repercussions. This man had amassed considerable wealth over the past 2 years, relying on such extortion methods and the protection of influential figures. Qin Weiguo addressed Xiao Wu, who was seated in front, saying, "There are 8 of them in total. You'll lead the charge. Arm yourselves and resolve the situation swiftly." "Yes, squad leader," Xiao Wu responded enthusiastically. He retrieved a walkie-talkie and called out, "Xiao Wang, Xiao Zhang, we can easily handle them. Grab your weapons." With that, he pulled a metal pipe from beneath his seat and leaped from the vehicle. 2 others exited from the vehicle behind them. The 3 of them, armed with pipes, charged toward the gang of thugs blocking the road. From inside the vehicle, the man watched as Xiao Wu and his companions effortlessly overwhelmed his 8 men. Chen Feng observed in astonishment as, despite their small number, Xiao Wu and his team executed their movements with remarkable coordination, employing the classic military tactic of a triangular formation. Our nation's forces have won many battles utilizing this 3-3 formation, even inflicting considerable challenges on the Americans during the Korean War. With their exceptional combat training from the Special Operations Battalion and seamless teamwork, Xiao Wu and his team dominated the street thugs. In less than a minute, the 8 men were incapacitated, with Xiao Li and Xiao Wang standing guard with the pipes. Xiao Wu returned, brimming with excitement, and reported to Qin Weiguo, squad leader. "We have complete control over the enemy." "Very well," Qin Weiguo nodded, casting a glance at Chen Feng. "Let us disembark." "How go?" Chen Feng instructed. The man's expression was complex, yet he complied and exited the vehicle alongside Chen Feng. The subdued thugs gaped in disbelief as they witnessed their leader stepping out, his hand still bandaged. Chen Feng led Brother Hu to his comrades, turning back to point at his 2 vehicles, and declared, "Remember this, we are from Fengyuan Trading Company. Our vehicles shall frequently traverse this road, and I kindly ask for Brother Hu's assistance." At that moment, Brother Hu comprehended Chen Feng's intentions. It was, in essence, a demonstration of authority. By administering a beating to their group, he conveyed a clear message. Any ill thoughts about this road would be met with repercussions. There is no more effective lesson than that imparted by a fist. Only through enduring pain does one learn to fear and remember, employing a decisive and vigorous approach. Chen Feng ensured that this gang of highway bandits would not forget their encounter. Brother Hu truly remembered both Chen Feng and Fengyuan Company, as well as the formidable man whose prowess seemed beyond that of an ordinary individual. Brother Hu mused that even if he rallied a dozen or 20 of his men, they might still not be able to contend with this fierce warrior. Moreover, this warrior had several capable allies at his disposal. "I, Hudo, am thoroughly convinced. From now on, when your vehicles pass, we shall not dare to cause you any trouble," Brother Hu sighed. Chen Feng smiled and replied, "I appreciate that, Brother Hu." He retrieved a stack of cash from his pocket and stuffed it into Brother Hu's chest pocket, patting him gently. "Consider this a contribution toward the medical expenses for your brothers. My men were a bit heavy-handed earlier, and I sincerely apologize." Brother Hu gazed up at Chen Feng in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Chen Feng would not only refrain from turning them over to the police, but would also provide them with funds for their treatment. What Brother Hu did not realize was that, in Chen Feng's eyes, this gang of highwaymen held significant value. Chapter 38, The Chain Store Plan. Having dealt with Brother Hu's gang, Chen Feng and Qin Weiguo boarded their vehicle. Once inside, as the car drove off, Qin Weiguo glanced at Chen Feng multiple times, hesitating to speak. Chen Feng, of course, noticed Qin Weiguo's subtle actions. He was not one to conceal his thoughts well. "If you have a question, feel free to ask," Chen Feng said. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Weiguo inquired, "Are we going to send them to the police station? These individuals are a menace to society." Upon hearing this, Chen Feng chuckled. As a man with a military background, Qin Weiguo was imbued with an innate sense of justice. Chen Feng shook his head with a smile. "It's futile. Do you believe that if we send them to the police today, they won't be out by tomorrow? Remember what driver he mentioned. Brother Hu's Huji restaurant has been operating for over 2 years. The fact that they have endured this long indicates that they have backing. A protective umbrella." Qin Weiguo fell silent after this. Furthermore, the business of highway robbery has always attracted desperate individuals. If we eliminate Brother Hu today, tomorrow there will be another, perhaps a wolf brother or a leopard brother. When will it end? Qin Weiguo lowered his head, contemplating Chen Feng's words. Chen Feng continued, "There's an old saying, to cut off someone's livelihood is akin to killing their parents. Our convoy will be using this road, and if we go too hard on these men, it is bound to provoke a backlash against us. Our brothers might suffer casualties as a result. Thus, it suffices to assert our dominance without annihilation. Individuals like Brother Hu still adhere to some rules. If you pay him protection fees, he will at least not cause you trouble. If you eliminate him, who knows what kind of rogue might take his place? The road will only become more treacherous, and lives might be lost. Therefore, we establish our authority, ensuring they do not trouble our convoy, without the need for complete eradication, which is ultimately impractical." Observing Qin Weiguo lost in thought, Chen Feng refrained from elaborating further, allowing him time to digest this information. In truth, there was one point Chen Feng did not mention. As long as Brother Hu and his gang were present, this road would never be peaceful. Brother Hu, who collected protection fees from others, would not dare to extort Fengyuan Trading Company. Thus, Brother Hu served as a watchdog placed on this road by Chen Feng. The transportation costs for Fengyuan trading would be significantly lower than those of others, creating a competitive pricing advantage in the market. If Brother Hu and his ilk were vanquished, this road would become safe for all, inviting many to seize the opportunity. Therefore, retaining brother who was far more beneficial for Chen Feng than detrimental. He was not a chivalrous hero seeking vengeance. He was simply a businessman who weighed profits and losses. Following the resolution with brother Hu, they encountered another group demanding tolls, which Qin Weiguo and his men swiftly dealt with. After a few trips along this road, it would soon be known that Feng Yuan Trading's vehicles were not to be trifled with. They were simply too formidable. The next day at noon, two vehicles arrived in Jingzhou City, entering a warehouse. The distributor, Boss Wang, was already waiting there. Chen Feng and Qin Weiguo alighted from the vehicle. A short, dark-skinned, middle-aged man, clad in an oversized brown suit, approached them with a smile and extended his hand. General Chen, it's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for your efforts on the road. Not at all. It was my duty, Chen Feng replied as he shook hands with Boss Wang. I did not expect you to deliver the goods personally. General Zhang mentioned your involvement, and I was quite surprised. I was feeling cooped up in Deep City, so I decided to accompany the shipment and enjoy a change of scenery. Let us get to unloading, Chen Feng suggested, leading Boss Wang to the back of the truck. Boss Wang directed his men to unload the cargo. One by one, the televisions were taken off the truck. Boss Wang approached one of the televisions. Unboxing it and lifting it out, he examined the television, exclaiming, "Indeed, it's a Nippon brand. Impressive craftsmanship and design." After a cursory inspection, he placed the television back in its box and sealed it. This batch of 100 color televisions will be transported through Jingzhou City, destined for the county below. As imported goods, these Nippon brand televisions sold exceptionally well in the county's department stores, fetching prices between 3,000 to 4,000 yuan each. Chen Feng's procurement cost, including tariffs, averaged out to 1,800 yuan per unit, selling to Boss Wang for 2,500 yuan, netting a profit of 700 yuan per television. This shipment would yield Chen Feng a profit of 70,000 yuan. Had he employed a transport company, the shipping cost for each television would have been at least 1 to 200 yuan. Thus, Chen Feng would have incurred an additional transportation cost of over 10 to 20,000 yuan. His first experience with self-transportation had proven to be quite rewarding. All right, if you have more goods, do reach out to me. I must take my leave, Boss Wang said cheerfully. With 100 televisions loaded onto his vehicle, he needed to hurry back and distribute them through his channels to various county towns. Boss Wang, please wait, Chen Feng called after him. Do you have a moment? Is there something else, General Chen? Boss Wang paused. Indeed, I am considering venturing into domestic products next, and I wonder if you would be interested in collaborating? How would that work? Boss Wang inquired. I plan to open a store in Shanghai City, specializing in domestic brands. I can handle procurement and transportation, while you manage the store's operations. We would split the profits evenly. Chen Feng outlined his thoughts. Initially, he had intended to open the store himself, but after discussions with Zhang Ziwen, he resolved to seek a local partner. In this era, unlike the one Chen Feng had known before, one could open a business simply by obtaining a business license if they had the capital. In Shanghai City, for instance, opening a store required good relations with local authorities concerning industry, fire safety, and taxation. Even if one managed to establish those connections, there might still be local thugs attempting to disrupt business. Establishing a business in a locality without connections or networks proves to be quite challenging. The most prudent approach is to collaborate with a capable local partner, sharing a portion of the profits while alleviating numerous complications. Chen Feng aspires to pilot his venture in Shanghai City, and Mr. Wang, who possesses a modest degree of influence in the area and is rumored to have relatives in the local business administration, presents himself as a promising collaborator. Upon hearing Chen Feng's intentions, Mr. Wang pondered for a moment before responding. Mr. Chen, please hold on a moment. He then approached the truck, speaking to the driver inside. I'll see. You all can head back first. I will dine with Mr. Chen and discuss business, returning later. After his two vehicles departed, Mr. Wang returned to Chen Feng, saying, Mr. Chen, let's go for a meal and converse further. Since this was a business discussion, Qin Weiguo opted not to join, choosing instead to explore Shanghai City with his comrades. Chen Feng entered Mr. Wang's Santana sedan, and half an hour later, they found themselves in a private room of a Hunan restaurant in the city center. Come, Mr. Chen, please try the Hunan cuisine here. It is absolutely authentic, Mr. Wang urged as he gestured for Chen Feng to sample the dishes. The table was adorned with two plates, both brimming with vibrant red chilies, to the extent that the chilies outnumbered the meat. Chen Feng, who had a penchant for spiciness, sampled a piece of meat and found it to be numbing and flavorful. Indeed, quite palatable. At that moment, Mr. Wang picked up a bottle of mutai and poured a drink for Chen Feng, casually inquiring, could you elaborate on the partnership for the store you mentioned? I apologize for my ignorance, but it seems there is some merit in what you propose. With the conversation now veering into substantive territory, Chen Feng set his chopsticks down and stated, "Mr. Wang, consider the current state of the home appliance industry. It is quite booming, is it not?" Mr. Wang nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, business has been quite good of late. In truth, this market has yet to reach saturation." However, Chen Feng hesitated at his first utterance, realizing that Mr. Wang seemed to struggle with comprehension. It became evident that many local entrepreneurs of this era possessed limited educational backgrounds. Thus, Chen Feng opted for a more straightforward explanation. Allow me to rephrase it in simpler terms. Currently, we are selling imported home appliances primarily to affluent individuals, correct? Mr. Wang nodded, affirming, "That is indeed the case. However, the wealthy constitute a mere fraction of the populace. To illustrate further, in our nation's economic landscape, out of 30 households, perhaps only one can afford to purchase an imported color television. Among the remaining 29 households, 17 or 18 families may not be financially well off. These individuals also desire televisions and refrigerators but cannot afford imported goods. What shall we do? We can seek out quality domestic appliances and market them to these 7 or 8 households, emphasizing value for money. While the profit margin on a domestic color television may not rival that of an imported one, what if I sell 2 or 3 units? The cumulative profit would be substantial." Upon hearing this, Mr. Wang's eyes lit up with understanding. "Oh, I see now. You intend to focus on domestic appliances, adopting a low-margin, high-volume strategy." Chen Feng nodded in agreement. Mr. Wang pondered this for a moment, reflecting, "It seems you might be onto something here. I have secured exclusive agency rights for several reputable appliance brands, all of which have been meticulously selected." This assertion was a strategic embellishment on Chen Feng's part, designed to bolster his negotiating position with Mr. Wang. Of course, should Mr. Wang be unwilling, there were other potential partners in Shanghai City. After all, he was not the only influential figure in the area. Furthermore, I possess a comprehensive operational framework, encompassing everything from procurement to sales, pricing to after-sales service. All you need to do is establish the store and await the profits. After contemplating Chen Feng's proposal, Mr. Wang fell into a deep reverie. Moments later, he raised his gaze to Chen Feng and declared, "I require 60% of the profits, as I will cover rent and labor costs. I can concede an additional 10%, but the store must belong to Feng Yuan Trade, and it must be named Feng Yuan Appliance Retail. Should our collaboration falter, the operation of this store can be terminated at any time." Chen Feng was prepared to relinquish a portion of the profits to safeguard his brand. One should not underestimate the value of this brand. Should Feng Yuan Appliance Retail flourish, its worth could be immeasurable. Moreover, in a physical store, the primary expenses are rent and labor, which typically consume at least 20% of the profits. Since Mr. Wang would cover these costs, Chen Feng would effectively receive only 40% of the profits. His sole responsibility would be to ensure the delivery of goods. Once the logistics were established, this would become the simplest facet of the operation, akin to earning money while reclining. Mr. Wang pondered this for a moment before shaking his head. "That won't do. Wouldn't that mean I am merely a puppet in your venture? You could close the shop at your whim, and I would incur significant losses. This is not an issue. We can draft a contract ensuring the store's ownership remains yours, but the name must reflect ours. We can grant you a 5-year authorization for the store name. You need not worry about this." Mr. Wang fixed his gaze on Chen Feng, remaining silent for a while. Eventually, he spoke, 70%. 70% of the profits will belong to me, and I will agree to partner with you." Upon hearing Mr. Wang's terms, Chen Feng promptly extracted 500 yuan from his pocket and placed it on the table, stating, "Mr. Wang, I must attend to another matter and leave now. Consider this meal my treat." He then stood to depart. "Now hold on. We can negotiate. Why the rush to leave?" Mr. Wang quickly called after Chen Feng. 60% it is." Mr. Wang had already calculated the profits involved, recognizing that even 60% was substantial. Most importantly, Chen Feng would supply the goods without requiring any upfront capital. They would settle accounts post-sale, meaning Mr. Wang merely needed to cover rent and labor. He already had several suitable locations in Shanghai City, and hiring a few salespeople for a couple of hundred yuan a month would be straightforward. Chen Feng returned to the table, where Mr. Wang poured him another drink, saying, "Young man, business can be discussed at a leisurely pace. Why the hurry?" Chen Feng smiled and said nothing. Had he not risen earlier, Mr. Wang would not have so readily agreed to the partnership. "Let's not return to Shenzhen just yet. I happen to have a store in Shanghai City, located in a prime area suitable for what you refer to as a chain store." "Yes, a chain store. Tomorrow. Let us visit it together, and if it seems appropriate, we can get started." Thus, their collaboration was solidified. Chapter 39. I want 10,000 units. The remainder of the meal was relaxed as Mr. Wang recounted his entrepreneurial journey. Despite his lean and dark appearance, he exhibited remarkable business acumen. having progressed from trading in second-hand goods to becoming a well-known home appliance distributor in Shanghai City, a journey fraught with challenges. Recently, his business had encountered a bottleneck, making Chen Feng's approach for collaboration all the more timely. It was no surprise that they connected so seamlessly. After the meal, Mr. Wang suggested treating Chen Feng to a foot massage to experience Shanghai City's unique services, but Chen Feng declined, as it was not to his taste. Consequently, Mr. Wang drove Chen Feng to his accommodation. During the meal, Chen Feng had already messaged Qin Weiguo via pager, informing him that he would not return that evening and advising them to find a hotel for the night, while also suggesting they explore the city. After spending a night in Shanghai City, Mr. Wang picked up Chen Feng for breakfast the following morning, where they enjoyed local rice noodles. Following their meal, he took Chen Feng to inspect a shop. While the location was not in the city center, it was conveniently close, which was quite satisfactory. For their upcoming appliance chain store, location was not the paramount concern. As long as prices were competitive, even a remote area could attract customers with its advantageous pricing. Chen Feng instructed Xiao Wu and the others to drive back first, as he needed to return the borrowed vehicle promptly, while he and Qin Weiguo planned to stay in Shanghai City for a couple more days to discuss further details of their collaboration. Boss Wang is a shrewd businessman, unyielding when it comes to profit. After an extensive negotiation, the contract was finally settled. Following this, he and Boss Wang proceeded to the law firm to finalize the signing of the contract, confirming their intention to establish the first electrical appliance chain store of Fengyuan trade in Jingzhou City. Once the contract was signed, Chen Feng hurried back to Shenzhen. Meanwhile, Zhang Ziwen had already shortlisted several products from various appliance manufacturers, including televisions, refrigerators, and fans, eagerly awaiting Chen Feng's return to finalize the decisions. Chen Feng and Qin Weiguo took the train back to Shenzhen, thus avoiding any further encounters with the highway bandits. Upon their return, Xiao Wu mentioned that their truck journey back had been smooth sailing. The bandits dared not target Fengyuan Trade's vehicle, clearing the way as soon as they spotted it. These bandits are astute enough to distinguish between soft targets and tough nuts. With the roads bustling with traffic, they had ample opportunities to profit without needing to confront Chen Feng, who represented a formidable challenge. The day after their return to Shenzhen, Zhang Ziwen and Chen Feng set out together. Their first stop was a department store, where they explored the section dedicated to domestic electrical appliances. Throughout this excursion, Chen Feng attentively absorbed the insights Zhang Ziwen had gathered from his research over the past few days. Zhang Ziwen had thoroughly reviewed the electrical appliances produced by manufacturers in the Pearl River Delta, encompassing both large and small factories. Without Zhang Ziwen's assistance, it would have been challenging for Chen Feng to advance his work so swiftly. After 2 days of deliberation, Chen Feng and Zhang Ziwen finalized their procurement choices. For televisions, they opted for the Holler brand, produced by a state-owned factory in Yangcheng, ensuring quality assurance. For refrigerators, they selected a local brand called Dengfeng, which had only recently begun producing refrigerators. However, upon visiting the manufacturer, Chen Feng found that the materials used in their refrigerators were remarkably sturdy, and the salesperson assured him that complaints from customers were rare. Initially, Chen Feng considered choosing the higher brand, but after Zhang factory director's infamous incident in 1985 involving a barrage of damaged refrigerators, Haier had since become a well-known brand in the country, leaving little profit margin. Thus, Chen Feng settled on this lesser-known brand. For washing machines, they settled on the Swan brand, which Chen Feng had heard of even before his time travel. Known for its longevity and reliable quality. With the brands for procurement determined, it was time to place orders. Boss Wang's construction team had already commenced renovations on the store, expected to be completed in 10 days. By then, Chen Feng's products needed to be in place, or else he would breach the contract. In the following days, Chen Feng asked Zhang Ziwen to accompany him to the manufacturers of these brands to place orders. Their first stop was the Holler television factory. Holler is a well-established brand in Yangcheng, acquired by TCL in 2003 and still operates as a subsidiary brand under TCL in 2024. When Chen Feng and Zhang Ziwen arrived at the factory gate around noon, the workers were leaving for lunch. As they attempted to enter, the gatekeeper stopped them. "Who are you looking for?" "Hello, I would like to speak with your factory director," Chen Feng replied, believing that negotiating directly with the director would yield better prices and possibly secure agency rights. However, the gatekeeper, holding a large thermos, scrutinized Chen Feng and Zhang Ziwen and inquired, "Who are you, and what business do you have with the director? Who referred you here?" Chen Feng was taken aback, realizing that before even starting to negotiate their first deal, they were halted by a mere gatekeeper. "Oh, we are from a trade company in Shenzhen, hoping to place an order with your factory. No one referred us," he stated honestly. The gatekeeper's expression changed, and he coldly replied, "No referral, no entry." Chen Feng was momentarily speechless, astonished that such a minor gatekeeper could be so imperious. This exemplified the inherent flaws of state-owned enterprises, where the interests of the factory pale in comparison to an individual's minor authority. The factory's performance, whether thriving or failing, bore no relevance to personal gain. Consequently, the gatekeeper extended no courtesies to anyone. It was Zhang Ziwen who first regained his composure. With a quick glance, he pulled out a pack of Zonghua cigarettes and offered one to the gatekeeper with a friendly smile, saying, "Here, brother, have a smoke." Upon seeing the Zonghua brand, the gatekeeper's face lit up with a satisfied grin as he accepted the cigarette. Zhang Ziwen promptly produced a lighter, igniting the cigarette for the gatekeeper. After taking a puff, the gatekeeper's tone softened. "Brother, it's not that I'm trying to make things difficult. We are a state-owned factory, and outsiders aren't allowed to wander in freely." "Of course, I understand. It's commendable how diligent you are, big brother," Zhang Ziwen replied. "You want to place an order?" Yes, just a small business need to order some goods." The gatekeeper interrupted, saying, "You don't need to find a director. Just look for Director Huang. He's in charge of our factory sales." He leaned closer to Zhang Ziwen and whispered, "Our factory director is nearing retirement, and it's said that this Huang director has a good chance of succeeding him." With that, the gatekeeper beamed as though he had just revealed a monumental secret. "Oh, I see. How can I meet Director Huang?" Zhang Ziwen inquired. The gatekeeper fell silent, instead smiling at Zhang Ziwen, implying that he understood the unspoken message. Zhang Ziwen, being astute, quickly grasped the hint in the gatekeeper's eyes. He discreetly pulled out a bill and stealthily slipped it to the gatekeeper, saying, "This is for you, big brother, for tea." The gatekeeper glanced at the money in his hand. "Wow, $100. He quickly tucked it into his pocket, realizing it was equivalent to half a month's salary. The gatekeeper pointed into the distance, saying, "Do you see the pond over there?" Zhang Ziwen nodded. "Director Huang has a hobby. He enjoys fishing. Every evening after work, as long as it's not raining, he goes to that pond to fish. If you head over there around 5 or 6, you're sure to find him." Zhang Ziwen felt a surge of joy. The information the gatekeeper provided was invaluable. Indeed, money could pave the way. "But I don't know what Director Huang looks like," he added. The gatekeeper gestured towards a bulletin board at the entrance, stating, "Our factory holds monthly commendations, and the photos of outstanding employees are posted there. You can check it out." "Thank you so much, brother." Zhang Ziwen expressed his gratitude repeatedly, and, as he left, he even handed the gatekeeper the remaining half-pack of Zonghua cigarettes. The information provided by the gatekeeper was crucial. After leaving the factory entrance, Zhang Ziwen relayed the intelligence he had gathered to Chen Feng. Chen Feng reflected, "Sometimes, seemingly inconspicuous individuals can yield unexpected rewards at critical moments. That gatekeeper is one such example." The two of them deliberated and decided to wait by the pond for Director Huang that afternoon. At 4 o'clock, Chen Feng and Zhang Ziwen, equipped with fishing gear, made their way to the pond, fishing while keeping an eye out for Director Huang. Time flew by, and by 5:30, there was still no sign of him. Zhang Ziwen whispered, "What if that person gave me false information? Why haven't we seen him yet? It's unlikely he would mislead us. Let's be patient and wait a bit longer," Chen Feng mused. They continued to wait, the seconds ticking away. At 6 o'clock, a man in a light red polo shirt approached, carrying a fishing rod and bucket. This man was slightly balding, donned thick glasses, and bore a striking resemblance to the photo displayed on the bulletin board. He settled at a fishing spot and began preparing his bait. Chen Feng refrained from rushing over, waiting for this Mr. Huang to cast his line into the pond before approaching him. "Hello, Director Huang," he greeted. The man at the fishing spot looked up at Chen Feng, his gaze lingering for a moment before he realized he didn't recognize him, and asked, "May I ask who you are?" "Oh, I'm the manager of Shenzhen Fengyuan Trading. My name is Chen Feng. Here is my business card." Chen Feng produced his card and handed it to Director Huang. After receiving the card, Director Huang glanced at it but did not pocket it. Instead, he inquired, "What brings you to me?" "Well, I wish to order some televisions produced by your esteemed factory. You can place your order directly with our marketing department. There's no need to seek me out." With a casual flick, Director Huang tossed Chen Feng's business card onto the ground and resumed his focus on fishing. Anticipating Director Huang's cold demeanor, Chen Feng was mentally prepared. "Director Huang, the quantity I require is quite substantial. Thus, I thought it more appropriate to consult with you directly." "How substantial? 300, 500, or perhaps 1,000? Director Huang continued to fish without lifting his gaze. "At least 10,000 units per year." Chen Feng stated his figure. Upon hearing 10,000 units, Director Huang turned to Chen Feng with astonishment. He had initially assumed this young man sought only a few hundred units, hoping to negotiate a favorable price, or even to acquire goods without payment, a tactic he had encountered many times before. However, the number Chen Feng presented left him genuinely surprised. "You say you require how many units?" Director Huang questioned, incredulous. At least 10,000 units per year, Chen Feng reiterated, adding the word at least for emphasis. You wish for 10,000 units? I must have misheard you. Do you truly believe you can handle such a volume? Director Huang scrutinized Chen Feng with skepticism. He found it hard to believe that this young man could consume 10,000 units in a year, especially when their factory's annual output was only 80,000 units. This young man, who appeared to be barely 25, was claiming a demand that would constitute a staggering 13% of their annual production, a notion bordering on the absurd. At this point, Director Huang regarded Chen Feng as a charlatan and was disinclined to engage further, preparing to leave with his fishing rod. Noticing Huang's intent to depart, Chen Feng hurriedly interjected, Director Huang, please allow me to finish. If you are willing to sign an exclusive agency contract with us, granting Fengyuan Trading Company the exclusive rights to represent your televisions, I assure you we will achieve a minimum of 10,000 units in sales annually. Director Huang, uninterested, continued to pack away his belongings. Chen Feng pressed on, the primary issue facing our state-owned enterprises is their outdated mindset, which has created a significant disconnect from the market, allowing imported appliances to encroach upon our market share. The public's recognition of domestic appliances remains disappointingly low. Director Huang paused to gather his fishing gear. If the market rights were entrusted to an agency that could wage a concerted market offensive while the manufacturer focuses on production quality, surely we could elevate the brand. At this juncture, Director Huang slowed his packing, intrigued by Chen Feng's words. Chen Feng seized this moment. Since the reform and opening up, the demand for quality home appliances among the populace has surged. It is a vast and promising blue ocean. Solely relying on imported brands is insufficient, and not everyone can afford them, thus presenting an opportunity for domestic brands to shine. Many local brands already produce high-quality products but lack sufficient promotion, leaving the public skeptical. What if there were a company capable of creating a platform to sell premium domestic brands, offering a 7-day exchange policy and a 1-year warranty? Do you think the public would grant domestic brand a chance? Director Huang, captivated by Chen Feng's discourse, found himself absorbed in thought. After a moment, he looked back at Chen Feng, who was meeting his gaze. After a brief contemplation, Director Huang resumed his seat and cast his fishing line once more. What you say is quite intriguing. I wish to hear more. Understanding that this was his opportunity, Chen Feng took a seat and continued to elaborate on his strategy. As I mentioned earlier, the greatest flaw of state-owned enterprises lies in their severe detachment from the market. Investing time and effort into establishing market connections often yields little reward and can fail to meet expectations. What if there were a platform responsible for bridging the market gap, allowing factories to focus solely on production while leveraging this platform for sales, promotion, and after-sales service? What do you think the likelihood of success would be? Director Huang, after listening, scrutinized Chen Feng anew, smiling. I must admit, you are quite young, yet your ideas are remarkably forward-thinking. I merely believe this is the direction in which the world is heading. Survival of the fittest dictates that while manufacturers currently prosper due to demand, what will happen in a few years? Televisions are not fast-moving consumer goods. Most households purchase one with the intention of using it for 7 to 10 years. As the market becomes increasingly competitive, it will inevitably lead to a price war, where only a handful of resilient manufacturers will survive to dominate the market. Chen Feng's words plunged Director Huang into deep contemplation. After a while, he raised his gaze to Chen Feng and asked, Are you truly confident you can handle 10,000 units in a year? As long as you are willing to grant me the exclusive agency rights for Hunan province, I am exceedingly confident that the sales will exceed this figure. What do you mean by exclusive agency rights? Director Huang queried. This term may seem a bit advanced for the current context. Exclusive agency rights mean that I would be the sole entity permitted to distribute your televisions within this province. This would allow me to coordinate all resources effectively, creating a unified force far superior to a disorganized multitude. What do you think? Director Huang remained silent after hearing this. He stood up, gathered his fishing gear, and said, Tomorrow at 9:30, come to my office for further discussion. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's heart soared with joy. Director Huang, smiling at Chen Feng, remarked, You have stirred my thoughts so much that I can hardly concentrate on fishing. I shall visit punctually tomorrow, Chen Feng affirmed. As Director Huang departed with his fishing equipment, Zhang Ziwen approached and inquired, How did it go? He asked us to meet in his office tomorrow, Chen Feng replied. That is splendid news. Delight illuminated Zhang Ziwen's face. Chen Feng, I have a question, he ventured. Ask away. Chen Feng responded cheerfully, willing to address any inquiry given his buoyant mood. We have numerous alternative television manufacturers to consider. Why did you choose Hull? Because Hull is a renowned brand. Chen Feng replied. Zhang Ziwen looked at Chen Feng, perplexed. Think about it. If we were to establish an appliance retail chain, could we attract consumers without at least one or two well-known brands? Indeed, that makes sense, Zhang Ziwen nodded thoughtfully. Let us go. I'm hungry and ready for a meal. What shall we eat? Zhang Ziwen inquired with excitement at the mention of food. Fish. The following day, Chen Feng and Zhang Ziwen arrived punctually at Director Huang's office. Located on the upper floor of the marketing department, it was an unremarkable room containing only a desk, 2 chairs for visitors, and a coffee table. However, the large bookshelf behind Director Huang left a lasting impression on Chen Feng, filled with tomes on marketing. Please, take a seat. Allow me to brew some tea for you, Director Huang offered, standing to fetch a kettle. No need. We're not thirsty, they replied. A guest must be offered tea, Director Huang insisted, placing a small amount of tea leaves into white porcelain cups before pouring hot water. Chen Feng and Zhang Ziwen expressed their gratitude as Director Huang returned to his seat. You are Chen Feng, correct? Yes, I am Chen Feng, he nodded. I discussed your proposal from yesterday with the factory director, and he regards it with great seriousness, seeing it as a significant reform initiative worth exploring. Therefore, I am pleased to inform you that our factory is willing to accept your company as the exclusive agent for our whole televisions in Hunan province. Upon hearing the news, Chen Feng and Zhang Ziwen displayed expressions of delight. However, they understood that there were conditions attached. Chen Feng sensed that this matter was not as straightforward as it appeared. He composed himself and inquired, what are the conditions? We need to conduct an assessment of your capabilities. Only upon passing this assessment will we formally grant you the exclusive agency rights for Xi'an province. The assessment period will last 1 month, during which you must deliver 1,000 units to meet our assessment criteria. If you cannot achieve this within a month, then we shall not proceed with discussions. Upon hearing Director Huang's conditions, Chen Feng and Zhang Ziwen exchanged glances, and with unwavering confidence, Chen Feng replied, no problem. Furthermore, Director Huang stipulated that prior to your official appointment as our exclusive agent, each shipment must be paid for in full. Once you become an agent, you may pay 50% up front, with the remaining 50% settled monthly. That is acceptable, Chen Feng nodded, acknowledging that this requirement was not excessive. Director Huang regarded Chen Feng with a slight smile. Of course, we will not place undue burdens upon you. I have negotiated a primary factory price for you, which is equivalent to the wholesale price offered to major department stores, representing the lowest possible rate. We hope you will strive for success. Chen Feng was taken aback by the substantial good news brought forth by Director Huang, and he expressed his gratitude. That is wonderful, Director Huang. Rest assured, I will ensure this endeavor is executed splendidly. The cost price signified sales volume, which in turn indicated profit. Initially, Chen Feng had not intended to negotiate on cost price, but he was pleasantly surprised by Director Huang's concession. He recalled Zhang Ziwen's words, mentioning that Director Huang was likely to succeed the current factory director. However, he still faced several formidable competitors, and thus, the outcome was not yet guaranteed. Therefore, it was imperative to take a gamble on this opportunity. If Chen Feng's strategies proved effective, he could potentially increase the factory sales by 15% within a year, solidifying Huang's position as the factory director. After discussing further details, Director Huang handed Chen Feng a business card bearing the name Zhou Xianrong, a key member of the marketing department who would assist Chen Feng in addressing any future issues. After expressing his gratitude to Director Zhou, Chen Feng and Zhang Ziwen departed from the Hualien television factory with a sense of satisfaction. Securing this major supplier marked a significant milestone towards the success of their chain store. There were still a few manufacturers to negotiate with, but they were not of paramount importance. 5 days later, Chen Feng visited all the manufacturers listed alongside Zhang Ziwen, and they expressed willingness to supply products for Chen Feng's home appliance chain store. After all, selling goods is universal. Who one sells to matters little. Particularly after hearing that Lehua Television would also be featured in Chen Feng's store, subsequent negotiations progressed smoothly. These smaller appliance brands hoped to benefit from Lehua Television's reputation, as it held a certain level of sway in the domestic market. 2 days later, Boss Wang called to inform Chen Feng that his business license had been approved, and the store was already renovated and ready for opening. On the first day of the grand opening, sales soared, and the atmosphere was electric. Upon receiving Boss Wang's notification, Chen Feng wasted no time and immediately contacted various manufacturers for stock. He ordered 300 Lehua televisions specifically for the opening. In addition to televisions, he also procured refrigerators, washing machines, and a plethora of other products. It took 3 trips to transport all the goods, and by the day before the opening, all merchandise had been gathered. The day prior to the opening, Chen Feng summoned all his staff to the capital city to assist. Boss Wang also arranged for 7 or 8 employees, totaling over 20 individuals, in preparation for the grand opening ceremony. On May 20th, the first Feng Yuan home appliance chain store exuberantly opened its doors in Shanghai City. On opening day, Boss Wang invited a relative who held an official position to cut the ribbon, along with several prominent figures from Shanghai, to lend their support, thereby bestowing a degree of prestige upon the event. Coupled with the thunderous sound of drums and firecrackers, the spectacle immediately captivated the attention of passers-by. The highlight of the day came when Boss Wang unveiled the grand opening promotional event. The 18-inch Lihua television was priced at a mere 1,999 yuan, instantly igniting excitement throughout the venue. It is worth noting that this 18-inch Lihua television typically retailed for 2,500 yuan in department stores. Thus, a price of 1,999 yuan was an extraordinary bargain. Naturally, Chen Feng's procurement price was 1,500 yuan, so even at 1,999 yuan, he still turned a profit. In addition to the discounts on Lihua televisions, other products such as refrigerators, washing machines, and fans also featured promotional pricing. Moreover, all appliances purchased from Feng Yuan would come with a 1-year warranty, covering free repairs for any non-human damage. Furthermore, customers spending over 1,000 yuan that day were entered into a draw for a grand prize of 9,999 yuan. In this era, the common folk had rarely witnessed such extravagance. The moment the promotion was announced, the atmosphere erupted with enthusiasm. Many individuals merely passing by were drawn to the sight of the 18-inch Lihua television priced at 1,999 yuan and hurried off to withdraw cash to make a purchase. By 10:30 a.m., the store was brimming with customers, and the appliances from televisions and refrigerators to small fans were being snatched up rapidly. Boss Wang was compelled to continually replenish stock from the warehouse. Nevertheless, demand far exceeded supply. With no alternative, Boss Wang had to bring all available stock from the warehouse to the entrance, allowing customers to pay and take their purchases directly. The sales environment was beyond bustling. It was simply overwhelming. Boss Wang remarked that in his years of experience in appliance sales, he had never encountered such a scene. Chen Feng, too, was witnessing the fervor of consumers for the first time. This was undoubtedly linked to their strategy of low margins and high volume. By noon, 200 televisions had already been sold from the warehouse, leaving only 100 remaining. At this rate, the total of 300 televisions would undoubtedly sell out by the end of the day. Chen Feng immediately requested Boss Wang to arrange for several trucks to transport more stock, while he enlisted the help of Xiao Wu and others. If they did not retrieve additional stock immediately, the grand opening promotion would run out of merchandise by the second day, which would be quite embarrassing. Boss Wang's team and Chen Feng's team set out at noon, determined to work day and night to bring back stock by 8 a.m. the following morning. By 5 p.m., all items in the store and the entire warehouse stock had been sold out. Yet, many customers who were unable to purchase a television refused to leave. It was only after Chen Feng assured them that they would restock the next day that they were persuaded to depart. At 6:30 p.m., in the private room of the finest restaurant in Shanghai City, Xiangwei Tower, Boss Wang, beaming with pride, was speaking on his mobile phone. "Don't worry, boss son. We are old friends. I will prioritize your orders for the next shipment. You need 100 units, right? Sure thing. And you need refrigerators as well? No problem. We have them, absolutely." After concluding the call, Boss Wang, brimming with excitement, turned to Chen Feng and said, "This is the 5th call I've received. Everyone is asking for stock, yet I have none to spare. I can't keep up with my own sales." Chen Feng and Zhang Ziwen chuckled over their tea. "Ah, Chen, your strategy is truly remarkable. I am genuinely impressed. I never imagined that domestic appliances could be so well received. It has truly opened my eyes." At that moment, a middle-aged woman clad in a brown suit and glasses entered, addressing Boss Wang. "Boss, the figures for today have been tallied. The total revenue amounts to..." "Ah, come now. Chen is no outsider. Speak up." Boss Wang interjected. The woman cleared her throat and announced, "Today's revenue is 768,541 yuan, with a profit of 136,542 yuan. Upon hearing this figure, both Boss Wang and Chen Feng were left astounded. On a single day, a profit of 130,000 was achieved. And that was with promotional activities, relying on a strategy of thin profit margins and high sales volume. If such a profit could be garnered daily, that would amount to 3,900,000 in a month. Over the course of a year, calculated over 365 days, the figures would be staggering, over 47 million. At this moment, Boss Wang found himself rendered speechless. With trembling hands, he lifted a glass and poured a drink, raising it in a toast. "Mr. Chen, this glass is for you. Everything is left unspoken." With that, Boss Wang downed the drink in one gulp. During the meal, Chen Feng began planning the opening of a second chain store. The market in Hunan province was vast, with numerous eager distributors in each county, and even a mere estimate of 10,000 televisions sold per year seemed modest. As night fell, Director Huang was working late in his office, under the glow of a desk lamp, verifying the day's order quantities. Since his tenure in the marketing department began, there had been a noticeable improvement in sales volume. However, this modest progress was insufficient to secure him the position of factory director. With less than 6 months remaining until the current director's retirement, he knew that failing to achieve significant results in this time frame could easily allow others to surpass him. His competitors were not mere novices. One was reportedly the nephew of a high-ranking official who had already been making moves. Thus, when a young man named Chen Feng presented himself, Director Huang adopted a last-ditch effort mentality, hoping to achieve some results through Chen Feng. He had already decided that if Chen Feng could manage to secure 700 orders this month, even if the target of 1,000 was not met, he would find a way to assist him. 700 units in a month would total 8,400 units in a year, a substantial boost to his own performance metrics. As Director Huang scrutinized the order sheets, his eyes began to strain, prompting him to remove his glasses and rub his temples. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed outside his office, halting at his door. His capable assistant, Zhou Xianrong, appeared breathless. Frowning, Director Huang admonished him in a critical tone. "Zhou, you're an adult now. Must you be so reckless?" The urgency in Zhou's breath made his words almost incoherent. "What demands?" Director Huang queried, confused. After catching his breath, Zhou replied, "Director, they're asking for goods again." "Who?" "That young man Chen Feng sent 4 trucks to collect merchandise." "What?" Director Huang was taken aback. "Take me down to see." Together, Zhou and Director Huang descended to the marketing department, where they encountered the large trucks and a young man. Zhou approached and introduced, "Comrade Wu, this is our Director Huang." Standing at attention, Xiao Wu greeted, "Good day, Director Huang." Director Huang looked at the several trucks behind Xiao Wu and inquired, "Are you here to pick up goods?" "Yes." Xiao Wu confirmed. "What happened to the 300 televisions you took 2 days ago?" "They sold out," Xiao Wu replied. "Sold out?" Director Huang could hardly fathom it. "Indeed. Our boss instructed us to return for another batch. By the way, here's the payment." Xiao Wu set a sack he was carrying on ground. "Our boss requested 400 units this time, and we expect to return tomorrow night for another load." Director Huang found it hard to believe that this young man was not deceiving him. After a moment's thought, he asked, "Do you have room on your trucks? I'd like to accompany you for a trip. There is space, but our trucks are quite uncomfortable for passengers, and we need to make haste back. Can you endure the bumpy ride?" Xiao Wu's expression revealed his hesitation. "I must see it for myself," Director Huang insisted. Unable to believe that 300 televisions could sell out in a single day, he turned to Zhou and said, "Xiao Zhou, I will be out for a while. Please oversee tomorrow's work." "Understood," Zhou replied. "Let us go load the goods," Director Huang urged. With his assistance, the 4 trucks were quickly filled. Once loaded, the convoy set off toward Jingzhou City. Initially, the ride was tolerable for Director Huang, but as the road grew bumpy, he became nauseous and ended up vomiting the contents of his stomach. After a couple of bouts, he fell asleep in the truck. Chapter 42. In 3 days. A windfall of 300,000. Uncertain how much time had passed, Director Huang awoke to the sound of someone calling his name. "Director Huang, are you all right?" The voice was familiar. Rubbing his eyes, he realized he had forgotten to wear his glasses, which he had taken off the previous night. He sat up, fumbled around until he found his glasses, and put them on. It was then he recognized that the person before him was none other than Chen Feng. Looking outside, he asked, "Where are we now?" Chen Feng smiled and replied, "We are in Jingzhou City, exactly where you intended to come." "Oh," Director Huang recalled, the memory of last night's car sickness flooding back. "If you're awake, you should come down. I bought you breakfast." Upon exiting the vehicle, Director Huang saw a long queue of people stretching down the street, easily a couple of 100 meters. "What are all these people doing?" he inquired. "Oh, they're here to line up for home appliances. Some have been waiting since 3 or 4 in the morning," Chen Feng explained. It was then that Director Huang noticed a large banner at the store entrance announcing grand opening discounts. 18-inch OLED televisions for only $19.99 with a 1-year warranty. "Was this your promotion?" "Yes, the public is very enthusiastic. The 300 televisions sold out by 3:30 yesterday afternoon. Thankfully, I sent Xiao Wu to your factory to restock. Otherwise, we wouldn't have any to sell today." Chen Feng handed a bowl of porridge to Director Huang. "Here's your breakfast. Please eat something." Waving his hand, Director Huang declined. "I'm not hungry. Please eat. The store opens in 10 minutes, and I won't be able to attend to you afterward." "No worries. You all carry on. I'll just observe." Director Huang wandered outside again to watch the queue and then inspected the store's layout, feeling as though he were in a dream. 10 minutes later, the store officially opened. The crowd surged into the shop, filling the relatively small space to capacity. People waved their cash and shouted, "I want a Hualu color television, 2 units. I want one too. I'm ahead in line. I should go first." At the payment counter, chaos ensued as customers jostled to place their orders. Director Huang stood in awe, feeling as though he were in the midst of a fantastical dream. After a considerable time, he regained his composure. He approached Chen Feng, who was busy collecting payments. "Let me help you. Did he get much sleep last night due to the car sickness? Perhaps you should rest," Chen Feng suggested. "No, I see you could use an extra hand." Director Huang insisted. He turned to a middle-aged woman and said, "Ma'am, you wish to purchase a Hualu television? Please proceed to the payment area." Chen Feng said nothing, watching as Director Huang immersed himself in the busy work. They continued to work until around 1 o'clock when things finally calmed down, having sold out of televisions once again. Director Huang gazed at the empty shelves and the 4 trucks that had once been filled with merchandise, now vacant. He had never anticipated that the televisions produced by his factory would sell so well. Clearly, the young man was correct. The factory's outdated practices had become disconnected from the market. Upon returning, he was determined to draft a report for the factory's review. Before departing with the empty trucks, Director Huang sincerely congratulated Chen Feng on passing his evaluation, instructing him to select a day next week that was less hectic to come to the factory and sign the exclusive distribution agreement. Originally, he had set a 1-month deadline for Chen Feng to achieve 1,000 units sold to pass the evaluation. Currently, Chen Feng has sold 700 units in just 2 days, even amidst a shortage of stock. If he were provided with sufficient inventory, Director Huang could hardly fathom the extent to which this young man could sell. This journey has certainly broadened Director Huang's horizons. Chen Feng and Zhang Ziwen continue to assist in Shanghai City. Following the 3-day grand sale, the price of the 18-inch color television has been raised from a promotional price of 1,999 yuan to 2,099 yuan, which is merely an increase of 100 yuan. After the grand sale, business in the store remains exceptionally vibrant, with an average of 200 televisions sold daily, encompassing both retail and orders from distributors. Upon tallying the accounts from the grand sale, it was determined that 1,100 televisions, 750 refrigerators, 500 washing machines, and 1,500 fans were sold, culminating in a total sales amount of 3,250,000 yuan, generating a profit of 610,000 yuan. Boss Wang is grinning from ear to ear. Although he previously profited from reselling imported appliances, he typically completed only 1 transaction per week, netting about 100,000 yuan monthly. Now he has earned 610,000 yuan in just 3 days, translating to over 300,000 yuan for himself after the contract's cut. This 3-day profit is equivalent to what he used to make in an entire month, leaving him elated. In the following days, Boss Wang eagerly took Chen Feng around Jingzhou, almost wishing to forge a brotherly bond with him. Chen Feng returned to Shenzhen on the 5th day, leaving Jingzhou in Boss Wang's capable hands. With Feng Yuan appliances gaining a reputable name, numerous customers flocked to purchase appliances, prompting Boss Wang to consider opening a second store. As for Chen Feng, he need only visit once a month to reconcile the accounts. Being the exclusive agent, all merchandise is sourced from his end. Thus, Boss Wang cannot conceal sales figures from him. Following the successful venture in Jingzhou, Chen Feng can now enjoy a steady stream of income. Even if a single store earns a profit of less than 150,000 yuan a day, he can still anticipate nearly 1,000,000 yuan in monthly profits. Subsequently, Chen Feng and Boss Wang plan to open several more stores in Hunan province, focusing on several well-known cities within the region. Boss Wang has already initiated discussions with prospective partners. Chen Feng merely awaits updates. Whether their paths will diverge for the sake of profit in the future remains uncertain. For now, they are in a honeymoon phase, with vast markets in Hunan awaiting exploration. Upon returning to Shenzhen, Chen Feng first signed the exclusive agency contract for Hunan province with Hualu Television Factory. Director Huang valued this contract highly, even arranging for Chen Feng to meet the retired factory director. The old director, a kindly gentleman, engaged Chen Feng in pleasant conversation and inquired about his romantic life. Upon learning that Chen Feng was single, he eagerly offered to introduce his granddaughter, which sent Chen Feng fleeing in fright. Back at the company, Chen Feng began expanding operations. He first rented a larger office, as the original space was inadequate for the growing staff. Subsequently, he hired a human resources manager and a financial manager to establish the human resources and finance departments, respectively. Feng Yuan Trade aims to further broaden its business scope, necessitating the recruitment of more personnel. The company now employs over a dozen individuals, making it impractical for Chen Feng to personally handle payroll. He must also ensure that Social Security and Provident Fund contributions are made for the employees. As the company's finances grow, A dedicated finance office is essential for unified management. To facilitate future logistics, Chen Feng invested heavily in 3 large trucks, establishing an in-house transportation fleet. This will eliminate the considerable costs associated with renting vehicles. Chen Feng dedicated a week to completing these tasks. Just as he thought he could take a few days to relax, one morning he casually glanced at the calendar. April 30th. Only a day remained until May 1st. This meant that the daughter of the Hong Kong tycoon, Li Yuyun, should already be in Shenzhen. If all went according to plan, this heiress would soon be abducted by kidnappers, who would demand a ransom before eliminating her. The renowned socialite would meet her untimely demise on May 1st. Chen Feng had contemplated whether to involve himself in this matter. With his appliance chain already established, he could focus on expanding into various provinces without risking entanglement in such a precarious situation. Yet, to turn a blind eye and allow a vibrant life to extinguish before him was undeniably harsh. After a night of deliberation, Chen Feng resolved to take action. Even if unsuccessful, he would at least have acted in good conscience. On the morning of April 30th, Chen Feng dialed the number for the Hong Kong Longchangshin Trading Company from his office. The phone rang several times before a male voice answered. Hello? Who am I speaking with? The man spoke in Cantonese, which Chen Feng struggled to comprehend, prompting him to respond in English. Hello, I am from Shenzhen, Fengyuan Trading Company. I heard that Miss Li is in the mainland for project research, and I would like to arrange a meeting with her. Fengyuan Trading? I don't believe we have any prior collaboration. Not previously, but we possess considerable capabilities, with stores across many regions and monthly sales exceeding 20 million yuan. I believe Miss Li would find us of interest. Very well, please leave your number, and I will inquire with her. If she is interested, she will contact you. Thank you. Chen Feng provided his contact number, and the call concluded. After hanging up, Chen Feng settled back in his chair, realizing he had done everything possible. Now he waited a call from Miss Li. If she reached out, he would find a way to save her. If not, her fate would be sealed. Chen Feng had entrusted her destiny to her own hands. After the call, he began organizing documents in his office. Zhang Ziwen had gone to the neighboring Fujian province for research, having scheduled meetings with local business owners to expand Fengyuan appliances into the area. Zhang had been absent from the company for several days. Meanwhile, Chen Feng started planning to open a larger appliance chain supermarket in Shenzhen, aiming to solidify the reputation of Fengyuan appliances in the industry. He immersed himself in work until 5:30 in the afternoon when office employees began to leave for the day. Chen Feng stretched, pleased with the draft of his proposal that he had completed. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the phone on his desk. It had remained silent throughout the afternoon. He sighed, conceding that perhaps he and Miss Li were not meant to cross paths. As he stood to head downstairs for a meal of pig trotter rice, intending to return to finish his remaining work, the phone on his desk rang. He quickly returned to answer it. Hello, who is this? A gentle woman's voice responded. Is this Fengyuan Trading? Yes, this is Fengyuan Trading. Hello, I am Li Yuyun from Hong Kong Longchangshin Trading Company. Upon hearing her name, a wave of relief washed over Chen Feng. He thought to himself, thank goodness she called. Hello, Miss Li. You must be Mr. Chen Feng, correct? Yes, that's me. I called your company earlier today. Hello, Mr. Chen. I was informed by my colleagues that your company is interested in collaborating with us. Indeed, I heard from industry friends that you were visiting the mainland for project inspections. And as our company is currently expanding, I thought it prudent to explore potential collaboration. Chen Feng articulated the carefully considered words he had prepared. How about this? Tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon, I will await you in the cafe on the ground floor of the Swan Hotel. We can discuss matters then. The Swan Hotel, renowned as the finest establishment in Yangcheng, is one of the few 5-star hotels in the country, frequently favored by many Hong Kong businessmen. Very well. I shall arrive punctually. Then, Mr. Chen, I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Until tomorrow. After hanging up, Chen Feng's thoughts began to swirl in confusion. He had arranged to meet Miss Li tomorrow, yet he pondered how to confront those ruffians. It was certain that Qin Weiguo would accompany him. However, bringing along others would be too conspicuous. Who conducts business with a retinue of over 10 people? It would inevitably raise suspicions of collusion with the kidnappers. After much contemplation, Chen Feng resolved to attend the meeting with only Qin Weiguo by his side. With the formidable presence of this martial expert, he believed he could safeguard himself. With this determination, Chen Feng picked up the phone and dialed Qin Weiguo's mobile. Now that he had wealth, he had also provided Qin Weiguo with a mobile phone for easier communication. After several rings, the call connected, and Qin Weiguo's deep voice resonated through the receiver. What is it? Oh, it's like this. Tomorrow I am heading to the Swan Hotel for a business discussion, and I would like you to accompany me. Understood. Perhaps you should bring along some form of self-defense. Self-defense? Qin Weiguo was puzzled by the notion of needing protection for a business meeting. You are aware of how chaotic society has become. We have recently offended too many adversaries. It has come to my attention that our success in Xiang province has ruffled the feathers of a certain crime lord who has threatened to break my legs. Therefore, it would be prudent for you to carry some means of self-defense. Chen Feng fabricated a casual excuse. After a brief silence on the other end, Qin Weiguo responded with a simple, Fortunately, Qin Weiguo harbored no doubts, fully trusting Chen Feng's words. After concluding the call, Chen Feng descended to enjoy a pig trotter rice meal. But upon returning to the office, he found himself restless and unable to focus on his work. Ultimately, he set aside his tasks and opted to return home for some rest. Perhaps due to his troubled mind, sleep eluded him. That night, Chen Feng tossed and turned in bed until 3 in the morning before finally succumbing to slumber. When he awoke the next day, it was already 10 o'clock. He hastily donned his attire, brushed his teeth, washed his face, and stepped out. Upon arriving at the office, he first attended to some documents requiring his signature. The HR department had hired several new employees who needed onboarding, and the finance office had a few reimbursements awaiting his approval. Since the company's inception, numerous trivial matters had arisen. By noon, feeling fatigued, Chen Feng lay down at his desk for a brief nap, only to be awoken at 2 o'clock by Qin Weiguo, who gently tapped his shoulder. Chen Feng glanced at the clock on his desk, which read 2 o'clock. He realized it was time to depart. He had arranged to meet Miss Li Yueyun at 3:30. If he set off now, he would arrive at the Swan Hotel just in time. Unbeknownst to him, in this reincarnation, he wondered if he could avert the impending tragedy. Chapter 44, Discussing Cooperation. The Swan Hotel, owned by the renowned Hong Kong businessman Mr. Hua, is one of the few 5-star hotels in the country. It is located not in the deep city, but in Yangcheng, traveling via the highway. It takes half an hour to reach by car. Once the business was on track, Zhang Ziwen suggested purchasing a vehicle, as he frequently needed to conduct meetings, and it was impractical for Chen Feng to always ride on his motorcycle. Moreover, with the company now generating daily profits in the tens of thousands, acquiring a car was a straightforward endeavor. Ultimately, Chen Feng and Zhang Ziwen purchased a Santana, the trendiest car of that era. Qin Weiguo, being adept at driving, would serve as the chauffeur for this outing. At 3:10, Chen Feng arrived at the Swan Hotel, standing before the grand structure. He recalled having visited the Swan Hotel before his rebirth. However, the 2024 version of the Swan Hotel appeared much older than the newly constructed one in his memories, which was steeped in historical significance. Chen Feng retrieved his mobile and dialed Li Yueyun's number. After a few rings, the call connected. Hello, a languid voice, likely that of a woman just awakened, greeted him. The fact that he heard Li Yueyun's voice indicated that the kidnappers had not yet arrived. Hello, Miss Li. This is Chen Feng. I had scheduled a meeting with you yesterday. Oh, hello. Yes, we arranged to meet at 3:30 this afternoon. I have arrived and wanted to let you know in advance. I hope it is convenient for you to meet now. Please wait for me in the lobby on the first floor. I'll come down shortly. Very well. Chen Feng described his location and attire to Li Yueyun before leaving Qin Weiguo in the lobby to await her arrival. Approximately 10 minutes later, a young woman with long hair, clad in a black silk blouse and casual trousers, approached with a smile. She appeared to be in her early 20s, of similar age to Chen Feng. Her features were striking, and it was said that her mother was Portuguese. She wore light makeup that accentuated her beauty. Furthermore, her noble upbringing lent her an undeniable grace as she walked toward him. Are you Mr. Chen Feng? Miss Li, hello. Here's my business card. Chen Feng rose and extended a card to her. Li Yueyun glanced at the card and extended her hand, smiling as she said, Mr. Chen, it is a pleasure to meet you. Chen Feng shook her hand. Li Yueyun settled into a seat opposite him, her gaze initially resting on Qin Weiguo. Chen Feng quickly clarified, this is our deputy manager, who has accompanied me. He is involved in some of the foreign trade matters, which is why I brought him along. Of course, Qin Weiguo was not a deputy manager, but rather Chen Feng's bodyguard, intended to handle any unusual circumstances. However, it would seem rather jarring to have a bodyguard present during a business meeting at the hotel, so Chen Feng fabricated a role for Qin Weiguo. Upon hearing Chen Feng's introduction, Qin Weiguo was slightly taken aback, but, recognizing that Chen Feng must have his reasons, merely smiled at Li Yueyun. Li Yueyun dismissed her earlier doubts and began discussing business with Chen Feng. Mr. Chen, I conducted some research on Feng Yuan trading and found that your business has been thriving. It appears you have secured a few agency contracts and opened a store in Xiang province, with plans for expansion into other provinces. I am surprised by how well informed you are, Miss Li. It's merely small-scale trading, far from your achievements, Chen Feng replied with a smile. Indeed, Chen Feng's momentum was quite impressive. The fact that she had reached out to him indicated that she had thoroughly reviewed his credentials and deemed him a competent partner for collaboration. Had he been from a less capable company, it is unlikely she would have initiated contact. Li Yueyun's company was also actively seeking to expand into the mainland market, necessitating robust business partners. Mr. Chen, do not be too modest. Achieving such results at your age is commendable, she complimented. Thank you, Miss Li. By the way, Mr. Chen, your company contacted us expressing interest in collaboration. I am curious about the specifics of this proposed partnership. Li Yueyun steered the conversation toward business matters. Indeed, we are currently focused on expanding in the home appliance market, primarily dealing with domestic brands. Once we have established our stores in several provinces, we plan to introduce some high-end brands as a complement. Given that your company specializes in trade and possesses significant strength, I wanted to explore the possibility of collaboration. Chen Feng articulated his plans. He indeed intended to introduce imported brands, as a next step for a home appliance chain was to evolve into a home appliance supermarket. Since it would be a supermarket, merely offering mid-range products would be insufficient. High-end products would serve as an excellent enhancement. After listening to Chen Feng briefly outline his plan, Li Yueyun pondered for a moment and inquired, Mr. Chen, what market share do you anticipate achieving in a year? At least 200 million, I presume. Chen Feng provided his figure. Currently, his store in Jingzhou generates approximately 500,000 in revenue daily, and domestic appliances can easily reach 200 million in annual sales. Thus, selling imported appliances for 200 million should not pose a significant challenge. Upon hearing Chen Feng's intention to achieve 200 million in a year, Li Yueyun expressed surprise. Recognizing her skepticism, Chen Feng retrieved a document from his briefcase and handed it to her, stating, "These are some sales figures from our Jingzhou store. Feel free to peruse them." He understood that merely asserting the figure of 200 million would not be convincing. So he brought the recent week's sales data from the Jingzhou outlet. Li Yueyun accepted the document and meticulously reviewed it. After approximately 5 minutes, she finished reading. Mr. Chen, I am now completely convinced of your capability to generate 200 million in sales of imported appliances within a year. If we were to collaborate, our complementary strengths could ignite quite subtle sparks of synergy. What had initially been mere exploration had now evolved into a genuine desire on Li Yueyun's part to partner with Chen Feng. Particularly impressive was Chen Feng's chain store model, which showcased a forward-thinking vision and an advanced framework, all of which he had successfully implemented. Li Yueyun had done her due diligence on Chen Feng's background before agreeing to meet with him. Her visit to the mainland was driven by the quest for a trustworthy partner to penetrate the local market. Her father had entrusted her with the management of this trading company, and she was determined to achieve tangible results to present to him. A successful collaboration with Chen Feng could potentially yield at least 200 million in annual revenue and no less than 30 million in profit. This young man indeed appeared to be an exceptional partner. Chapter 45, A Flaw in Perfection. Mr. Chen, to be frank, I find your plan quite intriguing and hope we can further explore the potential for collaboration. How about we find a place to sit down and discuss it over a meal? Chen Feng's immediate thought was to lead Li Yueyun away from the Swan Hotel. As long as she was not at the Swan Hotel, the kidnappers would be unable to locate her, thus thwarting any attempt at abduction. After some reflection, Li Yueyun smiled and suggested, "Sure, there's a restaurant with decent food here. Let's dine there." Here, Chen Feng hesitated and asked, Western cuisine or Chinese? Western. I must confess, I am rather unsophisticated when it comes to Western food, especially those half-cooked steaks. They tend to upset my stomach. Chen Feng fabricated another excuse. His sole aim was to extricate Li Yueyun from the Swan Hotel, and everything else was negotiable. Observing Chen Feng's pickiness regarding the cuisine, Li Yueyun's demeanor shifted, and she couldn't help but frown slightly. Prior to her business venture in the mainland, she had heard tales of the local business environment, where many affluent entrepreneurs were uneducated and lacked refinement. Very well, let's opt for Chinese cuisine, perhaps the Yangqing restaurant, Li Yueyun proposed. The Yangqing restaurant was a prestigious establishment in the region, known for its superior Chinese dishes. Fine, then it's settled. Yangqing restaurant. As long as Li Yueyun is willing to depart from the Swan Hotel, Chen Feng would acquiesce to any culinary preference. I'll go change my outfit and meet you shortly. Please wait for me, Li Yueyun stated as she rose. All right, Chen Feng nodded. Subsequently, she took the elevator upstairs. While Chen Feng was engaged in business discussions with Li Yueyun, Qin Weiguo, feeling somewhat left out and bored, began to survey his surroundings. I apologize. I feared you might misinterpret my earlier remarks, so I fabricated an identity for you. No worries. I had never been to such grand hotels before, so it's a good opportunity to broaden my horizons. What grand hotel? It's just about average, Chen Feng remarked, having visited the Burj Al Arab in Dubai, which was far more opulent. That's because you are from a higher echelon, well-versed in the world. We're either from the countryside or the military. Where we seldom encounter such scenes, Chen Weiguo replied. He paused and added, by the way, I noticed a few soldiers entering earlier. Soldiers? I didn't see anyone in uniform. Chen Feng queried, puzzled. That's because they were in civilian clothes. One can always discern a former soldier by their gait. They tend to keep their right hand relaxed, ready for immediate action in case of danger, Chen Weiguo elucidated. Chen Feng suddenly realized the implications of Chen Weiguo's statement. This is bad. The kidnappers. Chen Feng promptly stood and said to Chen Weiguo, come with me. We need to check on Miss Li. Without questioning why, Chen Weiguo followed suit. In the military, soldiers obey orders without inquiry, and that trait remained with him. Reaching the hotel front desk, Chen Feng addressed the receptionist. Hello, I'm a friend of Miss Li Yuyun, who was just chatting with her. She seems to have left something downstairs. Could you tell me her room number? Please hold on a moment. I'll check, the receptionist responded. After a brief glance, she replied, oh, she is in room 2115. If this were 2024, asking for a guest room number at a five-star hotel would likely be met with resistance due to privacy concerns. However, this was the 1980s, shortly after the opening up of China, and the concept of privacy was still nebulous. Moreover, hotel staff training was in its infancy, enabling Chen Feng to easily obtain Li Yuyun's room number. Thank you. Chen Feng expressed his gratitude to the receptionist and proceeded with Chen Weiguo toward the elevator. They quickly ascended to the 21st floor. Upon exiting the elevator, they spotted 4 individuals waiting for it, pushing a large suitcase. As Chen Feng and Chen Weiguo emerged, the 4 cast wary glances at them. Chen Weiguo merely regarded them momentarily, then feigned indifference. The 4 individuals entered the elevator, which gradually closed its doors. It was these 4. Their military backgrounds were evident in their atypical gait. Chen Feng took out his mobile phone and dialed Li Yuyun's number. After several rings, there was no answer. Miss Li's phone is unreachable. She may have been abducted, likely concealed within that suitcase. Can we intercept those 4 individuals? Chen Weiguo examined the elevator, which had descended to the 15th floor. He noticed a fire exit nearby. It might be worth a try. No sooner had he spoken than Chen Weiguo swiftly entered the fire exit, with Chen Feng following closely, mirroring the parkour antics seen on television as they raced down to the ground floor. Chen Feng, meanwhile, hurriedly made his way down the corridor, locating room 2115 by its door number. He knocked and called out, is Miss Li in there? Receiving no response, he knocked again, and to his surprise, the door swung open. It appeared the intruders had left in haste, neglecting to close it behind them. Upon entering, Chen Feng was met with chaos. Li Yuyun's high-heeled shoes lay scattered on the floor, confirming that the 4 individuals were indeed kidnappers. Despite his meticulously crafted plan, there had been a critical oversight. Chen Feng exited the room and rushed to the elevator, hastily catching another one down. Meanwhile, the 4 individuals who had entered the elevator with the suitcase wore relaxed expressions. So, how much do you think we can extort from that wealthy individual? A tall, lanky young man asked the slightly shorter man in a suit beside him. At least $1 million, I suppose, the man in the suit replied. Only $1 million? Do you have any idea how much that wealthy individual is worth? Over $1 billion. And we only need $1 million? That is far too little. A man with a round face and long, center-parted hair cast a disdainful glance at them. What about $2 million? The tall, slender young man tentatively inquired. Brother, how much should we demand from that wealthy tycoon this time? The man in the suit asked the one pushing the suitcase, who appeared to be in his 30s, donned a white polo shirt and sported glasses, giving him an air of genteel sophistication, reminiscent of a high school teacher. 10 million, the bespectacled man declared. 10 million? Good heavens with that. We could return to the countryside, buy a house, and marry. The young man began to dream of a brighter future. As the elevator descended to the first floor, it chimed and the doors opened. Outside stood a man of average height, with an exceedingly ordinary appearance and the most common buzz cut. He let out a sigh of relief, exclaiming, just in time. The genteel middle-aged man recognized him, recalling that he had seen him on the 21st floor. In the next moment, a sense of alarm struck him, and he prepared to draw his weapon. However, Chen Weiguo was a step ahead. He burst into the elevator, seizing the head of the man in the suit and forcefully slamming it against the elevator wall. With a resounding thud, the suited man collapsed. Upon witnessing his companion's downfall, the young man lunged at Chen Weiguo, attempting to choke him. Chen Weiguo swiftly grasped the young man's fingers and twisted them. The sharp crack of breaking bones accompanied by a scream. The young man found 2 fingers on each hand broken. Seeing the dire situation, the round-faced man and the bespectacled man each drew a dagger and lunged at Chen Weiguo. They appear to be in perfect sync, striking from both sides to corner Chen Weiguo. Yet, with a nimble sidestep, he elegantly evaded their assault. He aimed a kick at the bespectacled man, but to his surprise, The man deftly dodged. It was a rare occurrence for Chen Weiguo to miss. Meanwhile, the round-faced man thrust his dagger again, and Chen Weiguo seized his arm, delivering a sharp kick to his armpit. A pained scream echoed as the round-faced man was left incapacitated on the floor, the dagger clattering beside him. Witnessing his three companions being swiftly subdued, the bespectacled man realized the futility of resistance against Chen Weiguo's unparalleled close combat skills. He hastily drew a gun, pointing it at the suitcase on the floor and threatening, "Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll kill her." The gun was not aimed at Chen Weiguo, but rather at the suitcase, for in the confined space of the elevator, a stray bullet could easily ricochet and harm himself. Seasoned soldiers understood the folly of discharging firearms in such tight quarters. However, targeting the suitcase was a different matter. It was an inanimate object, and shooting it would cause the bullet to scatter unpredictably. With the threat of a firearm, Chen Weiguo hesitated, recognizing that if the bespectacled man fired at the suitcase, Liu Yun inside would surely perish. Noticing Chen Weiguo's uncertainty, the bespectacled man's tense demeanor slightly eased. He looked at Chen Weiguo and coldly remarked, "You've been in the military too. Haven to you? I'm merely seeking a means to survive. Why must we resort to such extremes? There are better ways to seek wealth. Put down the gun. It's not too late." Chen Weiguo, though lacking in persuasive skills, felt compelled to appeal to the man's better nature, considering they had both served in the military. "It's too late for that. The country no longer needs us. We've all earned our stripes on the battlefield, and they think a mere pittance will suffice to dismiss us. How are we supposed to live?" The bespectacled man's words were laced with bitterness. Hearing this, Chen Weiguo's heart softened momentarily. Having been laid off himself, he understood the alienation that followed leaving the service, compounded by the helplessness of a sick mother. Just then, a voice broke through the tension. "What nonsense! As men, with hands and feet, if you work hard, there's no reason to starve." It was Chen Feng, who had descended the elevator from above. He approached Chen Weiguo, adrenaline surging through him, rendering him fearless. "You were once heroes, esteemed by the people as guardians. Reflect on how beloved you were by the community. After years of service, do you truly lack a moral compass? What do you know? We're redistributing wealth," the bespectacled man retorted. "You're merely indulging your own desires, cloaking yourself in a facade of righteousness while considering yourselves heroes. It is precisely because of foreign investors coming to build factories that more jobs become available for the populace, preventing them from toiling endlessly in the fields. The nation's industry needs fresh capital for progress. Rather than adapt to the times, you blame your fate for its injustices." Chen Feng, fired up, reprimanded. The bespectacled man found himself at a loss for words under Chen Feng's scorn, observing a flicker of remorse in his eyes. Chen Feng continued, "You are heroes of battle. You must not stray from the righteous path. It's not too late. Lay down your weapons and surrender. I will inform the police that you are turning yourselves in, which could lead to a reduced sentence." By now, the hotel lobby had been evacuated, and a security team of 7 or 8, armed with batons, had gathered. The sound of police sirens echoed outside. Chen Feng had called the police upon descending, and they had arrived promptly. The Swan Hotel was a significant establishment, hosting foreign guests and businessmen, necessitating immediate action. Hearing the sirens, the bespectacled man realized escape was futile. After a moment's hesitation, he dropped his weapon and raised his hands in surrender. Witnessing this, Chen Feng let out a sigh of relief. Chen Weiguo instructed the bespectacled man and his accomplices to exit the elevator and line up against the wall, awaiting the police's arrival. Chen Feng hurriedly opened the large suitcase. Inside, Liu Yun was bound hand and foot, her mouth sealed with tape, hair disheveled, and eyes red. Chen Feng promptly untied her hands and feet and ripped the tape from her mouth. The rescued Liu Yun embraced Chen Feng, bursting into tears. He gently patted her back, reassuring her, "It's all right. You don't have to be afraid." Having experienced such a traumatic event, it was natural for Liu Yun to feel fear, and her tears were a release of pent-up emotions. At that moment, a squad of armed police stormed in, surrounding them with their weapons drawn. Chen Feng quickly clarified, "The criminals are over there. The 4 have surrendered, and we were merely assisting in the rescue." The head of the security team approached to corroborate Officer Huang. "The criminals are those 4 by the wall. These 2 helped in the rescue." The lead officer, a tall man with a square face reminiscent of a northern soldier, scanned the area and commanded, "Take them in for questioning. You 2 will accompany us as well." The you 2 he referred to were Chen Feng and Chen Weiguo. Thus, Chen Feng and Chen Weiguo were escorted alongside the kidnappers to the police station for interrogation. Upon arrival, they were taken separately to provide their statements. Chen Feng recounted the events truthfully, though he could not disclose his foreknowledge of Liu Yun's impending abduction. It was all mere coincidence. They had initially journeyed from Deep City to engage in business discussions with Li Yuyun, only to unexpectedly encounter the kidnappers and, out of necessity, intervene to rescue her. The matter was quite straightforward. Although there were elements of chance involved, without any evidence linking Chen Feng and Qin Weiguo to the perpetrators, they would undoubtedly be released. By the time their statements were recorded, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Rather than being set free, Chen Feng and Qin Weiguo found themselves confined. The police informed them that the interrogation was not yet concluded, and they were unable to leave. Consequently, the two were separated and placed in different holding cells. As such, significant cases demanded meticulous attention, with each person assigned to an individual room to prevent collusion. Chen Feng gazed at the small cell, resigning himself to the prospect of spending the night in the police station. At that moment, a police officer opened the door and called out, "Chen Feng." "Here." Chen Feng responded, immediately rising to his feet. "Come with me." The officer then let him out, promptly unclipping the handcuffs. "Am I being released? What about my friend?" Chen Feng inquired. "Don't ask so many questions. Our chief wants to see you. Just follow me," the officer replied with a hint of impatience. As they exited the holding area and took a few steps, Chen Feng spotted Qin Weiguo emerging as well, accompanied by another officer. The officer, upon seeing Chen Feng and his colleague, remarked, "Just hand them over to me. Once they've seen the chief, they can leave." "Understood," the other officer replied, eager to avoid further involvement. Chen Feng and Qin Weiguo were then escorted to the chief's office. Inside the office, 4 individuals were seated. The chief, a middle-aged man in uniform with graying temples and an imposing demeanor, was named Zhou. Next to him sat a younger man in a white shirt and glasses, the director of the city's investment office, surnamed Xiao. Opposite them sat a man and a woman. The woman was Li Yuyun, and beside her was a distinguished middle-aged man dressed in an exquisite designer suit, not particularly tall, but exuding an air of sophistication, who, for those familiar with reports from Hong Kong, would recognize as the renowned tycoon, Li Jiazhong. Given the gravity of the situation, Li Jiazhong had rushed over from Hong Kong at the earliest opportunity. Director Xiao glanced at Chief Zhou, who, understanding his unspoken query, spoke up. "Mr. Li, we've briefed you on the case, but I shall refrain from elaborating unnecessarily. However, during our preliminary interrogation of the suspects, it has become evident that this is not a mere kidnapping case. According to the confessions of the criminal Cheng Dalong, individuals from Hong Kong paid them $2 million to execute this crime, and the whereabouts of your daughter were divulged by those same individuals. As per the original plan, they intended to abduct your daughter and demand a ransom, after which they would." The chief paused, casting a glance at Li Yuyun before continuing. Once they received the ransom, they intended to kill her, aiming to extort an additional $3 million. Upon hearing this, Li Yuyun gasped, gripping Li Jiashan's arm in terror. Li Jiazhong wrapped his arm around her shoulders, gently patting her as a form of consolation. The orchestrators of this heinous act were reportedly from Hong Kong, contracted by a major gang there. Due to the complexities of jurisdiction, our mainland police have been regrettably unable to pursue the masterminds behind this plot in Hong Kong. Chief Zhou, I am immensely grateful for the information you have provided. I will hire a private investigator to look into it, Li Jiazhong said, his expression grave. Director Xiao interjected, "Mr. Li, please understand that this incident is not merely a local law enforcement issue. It appears to be a targeted attack against your daughter. They simply chose to act here in the mainland. I assure you, our business environment is secure and reliable, and we place great importance on foreign and Hong Kong investors." "I understand, Director Xiao. The planned projects will remain unchanged. I have high hopes for the mainland market," Li Jiazhong replied, his words reassuring Director Xiao, as the investments of Hong Kong businessmen were crucial to his performance in office. "By the way, what about the 2 individuals who rescued my daughter? I have arranged for them to be brought here. They should arrive shortly," Chief Zhou responded. "I have also looked into them, and they're indeed not connected to this case. The 4 criminals do not know them at all. One of them, named Chen Feng, is the owner of a trading company called Feng Yuan in Deep City, and his business has been thriving lately. He has no need to take risks for money." "I see. I simply wish to express my gratitude in person to these 2 individuals. If it weren't for them, my precious daughter." Li Jiazhong paused, letting out a sigh. If not for Chen Feng and Qin Weiguo's intervention, Li Yuyun would surely have met a tragic fate at the hands of those kidnappers. Just then, a knock echoed from outside the door. Everyone turned their gaze toward the entrance, where police officers stood, flanked by Chen Feng and Qin Weiguo. Reporting to the chief, "Chen Feng and Qin Weiguo have arrived," the officer announced, standing at attention. "Let them in." "Please, you may enter," the officer instructed Chen Feng and Qin Weiguo. They stepped inside, surveying the room's occupants, none of whom they recognized aside from Li Yuyun. The man immediately rose, extending his hands toward Chen Feng. Expressing his gratitude, "I am Li Jiazheng. Thank you both for saving my daughter. This debt of gratitude cannot be repaid. Should you ever require assistance from me, do not hesitate to ask, and I will gladly oblige." "Mr. Li, you are too kind. It was merely a small act. No need for such formality," Chen Feng replied. "Had it not been for you two, my daughter would likely have." Li Jiazheng began, but could not finish his sentence. "I understand that you came to discuss collaboration with us?" Li Jiazheng inquired. "We intend to negotiate with a partner from Hong Kong to expand the high-end home appliance market domestically," Chen Feng stated candidly. "How about this? Over the next couple of days, you and Yuyun can discuss collaboration, and I will ensure she offers you the best terms." "That would be excellent," Chen Feng replied, elated. Having rescued a life and established a connection with Li Jiazheng, this trip to Yang City was proving quite fruitful indeed. "I have an important business meeting tomorrow, so I must return to Hong Kong tonight. Otherwise, I would love to treat you both to dinner. As for dining arrangements, I'll leave that to Yuyun." "Not at all. Please attend to your affairs," Chen Feng replied. Li Jiazheng then turned to Li Yuyun, saying, "Lisa, this matter is in your hands. I will return to Hong Kong tonight, and Uncle Ma will remain here with you." "Understood, Daddy," Li Yuyun responded. As Chen Feng glanced over at Li Yuyun, their eyes met for a brief moment before she quickly averted her gaze, deliberately avoiding direct eye contact. She recalled how she had leaped into his arms earlier, sobbing for quite some time after her rescue. The thought made her cheeks flush with warmth. Chapter 47. An investment of 50 million. Having exited the police station, it was already 11:30 at night. Chen Feng politely declined Chief Zhou's offer to send him to a hotel. Feeling that riding in a police car was a one-off experience he did not wish to repeat, he still had a day to spend in Yang City, having arranged to discuss collaboration details with Li Yuyun the following day. In truth, his primary purpose for this trip had been to rescue her. Any business collaboration was merely ancillary. Li Jiazheng had expressed his utmost sincerity in wishing to collaborate with Chen Feng. However, Chen Feng recognized that this favorable attitude stemmed not solely from gratitude for saving his daughter, but rather from the fact that Chen Feng was indeed an excellent business partner, an immensely popular home appliance chain capable of generating a minimum of 200 million in annual revenue. Each aspect of this made him a figure worthy of Li Jiashen's attention. In the realm of business, it is undeniable that those who have achieved such heights are far from ordinary. Had Chen Feng been merely an average individual, it is likely that Li Fuhao would have simply handed him a sum of 1 or 200,000 as a token of gratitude, rather than express his thanks in person. Chen Feng has always maintained a clear and discerning mind in the commercial arena, refusing to be swayed by superficial appearances. Chen Feng and Qin Weiyuo took a taxi back to the Swan Hotel to retrieve their vehicle, which remained parked there. After collecting the car, they ventured into the city in search of a late-night food stall, indulging in a delightful supper. With the day's multitude of events, Chen Feng had not had the chance to properly enjoy a meal, and the food provided by the police station was far from satisfactory. After satisfying their appetites, they casually found a reasonably decent hotel to rest for the night. Although Chen Feng could afford the Swan Hotel with its daily rates in the hundreds, he was somewhat reluctant to part with that sum. The following day, Chen Feng returned to the Swan Hotel. Li Yuyun had arranged to meet him for lunch there, to discuss matters over a meal. The hotel's Western restaurant is renowned not only in the Pearl River Delta, but also across the nation, frequently catering to foreign guests and business partners, boasting a team of professional chefs. Upon entering the restaurant, Chen Feng spotted Li Yuyun seated by the window. Yesterday, she had her hair styled up, but today it flowed freely in gentle waves, accentuating her exquisite mixed-race features. One could easily believe she was a model gracing the cover of a fashion magazine. Chen Feng couldn't help but marvel at how the affluent of Hong Kong seem to possess a knack for enhancing their lineage by choosing stunning partners. Their wives are often breathtakingly beautiful or even foreign, resulting in many attractive offspring among the second generation of wealthy families in Hong Kong. As soon as Li Yuyun noticed Chen Feng's arrival, she raised her hand slightly, signaling him to join her. "Apologies for my tardiness," he said as he took a seat across from her. "No, I arrived early. Our scheduled time is noon, and it is only 11:45, she replied. Li Yuyun then inquired about their market manager, referring to Qin Weiyuo, whom Chen Feng had mischievously dubbed the manager of the marketing department during their previous encounter. "Oh, he wasn't feeling well this morning and decided to rest at the hotel," Chen Feng explained. "I see." Li Yuyun nodded, sighing. "I wanted to thank him in person. Shall I have him come?" Chen Feng offered. "No need. Let him rest if he's unwell," she replied, handing him a menu. "Please order. I've inquired and learned that their steaks can be cooked well done. If you're not accustomed to it, you can ask for it well done." "Ah, understood." Chen Feng had invited Li Yuyun to dinner the previous day under the pretext of not being accustomed to Western cuisine, especially steaks that were undercooked. He was pleasantly surprised that she remembered. As he perused the menu, he noted the prices were rather steep, with a single steak commanding over $100. It was indeed a place frequented by foreign guests and Hong Kong businessmen. I'll have a grilled steak, well done. I've heard the Western cuisine here is exquisite, albeit pricey. It's my first time, so I must indulge, he declared as he set down the menu. Would you like soup? Their dessert is also quite delightful. Li Yueyun enthusiastically encouraged him to order more. Chen Feng decided to add a bowl of borscht and a slice of black forest cake to his order. Li Yueyun summoned the waiter. Hello, I would like 1 serving of pan-seared salmon, 1 grilled steak, 1 mushroom milk soup, a salad, a bowl of borscht, and a slice of black forest cake. That will be all. The waiter took note and departed. Li Yueyun took a sip of water and remarked, My father has returned. He asked me to express his gratitude to you. Your father is too kind, Chen Feng replied graciously. Before long, the waiter brought their dishes to the table. The food was delicately presented and fragrant, affirming the reputation of the Swan Hotel's Western cuisine. Chen Feng cut a piece of steak and savored it. The flavor was indeed delightful, likely due to the quality of the imported beef. Mr. Chen, you handle your cutlery quite adeptly, not at all resembling someone unaccustomed to Western dining, Li Yueyun observed from across the table. Chen Feng paused, suddenly recalling his supposed persona as a rustic individual. He hadn't expected Li Yueyun to notice such a detail. Oh, I learned from watching television, he offered a casual excuse, leaving it to her to believe or not. As they dined and conversed, the atmosphere was remarkably pleasant. Throughout their dialogue, Li Yueyun was taken aback by Chen Feng's knowledge and perspective, frequently expressing admiration for his insights, which were far from those typical of a mere high school graduate. Once they had finished their meal, Li Yueyun took a napkin to dab at her mouth and stated, All right, let us now discuss the matter at hand. Chen Feng nodded in agreement. Mr. Chen, regarding the collaboration you proposed yesterday, we are very much interested. However, we would like to adjust the terms of our partnership. Li Yueyun seamlessly transitioned back into her assertive demeanor from the previous day. What type of collaboration do you envision? Chen Feng inquired. We propose to establish a joint venture to create a high-end chain of home appliance brands. We will handle the supply, while you'll be responsible for domestic market development, allowing each of us to leverage our strengths. A joint venture? Indeed, a joint venture. Chen Feng chuckled. Do you truly believe it is necessary for me to enter into a partnership at this point? Li Yueyun smiled. Your company is indeed experiencing rapid growth. However, you must understand that with the involvement of Hong Kong investors, you could benefit from certain policies and favorable tax treatments. Chen Feng readily agreed with her assessment, recognizing that the government had implemented numerous incentives to attract foreign investment. Forming a joint venture was undeniably a promising suggestion that could expedite the expansion of his business empire. What do you propose as the terms of the collaboration? Chen Feng expressed genuine interest in hearing her plan. We will invest $50 million, acquiring 51 of the new company's shares. You would not need to contribute a single cent, yet you would still enjoy 49% ownership. I believe this is a highly attractive offer, Li Yueyun suggested with a smile. After considering her proposal, Chen Feng gazed at her with a bemused expression and uttered a response she did not anticipate. I'm afraid I must decline. Chen Feng's refusal of the joint venture, particularly one valued at $50 million, left Li Yueyun astounded. Mr. Chen, I must have misheard you. A joint venture worth $50 million, wherein you gain 49% without any financial investment. I simply cannot fathom your reasoning for declining, she stated, maintaining her smile while scrutinizing him intently. If I were to articulate a reason, it would be that I prefer not to have others in a dominant position. I am someone who relishes taking the initiative. By holding 51% of the joint venture, it implies that you would hold the reins of decision-making. Should any disagreements arise between us, I would be obliged to acquiesce to your judgment. I sincerely apologize, but I harbor considerable ambition. I would rather be the head of a small company than the tail of a larger one. I would prefer to toil and build my enterprise independently, rather than work under someone else's authority. Thus, Miss Li, I regret to inform you that I cannot accept your proposal. Chen Feng articulated his reasoning candidly. As an individual who had traversed time and space, the notion of laboring for another's gain was simply beneath him. Furthermore, while $50 million may seem substantial to others, Chen Feng had the capability to earn that sum within a year or two. There was no need to sacrifice his autonomy for such a sum. Li Yueyun fell silent, her gaze meticulously studying the man before her. She discerned that Chen Feng's words were not mere pretense. He was genuinely disinterested in forming a joint venture. The idea of the joint venture had actually originated from her father, Li Jiazheng, who aimed to maximize profits while retaining control over the company. Li Yueyun recognized that Chen Feng's attitude and tone mirrored her father's precisely. What conditions would persuade you to consider a collaboration? She inquired. Li Yuyun inquired with keen interest. You propose to establish a joint venture with me, investing $50 million for a 30% stake, which only entitles you to dividend rights without any voting privileges. Chen Feng articulated his perspective, explaining that the absence of voting rights was a strategic preparation for future shareholder meetings post-IPO. In the nascent stages of a company, voting rights may seem inconsequential, but as the enterprise expands and goes public, they often dictate the company's operational direction and sway shareholder meetings. Even before their collaboration had truly commenced, Chen Feng had decisively stripped away the most critical voting rights. Initially, Li Yuyun believed she had given this young man, who had only recently graduated from high school, more credit than he deserved. However, at that moment, she recognized her underestimation of his depth and ambition. Mr. Chen, your terms seem rather stringent, don't you think? To expect $50 million in exchange for a mere 30% stake without voting rights is akin to pulling a fast one. Despite facing Chen Feng's harsh stipulations, she maintained her poise and elegance. Stringent? I wouldn't categorize it as such. Offering 30% is already my utmost sincerity. Surely, you are aware of the vast potential within the domestic home appliance market. You initially engaged solely in import and export trade. Yet now you wish to directly confront this burgeoning market, correct? Mr. Chen, are you perhaps overly confident? While your current achievements are commendable, to propose a 30% stake for $50 million is a condition only a fool would accept. If we cannot reach an agreement, then we shall revert to traditional methods. I will procure goods from your company through individual orders, and we will settle transactions straightforwardly. Chen Feng replied with a smile. Li Yuyun did not respond immediately. Instead, she rested her chin on her hand and began to ponder. After a moment, she spoke. From our company's standpoint, I cannot acquiesce to your terms. We must answer to our shareholders, who would never accept such onerous conditions. However, from a personal perspective, I am willing to invest $50 million in your project. At this revelation, Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback. This woman was genuinely prepared to invest $50 million in establishing a joint venture. Miss Li, you must consider this carefully. $50 million for a mere 30% stake without voting rights, he promptly cautioned. Li Yuyun chuckled. What? Are you afraid of my investment? Not at all. But you just claimed that only a fool would accept my stringent conditions. Women are creatures guided by intuition. I believe my investment will not lead to loss. She said with a smile. Are you not concerned that I might deceive you? Li Yuyun laughed again. It is typical for women to be deceived by men. Every woman experiences such deception at least once in her life. If I am deceived, then so be it. Besides, I consider myself fortunate not to have been misled by a man thus far. I trust my judgment. As Chen Feng met her gaze, Li Yuyun reciprocated with a confident smile. A gentle breeze swept through, creating a moment that felt subtly charged, not with romantic tension, but with a mutual recognition of kindred spirits. Chen Feng sighed, shrugged, and declared, Very well, since you are willing to place your trust in me, I am open to collaboration. Here's to a fruitful partnership. Li Yuyun extended her hand, and Chen Feng smiled gently as he grasped it. Her hand was remarkably soft, a delight to hold. They proceeded to discuss the intricacies of their joint venture. The company would be registered in Shenzhen, facilitating Chen Feng's oversight. Li Yuyun would invest $50 million for a 30% stake, while also assisting Chen Feng in securing the necessary qualifications from Hong Kong merchants. In the coming days, Li Yuyun planned to return to Hong Kong to arrange the required funds. As she was investing in a personal capacity, securing $50 million in one go would be challenging. However, as the daughter of the esteemed real estate magnate Li Jiazheng, she had various means to gather the necessary capital. Once they had finalized the details of the joint venture, they turned their attention to collaborating with Hong Kong's Long Changshan Trading Company. After all, Li Yuyun was still the representative of Long Changshan in the mainland. Long Changshan would establish a partnership with Chen Feng, ensuring priority in fulfilling his procurement needs. Moreover, they would grant him a unique privilege. By paying a 30% deposit, he could procure goods, with a generous 3-month extension for the remaining payment. Li Yuyun noted that many long-standing customers did not enjoy such a benefit. The reason Li Jiazheng afforded Chen Feng this privilege was in gratitude for rescuing his daughter. However, this privilege was not limitless, with a credit ceiling set at $20 million. For Chen Feng, this amount was adequate. He operated within the home appliance market with a quick turnover. He needed to seize opportunities before the market's momentum waned and establish his brand. After reaching an agreement, both parties proceeded with their respective plans. Chen Feng returned to Shenzhen to prepare for the new company, while Li Yuyun focused on raising funds. They agreed to reconvene in a week to register the new company. Chen Feng's trip to Yangcheng proved immensely fruitful. He secured a stable supply chain and obtained favorable conditions. Most importantly, he established a joint venture with Li Yuyun. One must not underestimate this joint venture. It would play a significant role in Chen Feng's future business expansion. Though he had feigned indifference, he was inwardly eager to establish this partnership with Li Yueyun, even had he not collaborated with her. He would have sought another Hong Kong partner to form a joint venture. The involvement of Hong Kong merchants in a joint venture not only grants access to favorable national policies, but also bestows a critical advantage that Chen Feng valued, yet Li Yueyun overlooked. A company backed by Hong Kong investment would be treated as a guest of honor in any province or city it entered. In this era, attracting foreign investment is a crucial metric of success, significantly impacting the performance evaluations of local officials. Should any issues arise during the investment process, they could be directly reported to the Ministry of Commerce. Even without such reports, provincial leaders would take notice. Chen Feng's decision to partner with Boss Wang, despite his ability to operate independently, stemmed from a desire to navigate the local power dynamics. The local authorities, including those in taxation and fire safety, were not to be trifled with. Li Yueyun, hailing from a prestigious Hong Kong family, enjoyed preferential treatment in the mainland, even commanding respect from high-ranking officials. She was like a flower sheltered in a greenhouse, unaware of the intricacies at play. If she had held her ground a bit longer, perhaps Chen Feng would have conceded. Now, with their joint venture in place, they would enter the home appliance market across various regions as representatives of Hong Kong merchants, undoubtedly facing smooth sailing ahead. In essence, forming a partnership with Li Yueyun was not merely a gain for Chen Feng. It was a monumental leap forward. Chapter 49. Strategizing from the Shadows. Upon returning to Shenzhen, Chen Feng promptly boarded a flight to the provincial capital of Min Province, Xiamen City. Xiamen City was designated as the location for the second branch of Fengyuan home appliance chain in their strategic plan. Zhang Ziwen had arrived early in Xiamen City to scout for potential partners and had even initiated discussions with several well-connected business owners regarding cooperation in opening stores. However, the agreement with Li Yueyun altered the original plan entirely. With the establishment of a new joint venture, they would enter Xiamen City as Hong Kong merchants, thereby gaining not only favorable policies, but also the endorsement of the provincial and municipal governments. Collaborating with local proprietors pales in comparison to embarking on an independent venture. If one could operate solo, who would willingly share profits with others? Upon arriving in Zaisha City, Chen Feng and his partner promptly redirected their focus towards establishing the inaugural home appliance chain supermarket in the region. This supermarket would not only be grander and more modern, but would also feature an array of high-quality domestic appliances, as well as exquisite imported luxury goods. Chen Feng aspired to create a large-scale home appliance retail chain akin to Gome and Suning. Initially, he hesitated to pursue such an audacious undertaking. However, with Li Yueyun's substantial investment of 50 million, he was endowed with the capital necessary to fully unleash his ambitions. There was much groundwork to be laid. First and foremost, the store must be situated in the most bustling area of Zaishu City, with upscale decor and employees undergoing rigorous training, as courteous service and the ability to guide customer consumption were fundamental requirements. Chen Feng spent an entire week in Zaishu City, his schedule so hectic that he felt dizzy. After a week, he returned to Shenzhen, where Li Yueyun had already arrived, bringing along her 50 million in funding. 3 days later, at the Shenzhen Bureau of Industry and Commerce, Chen Feng obtained the business license for the joint venture company that he registered with Li Yueyun. This license was personally issued by the deputy director of the bureau, highlighting the local government's significant regard for investments from Hong Kong entrepreneurs. The new company was named Dejing Trade, a title reflecting Chen Feng's clever play on words, combining elements from Taobao and Jingdong. Moreover, the name Dejing phonetically resembled panning for gold, carrying a positive connotation. Li Yueyun was quite fond of the name as well. After leaving the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, they proceeded to the bank to establish the company's corporate account, where Li Yueyun deposited the 50 million. By the time they exited the bank, it was already 5:30 in the afternoon. Seated in Li Yueyun's BMW, she leaned back and half-jokingly remarked, "All right, now we're in the same boat. My dowry is riding on you, so don't let me lose it all." This 50 million was secured through a bank loan against her father's family company shares and a set of jade jewelry inherited from her mother. Chen Feng chuckled and replied, "Then let us head back in. You can withdraw the funds while there's still time." "No need," she asserted. "Once I, Li Yueyun, make a decision, I shall not regret it." Chen Feng believed her words. Despite her striking beauty akin to a vase, she was decisively resolute in her endeavors. One could not deny that the prominent families from Xiangjiang had their ways of nurturing the next generation. "Shall we go for a drink to celebrate our partnership?" Li Yueyun suggested. "No, I have an evening flight to Zaishu City. Zhang Ziwen is waiting for me there to finalize the lease and register the store's business license." A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Li Yuyun's face, but was quickly masked. All right, for my dowry's sake, you better work hard. By the way, we need to prepare the first batch of goods for the home appliance chain. Once we secure the venue, you at Longchangshin should help arrange these items. Chen Feng had already prepared a list for Li Yuyun. She glanced at it in astonishment. So many? The list contained a myriad of home appliance products. Since we are establishing a home appliance supermarket, we must ensure a comprehensive selection to distinguish ourselves from smaller department stores and electronic shops. Very well. I'll assist you in procuring these goods, Li Yuyun replied, tucking away the list. Please drop me off at the company. My luggage is there, and I'll head directly to the airport from there. Tisk tisk tisk, Boss Chun is truly dedicated. It seems my dowry won't go to waste, Li Yuyun teased. Chen Feng laughed. My dear boss lady, just wait to count your profits. Upon hearing the term boss lady, her face flushed slightly as she turned her gaze to the scenery outside the window. After retrieving his luggage from the company, Li Yuyun kindly drove him to the airport. Throughout the journey, they discussed various details regarding the forthcoming home appliance chain. Chen Feng candidly shared his thoughts and plans. Li Yuyun realized she had underestimated this young man. His vision for the home appliance chain was remarkably enlightening. Reflecting on her encounters with other young elites in Xinjiang, she noted that, although they hailed from prestigious families and graduated from renowned universities abroad, none possessed the same breadth of insight or decisiveness as the young man before her. At merely 23 years old and a high school graduate, how did he possess such profound knowledge? At the airport, Chen Feng bid farewell to Li Yuyun, and they agreed that she would certainly make time to visit Zaisha City once the supermarket opened. Upon returning to Zaisha City, Chen Feng accelerated his efforts to establish his first home appliance chain. The first step was to register the local business license. Given that Daijing Trade was a Hong Kong-funded enterprise, backed by the esteemed businessman Li Jiazeng, the local authorities placed great emphasis on this venture. Chen Feng leveraged Li Jiashen's reputation, presenting himself as Miss Li Yuyun's manager in the mainland. Remarkably, the business license was secured in just 3 days, during which time the heads of the local industrial and taxation departments personally attended to Chen Feng. He could hardly believe he was afforded such treatment. Indeed, having the backing of Hong Kong capital made everything significantly easier. Chen Feng also promised that once the supermarket was operational, it would generate at least 10 million in tax revenue annually for the local government. After obtaining the business license, the next step was to secure a location. He and Zhang Ziwen had initially considered several sites that were either too small, too remote, or too expensive. While dining with a certain official, Chen Feng mentioned the search for a location, and the official informed him that the former state-owned department store was closing due to poor performance and would soon be available for rent. The state-owned department store had once been a popular shopping destination, but failed to adapt to the market economy after the reform and opening up, resulting in persistent losses. After struggling for 3 years, the city decided to shutter the department store and lease the premises. The following day, Chen Feng visited the department store and was pleasantly surprised by the favorable location. Although not in the absolute core commercial district, it still attracted considerable foot traffic. Furthermore, the space was ample and the rent was economical. He immediately decided to proceed with this location. Of course, acquiring this site was not without its challenges. Such a prime location would undoubtedly attract interest from others. Chen Feng took the straightforward approach of visiting several key figures and presenting each with a 25-inch imported brand television. Nowadays, the common household television measures only 14 inches, with better models reaching 18 inches. Chen Feng's offering of a 25-inch imported television was a rare sight in the province. He had previously arranged for Li Yuyun to procure a batch of 20, specifically for such critical moments. As expected, his generous gesture garnered significant goodwill from the local elites. Following this, Chen Feng further sweetened the deal by leasing several desirable storefronts surrounding the department store, which he then sublet at a nominal price to these influential figures in key departments. Once his home appliance chain was established, the surrounding commercial area would surely thrive, leading to an inevitable increase in rental prices. The rental income from these subleases would suffice to sustain them for years. This strategy effectively bound the interests of several key local officials to his venture. As long as his supermarket prospered, they would continue to reap the benefits. Through this series of maneuvers, Chen Feng successfully secured the department store at an exceptionally low rental rate, which in his view felt akin to receiving it for free. Indeed, following the binding of interests, these magnates devoted themselves wholeheartedly to Chen Feng. They aspired for his home appliance chain store to flourish, thereby elevating the rental prices of surrounding shops and allowing them to reap substantial profits. After a month of diligent efforts in Zaishu City, Chen Feng finally welcomed the grand opening day of his appliance supermarket. Chapter 50. The grand opening of the home appliance chain store. a resounding success. On June 17, 1988, a home appliance chain store named Dajing opened its doors in Zaishu City with great fanfare. On the afternoon of the opening day, a grand ribbon-cutting ceremony was held, attended by several prominent leaders from the city. Their presence quelled any nefarious intentions harbored by some unscrupulous individuals. While it is true that a powerful dragon does not easily suppress a local snake, the nature of the dragon must be considered. A formidable force capable of drawing the attention of several city leaders is not to be trifled with by mere local players. Before the opening ceremony commenced, the entrance of Dajing was already bustling with eager patrons. In preparation for this momentous occasion, Chen Feng had invested heavily in advertisements throughout the city a week in advance. His promotional posters boasted 3 enticing offers. The first was a blanket 12% discount on all appliances, regardless of brand, covering everything from televisions to electric fans. The second offer granted an additional 10% discount on cumulative purchases exceeding 3,000 yuan, effectively translating to a 21% discount, allowing friends and family to join forces for better deals. The third offer was a special promotion where customers spending over 500 yuan would receive a lottery ticket, with the grand prize being a 25-inch color television for merely 1 yuan, alongside various other appliances also available for just 1 yuan. Throughout that week, the advertisements for Dajing reverberated across the city, making it widely known that a new home appliance supermarket was about to launch. Following the speeches from city leaders and the conclusion of the ribbon-cutting ceremony, Chen Feng's inaugural Dajing store officially opened its doors. The throngs of people outside surged into the store like a tidal wave. The pricing list for the appliances had already been disseminated through posters, and many individuals arrived early to secure great bargains. As soon as the doors opened, a flood of customers rushed in, with the pricing list in hand. Many had meticulously planned their purchases, even coordinating with friends and family to maximize their savings. Due to the overwhelming influx of customers, Chen Feng had no choice but to station security personnel at the entrance to manage the crowd. He had anticipated a bustling first day, but was taken aback by the sheer magnitude of the turnout. He had set up 5 cash registers, all packed with customers. In a moment of necessity, he added 3 more cash registers to keep operations afloat. The sound of calculators filled the air. Li Yuyun also arrived, and upon witnessing the scene, even the well-versed woman was taken aback. In a remarkable display of initiative, this young lady took it upon herself to assist in attending to customers despite the shortage of staff. Chen Feng had assigned her to the high-end appliance section, where her experience as a Hong Kong native made her ideally suited. Moreover, he surmised that the customers flocking on the opening days were primarily drawn by the enticing prices, leading him to believe that high-end appliances would not see significant sales. Yet, to his astonishment, the high-end products not only sold but did so remarkably well. This success was undoubtedly attributed to Li Yuyun, with her striking appearance, poise, and eloquence. Many who initially came merely to browse found themselves compelled to make purchases after engaging with her. The clientele in the high-end section included not only casual browsers, but also affluent individuals, often purchasing entire sets of appliances, refrigerators, televisions, washing machines, and air conditioners, all in one go. By midday, Li Yuyun had closed 5 transactions in the high-end section, each exceeding 50,000 yuan. The fervor surrounding the home appliance chain store persisted from morning until 11 o'clock at night. To accommodate the influx of customers over the opening 3 days, Chen Feng had prepared 3 warehouses full of stock, initially intended to last for 3 days. He was astonished to find that 2 warehouses were entirely depleted by the end of the first day, leaving only half of the 3rd warehouse remaining. Realizing this outcome, he promptly contacted the appliance factories he had partnered with, instructing them to prepare shipments. Chen Feng's convoy had been on standby at these factories, ready to escort the trucks safely back to Zaishu City. By midnight, Chen Feng finally completed his tasks. In a temporary meeting room on the 3rd floor of the Dajing supermarket, the rhythmic tapping of computer keys filled the air. 5 accountants gathered around a table, meticulously calculating the day's performance. Eager to ascertain the results of the inaugural day, Chen Feng urged them to stay late and finalize the figures. Naturally, overtime pay was in order, with each receiving 100 yuan as a bonus. While the accountants worked, Chen Feng and Li Yuyun sat nearby, sharing a modest dinner of cold boxed meals. Chen Feng had initially suggested dining out, feeling that he could endure a simple meal, but he did not wish to impose such a compromise on the affluent young lady. However, to his surprise, Li Yuyun insisted it was unnecessary, claiming she could make do with a quick bite. As she sat down and began eating, Chen Feng, feeling a pang of compassion, transferred a chicken leg from his meal to her bowl, saying, "You've worked hard today. Enjoy the chicken leg." "What hard work? I'm merely striving for my dowry. I have my own chicken legs, so eat yours," Li Yuyun replied, placing the chicken leg back into Chen Feng's bowl. He chuckled at the sight of the chicken leg and remarked, "I expected a young lady of your stature to be unaccustomed to manual labor. Yet you handle it with such grace. You underestimate me. During my years studying in the UK, my tuition was covered by scholarships, and I supported myself entirely. I earned my living washing dishes in bars, which is far more arduous than shopping in malls." "I had no idea you possessed such experiences," Chen Feng replied. "I simply didn't want to rely on my father's money," Li Yueyun stated, lowering her head to continue her meal. Chen Feng sensed that the relationship between Li Yueyun and her father, Li Jiaosheng, might not be as harmonious as he had previously imagined. Throughout their interactions, Li Yueyun consistently maintained a respectful distance from her father. Yet, this was a personal matter, and Chen Feng felt it inappropriate to pry further. Nevertheless, Li Yueyun's remarkable performance today was a revelation. The high-end appliance section she managed completed a total of 13 transactions, with an average price exceeding 50,000 yuan. The wealthiest customer made a purchase totaling 100,000 yuan. In total, the high-end section alone sold appliances worth 500,000 yuan. Indeed, it seems that in every era and place, affluence prevails. As they were halfway through their meal, a middle-aged woman wearing thick glasses approached Chen Feng and Li Yueyun, carrying a stack of account books. "Mr. Chen, the sales data for today has been compiled." Both Chen Feng and Li Yueyun paused, their chopsticks raised, listening intently. Today's sales revenue amounts to 3,783,052 yuan and 57 cents. With a clatter, Chen Feng dropped his chopsticks to the floor. Ignoring them, he urgently inquired, "Did you say today's sales revenue was how much?" 3,783,052 yuan and 57 cents, the accountant reiterated. Upon hearing this figure, Chen Feng turned to Li Yueyun, finding her smiling at him. Overwhelmed with joy, he embraced her, exclaiming, "Did you hear that? Today's sales reached 378,000. My heavens!" At that moment, Chen Feng was elated beyond measure. The first day's revenue had surpassed 3 million, a reality he had scarcely dared to dream. It was an outcome that exceeded all his expectations. Li Yueyun was taken aback when Chen Feng embraced her. However, she did not resist, allowing him to hold her, a faint blush rising to her cheeks. Chapter 51, Astonishing Profits. Chen Feng felt the softness of the person in his arms, accompanied by a subtle fragrance. It dawned on him that he had directly embraced Li Yueyun. He quickly released her, speaking with a tone tinged with apology. "I'm sorry. I got a bit too excited." The day's revenue exceeded 3 million, nearing 4 million. Who could suppress such overwhelming joy? "It's nothing," Li Yueyun said, gracefully brushing her hair behind her ear, maintaining her composure and the poise befitting a lady of high standing. Chen Feng took the stack of invoices, scrutinizing each one. The figures clearly outlined the sales of every category. Unsurprisingly, televisions led the sales, with 982 units sold, almost reaching 1,000. In this era, every household yearned for a television. While hand-washing clothes was manageable without a washing machine, and living without a refrigerator was feasible, a color television could provide a wealth of entertainment for the entire family. Most customers were drawn in by the allure of televisions. Upon opening his new store, Chen Feng adhered to the previous promotional strategy, pricing an 18-inch Huahei color television at just 1,999 yuan, less than 2,000. He also offered significant discounts on imported brands like Hitachi and Panasonic, making them several hundred yuan cheaper than similar models at department stores. Word of mouth spread among the common folk, leading them to flock to purchase color televisions. Chen Feng had prepared 1,200 televisions, selling off a significant portion on the first day, leaving over 200 in the warehouse. In addition to televisions, many customers came to buy refrigerators and washing machines. As the capital of Fujian province, Zaizishi boasted a population of over 3 million, providing a sufficiently large consumer market. The pursuit of improved living standards meant products like washing machines and refrigerators were also in high demand. In summary, all items displayed on the shelves were selling well. Had Chen Feng deliberately held back a portion of goods for the following day, the shelves would have been emptied long ago. Even late into the evening, the store remained bustling with customers until 10 o'clock, with many bringing along family and friends. Among the three-tier discounts offered by Chen Feng, the second tier allowed customers to enjoy a further 10% off for purchases exceeding 3,000 yuan. This incentive subtly encouraged collective buying among consumers. Some may have only intended to purchase a single television, but to avail themselves of greater discounts, they ended up buying an additional washing machine. Others, whose purchases fell short of 3,000, called upon neighbors to join in. This group buying promotion was a common marketing strategy in the era before Chen Feng's time. Almost every year, during e-commerce promotions like Double 11 or June 18th, such tactics were employed. Yet in 1988, It was a groundbreaking approach, effectively captivating consumers. Thus, word spread rapidly, and throngs of customers descended upon Chen Feng's store. Even individuals from nearby counties arrived upon hearing the news. The store was packed with customers. The cash registers malfunctioned from overuse, and the security personnel were continuously allowing more people inside. Had it not been for the dwindling stock in the warehouse and the exhaustion of the staff after a long day's work, the customers could have shopped throughout the night without issue. After finishing reviewing the day's revenue report, Chen Feng was approached by the accountant with another stack of papers. Mr. Chen, today as profit has been calculated, the accountant announced. How much is the profit? Chen Feng inquired eagerly. As a businessman, it was only natural to be concerned about profits. Today's profit totals 1,536,372 yuan and 47 fun. The accountant read out a lengthy figure. Despite being mentally prepared, Chen Feng was still taken aback. Over 150,000 in a single day. The home appliance industry was indeed highly lucrative in this era. This was despite Chen Feng running promotional activities that reduced some profits. Without them, fewer customers would have come. Chen Feng received the profit report, which detailed all aspects of the earnings. He noted that although the quantity of imported appliances sold was merely a quarter of the domestic ones, the overall profit was not significantly less. Particularly, the high-end appliance section managed by Li Yueyun had only processed a handful of transactions, yet the profits exceeded 30,000. An imported brand television, priced at 5,000, sold at 14,000 in the store, delighting affluent customers who exclaimed how inexpensive it was. Indeed, this was an era witnessing a surge of newly wealthy individuals. Chen Feng handed the profit statement to Li Yueyun. She meticulously examined the details. Madam Boss, what do you think? Chen Feng had grown accustomed to addressing her this way after becoming familiar with her. Li Yueyun carefully reviewed the profit report before placing it on the table. I realize I have severely underestimated the potential of the domestic home appliance market. I initially thought that achieving profits of 200,000 to 300,000 in the first 3 days would be satisfactory. If we could reach 40,000 to 50,000, that would be exceptional. Yet I never imagined this single store could generate over 150,000 in a day. Although Li Yueyun hailed from a prestigious family and had seen her fair share of the world, she was still astonished by the figures on the report. Chen Feng reflected. The home appliance market is currently the most significant opportunity in the domestic market. We are merely fortunate to be positioned at the right place at the right time. Have you ever heard the saying that when one is at the forefront of opportunity, even a pig can take flight? At this, Li Yueyun chuckled. Your analogy of opportunity and pigs is quite apartment. At this rate, it seems my dowry will be recouped swiftly. Rest assured, I won't let you incur losses on your dowry. Chen Feng replied with a smile. I must return to Shenzhen tomorrow. I can't stay here any longer. As the heiress of the Li family and a key figure in their family business in the mainland, she had many responsibilities and could not remain indefinitely. That's fine. I have already arranged for additional personnel to be recruited, Chen Feng assured. The overwhelming success of the first day had exceeded his expectations, resulting in a shortage of staff. And even Li Yueyun had a pitch in to help. In the afternoon, Chen Feng had sent Zhang Ziwen to recruit more hands to manage the upcoming 2 days of events. Chen Feng felt a twinge of reluctance at Li Yueyun's departure. For reasons unknown, her presence brought him an unusual sense of security. I have contacted several business friends to assist in arranging a shipment of goods. It should suffice for the next 2 days of events. The imported appliances have mostly sold out today and indeed require restocking, he said earnestly. Thank you. Chen Feng expressed sincerely. Li Yueyun smiled. Why are you thanking me? I'm doing this for my own business. After all, I'm a major shareholder. All right, my boss lady, Chen Feng teased. The phrase my boss lady caused Li Yueyun's face to flush slightly. She turned her head aside, brushing her hair, and said, I'll be leaving directly tomorrow. My flight is at 9. Understood, Chen Feng nodded. Let us arrange a time to meet again after you return to Shenzhen. Sure. Chapter 52, Profits Galore. The following morning at 7:30, Chen Feng was already at the store, helping to stock goods. Outside, customers had formed a long queue, eagerly waiting for the store to open so they could collect their televisions and refrigerators. It was said that some had begun lining up as early as 5 in the morning. The replenished stock had also arrived in Zaizishi in the early hours. Just as Chen Feng was directing the staff in unloading the goods, his pager went off. Upon glancing at the pager, Chen Feng discerned a message. I've left. Do your best. My dowry depends on you. The sender signed off as boss lady. A knowing smile emerged on Chen Feng's face upon reading the note. At 9 o'clock, as the store's door swung open, a torrent of customers surged inside. A bustling day had commenced once more. The grand opening sale, which spanned 3 days, kept Chen Feng occupied throughout this period. The subsequent 2 days proved even more frenetic than the first. Initially, many were unaware of the event or chose to observe from a distance. However, following the first day's momentum, word spread that one could purchase an 18-inch color television for merely 1,999 yuan. Witnessing neighbors blissfully hauling their large televisions home stirred a sense of desire in others. Thus, they rallied friends to join in the appliance shopping spree. The more people united, the greater the discounts they could secure. This news proliferated rapidly, reaching the neighboring county residents who flocked to the provincial city to buy electronics. After all, such prices were undeniably appealing. The plaza outside the mall was teeming with people, bustling like a vibrant marketplace, prompting Chen Feng to double the staff to maintain order. This unprecedented scene captured the attention of the city's television station, which arrived for interviews in the afternoon. Preferring to remain low-key, Chen Feng delegated the on-screen duties to the flamboyant Zhang Ziwen. The news broadcast that evening ignited an even greater sensation. Thus, Chen Feng's inaugural Doking Home appliance chain store flourished in Shaozhou City. Chen Feng dedicated 3 full days to the city, only finding some leisure on the 4th day after the event concluded. Yet even post-event, numerous patrons continued to visit the appliance supermarket. Despite the absence of promotional discounts, the merchandise remained significantly cheaper than that in department stores, boasting a more comprehensive selection. Coupled with its sophisticated, modern decor, Chen Feng's appliance chain had undeniably become a striking landmark in Shaozhou City. Following the conclusion of the promotional event, Chen Feng instructed the accountant to compile the sales data. In merely 3 days of the grand opening sale, sales reached an astounding 11.35 million yuan, with profits amounting to 4.784 million yuan. After deducting taxes, transportation costs, and labor expenses, the net profit soared to 3.17 million yuan. This meant that Chen Feng earned over 1 million yuan each day during this period. Such profits far exceeded his expectations. Confident in the success of his product sales, Chen Feng had devised a series of enticing strategies to attract customers, which proved to be a game-changer for the common folk of that era. However, he had not anticipated such monumental earnings. He initially thought daily profits would hover around 300,000 to 400,000 yuan. The outcome surpassed his wildest dreams. Indeed, the home appliance industry was currently a booming sector, likely to maintain such high profits for at least 3 to 5 more years. After that, as the market becomes saturated, profits would diminish, and Chen Feng would need to contemplate a transformation. Elated by the bountiful profits over those 3 days, Chen Feng generously bestowed a red envelope of 300 yuan to each of his full-time employees, while even the temporary workers received 100 yuan each. His generosity was truly remarkable. Throughout the opening days, Chen Feng had also compensated his employees with overtime pay, averaging 100 yuan per day for each worker, equivalent to half a month's salary. Upon receiving their bonuses, all employees expressed heartfelt gratitude towards their young boss. Chen Feng also planned to establish a performance-linked system, aligning employee wages with the store's sales and profits to stimulate their motivation. The previously closed department store had been plagued by an outdated state-owned enterprise culture, where performance was disregarded regardless of success or failure. Chen Feng was determined to prevent his employees from falling into such detrimental habits. Beyond the performance system, he also aimed to implement employee training protocols. If high-end products were to be sold, the quality of the staff must match, particularly when dealing with affluent clientele, where professionalism must shine through. This insight had been inspired by Li Yueyun, who, after only 1 day in the upscale appliance section, managed to generate over 500,000 yuan in sales, yielding more than 300,000 yuan in profit. Clearly, employee competence could significantly influence store performance. As the saying goes, details determine success or failure. Chen Feng intended to establish these systems in Shaozhou City so that they could be replicated in future branches. Thus, after the promotional event concluded, he remained in Shaozhou City for an additional fortnight to address these matters. It wasn't until July 8th that he returned to Deep City. During his stay, he diligently monitored daily sales figures. Although the initial promotional fervor had subsided, the store consistently achieved impressive daily revenues, nearing 1.3 million yuan. In this era, home appliances were a necessity. Many customers continued to make their purchases. Shaozhou City, with its population of 3 million, offered a vast market, ensuring a steady stream of buyers. With everything in place, Chen Feng could finally return with peace of mind. He promoted a middle-aged woman named Zheng Huiya to manager. Her astute and capable demeanor left a profound impression on him. Upon inquiry, he discovered she had previously held a minor leadership position in a state-owned enterprise, but had decisively bought out her employment due to the factory's declining performance. In this regard, she mirrored Chen Feng's own journey. In an era where individuals were willing to abandon a secure job for the sake of ambition, such determination was commendable. After observing her over time, Chen Feng was thoroughly satisfied with his choice. She consistently led by example rather than merely speaking. Chen Feng favored individuals who acted more and spoke less. With a reliable manager in place, he could periodically check in on the store and review the accounts without needing to oversee a single location continuously. Chen Feng harbored grand ambitions. Having ventured into the home appliance industry, he aimed to dominate it. He aspired to expand the Doking appliance chain across provinces, initially establishing a presence in provincial capitals, followed by lower-level cities. Much like Gome and Suning, he sought to methodically capture the national market. Moving forward, his primary focus would be on opening new branches. Armed with the successful experiences from the Jingzhou and Shaozhou stores, Chen Feng believed that expanding the chain nationwide would not pose a significant challenge. Chapter 53. Summer. How wonderful. Chen Feng's flight landed in Deep City at 9:30 a.m. Upon exiting the airport, he hailed a taxi. Zhang Ziwen had intended to pick him up, as the company had recently acquired a Santana, primarily driven by him. However, Chen Feng graciously declined Zhang Ziwen's offer. After such an extended period of busyness, he yearned for some solitary time. For an adult, moments of solitude are particularly precious. Sitting alone in the taxi, listening to the songs playing over the radio, gazing at the passing scenery, and contemplating life felt quite agreeable. The taxi stopped at the alley's entrance. Chen Feng paid the fare and retrieved his luggage. In July, the sweltering summer was in full swing. The trees along the roadside echoed with the chirping of cicadas, while a few children played beneath, using bamboo poles to catch them. Chen Feng reminisced about his own childhood, frolicking with friends, cherishing those invaluable youthful days. In a nearby corner, a familiar figure crouched beneath a tree, amusing a little cat. The white kitten devoured leftover food from a box. Upon seeing the familiar silhouette, Chen Feng couldn't help but smile knowingly. With her long, flowing hair and white dress, who else could it be but Zhang Weiwei? He approached and stood beside Zhang Weiwei, stating, "If you like it, why not take it home and care for it?" Zhang Weiwei turned her head, her gaze ascending to meet Chen Feng's, who was regarding her with a faint smile. "Chen Feng, you're back," she exclaimed with delight. "Yes. I just got off the plane." Chen Feng nodded. "You and my brother have both been so busy lately. He only returned a few days ago, and I've heard he's set to leave again in a couple of days." Zhang Weiwei sighed. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment. Zhang Ziwen had orchestrated so much of this workload, following successful pilot projects in both Zhizhou City and Jingzhou City. His chain of home appliances was set to expand into more cities. Currently, the only person he could rely on for assistance, whom he also trusted, was Zhang Ziwen. Although Qin Wei Guo was trustworthy as well, he lacked acumen in business matters and was solely responsible for managing Chen Feng's escort team. The escort team had now expanded to 20 individuals, all of whom were elite veterans, handpicked by Qin Wei Guo, ensuring their exceptional quality. During the opening of the chain store in Zhizhou City, while transporting goods, the escort team encountered a band of highway robbers who, emboldened by their numbers and weaponry, refused to let them pass. Qin Wei Guo, without hesitation, led a few men, each wielding a steel pipe, and decisively dealt with the robbers, breaking the limbs of their leader in full view of the group. Subsequently, a legend emerged along the road to Zhizhou City. Never obstruct a vehicle from Fengyuan Trading Company, where you might not even realize how you met your demise. Recently, Qin Wei Guo's mother was discharged from the hospital, prompting his return. "If you like this cat, just take it home. Leaving it outdoors means it will go hungry and be bullied by wild dogs." Chen Feng quickly shifted the topic. "I wish I could, but my mother is allergic to cats, so it's not possible," Zhang Weiwei sighed. Just then, the little white cat, having eaten its fill, lay down and rolled over, exposing its belly for her to stroke. "Look, the little one is so well-behaved," Zhang Weiwei cooed, utterly enchanted by the kitten. Chen Feng pondered for a moment before suggesting, "How about this? You can keep it at my place. I have ample space, but I often have to work outside, so I might not be able to take care of it properly. If you're willing to come by regularly to feed it, we can keep it at my home." Zhang Weiwei looked up at Chen Feng, her eyes sparkling with hope. "Is that really possible?" Chen Feng nodded. "That would be wonderful," Zhang Weiwei exclaimed, her joy palpable. "Let us go," she declared, scooping up the little white cat and following Chen Feng. Upon arriving at his rented courtyard, Chen Feng retrieved his keys to unlock the iron gate, gesturing for Zhang Weiwei to enter. She stepped inside, cradling the cat, her first visit to Chen Feng's abode. Curiously, she surveyed the courtyard, particularly drawn to a blooming jasmine plant. As she approached, the jasmine was in full bloom, and she closed her eyes, inhaling deeply. "It smells so lovely," she marveled. A gentle breeze swept through, tooling Zhang Weiwei's hair, while delicate petals drifted down from the tree, swirling with her flowing white dress, creating a picturesque tableau. As an observer, Chen Feng felt a stirring in his heart at this enchanting sight. Indeed, it is delightful, he concurred. Zhang Weiwei took another whiff of the jasmine's fragrance, reminiscing, when I was young, I often passed by this courtyard. In the summer, during jasmine's blooming season, I would always catch a whiff of its sweet scent. I used to think how wonderful it would be to have a jasmine tree at home. Your family's courtyard is quite spacious. You could plant one, Chen Feng suggested. Zhang Weiwei shook her head. That won't work. My dad is allergic to pollen. Oh well. It seems this old couple is quite unfortunate. One allergic to cat fur, and the other to pollen, Chen Feng chuckled. But you could visit often, and it would be a great excuse to look after the little white cat. Chen Feng then produced his keychain, detaching a key and handing it to Zhang Weiwei. Here, this is for you. Zhang Weiwei gazed up at Chen Feng in surprise. Though a hint of shyness colored her cheeks, she accepted the key from his hand. I'm just here to take care of the cat, she said, her voice slightly trembling. Chen Feng noticed her bashfulness. Wait a moment. Let me put my things away and grab you a soda. Do you prefer cola or Sprite? Do you have Jianlai Bao? Chen Feng mused before responding. I think I might have some. Just a moment. He ascended the stairs with his bag, stowing his belongings before heading to the refrigerator. After rummaging through a collection of beers, colas, and Sprites, he finally unearthed a bottle of Jianlai Bao tucked away in a corner. Thankfully, there was one. The last time he bought beer, the owner had tossed it in as a complimentary item for reaching 100 yuan. Chen Feng returned to the courtyard with a bottle of cola and a bottle of Jianlai Bao, finding Zhang Weiwei playing with the cat. Here you go, he said, handing her the Jianlai Bao. Thank you, she replied, popping the cap off and taking a sip. The icy refreshment tingled as it hit her palate, prompting Zhang Weiwei to close her eyes, her expression a mix of pain and pleasure. She exclaimed, Ah, summer is truly wonderful. Chen Feng settled beside her, enjoying a chilled beer while basking in the summer breeze, which carried the sweet scent of jasmine. Yes, summer is indeed delightful. Chapter 54. I'll take down his sign. Upon returning to Shun City, Chen Feng initially intended to invite Li Yuyun out for a meal. However, when he called her, he discovered she had already left Shun City and returned to Xiangjiang. Over the phone, he sensed a subtle discord in her tone, although he refrained from probing further. After all, their relationship was merely one of business partners. After a day's respite in Shun City, Chen Feng dived back into work. With the business now on a steady course, he found himself short-staffed. Many trivial matters required his and Zhang Ziwen's attention, which was quite unreasonable. Thus, it was imperative to expand the workforce, a task best left to the human resources manager. The hiring of this manager was precisely for such responsibilities. Chen Feng's stipulation was clear. Qualifications mattered less than capability. Anyone who believed they could fulfill the role was welcome to apply. To facilitate this, Chen Feng devised a few questions for applicants to answer. Once completed, they could depart, with Chen Feng personally reviewing the papers to determine who would remain. In addition to hiring, a new office was necessary. As the team expanded, the current office space became inadequate, necessitating the search for a larger premises. Chen Feng and Zhang Ziwen perused options in Shun City before ultimately deciding to purchase an office floor. Given the steadily rising property market, it was wiser to invest in ownership rather than rental. Seizing the opportunity to buy at a lower price now would yield benefits when it came time to upgrade to a larger building, which could also be sold off later. Ultimately, Chen Feng and Zhang Ziwen selected a floor in a newly constructed office building in Fuxian District. The area spanned 610 square meters, with a unit price of 500 yuan per square meter, totaling 910,000 yuan. This price was reasonable, though the location was somewhat remote. Zhang Ziwen was puzzled by Chen Feng's choice to purchase an office space here, especially when better locations were available and they were not short on funds. Chen Feng found it difficult to explain in detail, but from his recollections, this area was destined to become the core of Shun City. Eventually, when the government developed the region, property values would soar to 4,000 or 5,000 yuan per square meter. In other words, this investment could yield over 30 times its value in 20 years. If one were to invest in real estate, it was essential to target areas with great potential. Just as Chen Feng was fully immersed in his endeavors in Shun City, an unsettling piece of news arrived. That day, while Chen Feng was in his new office reviewing the planning documents for the home appliance chain store project, Zhang Ziwen rushed in, looking flustered. He had long been an old partner of Zhang Ziwen, and, on ordinary days, he would simply knock on his door whenever he needed something, rarely exhibiting any signs of panic. Chen Feng inquired, "What is the matter?" Zhang Ziwen placed a form in front of Chen Feng. Chen Feng glanced at the date on it. "This is from the chain store in Jingzhou. Why is the order quantity so much lower?" The Jingzhou chain store was their very first outlet, established in collaboration with the local proprietor, Boss Wang. While Boss Wang managed the store, they were responsible for supplying the goods. Typically, They would send whatever was needed directly upon request, but this single order reflected a drastic reduction, amounting to only a quarter of the usual demand. I found it strange as well. I called Boss Wong, and he mentioned that several new stores opened nearby recently, and that business had been slow, hence the reduced orders seemed reasonable to him. Zhang Ziwen continued. I didn't believe his excuses and called Shaoli at the store. Shaoli informed me that Boss Wong has begun stocking some other brand's products to sell in our store. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's expression darkened instantly. Initially, they had agreed with Boss Wong that all supplies would come from them, with him solely responsible for local sales. Now, Boss Wong had reduced his orders from them while sourcing goods from other channels to sell in their Feng Yuan appliance chain store. Such behavior was akin to biting the hand that feeds him. If the quality of the goods Boss Wong procured was subpar, it would tarnish the reputation of their chain. Let us head to Jingzhou, Chen Feng declared, aware that this issue required a face-to-face discussion. All right, Zhang Ziwen nodded in agreement. Chen Feng arranged for the front desk to book 2 tickets for that day's flight from Deep City to Jingzhou. While driving was an option, it would take a whole day and night. With business flourishing, time was indeed of the essence. Upon arriving in Jingzhou, Chen Feng and Zhang Ziwen stowed their belongings at the hotel before hailing a taxi to the store. At the store's entrance, the long queues that had marked the grand opening were absent, yet many customers were still inside selecting appliances. As they entered, Chen Feng and Zhang Ziwen noticed an array of unfamiliar brands on the shelves, confirming Shaoli's account. Just then, a woman clad in a work uniform approached them. Greeting them warmly, gentlemen, are you here to purchase a television? Yes, I've heard that the whole brand TVs are quite affordable, so I wanted to take a look. Chen Feng replied casually. Ah, the whole brand? That one ISN T2 reliable. Several customers who bought it complained about its fragility. You might want to consider this Wyoming TV instead. It's only 2,050 yuan, cheaper than whole. The saleswoman enthusiastically promoted the Wyoming television. In truth, both Chen Feng and Zhang Ziwen were aware that the Wyoming brand also hailed from the Pearl River Delta. Produced by a small workshop with a low procurement cost of merely 1,100 yuan, but its quality was questionable. Boss Wong was brazenly passing off inferior products as substitutes, selling them in their store to reap higher profits without sharing the earnings as per their original contract. His calculations were undoubtedly astute, which explained the significant drop in the order quantity. May I inquire if Boss Wong DKI is present in the store? Chen Feng asked again. The saleswoman's demeanor shifted. Her smile vanished as her eyes scrutinized Chen Feng and Zhang Ziwen warily. What business do you have with our boss? She interrogated. Nothing much. We are from the Deep City headquarters. Just here to take a look, Chen Feng replied. Upon hearing the mention of the headquarters, the saleswoman's face changed instantly. Boss Wong ISNT here. He S out, she stated curtly. Where did he go? When will he return? Chen Feng pressed. I don't know. All I can say is he S gone. The saleswoman folded her arms, turning her face away, clearly uncooperative with Chen Feng's presence. Zhang Ziwen, unable to tolerate the rudeness any longer, was about to retort when Chen Feng held him back. All right, we'll come back another time, he said, leading Zhang Ziwen away. Once they had distanced themselves, Zhang Ziwen asked in confusion, why did you stop me? Did you not see her arrogant attitude? Are you going to hit or scold her? Chen Feng countered. Zhang Ziwen found himself at a loss for words. She is merely an underling. Getting angry with her is pointless, Chen Feng remarked. What then? If Wang DKI knows we're here, he'll certainly avoid us. Zhang Ziwen expressed his concern. If he doesn't want to see us, that's his choice. But in a few days, I intend for him to be the one seeking an audience with me. What do you plan to do? Zhang Ziwen inquired, intrigued. I will personally remove his signboard, Chen Feng declared, emphasizing each word with conviction. Chapter 55, Setting the Tone. Wang DKI's avoidance was unmistakably a declaration of war against Chen Feng. They returned to the hotel without taking any immediate action. Once back, they did not venture out again, even having their dinner, breakfast, and lunch at the hotel. The times were tumultuous, especially in Wang DKI's territory. Wandering about carelessly could potentially invite trouble. In another's domain, safety was paramount. They were staying in a luxurious local hotel with substantial backing, and even someone as powerful as Wang DKI would think twice before causing a ruckus there. The following afternoon, Qin Wei Yuo arrived, accompanied by 2 capable brothers from the escort team. Their mission was to ensure Chen Feng's safety. With Qin Wei Yuo's presence in Shanghai, Chen Feng felt a sense of relief. They decided to dine out that evening, and Chen Feng had also arranged to meet someone. The Shanghai Old Friends Diner was a famous establishment known for its local culinary specialties. The place was bustling with patrons, alive with chatter and the aroma of food. Chen Feng, Zhang Ziwen, and Qin Wei Yuo entered the diner, scanning the room. In a corner, a figure stood and waved them over. Mr. Chen, over here. This was Shaoli, who had previously worked at Feng Yuan Appliances and had informed Zhang Ziwen about Wang Dki selling other brands. Chen Feng and Zhang Ziwen approached and took their seats. "Here, have some tea first. These tables are hard to reserve. I had to ask a friend to help," Xiaoli said warmly as he poured tea for them. "Xiaoli, how have you been lately?" Chen Feng asked. "Not too well. I haven't found any work. Just biding my time," Xiaoli replied. After pouring the tea, he called the waiter over. "Waiter, we're ready to order." The waiter arrived, and Zhang Ziwen casually picked a few signature dishes from the menu. Chen Feng produced a pack of Chinese cigarettes, offering one to Xiaoli as he inquired, "What exactly is going on with Feng Yuan? What'll be going on?" "Wang Dki intends to open a second appliance store, so he sent his brother-in-law to manage our store. That brother-in-law is a good-for-nothing, previously expelled from a local fertilizer factory for fighting, and has been unemployed since. His sister is essentially a mistress, having gotten involved with Wang Dki to secure a job for her brother. That guy spent just 2 days at our store, saw our business was thriving, and told his brother-in-law that he had connections in Yangsheng to procure a batch of appliances to sell, promising high profits without sharing with the company. Wang Dki agreed and let him take charge. I clashed with that guy and got kicked out," Xiaoli explained, his frustration palpable. "Wang Dki is planning to open another store?" Chen Feng asked, astonished. "Yes, on Jingbei Road. It's already renovated and set to open soon." Jingbei Road was the most prosperous area in Jingzhou, indicating that Wang Dki recognized the lucrative potential of the appliance industry and was determined to invest heavily. Chen Feng and Zhang Ziwen exchanged glances, surprised to hear about Wang Dki's plans for a second store, realizing how tightly this information had been kept under wraps. From what Xiaoli mentioned, the renovations have been completed, and the opening is imminent. Judging by the timeline, Wang Dki had long since plotted this. In his collaboration with Chen Feng, he recognized the business opportunities within and grasped the intricacies involved, ultimately deciding to part ways with Chen Feng and pursue his own venture. As a local strongman in Shanghai City, he harbored no doubts that Chen Feng and his associates, situated far away in Deep City, could pose any threat to him. Indeed, savvy businessmen are astute. Soon, the dishes were served, and Chen Feng refrained from further inquiries about Wang Dki, opting instead to engage in casual conversation. Upon learning that Xiao Li's family faced significant financial strain with dependents both above and below, Chen Feng reached into his pocket and handed him 1,000 yuan, urging him to accept it. Xiao Li initially resisted, but Chen Feng insisted that it was a partial advance on his wages, promising to hire him back once his new store in Jingzhou was operational. Only then did Xiao Li relent and accept the money. After settling the bill, the three bid farewell to Xiao Li at the shop's entrance. Once Xiao Li had walked some distance away, Zhang Ziwen turned to Chen Feng and asked, "What shall we do next?" Chen Feng simply replied with 4 words, "Wait for someone." In the following 3 days, Chen Feng and Zhang Ziwen remained in Shanghai City, idly wandering shopping malls, perusing the home appliance market, indulging in late-night snacks, and singing songs, enjoying a most pleasant time. By the 4th day, Chen Feng and Zhang Ziwen rose early, had breakfast, and along with a few others headed towards Jingbei Road. Today marked the grand opening of Wang Dki's new store. Upon their arrival at Jingbei Road, they found a considerable crowd gathered at the entrance of Wang Dki's new establishment. The new store sign was adorned with red cloth, and several large red balloons floated outside, accompanied by banners proclaiming 18-inch color TV for only 1,999 yuan. Observing the banner, Chen Feng chuckled and remarked to Zhang Ziwen, "It seems Wang Dki has entirely copied our approach." "Is it copying? It's outright theft," Zhang Ziwen scoffed, harboring disdain for Wang Dki's treachery. "Let's go take a look." The group approached the store's entrance, and Chen Feng peered inside from a distance. The store was sizable, occupying at least 250 square meters, with several receptionists clad in red key payas standing outside, preparing for the impending ribbon-cutting ceremony. Wang Dki was conversing with a portly middle-aged man, whom Chen Feng recognized as a relative of the director. This same relative had attended the ribbon-cutting for their previous store. Now, for the opening of the second store, he had returned. While technically not the director, but rather the deputy director, his influence in a provincial capital like Jingzhou should not be underestimated. Beside Wang Dki stood a slender, sharp-faced man with long hair. Xiao Li leaned over and quietly informed Chen Feng, "That long-haired fellow is Wang Dki's brother-in-law." Chen Feng nodded in acknowledgement. The long-haired man donned a suit yet bore a carefree demeanor, seemingly unfit for serious business. Approximately 10 minutes later, the ribbon-cutting ceremony commenced. Wang Dki, alongside his relatives and several familiar officials, stood at the entrance, ready to inaugurate the new store. "Oh, Boss Wang, why wasn't T.I. invited to the grand opening?" Chen Feng called out, emerging from the crowd. Wang Dki's expression shifted dramatically at Chen Feng's unexpected appearance. He had not anticipated such a confrontation at this moment. Chapter 56. Removing the signboard. At this critical juncture, Chen Feng's presence unsettled Wang Dki. His brother-in-law leaned in a whisper, "Brother-in-law, what should we do? Should I call someone to drive them away?" Wang Dki's expression fluctuated, glancing at the onlookers before responding. "With so many people watching, don't act rashly. Leave this to me." He then forced a smile reminiscent of a benevolent Buddha and approached Chen Feng. Placing a hand on his shoulder, "Say, Mr. Chen, what a rare guest. Please come inside." "No, I just happened to pass by and heard about the opening of a large appliance chain store, so I came to take a look. Only to find it's your shop, Boss Wang." "Mr. Chen, today marks the opening of my new store. Please do me the courtesy of postponing our discussions for another time, if you would." Wang Dki pulled Chen Feng aside, speaking in hushed tones. "Boss Wang, we had an agreement. You were to act solely as our agent for Feng Yuan appliances, as clearly stipulated in the contract. Now, you're abandoning us to start new, which is quite unprincipled. What do you intend to do?" Wang Dki, aware that Chen Feng would not let this slide, decided to confront the issue openly. "My demands are simple. First, you cannot continue to use the Feng Yuan appliances brand in your store. Call it whatever you wish, but it cannot bear our name." "Agreed." Wang Dki could only nod in acceptance at this point. "Secondly, our collaboration ends here. We will no longer supply you. You may sell any brand of appliances you choose. We won't interfere." "Fine." With new suppliers offering better prices, Wang Dki was indifferent to losing Chen Feng's products. "Lastly, since you can no longer use the Feng Yuan appliances brand, I must remove the sign from your store on Yunshan Road today." Wang Dki had acquiesced to the first two demands, but as Chen Feng articulated the third, his expression darkened. His smile faded, and he regarded Chen Feng with a chilling tone. "Mr. Chen, is it truly necessary to escalate matters so dramatically?" Wang Dki was a prominent figure in Shanghai City. Chen Feng's actions of removing the sign in broad daylight, in front of a crowd, would be akin to publicly slapping him in the face. "The sign hanging above the store isn't yours. It must be taken down." Chen Feng met Wang Dki's gaze unflinchingly and added, "Moreover, I am not here to seek your permission. I am informing you that I will remove the sign." With that, Chen Feng smiled, clasped his hands in a gesture of goodwill towards Wang Dki, and proclaimed loudly, "Congratulations, Boss Wang, on the opening of your new store. May your business flourish and prosperity abound." He then turned and melded back into the crowd. Wang Dki's countenance darkened. He beckoned his brother-in-law closer and whispered, "That kid intends to take down our sign on Yunshan Road. Gather your connections. If he dares to act out, break his legs." "Understood, brother-in-law." The young man with long hair hurried off. In the next moment, Wang Dki once again donned a cheerful facade as he attended to his guests. Chen Feng and Zhang Ziwen took a taxi directly back to Yunshan Road, instructing Shaoli to procure a ladder. By early morning, customers had already begun selecting appliances in the store. Upon arriving at the entrance, Chen Feng instructed Zhang Ziwen, "Help me set up the ladder. I will remove the sign." "All right." Zhang Ziwen, filled with righteous indignation towards Wang Dki, eagerly anticipated the moment. Together with Shaoli, they positioned the ladder at the entrance. The middle-aged female employee who had previously assisted Chen Feng emerged, shouting, "What do you think you're doing?" Removing the sign, Chen Feng replied succinctly, "Who are you? Don't you know who owns this store?" The middle-aged woman scolded, "I don't care who owns it. This sign is mine, and I will take it down," Chen Feng stated as he began to ascend the ladder. At that moment, a van pulled up outside the store. 7 or 8 individuals disembarked, brandishing iron rods. And the long-haired young man at the forefront bellowed, "Let us see who dares." Chen Feng glanced at them, but ignored their presence, continuing his ascent. Wang Dki's brother-in-law, realizing intimidation was ineffective, rushed forward to attempt to topple the ladder. However, a man of modest stature with a buzz cut stepped in front of him. The individual was none other than Qin Weiguo. Wang Dki's brother-in-law shot him a glare and spat, "Get out of my way." As he spoke, he extended his hand, intending to push Qin Weiguo aside. However, despite his forceful shove, Qin Weiguo remained utterly unmoved. Wang Dki's brother-in-law took 2 steps back, casting a glance at Chen Feng and the others. He waved his hand and commanded his companions, "Charge at them, and teach this raucous group a lesson." His associates brandished iron rods and rushed forward. In a swift motion, Qin Weiguo stepped forward, seized one man's wrist, and with a deft twist, sent the iron rod clattering to the ground. He picked it up and tossed it to a brother from the convoy who had accompanied them to Jingzhou. Evading a strike from another assailant, he snatched the iron rod from his grasp and threw it to yet another companion nearby. With these 2 swift moves, he disarmed the ruffians, who couldn't even graze his sleeve. Chen Feng had instructed him to minimize harm to others. Inflicting injury would inevitably attract the attention of the police, which would complicate matters. Meanwhile, Chen Feng had already dismantled the sign at the entrance. With a sharp crack, the pristine sign fell to the ground, splintering into 2 pieces. Descending from the ladder, he glanced at the broken sign, which he had personally hung just 2 months prior, now unexpectedly having to take it down himself. One must admit, fate can be quite capricious. After removing the sign, Chen Feng descended the ladder just as a police car approached and halted at the storefront. 3 officers disembarked. The young man with long hair, upon seeing the police, appeared as if he had encountered a savior. He hurriedly approached a square-faced officer and pointed at Chen Feng, saying, "Zhao Gu, someone is causing trouble in my store." The square-faced officer surveyed the surroundings before striding directly toward Chen Feng, interrogating him in a commanding tone. "Who are you? Who sent you to stir up trouble? Am I not allowed to take down my own sign? How can that be deemed causing trouble?" Chen Feng countered. "Very well, since you refuse to acknowledge it, I will have to take you all in." At the officer's command, the other 2 policemen advanced, producing handcuffs to restrain Chen Feng. After securing him, they proceeded to cuff Qin Weiguo as well. Qin Weiguo cast a glance at Chen Feng, who smiled reassuringly, saying, "It's all right, let them cuff me." Qin Weiguo made no resistance and allowed himself to be restrained. The 2 brothers from the convoy and Zhang Ziwen were also handcuffed. The 5 of them were then escorted into the police vehicle and drove away. Chapter 57. The Savior Arrives. Chen Feng and the others were taken back to the police station, directly confined in a cell. "Comrade, may I inquire how long we will be detained?" Zhang Ziwen asked. "For disturbing the peace. A 15-day administrative detention," the square-faced officer replied while closing the cell door. "We were merely removing our own sign. How does that constitute a disturbance?" Zhang Ziwen exploded with anger, questioning the officer. The square-faced officer snorted dismissively, his eyes filled with contempt. "You claim that sign is yours. What proof do you have to substantiate that?" Zhang Ziwen was rendered speechless by the retort. "All right, enough said," Chen Feng interjected, advising Zhang Ziwen to remain silent. For in such circumstances, words held no weight. It was evident to any discerning observer that the square-faced officer had connections with Wang Dki's brother-in-law. They had been apprehended while that scoundrel remained free, even though they had been armed and had inflicted harm. "Humph, daring to come to Jingzhou and act recklessly. You must be tired of living. You lot can stay here and ponder your actions," the square-faced officer instructed a young man beside him. "Detain them here for 2 days. Then transfer them to the detention center for a full 15 days, understood," the young man responded. After relaying the instructions, the square-faced officer took his leave. "What shall we do?" Zhang Ziwen cast a pleading glance at Chen Feng. "What can we do? According to that scoundrel, we are to be detained for 17 days. Zhang Ziwen speculated, feeling nervous as it was his first time in such a predicament. "You seemed quite pleased while removing the sign earlier," Chen Feng remarked with a smile. "And you still have the nerve to joke at a time like this," Zhang Ziwen retorted, somewhat displeased. "All right, let's wait a little longer. Our savior will arrive shortly." "Savior? Who?" Zhang Ziwen inquired curiously. "You will find out soon enough," Chen Feng replied with a mysterious smile. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the office of the director of the Jingnan District Police Station welcomed 3 unexpected guests. The mayor's secretary, Sun Deatong, was accompanied by a middle-aged man in his 50s, dressed in a white suit and a red and white striped shirt, wearing sunglasses, and a strikingly attractive woman clad in fashionable professional attire. The arrival of the mayor's secretary quickly caught the attention of Director Gao Siming, who promptly invited the trio inside. "This is Zhou Jia, the president of the Xiangjiang Chamber of Commerce in Jinghai City, and this is Miss Li Yueyun from the Longchangshan Trading Company." Secretary Sun introduced the 2 to the director. "Greetings, greetings," Gao Siming said warmly, recognizing that those who could warrant the mayor's secretary's company were undoubtedly influential. "Please, have a seat. Allow me to serve you some tea." Gao Siming personally took the kettle to pour tea for the 3. "Director Gao, we have come today due to some complications. Your officers have taken individuals from Miss Li's company into custody," Sun Deatong explained. "Is that so?" Gao Siming's eyes widened in disbelief. "Director Gao, this incident only transpired this morning, so it's understandable that you might not be aware," Li Yueyun continued with a smile. "After all, our plans to invest in Jinghai City are still in the exploratory phase, having only been discussed with Mayor Liu. Who could have anticipated that we would encounter such an unpleasant situation upon our arrival? A misunderstanding, it must be a misunderstanding," Gao Siming quickly asserted upon learning of the connection to the mayor. He returned to his desk and dialed a number. Moments later, the call connected. "Did you bring them in today?" "Who brought them?" "Wang Dalong." "Have him come to my office." After hanging up, Gao Siming returned to the sofa, his face beaming as he engaged in small talk with the guests. 3 minutes later, the square-faced officer, Wang Dalong, entered the director's office. Reporting in, he announced, "Come in." Gao Siming gestured. Wang Dalong, upon seeing the gathering in the office, was momentarily taken aback, unsure of the situation. "Director, did you call for me?" he inquired, his demeanor a stark contrast to the arrogance he had displayed earlier in front of Chen Feng. "I heard that you brought several individuals back from Jingbei Road today." "Director," Gao Simon questioned. "Yes, Director, that is correct. We received a report from the public about a disturbance, so we brought them in nonsense," Gao Simon interjected, startling Wang Dalong. "They are Hong Kong businessmen here to conduct investment assessments and are esteemed guests of the city's leadership. How could they possibly be causing a disturbance? Release them immediately." "Yes, sir." Wang Dalong stood at attention and hurriedly exited the director's office, cursing Liu Ergu 100 times in his head. Knowing full well the formidable background of this group, he had been ordered to apprehend them, effectively pushing him into the fire pit. Regardless of his grievances, he knew he had to release them and offer apologies. Otherwise, they could directly file a complaint with the city, jeopardizing his position. The 5 of them remained confined in the cell. Lunch consisted of a meager serving of vegetables and radishes. Zhang Ziwen lacked the appetite to eat, while Chen Feng savored the meal, remarking that opportunities to dine in a jail cell were rare and had their own unique flavor. By 3:30 in the afternoon, Zhang Ziwen, feeling drowsy, succumbed to sleep in the cell. With a clang, the door swung open. Wang Dalong entered, hastily approaching to unlock the cell. Addressing Chen Feng and the others in a friendly tone, "You all can come out now." Upon noticing the change in his demeanor, Chen Feng understood that their savior had indeed arrived. He gently nudged the slumbering Zhang Ziwen. "Hey, wake up, it's time to go." Zhang Ziwen rubbed his bleary eyes and inquired, "Is it time for dinner?" "What do you mean time for dinner? We can leave now." "We can leave?" Zhang Ziwen sprang up with a sudden burst of energy. Chen Feng turned to Wang Dalong outside and asked, "Sir, are we indeed free to go?" "Yes. It was all a misunderstanding. We apprehended the wrong individuals." "I sincerely apologize to all of you," Wang Dalong replied with a look of contrition, softly addressing Chen Feng. Gone was the arrogance he had exhibited earlier in the morning. "Misunderstandings are easily resolved. It's all good now," Chen Feng noted, choosing not to take advantage of Wang Dalong's predicament, as he was, after all, a local authority. Chen Feng was focused solely on seizing the opportunity to earn money. Upon arriving at Gao Simon's office, Chen Feng encountered Li Yuyun, to whom he offered a friendly smile. "Is everything all right?" Li Weiyun inquired. Chen Feng shook his head and replied, "There's nothing to worry about. It was merely a misunderstanding, and everything has been resolved. I've just had a nap." Indeed. Just a misunderstanding," Gao Suo Zhang interjected with a smile. Li Yun then turned to Gao Siming and said, "Well then, since the matter is settled, we shall take our leave, Director Gao." "Allow me to see you off," Director Gao insisted, escorting Chen Feng and his companions to the entrance. As they watched the car drive away, he exhaled a long breath of relief. Chapter 58. "What, you want to earn my shop?" After departing the police station, Li Yuyun and Chen Feng shared a meal with Zhou Jiahua, the president of the Xiangjiang Chamber of Commerce in Jinghai City, and Sun Siming, the secretary to the mayor of Jinghai City. During the dinner, Li Yuyun formally introduced Chen Feng to the two men, stating that he would represent her in all investment endeavors in Jingzhou City. Zhou Jiahua and Sun Siming toasted to Chen Feng, one seeking political achievements from investments, the other hoping for potential business collaborations. Indeed, aligning with influential figures brings benefits. In this era, Hong Kong capital held considerable prestige, capable of garnering the local government's attention with just a word. Partnering with Li Yuyun was undoubtedly Chen Feng's most astute decision. The banquet continued with clinking glasses until 10 in the evening, when they finally parted ways. As they left, Zhou Jiahua invited Chen Feng to visit his company, which dealt in stone business and was among the earliest to invest in the mainland, thus wielding significant influence. After bidding farewell to Zhou Jiahua and Sun Siming, Li Yuyun sighed in relief and turned to Chen Feng, remarking, "How timely your arrival was. I landed in Deep City and immediately transferred to a flight to Jingzhou City." In this era, Jingzhou City lacked international flights, necessitating a transfer in Deep City. "Thank you, Miss Li. Your immense kindness will be forever etched in my memory," Chen Feng expressed gratefully. His boldness in confronting Wang Dki was made possible by prior arrangements with Li Yuyun. Otherwise, as an outsider, he might have foolishly antagonized the local power broker, Wang Dki. With Li Yuyun and the Hong Kong Business Association as his backing, the situation was markedly different. Li Yuyun had Zhou Jiahua contact the mayor, leading to the secretary's prompt assistance in resolving the matter. Chen Feng was released unscathed, having given Wang Dki a stern warning. At least now, Wang Dki would think twice before resorting to underhanded tactics against Chen Feng. "What are your plans now?" Li Yuyun inquired. "What else can we do? Since the shop is closed, we shall open a new one," Chen Feng replied. He had always intended to establish another home appliance chain in Jingzhou City. But out of respect for Wang Dki, he had held back. With Wang Dki's betrayal of their previous agreement, however, he felt liberated to proceed. The environment here was promising, indeed suitable for a new venture. Liu Yun, having come to Jingzhou, was somewhat familiar with the local circumstances. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek Zhou Jiahua's assistance. He has some business dealings with my father in Xianjiang, albeit minor, but he could be considered a half-friend. Understood. Chen Feng nodded. I must return to Deep City tomorrow, Liu Yun remarked. So soon? Chen Feng expressed surprise. What else? My purpose in Jingzhou was to assist you. Now that the matter is settled, I must return. Oh, I truly appreciate it. Chen Feng sincerely thanked Liu Yun. Without her intervention, the situation here would have been far more challenging to navigate. What thanks? Your business is my business. Helping you is akin to helping myself. If you wish to express your gratitude, open a grand home appliance chain in Jingzhou City and earn substantial profits for me. Liu Yun joked lightly. Certainly. I will establish a large home appliance chain and ensure it earns you abundant profits, boss lady. Chen Feng concurred. As the car played Jackie Chung's song Tenderness, it reached the line about the tranquil shadows of night and the voice of the night within his heart. Today, who am I to you? Their eyes met at that moment, and the atmosphere in the vehicle became subtly charged. Liu Yun turned her face towards the window, and Chen Feng fell silent. They sat in the car, simply absorbing the music around them, an unusual emotion brewing within both of their hearts. 20 minutes later, the car arrived at the hotel where Chen Feng was staying. I have arrived. Chen Feng unbuckled his seatbelt. MHM. Liu Yun merely acknowledged. Then I shall go up. MHM. She responded again. Goodbye then. Goodbye. Chen Feng smiled gently as he exited the vehicle. Another car pulled up, and Zhang Ziwen along with Qin Weiguo also emerged, preparing to head into the hotel. Watching Chen Feng's retreating figure, Liu Yun sighed and instructed the driver, let's go. The car slowly started and departed the hotel. Just then, as Chen Feng reached the hotel entrance, he glanced back at the vehicle that was gradually receding into the distance. That evening, both individuals found their hearts filled with unamiable emotions. Upon returning to the hotel, Chen Feng took a cold shower to calm his racing thoughts. What is the matter? You looked absent-minded when you returned, Zhang Ziwen remarked, seated on the sofa with a newspaper in hand. Nothing much. Chen Feng smiled and shook his head, explaining. It's just that after a long day filled with so much, I'm a bit weary. When shall we open the shop? I can hardly wait to slap a few faces on Wang Dki. Zhang Ziwen seethed with palpable disdain. Next Monday. Next Monday? Isn't that a bit rushed? We only have 6 days, and we haven't even selected a location yet. No need to choose. We'll set up right across from his, Chen Feng declared. Zhang Ziwen was taken aback by this statement, then gave Chen Feng a thumbs up, exclaiming impressive. Chen Feng said nothing further, but stood up and gazed out at the neon lights outside, lost in thought. The following morning, Chen Feng and Zhang Ziwen made their way to Jingbei Road bright and early. However, instead of heading to Wang Dki's store, they entered a small grocery store located directly opposite. The modest shop occupied the ground floor of a 3-story self-built building, measuring merely 5 or 6 square meters. Inside were a few shelves and a glass display case, selling cigarettes and beverages. A middle-aged man in his 40s sat inside, fanning himself with a large palm leaf while watching a black and white television mounted on the wall. Would you like to buy some cigarettes? The shopkeeper called out as he noticed their arrival. Chen Feng glanced at the cigarette display and pointed to the Chunghwa brand, saying, I'll take a pack of Chunghwa. Priced at 10 yuan a pack, Chunghwa cigarettes were a luxury in an era where the average monthly salary was only a few dozen yuan. The shopkeeper hurriedly retrieved the cigarettes from the display case. Chen Feng handed over a 10 yuan note and accepted the cigarettes from the shopkeeper. He opened a pack, took out a cigarette, lit it, and exhaled a cloud of smoke. Chen Feng then inquired, the location of your shop is quite advantageous. You must be earning a decent amount annually, correct? Ah, it's merely a trivial business. What profit can one expect throughout the year? Sighed the shopkeeper. Wasn't it said that the businesses along Jingbei Road thrive? Look, there's even an appliance store opening across the street. Chen Feng turned to gaze at Wang Dki's appliance store. The businesses along Jingbei Road may flourish, but that's across the street. It has no bearing on us. Chen Feng inquired curiously, what do you mean by that? Well, though we share the same street, the opposite side boasts a newly developed shopping mall, with a decor that exudes sophistication. Our side, however, is lined with old buildings from the 1950s and 60s. Have you not noticed? That side is bustling with activity, while ours is desolate and deserted. Young people prefer to frequent that grand shopping mall. We cannot bask in their glow. The shopkeeper, seeing Chen Feng's generous demeanor, opened up and spoke freely. How about this? My good sir, I shall offer you 3,000 a month to rent this shop. What? 3,000 a month? The shopkeeper's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing Chen Feng's proposal for the dilapidated space. He typically earned around 1,000 a month, and that was during prosperous times. On average, he managed to scrape together 700 or 800. The thought of someone offering 3,000 for just 1 month was like a windfall from the heavens. Chapter 59. The counterattack begins. Chen Feng's offer of 3,000 yuan monthly left the shopkeeper momentarily speechless. Indeed, 3,000 yuan per month. Chen Feng reiterated his offer. The shopkeeper scrutinized Chen Feng for a considerable time before asking sternly, "Young man, you are not jesting with me, are you?" Chen Feng produced a thick stack of cash from his bag and placed it before the shopkeeper, stating, "This is the first month's rent." The sight of the substantial sum rendered the shopkeeper utterly dumbfounded. He had not anticipated Chen Feng's earnestness. "This shop is quite small. What do you intend to do with it?" The shopkeeper queried in confusion. "What I plan to do is of no concern to you. Rest assured it will not involve any illegal activities. Moreover, if I were to engage in illicit matters, I certainly would not establish my shop on Jingbei Road." Chen Feng replied with a smile. After a moment of contemplation, the shopkeeper nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall rent it to you." They promptly signed a lease agreement, securing the shop for a duration of 2 months, with an option to renew thereafter. Although it was a short-term rental, the offer of 3,000 yuan was enough to sway the shopkeeper, who typically earned only 600 or 700 a month. Chen Feng's generous offer compelled him to vacate the premises post-haste. The shopkeeper summoned his son and daughter-in-law to assist in clearing the shop. Just then, Wang Dekai's brother-in-law, Lu Ergu, rode past on his motorcycle and caught sight of Chen Feng. Spotting him, he quickly turned around as if caught in a misdemeanor. Across the street, in a newly opened Dekai appliance store, Wang Dekai was enthusiastically demonstrating their televisions to a customer. It was the second day of the store's grand opening, and due to significant promotional offers, a considerable number of customers had arrived early. On the first day alone, they had sold 1,300,000 yuan worth of goods, netting a profit of 600,000, leaving him beaming with joy. Had he known that opening a store solo could yield such profits, he would not have partnered with Chen Feng. Of course, had he not partnered, he would have remained oblivious to the intricacies of the business. Their essay saying, "Crossing the river by feeling the stones," and Wang Dekai was indeed navigating the waters with Chen Feng's guidance. At that moment, he was reveling in his own perspicacity. While Wang Dekai was engaged with a customer, his brother-in-law, Lu Ergu, entered, standing behind him. Recognizing his brother-in-law's presence, Wang Dekai knew he must have something urgent to discuss. So he directed the other sales staff to attend to the customers. He then led Lu Ergu to a quieter area. "Did you not see me attending to customers? What is it?" Wang Dekai inquired of his brother-in-law. "Brother-in-law, trouble is brewing. That Chen fellow has been released." In an era devoid of mobile phones and with pagers being scarce, news traveled slowly. Lu Ergu had assumed Chen Feng was still incarcerated and was taken aback to learn of his release. That young man had a bit of money. "It's only natural he was released," Wang Dekai scoffed dismissively. "Not only has he been released, but he has also secured a shop across from us, competing directly with us. I just saw him outside." "Is that so?" Wang Dekai was taken aback. "I saw him just now," Lu Ergu insisted. Wang Dekai pondered for a moment and declared, "Let's go take a look." The two exited the store and arrived at the roadside, spotting Chen Feng at the entrance of the small shop, directing workers unloading goods from a vehicle. "Look, it's that one," Lu Ergu pointed across the street. Wang Dekai observed for a moment, snorted derisively. "Humph. I thought it was something grand. He merely rented a small storefront in a place where not even a bird would land. What shall we do? Should we find someone to deal with him? No need to concern ourselves. Let us wait until our grand opening celebration is over. Then we can deal with him at our leisure." Wang Dekai was currently overwhelmed with the hustle and bustle of his own business. Having little time to dwell on Chen Feng, he was focused on ushering more customers into maximized profits. Meanwhile, Chen Feng's small shop was quickly emptied. By 10 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Ziwen returned in a small delivery van from an advertising company, bringing with him a signboard and a red balloon arch. The advertisement was covered with red cloth, concealing its contents. "All set," Zhang Ziwen exclaimed excitedly. "That was quick. I paid extra, so of course it was quick." Zhang Ziwen replied. "Then let us get it set up. Sir, could you assist us in installing it?" Zhang Ziwen asked the workers from the advertising company. They began to set up the balloon arch and install the signboard. Chen Feng had offered 3 times the usual price, prompting the advertising company to cooperate wholeheartedly. Around 10:30, 3 large trucks arrived at the shop's entrance, coming to a halt. Despite the small size of the grocery store, it had ample space at the entrance to accommodate 2 or 3 large trucks. The vehicles were laden with goods, all covered with tarpaulins, concealing their contents. "Mr. Chen, everything has arrived," announced a youthful man, somewhat naive in appearance. This was the escort team S. Xiao Hu, though he bore a youthful face at 27. He was a seasoned veteran who had spent 2 years on the battlefield. His driving skills and prowess made him a valuable asset for this mission. Chen Feng nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, the advertising team completed the installation of the balloon arch and placed a pair of speakers at the entrance. These speakers were, of course, rented from the advertising company. Everything is set. Mr. Chen, the advertising company's representative approached. Thank you for your hard work. Please return this afternoon, and I will settle the remaining payment. No trouble at all. Our boss instructed us to fully cooperate with your requests, the representative replied cheerfully. Once the matters with the advertising company were settled, Chen Feng stepped to the front of the store and said to Zhang Ziwen, "All right, we can begin." Yes. Zhang Ziwen's face was alight with excitement. He took a string of firecrackers and placed them at the entrance, igniting them. The crackling sound of the firecrackers instantly drew the attention of many passersby. Holding a wired microphone, Chen Feng tested the sound, ensuring clarity before addressing the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the grand opening of our little shop, featuring a spectacular promotion on televisions. The 18-inch Samyang brand color television is available for a mere 1,399 yuan. As his words resonated, Zhang Ziwen helped to unveil the red cloth from the signboard, revealing the bold lettering, Grand Opening Celebration, Samyang brand color television, only 1,399 yuan. This price was a staggering 500 yuan, less than the same model offered at Wang Dekai's store. The unprecedented discount quickly gathered a throng of onlookers at Chen Feng's shop entrance. Boss, is the Samyang brand color television really only 1,399 yuan? A young man asked, drawing the attention of the crowd. Indeed, it is merely 1,399 yuan, came the reply. Is that for real? The young man pressed further. The truck is filled with color televisions. You pay up front and take the merchandise. You can test it out, and if you're not satisfied, you can return it within 7 days for an exchange. Chen Feng signaled to Qin Weiguo by the truck. Qin Weiguo pulled back the tarp of the truck, revealing a full load of Samyang brand televisions. The crowd erupted in excitement. The young man brandished a stack of cash and shouted, "I want to buy one." Soon, 2 others joined in, echoing, "I want one too." It's not even 1,400. It's 500 yuan cheaper than that newly opened store. It's practically a giveaway. The first young man proclaimed to the spectators behind him, "I want one too. No, I want two," with a leader in the crowd. The onlookers could no longer remain passive, and a throng gathered at Chen Feng's shop, eager to purchase televisions. Chen Feng decided to forego the retail model and offered wholesale prices instead. He calculated his cost to be only 3,000 to 4,000 yuan monthly for the small shop, while Wang Dekai, with his expansive retail space in a prime location, bore costs exceeding tens of thousands each month. If you want to compete on price, I will not profit, but aim to drag you down with my cost price, he thought. Chapter 60. It's a price war. Watch me obliterate you. The entrance to Chen Feng's store quickly became congested with eager customers clamoring for televisions. One by one, televisions were unloaded from the truck. This batch had been procured by Chen Feng through the Shun City Gang just days prior, with a purchase price of 1,000 yuan per unit, now selling for 1,399 yuan. After deducting transportation costs, it was merely a modest profit. Although the quality of Samyang brand did not rival that of Huoluo brand, its affordability made it appealing. As long as the price is low enough, consumers are willing to overlook many flaws. Just like in early 2024, when BYD launched a car priced at 79,800 yuan, consumers remarked, "If BYD dares to sell at this price, even if the car explodes, I would only say it didn't explode loudly enough." Huoluo brand was a label Chen Feng personally represented, known for its superior quality but higher prices, which he was reluctant to use in a price war. This batch of Samyang televisions was ideally suited for battling Wang Dekai. Chen Feng had researched that televisions accounted for around 70% of sales in all appliance stores. For many households, a color television is often the first substantial appliance they acquire. While laundry can be done without a washing machine, watching television necessitates a color TV. Only after purchasing a television would consumers consider acquiring other large appliances. Hence, televisions were bound to dominate Wang Dekai's new store. By offering this batch of Samyang televisions at rock-bottom prices, Chen Feng was effectively targeting Wang Dekai's Achilles heel, striking directly at his main artery. Price wars, while not sophisticated in the realm of business competition, are the most effective strategy. They rely on a straightforward and brutal approach. Even large internet companies like Meituan and ELE.me initially employed subsidies to wage price wars, driving competitors out of the market to seize control. The best way to eliminate rivals is through price competition. All other elaborate strategies are futile. Consumers will always trust the money in their own pockets. Chen Feng was intent on undermining Wang Dekai's new store. He secured a rental space directly across from Wang Dikai's new establishment and launched his campaign the very next day. Swift and decisive, he struck with a powerful blow. Chen Feng's message was clear. I aim to destroy you. After opening his shop, the entrance was inundated with customers eager to buy televisions. The 18-inch color televisions at just 1,399 yuan quickly spread as news. Who had ever seen such inexpensive televisions? In department stores, the same model was priced at 2,600 yuan. And just last month, Feng Yuan appliance chain had a promotional event selling them for 1,999 yuan, which had been swiftly snatched up. Now, with Chen Feng offering them for 1,399 yuan each, it felt almost like a gift. The throng outside Chen Feng's shop was immense, and he struggled to keep up with the influx of payments. The first young man, who had initially shouted for a television, soon joined in to help collect money. This young man, known as Xiao Li, was actually a plant arranged by Chen Feng to incite the crowd. The second and third individuals were also plants, intended to encourage those around them. When the first person dares to take the plunge, others are likely to follow, even blindly. Meanwhile, Wang Dicai was inside his store enthusiastically presenting products to customers. Our Samyang brand televisions are undoubtedly the cheapest in all of Shanghai City, only 1,999 yuan, significantly lower than the department store, and of superior quality. You won't find a better deal anywhere in the city. Standing before Wang Dicai was a middle-aged woman cradling a child, her gaze scanning the rows of televisions. Sensing her interest, Wang Dicai added, "How about this? I'll throw in a free electric fan, which is an absolute steal. After our opening promotion, prices will return to normal, and you won't see such low prices again." The middle-aged woman seemed to be making a momentous decision when she opened her mouth to say, "All right then I." Just as she was about to commit, a man in a red vest and white shirt rushed in and whispered urgently in her ear. The woman's face changed dramatically, and she immediately turned to Wang Dicai, saying, "I'm sorry, but I can't buy it right now." With that, she hurriedly exited, child in arms. As Wang Dicai stood bewildered, many of his customers began to leave in haste. His brother-in-law, Lu Ergu, rushed in, exclaiming, "Brother-in-law, bad news, something big has happened. You need to come outside." Wang Dicai and Lu Ergu stepped outside, only to hear the loudspeaker across the street announcing, 18-inch Samyang color televisions for only 1,399 yuan, 1,399 yuan. What a bargain. Each word from the broadcast struck Wang Dicai like a hammer to the heart. A person with a weak heart might very well have collapsed on the spot. Chen Feng was effectively pulling the rug out from under him. On the second day of his opening, he set up right across from him with a price of 1,399 yuan, which was utterly devastating. "Brother-in-law, if he sells for 13.99, we should sell for 13.50. Undercut him," Lu Ergu suggested angrily. "Fool." Wang Dicai retaliated with a slap across Lu Ergu's face. "Do you think my large store doesn't incur costs for rent, utilities, and labor?" He scolded. Indeed, engaging in a price war was something he could ill afford against Chen Feng. After accounting for rent, utilities, store renovations, and wages, he would need to sell each television for at least 1,800 yuan just to break even. Chen Feng, on the other hand, had a small shop where he could offer a direct sale at 1,399 yuan. Consumers are not fools. When the same 18-inch Samyang television is priced at 1,999 yuan on one side and 1,399 yuan on the other, the difference of 600 yuan is significant. It was no wonder that all his customers rushed out in a frenzy. "Brother-in-law, what should we do?" Lu Ergu asked, nursing his red cheek. "Should you call some friends at the bureau to deal with him?" With this suggestion, Wang Dicai took a deep breath, pulled out his cell phone, and dialed a number. After a few rings, the call connected. Wang Dicai put on a forced smile and said into the phone, "Director Liang, good morning." "Mr. Wang, what can I do for you?" The man on the other end replied, "Well, I have a bit of situation I need your help with." "Are you talking about that bunch from Shin City?" the man inquired. Wang Dicai was quite taken aback. How did Director Liang also know that Chen Feng hailed from Shenzhen? "Indeed," Wang Dicai replied, "it cannot be done. You should seek assistance elsewhere." Director Liang on the phone flatly refused. "Director Liang, please do me this favor. I assure you, I will repay you in the future. It is not a matter of repayment," Director Liang stated candidly over the phone. "To be frank, those individuals from Shenzhen have ties to the Hong Kong business sector. The mayor's secretary has informed me that they intend to invest here, and we cannot jeopardize our investment environment. Moreover, earlier this morning, at around 9 o'clock, President Zhou of the Hong Kong Business Association asked me to assist them in obtaining a business license, which I must deliver in the next couple of days. Given their background, I cannot afford to offend them. You should look for someone else." With that, Director Liang hung up the phone. Wang Dicai, feeling a chill in his heart, realized that the influential figures he knew were unwilling to cross Chen Feng. All the strategies he thought might undercut Chen Feng were rendered futile. Engaging in a price war with Chen Feng, that would lead to his swift ruin. It was over. He truly felt it was the end. Chapter 61. Agree to my 3 conditions, and I shall spare you. Just as Wang Dki ended the call, his brother-in-law approached him with a mobile phone in hand. Brother-in-law, I just spoke with a friend at the police station. They mentioned that the young man from yesterday was accompanied by the mayor's secretary and the president of the Hong Kong Business Association. Lu Ergu, looking bewildered, asked brother-in-law, what should we do? What else can we do? We must bow our heads, Wang Dki sighed. He could not comprehend how a mere small-time businessman like Chen Feng could suddenly have such formidable backing. Wang Dki, a businessman in Jingzhou City, was not uncommon. Had it not been for his connections with a few influential figures, he would hardly have stood out. Those bigwigs would never risk offending the Hong Kong Business Association for the sake of one businessman. Now, he had no path left but to concede. After taking a moment to collect himself, Wang Dki cautiously crossed the street. Chen Feng was at the entrance, welcoming guests. He was overwhelmed with customers. The allure of the television sets priced at 1,399 yuan had drawn nearly the entire street. He had nearly sold out the televisions from his 3 trucks, with only half a truckload remaining. Given the current sales pace, he anticipated selling out by noon. Once sold out, he would have to wait for the next shipment to arrive tomorrow. However, this was inconsequential. His objective had already been achieved. Everyone on this street was now aware that he was selling the Samyang brand color televisions for 1,399 yuan, who would still contemplate purchasing them for 1,999 yuan. Wang Dki's retreat had been decisively obstructed by Chen Feng. Please, no pushing. We will attend to each customer in order. Anyone cutting in line will forfeit their purchase. Chen Feng called out, striving to maintain order amidst the throng, which was so vast that he was nearly pushed aside. A slight figure squeezed through the crowd, clad in a brown suit, and approached Chen Feng with a cheerful greeting. Mr. Chen. Upon turning around, Chen Feng recognized Wang Dki and thought to himself, he arrived rather quickly. Yet, he replied, isn't this Boss Wang? My apologies. Today is the grand opening of my little shop, and I am quite busy. Let's talk another time. With that, Chen Feng turned to leave, denying Wang Dki the opportunity for dialogue. Mr. Chen, may I have a moment of your time? Wang Dki lowered himself, adopting the same humble demeanor he had when first acquainted with Chen Feng. Boss Wang, everyone knows today is a busy day, Chen Feng replied, preparing to depart. Mr. Chen, I concede. Please let me know how you wish to proceed. Wang Dki finally expressed the words he had been holding back. Chen Feng halted his steps, surprised by Wang Dki's willingness to bend. He had intended to engage in a prolonged standoff. Very well, since the objective has been met. It is time to withdraw. Come, let us step aside for a cigarette, Chen Feng suggested, turning back to Wang Dki. He then called out to Zhang Ziwen, I'm stepping out for a smoke with Boss Wang. You all continue your work. Noticing Wang Dki's dismal expression, Zhang Ziwen understood that he had come to capitulate. Understood. Take your time discussing matters with Boss Wang, he replied. The 2 men exited the crowd and settled beneath a nearby tree. Chen Feng retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to Wang Dki while lighting his own. He took a drag and exhaled a plume of white smoke. However, Wang Dki had no inclination to smoke. In a pleading tone, he implored, Mr. Chen, please spare me. My little shop has only just opened, and it is merely the 2nd day. I still have plenty of goods to sell. With you acting this way, I truly cannot continue. Boss Wang, I am merely conducting business as well. Just because my products are priced lower does not make me a villain, Chen Feng chuckled. Mr. Chen, I was in the wrong. Please, as a magnanimous person, let me off the hook, Wang Dki begged, realizing that continuing the struggle against Chen Feng would lead to his own demise. Since you have said that, let us have a proper discussion. I have 3 conditions, Chen Feng replied. Please go ahead, Wang Dki responded eagerly, sensing an opportunity. First, you must settle the outstanding payment for the goods you owe me, Chen Feng stated, flicking the ash from a cigarette. As they opened their shop, Wang Dki still owed Chen Feng 650,000 yuan for the goods. No problem. I had planned to settle it by the end of this month, Wang Dki conceded, having initially intended to withhold payment. Yet, he now lacked the courage for such defiance. Second, all our previous contracts are to be rendered void. You must close Feng Yuan Electronics. You may rename it to anything else, but it cannot bear the name Feng Yuan, Chen Feng asserted, unwilling to allow Wang Dki to tarnish his brand. Feng Yuan Electronics would focus on wholesale, while Taijing Electronics would target retail, effectively dominating both markets. No issue, you can take down the sign. I had not yet arranged for a new one, Wang Dki agreed, finding the second condition relatively trivial, as the Feng Yuan brand belonged to Chen Feng. Changing to a different name posed no significant concern. Third, I have taken a liking to your current shop. Please sublet it to me. This caught Wang Dki off guard. He had not anticipated that Chen Feng would covet his premises. The location he rented was indeed among the best on the street. With a hefty rent and significant renovation costs, he had invested heavily, hoping to make a grand debut, only to find his ambitions crushed before they could even take flight. Chen Feng had effectively snuffed out his dreams before they could blossom. Very well, I will sublet it to you at the original price. Wang Dki eventually acquiesced after much contemplation. Chen Feng smiled. Thank you, Boss Wang. Let's have lunch together. That Hunan restaurant we visited last time was quite good. Wang Dki wore a bitter smile. He had little appetite for a meal. In the afternoon, Wang Dki signed the sublease agreement with Chen Feng, officially transferring his shop on Jingbei Road to him. The lease was for 3 years, corresponding to the term he had signed. This location had been acquired through the help of a relative of his director, and before he could even settle in, he was handing it over to Chen Feng. Chen Feng did not shortchange him. He not only reimbursed the renovation costs, but also acquired Wang Dki's remaining inventory. In Wang Dki's shop, the two signed the contract, and Chen Feng examined it with satisfaction, nodding in approval. This was a lucrative deal. He stood up, extended his hand to Wang Dki, and smiled. Thank you, Boss Wang. Although they were rivals, a businessman must maintain a certain level of decorum. However, Wang Dki's expression darkened. Mr. Chen, I have been short-sighted and underestimated you. I accept the heavy losses I have incurred. Wang Dki joked, I'm merely a small player, not worth mentioning in a grand scheme. The matter is settled. I shall take my leave now, Wang Dki said, rising from his seat, eager to depart. He had no desire to linger any longer. With the shop transferred to Chen Feng, numerous matters awaited his attention. Take care. No need to see me off, Chen Feng replied, remaining seated on the solid wooden sofa that Wang Dki had purchased, not even shifting in his seat. After Wang Dki departed, Zhang Ziwen turned to Chen Feng and inquired, Is that it? Are we simply letting him go? To which Chen Feng retorted, What, do you intend to annihilate his entire family? Zhang Ziwen found himself momentarily at a loss for words. I thought we should at least make him suffer a bit, perhaps force him out of the home appliance industry. He replied, adopting a half-joking tone. Today we've seen Wang leave, but tomorrow there could be Zhao or Qian arriving. You can't possibly blacklist them all. That would only breed enmity. After all, he is a local power, and I'm here to conduct business and make a profit. There is no need to stubbornly engage in such matters. As an old saying goes, if you can spare someone, then do so. Just as Zhang Ziwen was preparing to commend Chen Feng for his broad-mindedness, Chen Feng's next words left him utterly dumbfounded. Give him this chance now, and if he dares to repeat his actions, we will have to deal with him ruthlessly. Chen Feng finished, speaking with a nonchalant smile, as if discussing a trivial matter. Zhang Ziwen gulped before asking, What shall we do next? What else can we do? We will launch our chain of supermarkets and continue to rake in profits. Chen Feng replied. All right, Zhang Ziwen said, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. The thought of their second Doking home appliance chain opening in Jingzhou, with profits rolling in, filled him with uncontainable excitement. Indeed, working alongside Chen Feng was exhilarating. Chapter 62. Chen Feng's home appliance empire expands. After successfully dealing with the local power Wang Dki, the remaining tasks became relatively straightforward. In a chain store project, the challenge lies in establishing the first store effectively. Chen Feng had already laid a solid foundation with his store in Ziyashu City. The home appliance chain there had set excellent standards, and various processes had been established. He simply replicated the model from Ziyashu City and opened his second home appliance chain in Jingzhou. Within a mere 10 days, Chen Feng's home appliance chain in Jingzhou commenced operations. With the assistance of Zhou Jiahua, the president of the Hong Kong Business Association, several prominent local leaders attended the grand opening ceremony. The scene was extraordinarily lively, even attracting television coverage. The backing from these leaders instantly elevated the status of Chen Feng's home appliance chain. In gratitude, Chen Feng gifted these leaders a set of top-of-the-line appliances worth several tens of thousands, including televisions, refrigerators, and washing machines from internationally renowned brands. Moreover, he promised to facilitate the introduction of some home appliance manufacturing plants to Jingzhou. Chen Feng was no longer a small-time businessman. He had secured exclusive agency rights for several home appliance brands in Fujian and Hunan provinces and established excellent cooperative relationships with major appliance manufacturers. For instance, sales of the Holuo brand televisions accounted for 30% of the factory's total production. Now, when he visited the Holuo television factory, Director Huang treated him with utmost courtesy. Oh, no, he should now be referred to as Factory Manager Huang. With Chen Feng's assistance, Huang had increased sales by over 20%, outpacing two competitors to successfully become the factory manager. Now, Internal reforms were underway at the Holuo factory, and many of the proposals originated from Chen Feng. Through this collaboration, a profound camaraderie developed between factory manager Huang and Chen Feng. During a banquet, an inebriated factory manager, Huang even affectionately called Chen Feng brother. The several commendable home appliance brands now in Chen Feng's possession were also facilitated by factory manager Huang. It can be said that Chen Feng had garnered a degree of influence in the home appliance industry around the Pearl River Delta. Although he did not wield enough power to dominate the market, he had the capability to connect Shanghai City with these manufacturers. Of course, whether these manufacturers would establish factories depended on their negotiations with the Jingzhou government. He merely acted as an intermediary without offering any guarantees. The Doking home appliance chain in Shanghai City opened amidst a cacophony of drums and gongs. In the days leading up to the opening, Chen Feng had aired advertisements during prime time on television, and his triple surprise promotion attracted numerous eager customers who queued outside the store early in the morning. The entrance was packed, with people forming layers outside. Chen Feng was pleasantly surprised by this scene. He had anticipated that following the fierce price war with Wang Decay, the Jingzhou home appliance market would have already absorbed a significant portion of demand, causing consumer enthusiasm to wane. Thus, while he expected a bustling opening, he doubted it would surpass the excitement of the Ziyashu City store. To stimulate interest, he even lowered the prices of goods by 100 yuan, hoping to draw in more customers. This price reduction, of course, was not borne by him, but rather by the appliance manufacturers, given his large order volumes and timely payments. Chen Feng had acquired the bargaining power to negotiate lower purchase prices, directly reducing them by 100 yuan. He passed this discount on to consumers, resulting in an overwhelming crowd outside the store, all eager to rush in and shop. At that moment, Chen Feng realized he had perhaps underestimated the fervor of Shanghai City's consumers. At 9 o'clock, after the leaders had completed the ribbon-cutting ceremony, the store officially opened its doors. Consumers surged in, clamoring to snatch up appliances ranging from televisions and refrigerators to fans, as if they were free. The cash registers were a flurry of activity, with the sound of electronic calculators ringing incessantly. 5 cashiers were soon joined by 2 more, while the sales staff hardly needed to assist customers, as they simply came in to pay for their purchases. Chen Feng directed the warehouse to continuously deliver goods. Items were snatched off the shelves as soon as they were restocked. From morning until late into the night, Chen Feng only concluded the day's operations at 10:30, after personally advising consumers to return the next day due to a lack of stock. By midnight, when the day's revenue was calculated, Chen Feng was astounded. Remarkably, the first day's earnings reached 5,130,000 yuan, with a profit of 1,920,000 yuan. This outcome far exceeded his expectations, as he had initially estimated a turnover of around 2 million would be satisfactory. Who would have thought that the citizens of Jingzhou would be so generous? The opening day's revenue surpassed all anticipations. Upon further reflection, Chen Feng derived several conclusions. First, the advertising effect was significant. He had started promoting a week before the opening, utilizing prime time on television and local newspapers, investing over 500,000 yuan in advertisements. Initially, he had not expected to profit from this expenditure, merely aiming to build the chain's reputation. Second, the promotional discounts were indeed substantial. The original prices were already lower than those at department stores. And with various activities and a final discount of 79, it was no wonder consumers lined up early. Third, Shanghai City's population was larger than that of Ziyashu City. And as a provincial capital, it attracted consumers from surrounding cities, many of whom purchased appliances to sell at a profit in rural areas. Chen Feng's store sold a television for 2,000 yuan, which, after a 79 discount, priced at 1,580 yuan, could be resold in more remote provinces and cities for 2,200 to 2,300 yuan without issue. Chen Feng had not anticipated that people would come directly to his store for wholesale purchases. Clearly, there was still ample room for growth in the national home appliance market. After 3 busy days at the store, the overall performance was exceptional. The sales figures over these 3 days totaled 13,760,000 yuan, yielding a profit of 5,170,000 yuan. After accounting for expenses such as social obligations, advertising costs, and employee bonuses, the net profit stood at 3,880,000 yuan. This achievement was quite commendable. Once prices returned to normal, daily revenues were still expected to exceed 1,500,000 yuan. It was estimated that within 1 to 2 months, the local market would be sufficiently saturated, and as competitors emerged, the store's revenue would gradually decline. There is no way to avoid it. Profitable ventures will inevitably attract competitors who seek to emulate your success. What Chen Feng can do is seize the opportunity to amass wealth before rivals emerge. striving to elevate his brand to a level reminiscent of the brand effect seen with Gome and Suning. Currently, the Docking home appliance chain has firmly established its reputation in Shanghai City. Chen Feng's appliance empire continues to expand its territory. Chapter 63. Unceasing Expansion. The business landscape of Chen Feng. The year 1988 swiftly passed, and before one knew it, it was 1989. From the latter half of 1988 until February 1989, Chen Feng dedicated himself to broadening the dominion of his home appliance empire. To rapidly capture a larger market share, he realized that relying solely on himself and Zhang Ziwen was woefully insufficient. He required a greater workforce to assist him. Consequently, after concluding his shop operations in Shanghai City, Chen Feng returned to Shenzhen, where he established a market expansion department, tasked primarily with scouting potential cities in neighboring provinces. In suitable locales, Docking would endeavor to establish a presence. The top talent from the Shanghai and Suzhou stores, such as store manager Zheng Huiya from Suzhou and Xiaoli from Shanghai, were recruited into the market expansion department. Both were eager for the opportunity to develop on a grander platform, especially considering the generous compensation offered by Chen Feng. The bonuses and profit sharing in the market expansion department were exceptionally lucrative, making it easy for diligent employees to earn upwards of 100,000 yuan in a year, a staggering sum for 1989, comparable to 1 million yuan in 2024. Establishing a large chain store in a city during this era was no trivial endeavor. One had to navigate a myriad of relationships, far beyond merely registering a business license. After a month of recruitment and preparation, Chen Feng's expansion team officially embarked on their mission, scouring the southern provinces for suitable cities to penetrate. Subsequently, Docking home appliance chain began its rapid expansion, opening 1 to 2 new stores each month. By February 1989, Chen Feng had established 11 home appliance chain stores across the southern provinces, marking significant territorial growth. In February, the market expansion department paused its efforts, having established a presence in the southern provinces. Expanding northward posed considerable challenges. The brands for which Chen Feng held agency rights were based in Guangdong province, and transporting products northward would substantially increase logistical costs, rendering it impractical. To advance Docking northward, partnerships with local brands would be essential, which was a monumental undertaking that could not be achieved in the short term. Additionally, with the Lunar New Year approaching in February, it was time to take a well-deserved break after a year of hard work. This year, Chen Feng's company had generated substantial profits, expanding from a mere 2 employees to a robust workforce of 500 within just 1 year. The Shenzhen headquarters boasted around 50 staff members, while the 11 stores across various locations employed over 400 individuals. Chen Feng did not outsource any labor. All were counted as formal employees. Before the new year, he distributed red envelopes to his staff, granting ordinary employees an extra month's salary, while the management received bonuses ranging from 5,000 to 10,000 yuan. This generous gesture was a reflection of the significant profits Chen Feng had accrued over the year. In an era where the demand for home appliances was soaring, yet department stores offered exorbitantly priced goods, Chen Feng's home appliance chain filled a critical market gap. With affordable, high-quality products and comprehensive after-sales support, it delivered a powerful competitive advantage in the industry. By September, after opening the first home appliance chain store in Guizhou province, the sales of his 4 stores collectively surpassed 100 million yuan monthly. After deducting operational costs such as rent, labor, transportation, as well as expenses related to maintaining relationships with officials and taxes, the net profit reached 28 million yuan. By January 1989, the sales and profits had doubled again, as Chen Feng opened 7 additional stores in several prefecture-level cities within just 4 months. Thus, from the latter half of 1988 to the first half of 1989, Chen Feng's company earned nearly 60 million yuan. Li Yueyun was astonished when she reviewed the financial reports at year's end. She exclaimed that had she known, she would have demanded a larger share. Last June, she had invested 50 million yuan to partner with Chen Feng, acquiring a 30% stake. In less than a year, she had recouped 18 million yuan. Li Yueyun candidly remarked that Chen Feng was akin to a golden goose. At the beginning of February, just before the new year, Li Yueyun returned to Hong Kong for the festivities. In contrast, Chen Feng opted to remain in Shenzhen, as he was a time traveler and did not truly consider Dongzhou City his home. He felt no sense of belonging there. Before the new year, he contacted He Dazu, who mentioned that the factory's performance had deteriorated over the past year, with many workers seeking to cash out their tenure. But the factory lacked the funds to accommodate such requests. The factory manager had profited handsomely, even acquiring a Santana car. Rumors circulated about his involvement in selling factory resources, yet no evidence emerged. Workers were increasingly discontent with factory manager Wang Xianghong. Chen Feng paid little attention to the Tianyuan factory, as he anticipated that such outdated state-owned enterprises would inevitably face obsolescence in the coming years, a historical inevitability. However, he was deeply concerned about He Dazu, for he was Chen Feng's first true friend after his arrival in this world and the first person he trusted. Had it not been for He Dazu's assistance in transferring funds to Shenzhen, Chen Feng could never have built such a substantial business. Thus, he extended an invitation to He Dazu, inquiring whether he would consider coming to Shenzhen to work with him. He Dazu graciously declined, expressing self-awareness regarding his lack of business acumen and his reluctance to enter Chen Feng's company as a mere connection. Although Tianyuan factory was struggling, he had earned over 300,000 yuan from trading treasury bonds with Chen Feng, which would suffice for his future expenses. He planned to remain at Tianyuan until the day Chen Feng predicted its closure. Chen Feng respected He Dazu's decision, acknowledging that the world of business was not suited for such a straightforward and honest man. He wished to assist his friend, envisioning a future where He Dazu could invest in land and build a few rental properties, a simple life that would align well with his character. Qin Weiguo also chose not to return home for the new year, having remained with his mother since his father's passing. For him, wherever his mother was, that was home. After her surgery, Qin Weiguo's mother had recovered remarkably well, with no significant issues, although she was advised against long-distance travel. Thus, Qin Weiguo also opted to stay in Shenzhen for the new year. On New Year's Eve, Zhang Ziwen extended a direct invitation to Chen Feng and Qin Weiguo to celebrate the holiday at his home, citing the joy of gathering with friends. This year, Zhang Ziwen had reaped considerable rewards from his partnership with Chen Feng, becoming the most significant contributor to Chen Feng's entrepreneurial journey. Zhang Ziwen excelled in social interactions, particularly in dealing with officials, a task he handled adeptly, while Chen Feng preferred to avoid such engagements. The prospect of drinking and flattering others felt distasteful to him, so he entrusted most social obligations to Zhang Ziwen, who skillfully managed relations across various regions. Without Zhang Ziwen, Chen Feng's ventures would not have progressed so swiftly. As the year concluded, Zhang Ziwen earned over 1 million yuan in year-end bonuses alone. He had purchased a spacious apartment in the city, acquired a Santana car, and proudly carried a large mobile phone, embodying the image of success. Additionally, he had begun courting a recent female university graduate from the company, bringing her home to meet his parents before the new year, much to their delight as they eagerly anticipated the prospect of a grandchild. Zhang Ziwen also hoped to encourage a romantic connection between Chen Feng and Zhang Weiwei, aspiring to strengthen their familial ties. Chen Feng understood Zhang Ziwen's good intentions and harbored feelings for Zhang Weiwei as well. However, he always sensed a certain lack in their connection. Zhang Weiwei had recently transitioned from an intern to a full-fledged physician. Her workload significantly increased, often requiring her to work overtime. Over the past 6 months, Chen Feng had been perpetually on the go, resulting in their encounters being few and far between, barely amounting to a handful. Thus, for Chen Feng, matters of the heart had become somewhat serendipitous. At present, the paramount concern was financial gain. Chapter 64. The Dinner Invitation. After the new year, Chen Feng's company resumed operations. Employees gradually returned to their posts. Chen Feng began preparing to expand his Dokjing home appliance chain to the northern regions, a venture requiring substantial preliminary groundwork. He found himself working alongside the market expansion team, often toiling late into the night. One day, while reviewing the latest market research report in his office, a crisp knock echoed from the door. Chen Feng looked up to see his secretary, Luo Ziaoa, standing at the entrance. Luo Ziaoa had been hired in September of the previous year. Chen Feng, overwhelmed with responsibilities, realized he could not oversee every task individually, and thus requested the Human Resources Department to recruit a secretary for him. He had simple criteria. He desired someone intelligent and resourceful, yet genuine and unpretentious. His Feng Yuan trading had evolved from a small enterprise into a medium-sized company, occupying an entire office floor and employing numerous staff. Moreover, the remuneration he offered was exceedingly generous, attracting many applicants from prestigious universities. Among a plethora of flamboyant candidates vying for his attention, Chen Feng chose Luo Ziaoa for 2 primary reasons: her outstanding performance in both the written and interview assessments, and her unassuming demeanor that exuded a simple, earnest charm. Chen Feng had no interest in hiring a mere figurehead as a secretary, nor did he wish to entangle personal feelings with professional responsibilities, which could cloud his judgment at work. For instance, should he find himself romantically involved with a female secretary, how could he reprimand her for a mistake made during work? Thus, he believed in maintaining a clear demarcation between work and personal life. Luo Ziaoa's ordinary appearance, coupled with her astute and capable nature, made her the ideal choice. Mr. Chen, I just received an invitation to the dinner hosted by the city's Chamber of Commerce. Would you like to take a look? Chen Feng's company, while not large, ranked among the top-tier medium-sized enterprises in Deep City. Receiving an invitation from the Chamber of Commerce was quite commonplace. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Feng replied, "Just place it on my desk." "Certainly." Luo Xiaoa placed the envelope on his desk and exited. Chen Feng picked up the envelope, opened it, and found a handwritten invitation within. "Our organization sincerely invites Mr. Chen Feng to attend the 4th annual spring dinner of the Deep City Chamber of Commerce on February 25, 1989. The invitation was signed by the Chamber of Commerce. This event served as a formal networking occasion for notable figures in the business community. Such dinners were quite popular across the harbor, and following the reforms, Deep City, as a forefront for change and in proximity to the harbor, adopted this practice. The spring dinner had reached its 4th iteration. The invitation indicated that the event would occur in 3 days, and after some consideration, Chen Feng decided to attend. After all, such networking opportunities were rare, and he might uncover new business prospects. Once he resolved to go, Chen Feng called Luo Xiaoa to remind him about the dinner 3 days hence. After hanging up, he immersed himself back into his work. On the afternoon of the event, Chen Feng arrived at the Deep City International Hotel in his black Santana. He had donned a tailor designer suit and meticulously groomed his hair. Given that the evening was hosted by the Deep City Chamber of Commerce, attended by prominent figures in the local business realm, he felt it necessary to present himself appropriately. While trying on his suit earlier, he had found himself quite dapper, resembling the character Bao from the television series Blossoms. As he drove into the hotel, numerous luxury vehicles, including rare imported brands like BMW and Mercedes, passed him by. Indeed, this was a grand gathering of the business elite, where he was but a modest entrepreneur. After parking, he instructed his driver and bodyguard, Qin Weiguo, "You may return home now. Have Xiao Wu come and pick me up later." For the past weeks, Qin Weiguo had been both his driver and protector, occasionally substituted by Xiao Wu. Chen Feng had initially hesitated to have such a formidable warrior as his chauffeur, feeling it somewhat beneath him. However, Qin Weiguo insisted that their security team was well established and that he was growing restless with nothing to occupy his time. He confided that apart from driving and fighting, he had little else to offer. If denied even these tasks, he would surely grow despondent. Accepting his reasoning, Chen Feng conceded. Having a warrior by your side, indeed, brings a profound sense of security. I'll take a stroll nearby. Call me when you're ready to leave, and I'll come to get you. All right. Chen Feng stepped out of the vehicle, just as a sleek black BMW pulled up beside him. A young, stunning woman clad in a black velvet evening gown, adorned with a pearl necklace, emerged from the car. Upon meeting her gaze, both exclaimed simultaneously, "It's you?" The woman who had descended from the vehicle was none other than Li Yuyun. Chen Feng had not anticipated encountering her here, with his busy schedule. He had not had the chance to call her, and was unaware she had returned from the harbor. "Miss Li, are you attending the Chamber of Commerce dinner tonight, as well? What's so surprising about that? Our Longchong Sheng trade has been entering the mainland market for 5 years, and we have represented Hong Kong merchants at every dinner since the inaugural event." "Then it seems Miss Li is my senior," Chen Feng teased, unable to resist. Li Yuyun cast a sidelong glance at him, her gaze sweeping over his entire form, as if discovering a new world. "Well, dressed in a suit. You do look quite the part. It cost me 3,000 for the custom fit. How could it not look the part? I intend to wear it for my wedding someday." Chen Feng adjusted his collar as he spoke, his gaze shifting to Li Yuyun. The gown she wore revealed a glimpse of her porcelain shoulder, accentuating a neckline that many men would find irresistible. The pearl necklace she donned further enhanced her elegant and opulent aura, affirming her reputation as a coveted heiress sought after by many in the harbor. This evening, her meticulous preparation rendered her even more enchanting than usual. "Miss Li, you are exceptionally captivating tonight," Chen Feng remarked earnestly. Li Yuyun's heart raced, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. She uttered a hasty, "Let's go in," before turning towards the hotel entrance. In that fleeting moment, as she glanced back, a subtle smile graced her lips, revealing a hint of secret delight. With her high heels clicking rhythmically against the pavement, she strode ahead. "Hey, wait for me. Don't walk so fast. This is my first time here, and I don't know the way." Chen Feng called after her, hastening to catch up. Chapter 65, Different Circles. Do not force your way in Chen Feng, and Li Yuyun arrived at the entrance of the Deep City Grand Hotel, where personnel were stationed to check invitation letters. The majority of attendees today were either prominent business owners or municipal leaders, all of considerable wealth and status. Allowing common folk to mingle among them could easily lead to unnecessary complications. "Good evening, sir. May I see your invitation, please?" The staff at the entrance halted Chen Feng. Why does she not need to show an invitation? Chen Feng remarked, referring to Li Yueyun, who walked in without presenting any invitation at all. Initially, Chen Feng was curious about how she managed to produce an invitation while wearing a formal gown without pockets. "Oh, Miss Li, as a representative of the Hong Kong merchants, is not required to present an invitation," the staff responded. "Well, it appears that some are destined for different paths." Chen Feng retrieved his invitation from his pocket and handed it over. The staff member glanced at it and said, "You're good to go. Please enter." As Chen Feng stepped into the hotel, a voice called out from behind him. "Isn't this Mr. Chen?" Thinking the voice was not directed at him, he ignored it, as he had no acquaintances here besides Li Yueyun. At that moment, he felt a pat on his shoulder. Turning around, he was surprised to see Song Changfa. "Brother Fa, it's you. My apologies, I thought someone else was being called," Chen Feng said, a hint of regret in his tone. "Please, do not call me Brother Fa. In such a setting, we are all significant figures. It's best to avoid such informalities," Song Changfa remarked, evidently aware that the nickname was too informal for the occasion. "Then should I call you General Song?" "Very well, General Song it is." Afterward, Song Changfa leaned in closer and whispered, "You bought your invitation, didn't you?" "Huh? Yes, I did," Chen Feng replied with a chuckle. Recently, he and Zhang Ziwen had been expanding their market outside the city and had not been in contact with Song Changfa. He was unaware of the substantial changes Chen Feng had undergone in the past 6 months. "I must tell you, there are many influential business owners and leaders here tonight. Do not squander this opportunity. If you can establish connections with even 1 or 2 of them, you might strike it rich this year," Song Changfa advised, taking on the role of a mentor. "Thank you for the reminder, General Song." The two chatted amiably as they made their way inside. At the end of the corridor lay the banquet venue, the grandest hall of the Deep City Grand Hotel, where many high-profile events were hosted. Given that Deep City was at the forefront of reform, tonight's banquet adopted the Hong Kong style, featuring a Western buffet. The attendees, clad in tailored suits, gathered in clusters, each holding a glass of champagne, engaging in conversation that likely revolved around lucrative business opportunities worth millions. Chen Feng had been in Deep City for less than a year, and his official entrepreneurial journey had only spanned 10 months. He had no business acquaintances to speak of. He wisely opted to visit the food section first, prioritizing the need to satisfy his hunger. The banquet's offerings were impressive: pan-seared tenderloin, charcoal-grilled lamb chops, tuna sashimi, Iberian ham, and even caviar graced the tables. Chen Feng relished the delectable food while casually surveying his surroundings. He noticed Li Yueyun, elegantly holding a glass of champagne, conversing with several distinguished middle-aged individuals, exuding an air of prominence as others occasionally approached her to greet her. In stark contrast, Song Changfa was gathered with a few business owners, unable to contribute to their discussions, merely listening from the sidelines. Indeed, when circles differ, it is unwise to force entry. After finishing a generous portion of steak and sipping on half a glass of beer, the president of the Deep City Chamber of Commerce, one of the elderly gentlemen who had spoken with Li Yueyun earlier, took the stage to deliver a speech. Chen Feng held little interest in the customary platitudes and continued to indulge in the food, planning to explore the venue thoroughly once he was satisfied. At that moment, a familiar fragrance wafted by. Turning, Chen Feng saw Li Yueyun approaching. She placed several exquisite pastries on her plate and said, "There are a few influential business owners over there. Let me introduce you." "No, we small business owners may not resonate with their caliber." Chen Feng shook his head. In less than a year, achieving a 200 million revenue hardly classified him as a small business owner. 80% of those present would be out of the running. Li Yueyun let out a soft laugh, glancing at him. She elegantly savored a piece of cake, adding, "This banquet presents a rare networking opportunity. You're not just here to eat, are you?" Chen Feng understood her implication. She was urging him to leverage this occasion to expand his business network. In business, indeed, the more friends one has, the broader the pathways to success. This fundamental truth was not lost on him. However, as someone who had traversed time and space, he possessed foresight into the economic trajectories of the next 30 years. Thus, he felt no compulsion to force his way into any particular circle or to curry favor with anyone. If he grew powerful enough, he would become the circle itself, with others seeking to ingratiate themselves with him. While he comprehended this, he remained grateful for Li Yueyun's kind reminder. He smiled at her, saying, "Thank you for your advice. Once I finish eating, I will certainly take a look around." After consuming 2 small pastries, Li Yueyun departed. Chen Feng recognized that she wasn't genuinely hungry. She had come solely to remind him. At this point, the speeches on stage concluded. The attendees resumed their champagne-fueled discussions about business. Having satisfied his hunger, Chen Feng took a glass of champagne and intended to stroll around the venue for a bit of exercise. As he wandered, he spotted Song Changfa engaged in conversation with 3 individuals. Just then, Song Changfa noticed Chen Feng and beckoned him over. Chen Feng, come here. Chen Feng approached. Allow me to introduce you. This is General Ming from Xintai Trade. This is General Huang from Kashi Trade. And this is General Qin from Yale Appliances. They have been in the home appliance trade for several years and can be considered your seniors. Greetings, Chen Feng said, maintaining a poised demeanor as he smiled at the group. This is Chen Feng, Song Changfa began, but then interjected, by the way, what is the name of your company? I seem to have forgotten. It's Feng Yuan Trading Company, Limited. Chen Feng replied with a hint of pride. To his surprise, upon hearing the name, General Qin's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, Feng Yuan Trading? Are you the owner of Dejing Appliances? Yes, that's me, Chen Feng nodded, revealing no need for secrecy. General Chen, a pleasure to meet you. Here, that's my business card, General Qin said, his attitude shifting dramatically as he hurriedly presented his card with both hands. General Chen, a pleasure to meet you. I'm Huang Dongsh, currently representing 2 domestic appliance brands. I hope we can collaborate in the future, another representative from Kashi Trade chimed in, promptly offering his business card. At Xintai Trade, we specialize in high-quality imported appliances, focusing on a premium route. Should you ever require suppliers, do consider us. The general from Xintai Trade also quickly extended his card. Standing next to Chen Feng, Song Changfa was utterly dumbfounded. He never anticipated that Chen Feng was the owner of the rapidly rising Dejing Appliances chain store. Chapter 66. An opportunity for wealth has arrived. Chen Feng was astonished. In less than a minute, he had inadvertently become the focal point of this small circle. The eagerness on the faces of these 3 executives spoke volumes of their desire to collaborate with him. Chen Feng, of course, would not refuse. He collected the business cards of the 3 individuals, distributing one to each in return. After engaging in conversation for a while, he found their discussions lacking substance, filled with self-aggrandizement. Phrases such as young and promising and youthful prodigy left him feeling disinterested, prompting him to take his leave. As he departed, Song Changfa followed suit. After walking a few paces, Song Changfa quietly remarked, Chen Feng, why didn't you tell me you're the owner of Dejing Electric? No, I should address you as General Manager, Chen now. Come on, brother F.A. Let us not be so formal, Chen Feng replied. No, General Manager. Your business is far more substantial than mine now. I hope you can look out for me in the future. Song Changfa's demeanor toward Chen Feng had become notably courteous. Just as Chen Feng was uncertain how to respond, Liu Yun approached him through the crowd, standing before him with a smile. There you are. Do you have a moment? Chen Feng inquired. I want to introduce you to a few people, Liu Yun urged, beckoning him to follow. Chen Feng noticed the envious glances directed his way, as mingling with the daughter of the illustrious Li family was a coveted aspiration for many business people present. Moreover, this esteemed young lady was undeniably beautiful. Speculation arose among the onlookers about whether there existed an ambiguous relationship between Chen Feng and Liu Yun. They shared a similar age, and Chen Feng, having dressed appropriately, radiated a charming and handsome aura that appealed to young women. Several alluring ladies had already cast him flirtatious glances. As Chen Feng and Liu Yun approached a section near the stage, they found 3 individuals engaged in conversation, one of whom was Su Zemming, the president of the Hong Kong Chamber of Commerce, who had just spoken on stage. Alongside him stood a somewhat younger middle-aged man and an elderly gentleman of modest stature. The middle-aged man, positioned beside the elder, seemed to be a subordinate of sorts. Su Zemming was in the midst of briefing the elder on the banquet's proceedings, indicating the elder's esteemed status. Liu Yun approached the elder with a smile. Grandpa Hua, let me introduce you. This is Chen Feng, my business partner from the mainland. The elder's gaze fell upon Chen Feng, and despite his advanced age, his eyes sparkled with vitality. He scrutinized Chen Feng before inquiring, You must be Chen Feng? Yes, I am Chen Feng, he replied cautiously, feeling that the elder resembled someone he had encountered before, though he could not recall who it was. Indeed, a promising young talent. Quite impressive, the elder affirmed, nodding appreciatively. He then turned to Liu Yun and smiled. No wonder you sought my financial assistance. It appears to be for such a handsome young man. Grandpa Hua, you tease me again, Liu Yun playfully pouted. Young man, work diligently. The country is undergoing reform and opening up, presenting numerous opportunities. As long as you apply yourselves, the future is bright, the elder encouraged Chen Feng. Thank you. Chen Feng expressed his gratitude, feeling the sincerity in the elder's words. Grandpa, Director Wang is over there. Shall we go see him? The middle-aged man suggested softly to the elder. Of course, it's been a while since I last saw Director Wang. Let us proceed, the elder replied, turning to Chen Feng with a smile, saying, Young man, until we meet again. The elder, along with Su Zemming and the middle-aged man, made their way to another side of the banquet hall. Once they had departed, Chen Feng quietly asked Liu Yun, Who is he? Mr. Hua, she replied. Mr. Hua? Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback. Li Yueyun cast him a meaningful glance, stating, there is only one Mr. Hua in Hong Kong. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng immediately understood. The only individual worthy of such a title was the patriotic businessman, Hua Dong. During the Korean War, Mr. Hua began supporting the nation, organizing fleets to transport essential supplies amidst the Western embargo. When the country initiated reform and opening up, he was among the first Hong Kong entrepreneurs to invest back in the mainland. He even participated in drafting the proposal for Hong Kong's return and contributed significantly during the nation's Olympic bid. When Mr. Hua passed away in 2006, the country honored him with a state funeral. Chen Feng was astonished to encounter Mr. Hua in this setting, explaining the presence of Su Zheming, the president of the Chamber of Commerce, who accompanied him personally. Please don't misunderstand. I happened to mention you during my conversation with Grandpa, and he expressed interest in meeting you, which is why I brought you along, Li Yueyun clarified. No, I should be thanking you. It is an honor to meet Mr. Hua in person, Chen Feng replied earnestly, casting his gaze toward the distant figure of Mr. Hua, who was engaged in conversation with a portly middle-aged man. He spoke from the heart, deeply admiring those who continued to contribute to the nation during difficult times. To meet such a patriotic businessman as Hua Dong, even for a brief exchange, was a tremendous privilege for Chen Feng. Have you had a chance to explore? Any insights? Li Weiyun Kazwali Inkirat. Chen Feng shook his head, offering a wry smile as he responded, what insights could I possibly have? Just wandering aimlessly, enjoying a bit of fresh air. You see, if you aspire to conduct significant business in the future, networking is an essential skill. Many deals are struck in such environments. Sometimes a simple stroll can uncover hidden opportunities. Well then, I shall continue my exploration and see if I can discover these opportunities you speak of, Chen Feng said with a hint of jest. Li Yueyun shot him a playful glare, but said nothing further before resuming her mingling. Chen Feng shrugged and returned to where Song Changfa was. From a distance, he noticed another individual had joined Song Changfa and the others. This man appeared to be in his 30s, clad in an oversized brown suit, his hair meticulously groomed. He was animatedly speaking to Song Changfa and the other four. As Chen Feng approached, he overheard snippets of the conversation. Gentlemen, trust me, this is a surefire investment. But can you guarantee a profit? Mr. Huang from Cashing Trading interjected. The man was momentarily at a loss for words. Director Zheng, with the funds we have, we might as well invest in more inventory to sell. We're really not interested in what you're proposing. Seeing the lack of interest from Song Changfa and the others, Director Zheng's expression turned slightly despondent as he smiled and said, very well, gentlemen. I won't intrude any longer. With that, he turned and walked away. As the man departed, he inadvertently stepped on Chen Feng's shoe. He looked up at Chen Feng and quickly apologized. I'm so sorry, truly sorry. The impact was minor, merely leaving a smudge on Chen Feng's shoe. To which he chuckled. No worries. The man continued to offer apologies before leaving. Once he was gone, Chen Feng turned to Song Changfa and asked Brother F.A. Who was that? Oh, he is from the Shenzhen Development Bank, trying to get us to buy some stocks, Song Changfa replied. Who would buy that? It's not even tradable, and what profit could one make from such meager interest? Mr. Qin chimed in. Exactly, if I had that kind of spare cash. I'd rather buy a new car, Huang Dong added, stroking his chin with a smile. However, Chen Feng remained silent, his focus fixed on the man's retreating figure, his heart racing with excitement. Li Yueyun was right. Sometimes a leisurely stroll could indeed reveal business opportunities. And lo and behold, a chance for financial gain had unexpectedly presented itself. Chapter 67. The first stock of the Shenzhen Stock Exchange. Shenzhen Development S stock. Chen Feng could scarcely contain his enthusiasm, lamenting silently. How could he have overlooked this matter? Although the two major stock exchanges, the Shanghai Stock Exchange and the Shenzhen Stock Exchange, were established in 1990, enterprises had begun issuing ordinary stocks prior to their establishment, allowing the public to purchase shares in these companies. In the television series Blossoms, the old 8 stocks that President Bao and his associates traded refer to the common stocks issued by enterprises prior to the establishment of the Shanghai Stock Exchange. Similarly, the Shenzhen Stock Exchange has its own old 5 stocks, which were also issued before its inception. Among these, the stock of Shenzhen Development Bank is regarded as the first in the Shenzhen stock market. In 1987, Shenzhen proposed the creation of a joint stock bank to provide financial services for the special economic zone. However, establishing a bank required navigating a labyrinth of approvals, and the urgent need for such an institution led the Shenzhen municipal government to act decisively and establish the Shenzhen United Credit Bank. When relevant officials later reported to the People's Bank of China, the governor expressed dissatisfaction with the bank's name, suggesting that since development was essential for the special zone, it should be called the Development Bank. Thus, Shenzhen Development Bank, abbreviated as Chen Feng, came into existence. Upon its establishment, Chen Feng publicly issued stocks at a price of 20 yuan each, totaling 800,000 shares. Yet, during this era, the general populace was largely unfamiliar with the concept of stocks, let alone inclined to purchase them. Businessmen like Song Changfa had the capital to invest, but with no exchange established, there was no venue for trading. These entrepreneurs were not content merely to collect dividends. They abstained from buying. As a result, the issuance of this inaugural stock faced significant obstacles. A similar fate befell the real estate giant Wank Real Estate, which, upon its stock issuance, found that shares priced at 1 yuan each attracted no buyers, forcing the company to set up stalls in the local market to sell its stocks. This scenario epitomized the times, a lack of understanding of stocks, and a general disinterest stemming from perceived lack of profit. The unsold stock was a grave concern. Chen Feng's issuance of 800,000 shares resulted in a meager sale of only 340,000 shares, less than half the total issued. In desperation, they mobilized internal employees to purchase stock and arrange for staff to promote sales to regular depositors and capable enterprises. The director Zheng, mentioned earlier, was one of those attempting to promote the stock. However, despite their efforts, the results remained minimal. For the average citizen of that time, purchasing stocks offered no tangible benefits. It was merely an act of contributing to the nation. By January 1990, Chen Feng began to split its shares, converting each original 20 yuan share into 20 shares valued at 1 yuan each. Even though the market price for a 1 yuan share soared to 28 yuan, a staggering increase of 280. More astonishingly, by the end of April 1990, the price of a 1 yuan share skyrocketed to 11 yuan, marking a 4-month growth of 290. This was indeed a golden opportunity for wealth accumulation. Chen Feng, unable to contain his excitement, stood for a moment before turning to Song Changfa, saying, "I have some matters to attend to. You may continue your discussion." He first ventured to the food area, taking a sip of champagne, then requesting a glass of iced water, and strolled around the venue, ensuring he was unnoticed. He slowly approached Director Zheng, who was still attempting to sell stocks, but had just been rejected by another group. With a sigh, Zheng felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. It appeared that the bank's task would remain unfulfilled, as no one was interested in buying stocks. Just as he contemplated giving up, a glass of iced water was offered to him. Turning, he saw a young man smiling at him, saying, "Have some water." Zheng recognized the young man as the one he had inadvertently stepped on earlier and promptly apologized. Soda. Please, you should be the one to drink." "Oh, thank you," Zheng replied as he accepted the water. After tirelessly promoting stocks, he was parched. Despite holding the title of director, in that era, the position held little weight, contrasting sharply with directors in governmental agencies. Often, he found himself pleading with business owners to deposit money in the bank to meet savings goals. Gulping down the iced water, Zheng exhaled deeply, appearing considerably more composed than before. A waiter passed by, and Zheng handed him the empty glass. Turning to Chen Feng, he said, "I'm sorry. I didn't catch your name." "I'm Chen Feng," he replied, producing a business card from his pocket. Zheng took the card, scanning the company name, Chen Feng's name, and position. Noting that Chen held the title of general manager, he did not think much of it, as Chen appeared quite young, in his early 20s. "You're in stock promotion," Chen Feng observed, noticing Zheng did not initiate a pitch. Zheng nodded, confirming, "Yes, it's the stock of Shenzhen Development Bank." "Are there many buyers?" Chen inquired. Zheng shook his head, replying, "After a whole evening, only one businessman has expressed interest in purchasing 1,000 shares. It's quite challenging." Chen sighed. "That's unfortunate." Zheng lamented, "Stocks are a novel concept for everyone. Very few understand them, and unlike capitalist countries, there is no freedom to buy and sell stocks here. People are generally reluctant to engage with such things. I would like to buy some." "How many can you sell me?" Chen asked. Surprised, Zheng responded, "You want to buy?" Chen nodded. "How many would you like? 500 or 1,000 shares?" Zheng inquired. "I desire more than that," Chen replied. "More than that? That would be 10,000 shares." Zheng's eyes lit up, instantly becoming enthusiastic. "That's a substantial order. I can apply for a discount from the bank for you." Chen did not disclose the exact quantity he intended to purchase. Instead, he smiled and suggested, "How about I visit your bank tomorrow to discuss?" "Certainly, here is my business card," Zheng said, handing it to Chen Feng. Chen glanced at the card, noting it was from the market department of Shenzhen Development Bank, with Zheng Xingwen listed as director. Nodding with a smile, he accepted the card. Chen refrained from immediately revealing his desired quantity to Zheng, mindful of the business people around them, sharp and astute. Requesting hundreds of thousands of shares would attract undue attention. It would be best to discuss it face-to-face at the bank the following day, bringing along the necessary funds to purchase all remaining stocks. Chapter 68. The Giant Companies of 30 Years Ago. After silently exchanging business cards with Zheng Xingwen, Chen Feng strolled around the banquet hall once more. As time drew near, he decided to leave. He called Qin Weiguo, requesting him to come pick him up. Qin informed him that he was still at the original parking spot. Exiting the Shenzhen Grand Hotel, Chen made his way to the parking lot, where he spotted Qin Weiguo chatting animatedly with a middle-aged man in his 40s. It was uncommon to see the usually stoic Qin engaging so enthusiastically. Chen approached them. In our military days, life was far more challenging than yours. The middle-aged man had his back to Chen, so he could only see his silhouette. Oh, my boss has arrived, Qin remarked upon seeing Chen. The middle-aged man turned, offering a polite smile to Chen. Chen reciprocated the gesture, feeling a flicker of familiarity towards the man, though he could not quite place him. Young man, work diligently. Hard work will eventually be rewarded, the middle-aged man said, patting Qin Weiguo's shoulder with a smile. Chen Feng and Qin Weiguo entered the vehicle. Chen Feng inquired of Qin Weiguo, "Who is this gentleman?" "Oh, he is here to meet Miss Li. He mentioned that he wishes to discuss business with her." Qin Weiguo replied. He then continued, "This gentleman is quite remarkable. He attended university in his youth, served in the military after graduation, and later returned to work at a company in Shenzhen as a deputy general manager. However, a few years ago, he was deceived out of 2 million in a business deal, and 2 years ago, he reluctantly started a venture with just 20,000 yuan. As Chen Feng listened, he found the man's experiences increasingly familiar. He asked Qin Weiguo, "What is this gentleman's name?" "I don't quite remember." He said his surname is Run and handed me a business card. With that, Qin Weiguo produced a card and handed it to Chen Feng. Upon receiving the card, Chen Feng was astonished to see the name and company listed. Huawei Technology Company, Limited, General Manager Ren Zhenfei. Good heavens, it's Huawei. This middle-aged man outside is none other than Ren Zhenfei, the founder of Huawei. Meeting Ren Zhenfei was even more astonishing to Chen Feng than encountering Huadong. In 2024, what kind of company is Huawei? A giant in the communications field, its business spans mobile phones, chips, systems, automotive manufacturing, and various other sectors. Although Huawei is not publicly listed, specialized institutions have estimated its market value to be around $1.3 trillion. More importantly, this company bears the mission of breaking through various technological research and development challenges for the nation. Truly a paragon of national industry, a versatile warrior. Some may argue that the company engages in patriotic marketing or criticize the high prices of its products. As the company grows, it is inevitable to face various controversies. Yet, no one can claim that Huawei lacks technology. Its technologies are among the best globally, with Huawei phones competing against Apple, the Harmony OS rivaling Android, smart driving cars challenging Tesla, and Kirin chips going head-to-head with Qualcomm. For instance, in the 1990s, installing a telephone line was quite expensive due to the initial installation fee. The cost for a single line was 3,000 yuan, an amount equivalent to the annual income of an ordinary household at that time. Many people might think that the operators were extorting money, but the reality was that China lacked its own switching systems, relying solely on foreign ones. That 3,000 yuan was essentially the payment for foreign switching equipment. Installing a phone meant handing over 3,000 yuan to foreigners, akin to being robbed. Why is it that later on, not only was there no initial installation fee, but the phones were also given away for free? This was due to the emergence of domestic switching systems, which replaced all foreign equipment. This is a quintessential example. Without one's own technology and products, a nation can be cornered and exploited by developed countries in various ways. Perhaps developed nations may not impose sanctions today, but one day, should one incite their displeasure, they will wield such power against you. As our nation evolves, it is inevitable that we will upgrade industries and engage in high-value sectors such as chips, automotive, and photovoltaics. Why should the people of our nation only produce low-value items like socks and undergarments? It takes selling 200 million shirts to exchange for a single airplane. An experience Chen Feng has lived through. The Huaxia nation is no less capable than other developed countries. We too can manufacture cars and phones, allowing our domestic products to reach the world. This necessitates possessing our own technology. Regardless of the external criticisms directed at Huawei, Chen Feng understands that it is a technology-driven company. Now in its second year of establishment, he feels compelled to lend his support. Let us return, drive back. Chen Feng instructed Qin Weiguo, who was behind the wheel. Huh? Qin Weiguo looked at Chen Feng in surprise. I mean, drive back to where we were earlier? I need to assist Mr. Run. Qin Weiguo turned the car around and headed back to the Shenzhen Grand Hotel. Ren Zhenfei was still standing there, evidently waiting for Li Yueyun to emerge from the banquet hall. As Chen Feng's car backed into a parking space, he stepped out. Ren Jinfei looked at Chen Feng in astonishment, puzzled by their return. Chen Feng smiled and introduced himself. Mr. Ren, I am Chen Feng from Beijing Electric, a business partner of Miss Li Yuyun. Upon hearing that Chen Feng was a business associate of Li Yuyun, Ren Jinfei promptly extended his hand. Hello, hello. Chen Feng shook Ren Jinfei's hand and remarked, I also heard from Wei Guo that you both serve in the military. It's commendable that you're starting a business in your 40s. I have a bit of a personal connection with Miss Li. Perhaps I can be of assistance. Is that so? That would be truly wonderful. I sincerely thank you. Ren Jinfei expressed his gratitude. The three of them then waited for Li Yuyun in the parking lot. During their conversation, Chen Feng learned that Ren Jinfei's company had just been established and was seeking to represent a foreign switching system. But the agency fee was prohibitively high, making it impossible for him to afford. Therefore, he hoped to discuss with Li Yuyun the possibility of signing an agency contract to receive supplies on a cash basis. Currently, Huawei was struggling without its own core products, and to break through, it was essential to secure the agency rights for the switching system. He had heard that Li Yuyun would be attending a banquet at the Shenzhen Grand Hotel that evening, which is why he had come to the parking lot to wait for her. It was surprising to see such determination from a newly established entrepreneur like Mr. Ren. Waiting in the parking lot for someone, Chen Feng asked Mr. Ren what would happen if he could not secure the agency rights. Mr. Ren smiled and replied, Then we'll have to think of another way. After all, one cannot be stifled by trivialities. Perhaps it was this optimistic attitude that allowed Huawei to remain resilient despite 4 years of American sanctions. Unveiling the MAT-60 phone on the very day the American Secretary of Commerce visited China, striking a resounding blow to the Americans. Of course, Huawei remains relatively weak, lacking its own core products and good agency rights, making survival a pressing concern. Thus, Chen Feng resolved to assist Mr. Ren. In the distance, the sound of high heels clicking on the concrete floor approached. As he turned towards the sound, a woman in a black evening gown walked toward them. Li Yuyun had arrived. Chapter 69. Chen Feng, you scoundrel. Upon seeing a crowd gathered beside her car, Li Yuyun was startled, but upon noticing Chen Feng among them, she felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. She approached her vehicle and glanced at Chen Feng, asking, Are you waiting for me? Yes, Chen Feng nodded. Is there something you need? This is Mr. Ren Jinfei. He wishes to discuss the agency for the switching system with you. Chen Feng introduced Mr. Ren to Li Yuyun. Miss Li, it's a pleasure to meet you. That's my business card, Ren Jinfei said with a smile, presenting his card with both hands. Li Yuyun accepted the card and glanced at the details. Huawei Technology Company, Limited. After a moment of contemplation, she responded, I recall that there was indeed a company interested in discussing the agency contract for the mainland, but we require that the company has corresponding capabilities. Your company has been established for less than 2 years, and your current annual revenue is only around 1 million. With your qualifications, it may be quite challenging to meet our standards as an agent. Ren Jinfei quickly interjected, Miss Li, our company is comprised of technical talent, and our employees are dedicated and hardworking. If you grant us the agency rights for the ATIS brand switching system, we will swiftly penetrate the domestic market. As Li Yuyun pondered how to decline Mr. Ren's proposal, Chen Feng spoke up, Yuyun, trust me, I believe Mr. Ren will be an excellent partner. Upon hearing Chen Feng address her as Yuyun, Li Yuyun felt a sudden flutter of anxiety. This was the first time Chen Feng had called her by her first name. Typically, he either referred to her as Madam Boss or Miss Li. Li Yuyun felt a surge of anxiety, prompting her to calm herself before speaking in the most composed tone she could muster. Let us do this. I shall accept your business card. But the matter of the agency is not solely mine to decide. It requires internal discussion within the company. Thank you ever so much, Ren Jinfei replied with a smile. Li Yuyun nodded in acknowledgement, cast a glance at Chen Feng, and then entered her BMW. As the trio watched Li Yuyun's vehicle disappear into the distance, Ren Jinfei turned back to Chen Feng, expressing his gratitude. Mr. Chen, I am truly thankful, were it not for you. I doubt I would have even had the chance to meet Miss Li. No need for such formality, Mr. Ren. You are my senior. Feel free to call me Chen Feng or Xiao Chun, he replied modestly. I cannot accept that. In the business world, age does not dictate hierarchy. Despite my seniority, you may very well be more accomplished than I. So addressing you as Mr. Chun is entirely appropriate. Let us not persist in calling each other Mr. Chun and Mr. Ren. It feels rather dull. How about I call you Lao Ren and you call me Xiao Chun? Lao Zan? Xiao Chun? That is amusing. All right. Since you suggest it, I shall not stand on ceremony, Ren Jinfei said, beaming with delight. Chen Feng could see that he was genuinely pleased. Xiao Chun, I am not merely flattering you. To speak candidly, I deeply admire your accomplishments at such a young age, Ren Jinfei said earnestly. in response to Ren Jinfei's praise. Chen Feng smiled nonchalantly and remarked, Lao Run, Liu Bang only initiated the rebellion against the Qin at the age of 48. I presume you aren't quite that age yet? I'm born in 44, so I'm 43 this year. Precisely. The future is unpredictable, but I sense you will emerge as a remarkably successful entrepreneur. Your enterprise will undoubtedly evolve into a great company. Ren Jinfei gazed into Chen Feng's eyes, sensing the sincerity in his words, as if he was certain of his success. The smile faded from Ren Jinfei's face as he replied gravely, Xiao Chun, thank you. Chen Feng shook his head with a smile, responding, Best of luck, Lao Ren. Well, I must take my leave. My team is currently working overtime, and as the boss, I ought to return and support them. Shall I escort you? Ren Jinfei suggested, likely having walked to the venue. As his company was still in its infancy and struggling to make ends meet, affording a car was a luxury he could not indulge. No need. I'll take the bus, just a few stops away. I need to pick up a few things too, he replied. Very well then, goodbye. Goodbye. Chen Feng watched Ren Jinfei depart before getting into his own vehicle. His Santana slowly rolled out of the Deep City Grand Hotel. Inside the car, he retrieved his large mobile phone and dialed Li Yuyun's number. At that moment, Li Yuyun was also in her vehicle. Her thoughts lingering on the way Chen Feng had called her Yuyun. Her feelings for him were quite complex. She would never forget the despair of the day she was kidnapped, the slow zip of the suitcase revealing a beam of light, and the comforting words that had given her hope. It will be all right. She also vividly recalled the moment she was rescued, sobbing uncontrollably in that man's embrace, feeling his warmth and scent. Later, as they partnered in business, she witnessed his astute and capable side. The 50 million she had invested was, in essence, a gamble on this man. In hindsight, it seemed she had won. This man was indeed exceptional, rivaling the young elites from affluent backgrounds in Hong Kong, if not surpassing them. After all, not every young talent could rise from nothing in their 20s, achieving a company turnover of 200 million within a year. Just then, as Li Yuyun was lost in thought, her mobile phone rang. She pressed the answer button, and a familiar voice came through. Hello. He actually called. The sound made her heart race. Li Yuyun took a few seconds to compose herself before responding. Hello, is there something you need? She said, her tone remarkably calm. Actually, the gentleman Mr. Ren is interested in becoming an agent for the switches. Would you be able to assist in facilitating this business for him? Oh. Li Yuyun was surprised that Chen Feng had called specifically for this matter. She inquired with a hint of teasing, Are you helping Mr. Ren because you have an interest in his daughter? Upon hearing her words, Chen Feng chuckled. He had no interest in Miss Meng. He replied, Indeed, Mr. Ren has 2 daughters. This revelation made Li Yuyun tense up. Chen Feng continued, However, I harbor no interest in them, nor do they in me. I am merely inclined to assist him because I sense he is not an ordinary individual. In his youth, he attended university, served in the military as a communication soldier, and after being wronged in business and dismissed from his company, he ventured out to start anew in his 40s. Such determination is rare. He recounted Mr. Ren's journey. You seem quite knowledgeable about him, she remarked. We chatted idly while I awaited your arrival, Chen Feng replied. All right then. The ADIS's switches can be entrusted to him for agency. However, our company mandates a guarantee fee of 5 million. I will cover that, Chen Feng stated decisively. Li Yuyun paused momentarily, incredulous, murmuring, the ever-shrewd Mr. Chan is willing to pay 5 million as a guarantee for someone he has only known for less than an hour? I truly suspect you have taken a liking to his daughter. Just tell me if it's acceptable or not, he replied, uninterested in further explanation. Fine. I will call tomorrow and have them come sign a contract, she said curtly. Thank you, Miss Li. Chen Feng expressed his gratitude. What did you just call me? She asked, taken aback. I meant to say thank you, boss lady, he replied, having forgotten the informal way he had just addressed her. The earlier name slipped out so casually that he was entirely unaware he had inadvertently flirted with Li Yuyun. With a silent sigh, Li Yuyun's tone turned icy as she replied, All right, I've arrived at the hotel. I will hang up now. Okay, boss lady, Chen Feng said before ending the call. After hanging up, Li Yuyun, frustrated, tossed her mobile onto the sofa and leaned back in her chair. After a long moment, feeling both angry and aggrieved, she muttered, Chen Feng, you insufferable man. Chapter 70. A single move worth millions. Unbeknownst to Chen Feng, he was currently being berated by the esteemed Miss Li. After hanging up, he felt he had done the right thing. Chen Feng had little interest in Huawei as a company. He was simply motivated by a desire to assist a national enterprise in its rise. He had studied Huawei and recognized that its formidable strength stemmed entirely from its structural framework, which differed from that of other companies. Ren Jinfei allocated 99 of the shares to the employees, retaining only 1 for himself. Over the span of a decade, The total investment in research and development was an astounding 111 billion yuan, which was key to breaking through numerous critical technologies. The profits generated by the company, aside from being reinvested in R&D, predominantly went to employees in the form of dividends. An ordinary employee at Huawei could earn hundreds of thousands in dividends each year. One must ponder whether, as a Huawei employee, one would not strive wholeheartedly for the company. Many business owners advocate for adopting Huawei's wolf culture, yet none have succeeded in doing so. Why? Because these companies are unwilling to invest generously in their employees. A boss who desires their staff to embody Huawei's tenacity while simultaneously withholding financial incentives is merely engaging in deception. Thus, for Chen Feng, acquiring shares in Huawei would not yield substantial personal gain. To maximize benefits, one would need to hold as many shares as possible. However, Huawei was structured to empower the workforce, ensuring that 99 of the shares belonged to the employees to unleash their maximum potential. His rash intervention would only yield counterproductive results. It is quite possible that under Chen Feng's stewardship, the company may never reach the heights it was destined for. Thus, Chen Feng chose to let fate take its course. He had numerous avenues for profit at his disposal. There was no need for undue insistence. If he did not acquire Huawei, he could invest in Penguin or Alibaba instead. In this era, opportunities for Chen Feng to amass wealth were abundant. Qin Weiguo drove Chen Feng home and returned to his own abode, promising to pick Chen Feng up the following morning. Chen Feng suggested that Qin Weiguo need not arrive too early, advising him to come after 9 o'clock, as he intended to visit Shenzhen Development Bank first rather than go to the office. The next day, Chen Feng arrived at Shenzhen Development Bank, located in a newly constructed office building. The bank's lobby exuded a sense of freshness, indicative of its recent establishment. Upon entering the hall, Chen Feng glanced around. In the era he had traversed from, it was customary for a lobby manager to approach and inquire if assistance was needed. However, it was now in 1989, and the concept of a lobby manager was non-existent. After meandering through the space, he spotted a staff member approaching from the corridor. He intercepted the worker and inquired, "Hello, I am looking for Director Zheng Xingwen." "Director Zheng, indeed. Proceed down this corridor, and the 5th office on your left is the marketing department," the staff member replied courteously, providing Chen Feng with the necessary directions. "Thank you," Chen Feng responded, following the indicated path until he reached an office door marked Marketing Department Office. He peered inside to find a spacious room furnished with 7 or 8 desks. On the desk closest to the entrance sat a globe, accompanied by a pile of documents. Zheng Xingwen was diligently attending to his work. "Knock, knock, knock." Chen Feng rapped lightly on the door. Zheng Xingwen, drawn by the sound, turned his gaze toward the entrance. Chen Feng beamed a smile and greeted, "Director Zheng, good day. Surely you remember me?" "Ah, Mr. Chen, of course, I remember," Zheng Xingwen replied, rising to extend his hand in greeting. "Hello, hello." The two men shook hands. "What brings you here today?" Zheng inquired. "Stocks, as I mentioned last night." "I am here to purchase stocks," Chen Feng replied with a smile. "Are you truly intent on buying stocks?" Zheng Xingwen asked, a hint of disbelief in his tone, as he had assumed Chen Feng was merely jesting the night prior. "If not to buy stocks, what else could bring me here?" Chen Feng quipped. "Please, follow me to our reception room for a discussion." Zheng Xingwen led the way, with Chen Feng trailing behind as they entered the bank's reception area. Although the decor was modest, the room was spacious and well-lit, featuring the era's trendiest fabric sofas in a traditional style. "Mr. Chen, please have a seat. I'll have someone bring you tea," Zheng Xingwen said before stepping out momentarily. He returned shortly and sat opposite Chen Feng, smiling as he remarked, "Mr. Chen, to be honest, I never anticipated your arrival." "Well, here I am," Chen Feng replied, his smile widening. A young female employee entered, carrying 2 cups of tea. She placed one before Chen Feng, saying, "Sir, please enjoy your tea." "Thank you," he replied, as she set the other cup before Zheng Xingwen. "Mr. Chen, please enjoy your tea," Zheng urged. Chen Feng took a sip, noting its ordinary flavor, as hospitality in this era was not particularly elaborate. Zheng Xingwen also sampled his tea, then set down his cup and asked, "Mr. Chen, how many stocks are you looking to purchase? How many do you have left?" Chen Feng inquired, focusing on his primary concern. Zheng hesitated before extending a hand, indicating the remaining quantity. Chen Feng understood that of the 800,000 shares issued by Shenzhen Development, only 300,000 had been sold, leaving 500,000 available. "Is there a discount?" Chen Feng asked again. Given the sluggish sales of Shenzhen Development stocks, he recognized the assured profit, but felt compelled to negotiate for a better deal. "A 10% discount off the face value," Zheng Xingwen replied. "What if I purchase a larger quantity? Would the discount increase?" Zheng shook his head, responding, "No, that is the lowest we can offer." Chen Feng closed his eyes, feigning contemplation. After a moment, he opened them and declared, "I will take them all." "What? All of them?" Zhang Xingwen exclaimed, taken aback by this revelation. He had anticipated that Chen Feng would only buy a few thousand shares, perhaps up to 30 or 40,000 at most. The notion of him purchasing the entirety was astonishing, prompting Zhang to ask again, "Mr. Chen, you are not jesting, are you? You truly intend to buy all?" "Absolutely certain." Chen Feng affirmed. "The 500,000 shares at a face value of 20 yuan each, even at a 10% discount, amounts to 9 million. Rest assured, I have the funds. Here is my company's account at the People's Bank, along with our transaction records, stamped with the bank seal and accompanied by our business license." Chen Feng explained, fully aware that institutions like banks exercise caution with investors and thus had brought all necessary documentation. Zhang Xingwen reviewed Chen Feng's materials and, finding everything in order, contemplated the situation. He then addressed Chen Feng, stating, "Mr. Chen, the quantity you desire exceeds my authority. I must consult with our bank president." "That is perfectly fine," Chen Feng nodded. He was unperturbed by who would engage in the discussion, confident in his legitimate company credentials and ample liquid assets. He was resolute in his determination to acquire Shenzhen development stocks. Chapter 71. Purchasing 500,000 shares in their entirety. Zhang Xingwen's cautiousness was entirely understandable. A sudden visitor expressing a desire to purchase hundreds of thousands of shares was indeed uncommon, especially in this nascent stage of the country's stock market, where everything was still exploratory. Many remained ensnared in the cautious mindset of the previous planned economy, hesitant to embrace bold initiatives. Yet, it was precisely the prudence of the era that afforded intrepid individuals the opportunity to stand out. "Please, feel free to consult your superiors. I shall await your return here," Chen Feng assured. Zhang Xingwen, his expression grave, exited the reception room. He traversed the corridor to the second floor, arriving at the door marked with the bank president's nameplate. Inside, a middle-aged man with thinning hair and thick glasses was diligently working at his desk. Zhang knocked lightly on the door. The man looked up, and, upon recognizing Zhang, beckoned. "Ah, it's Xiao Zhang. Guomin, President's son." Zhang greeted first. "Is there something you need?" President's son inquired. "Yes, it pertains to our bank stock issuance," Zhang began. Hesitating slightly, President's son adjusted his glasses and sat up straight, stating, "Our bank stock issuance is a pilot project for the country. Though progress has been slow in selling stocks, do not be disheartened. We must learn from failures and strive for improvement." He assumed Zhang had come to express frustration over the sluggish sales, dispensing a motivational speech to soothe his subordinate spirits. "Not quite, President Sunday. I am here not because the stocks are not selling, but rather—" Zhang paused before continuing. "There is someone who wishes to purchase all the remaining stocks." "What? All of them?" President Sun, who had been composed, suddenly sprang to his feet, visibly agitated. "Yes, they wish to buy all of them. Is this a scam?" President Sun's initial reaction was to suspect a con artist attempting to defraud the bank, recalling an incident from the previous year when he had dismissed someone impersonating a superior to solicit funds. "This is no scam. It is a legitimate company from our city called Dejing Home Appliances. I checked, and their tax contributions last year were several million," Zhang reassured him. "Several million in taxes? That qualifies them as a significant taxpayer," President Sun mused, contemplating the situation before declaring, "Let us go. I want to meet them." Zhang led President Sun back down to the reception room, where Chen Feng was leisurely enjoying his tea. He observed Zhang Xingwen entering the room accompanied by a middle-aged man with a bald head and thick glasses. "Mr. Chen, this is President Sun Fulong of our bank." Zhang Xingwen introduced the middle-aged gentleman to Chen Feng. "Greetings, President Sun." Chen Feng extended his hand towards Sun Fulong. Sun Fulong beamed broadly and shook Chen Feng's hand, replying, "Hello, Mr. Chen." Turning to Zhang Xingwen with a smile, he remarked, "I didn't expect Mr. Chen to be so youthful. It's a necessity. My family was not well off, so I ventured into the world early." Chen Feng responded with a smile. "Please, have a seat." Sun Fulong invited Chen Feng to sit down. They took their places on either side of the tea table, with Zhang Xingwen seated behind Sun Fulong. "Mr. Chen, I've heard you wish to acquire all the shares of our development bank." Sun Fulong's first words after sitting were direct and to the point. "Yes, that is indeed my intention," Chen Feng affirmed. "Our bank still has over 50,000 shares available. Do you want them all?" "All of them," he reiterated with conviction. Sun Fulong glanced at Zhang Xingwen before turning back to Chen Feng and said, "Mr. Chen, I'm afraid I cannot sell you the entire stock." "Why is that? Do you doubt my financial capability?" Chen Feng inquired, puzzled. "Not at all." Sun Fulong chuckled. "You are a significant taxpayer in the city, and I've reviewed your qualifications. There is absolutely no issue. But the reason is this. Our bank is responding to the national call to issue stocks for the first time since the establishment of our country. Many are still navigating the process. With you wanting to purchase everything outright, I truly hesitate to proceed. Sun Fulong spoke candidly. Chen Feng understood now. Sun Fulong's reluctance stemmed not from conservative thinking, but from a cautious approach to an unknown venture. Selling all the stocks to Chen Feng could be fine if everything went smoothly, but if complications arose, the responsibility would inevitably fall upon him. Sun Fulong was primarily concerned with avoiding future accountability. In the realm of bureaucracy, one may lack achievements, but one must never err. Thus, despite knowing that Chen Feng could muster such funds, Sun Fulong was unwilling to sell him all the shares. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Feng asked, "So how many can you offer me?" "Half, 27,000 shares," Sun Fulong replied. Chen Feng pondered before saying, "President Sun, could we speak privately for a moment?" Sun Fulong glanced back at Zheng Xingwen, who, perceiving the situation, promptly stood up, stating, "I have a matter to attend to." With that, he exited the meeting room, closing the door behind him. Now, only Chen Feng and Sun Fulong remained in the meeting room. Chen Feng leaned in closer and quietly said to Sun Fulong, "I understand your concerns. You fear that selling everything to me may lead to complications later. However, we could consider an alternative approach. I could bring in more buyers and you could sell to me in smaller portions. Furthermore, trading stocks is not subject to real name registration. Once these papers leave the bank, who knows who ultimately holds them?" Chen Feng reasoned persuasively. In this era, stocks were still physical documents, each printed with the issuer's name, issuance date, and number of shares. "President Sun, I kindly ask for your assistance." Chen Feng slipped something into Sun Fulong's hand. Sun Fulong glanced at the item, his face instantly lighting up. He nodded and said, "All right then, if you can gather more buyers, I will sell you an additional 250,000 shares. But you must enlist at least 100 people." "No problem," Chen Feng replied, a smile spreading across his face. Finding people was hardly a challenge. This era was abundant with individuals. "Very well, prepare the funds by tomorrow, and I will have the stocks ready." Chen Feng stood and extended his hand to Sun Fulong, saying, "Here's to our fruitful collaboration." "To a pleasant partnership," Sun Fulong responded, shaking Chen Feng's hand. Thus, the deal for purchasing development bank stocks was sealed. Chen Feng initially acquired 250,000 shares, which filled a substantial sack. He transported the stocks back to the company, securing them in the company's safe, and instructed the HR manager to arrange for employees to assist in purchasing additional stock. The shares, valued at 20 yuan, were offered at a discounted price of 18 yuan by the development bank, while Chen Feng collected them at face value of 20 yuan, allowing employees to profit from the 2 yuan difference. The enthusiasm among his staff surged immediately. By 9 p.m. that evening, all the purchased stocks were delivered into Chen Feng's hands, allowing him to successfully acquire a total of 500,000 shares of development bank. The estimated value of these stocks, in 20 years, could multiply by as much as 634 times. This was not mere conjecture. Experts had calculated that a share issued in 1987 would peak in 2007, yielding a staggering increase of 634 times. Thus, the stocks Chen Feng possessed would potentially be worth 6 billion yuan in 2 decades. Chapter 72. Mr. Rin pays a visit. After acquiring the stocks, Chen Feng placed them securely in the safe. He did not intend to wait until 2007 to sell. Rather, he planned to divest in April 1990, just a few months away. The stocks of Shin Development, being the first to list on the Shenzhen Stock Exchange, were poised for a dramatic surge in early 1990, with each share expected to rise from its original face value of 1 yuan to 11 yuan, an 11-fold increase. The stocks Chen Feng held, valued at 10 million yuan, could transform into 110 million yuan by then. Trading stocks requires a keen strategy of buying low and selling high, profiting from the price differences. By selling during the initial high, Chen Feng could later repurchase once the prices fell. Having studied the nation's financial history before his rebirth, he recalled the peaks and troughs of stocks listed on the Shenzhen Exchange, making stock trading akin to a windfall for him. With the acquisition of Shun Development Bank shares completed, Chen Feng returned to his usual work rhythm, as his main business was the home appliance retail chain, which remained a stable and profitable venture. He knew he had nearly a year to wait for the next bullish market. During this interval, he could not remain idle, merely anticipating the stock market's arrival. The home appliance industry was still in its blue ocean phase, and Chen Feng aimed to capitalize on the next 2 years to expand his Doking home appliance chain northward. His target was to open 3 to 4 new stores by the following month. On this particular day, Chen Feng was reviewing documents at the company, as usual, while Zhang Ziwen traveled north to seek promising home appliance manufacturers to serve as suppliers for the Docking chain. The interest from these manufacturers was palpable, considering the scale of Chen Feng's enterprise. Such as the power of strength, negotiating business becomes remarkably effortless. Chen Feng merely needed to select suitable partners among the numerous manufacturers, which included notable brands like Changhong and Panda. As Chen Feng immersed himself in work, a series of crisp knocks echoed from the door. He looked up to see his secretary, Xiao Luo, standing at the entrance. "Is there something you need?" "Mr. Chen, there is a Mr. Ren outside who wishes to see you." "Mr. Ren?" Chen Feng, still focused on his work, momentarily struggled to recall which Mr. Ren it was. "He claims to be from Huawei Company," Xiao Luo promptly reminded him. "Ah," Chen Feng suddenly realized. "Mr. Ren, that must be Ren Jinfei. What brings him here?" He instructed Xiao Luo, "Please invite him in." Of course. The secretary exited and soon returned with a middle-aged man dressed in a brown and white suit. Indeed, it was Ren Jinfei, whom Chen Feng had encountered in the parking lot previously. Upon seeing Ren Jinfei, Chen Feng quickly rose from his seat and stepped forward to greet him. "Mr. Ren, it's a pleasure to meet you." Chen Feng extended his hand towards Ren Jinfei. Ren Jinfei smiled as he shook hands with Chen Feng, saying, "Mr. Chen, I apologize for my abrupt visit." "You are too kind. Please, this way," Chen Feng replied, inviting Ren Jinfei to take a seat on the sofa in the reception area and asking his secretary to bring 2 cups of tea. "Mr. Chen, I have come this time to express my gratitude," Ren Jinfei began. "Gratitude for me?" Chen Feng responded, somewhat puzzled. Ren Jinfei continued, "I have already signed the agency contract for the switch with Miss Li. She mentioned that her willingness to give her newly established company an opportunity was due to your influence." Upon hearing this, Chen Feng couldn't help but wonder why Li Yueyun would mention him. His assistance to Ren Jinfei was devoid of any selfish motives. He merely wished to support domestic enterprises, enabling them to get on the right track swiftly. "Oh, there is no need for such formalities. Our acquaintance is a matter of fate. Besides, I merely offered a word of support. It hardly qualifies as a significant favor." Chen Feng downplayed his role. "It is not merely a question of formality. This agency contract is a lifeline for our company. To speak frankly, we face considerable losses with a previous switch we were handling, and without this new contract, I fear our company may not endure much longer," Ren Jinfei candidly admitted. Chen Feng was taken aback by the harsh realities of starting a business. "Mr. Ren, I understand that all your employees are technically skilled. Indeed, we recruit only the elite of this field. To be frank, in the 2 years since our company was established, I, as the owner, have not profited much. My earnings are primarily allocated to employee salaries." Chen Feng believed Ren Jinfei's words. He was indeed that kind of owner, willing to allocate 99 of the shares to his employees while retaining only 1 for himself. This very reason likely motivated the employees to dedicate themselves to the company. "What do you believe is your company's standing in terms of technology within the entire Shenzhen?" Facing this inquiry from Chen Feng, Ren Jinfei fell silent. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he looked at Chen Feng earnestly and declared, "First." Chen Feng chuckled, asking, "Mr. Ren, what leads you to believe your company holds the top position in the industry? Perhaps we are not the foremost at present, but everyone in our company is striving for that number 1 position. I firmly believe we will achieve it," Ren Jinfei asserted with unwavering confidence. Chen Feng sensed a powerful determination emanating from him. Strong individuals often possess a resilient spirit. Regardless of how much others ridicule or underestimate you, self-belief is paramount. Chen Feng nodded, agreeing with Ren Jinfei's perspective. He then posed another question. "Mr. Ren, may I ask how much profit you anticipate from this agency contract for the switches?" While Ren Jinfei might not divulge such information to others, he felt no need for concealment with Chen Feng, who had assisted him significantly. "The switches we are introducing from AIDSIS have a capacity of 150,000 ports, with the acquisition cost of each switch exceeding $1 million. This figure only accounts for the machinery. Additionally, each port corresponds to a telephone line, for which we pay AIDSIS based on the number of lines. For every telephone installed, we owe AIDSIS $300, and of course, Miss Li's company will also take a portion of that fee. This represents the base cost." Ren Jinfei smiled as he meticulously calculated the figures for Chen Feng. Indeed, it seemed that the substantial profits in the communications industry were predominantly enjoyed by foreign enterprises. After a moment of reflection, Chen Feng turned to Ren Jinfei and suggested, "Mr. Ren, you assert that your company's technology is the best in Shenzhen. Have you ever considered developing your own switches?" "Developing our own switches?" Ren Jinfei looked at Chen Feng in astonishment. "Independent research and development," Chen Feng affirmed, articulating the 4 words that had materialized in his mind. "In the year 1989, The notion of independent RD was quite foreign in the eyes of many. Even numerous heads of state-owned enterprises believed that advanced technology should be imported from abroad. In a nation recently emerging from a period of reform and opening up, advocating for independent research and development to entrepreneurs seemed utterly fanciful. However, Ren Zhenfei did not immediately dismiss Chen Feng's viewpoint. Instead, he pondered intently before responding. Mr. Chen, could you elaborate on that? Chen Feng smiled slightly, saying, there's an old saying, better to rely on oneself than on others. Regardless of how advanced foreign products may be, they remain foreign. You might be utilizing their goods smoothly now, but what if one day they decide to cease your access? Or if they deem your profits insufficient and demand more, and if you refuse, they simply change agents. How would you respond? Chen Feng's succinct remarks plunged Ren Zhenfei into deep contemplation. After a while, Ren Zhenfei chuckled. That seems unlikely. Foreigners conduct business in a civilized manner. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng realized that, at this moment, Ren Zhenfei still harbored illusions about the West, believing in the purity of Western commerce. This was quite common. During this era, everyone was just beginning to explore the world, and with the influence of certain public intellectuals, many viewed foreign entities as inherently superior and more civilized. Years later, when those Western wolves revealed their sharp fangs once more, people would awaken to the harsh reality. At this juncture, Ren Zhenfei was similarly convinced by the principles of Western free trade. It was only through subsequent dealings with Western companies, where he suffered significant setbacks, that he began to grow skeptical of such notions. Of course, I am merely speaking hypothetically. Our ancestors had another saying, preventing problems before they arise. The commercial arena resembles a battlefield, where many outcomes are unpredictable. Furthermore, by acting as agents for foreign switches, you are essentially reliant on them for sustenance, with the majority of profits flowing to them while you earn only meager gains. If you could develop your own switches, wouldn't that $300 fall into your own pockets rather than being sent off to foreign benefactors? Chen Feng decided to persuade Ren Zhenfei from the perspective of profit, knowing that, as a businessman, Ren would indeed value financial incentives. As anticipated, Ren Zhenfei began to contemplate Chen Feng's previous remarks earnestly. Developing independently? Is it feasible? Ren Zhenfei regarded Chen Feng thoughtfully. Why would it not be feasible? Chen Feng replied with a smile. Lao Qian once stated that if foreigners can develop atomic bombs, why can't we? They do not possess any additional heads. Look at how we managed to achieve the 2 bombs and 1 satellite during such challenging times. Anything we set our minds to can indeed be accomplished. Well said. Ren Zhenfei was moved by Chen Feng's words. As a retired soldier, despite having left the service for over a decade, he still harbored the indomitable spirit of a soldier who confronts challenges head-on. I must seriously consider the notion of independent research and development. Chen Feng's insights opened a new avenue of thought for Ren Zhenfei. Mr. Chen, I truly appreciate your guidance. I never expected someone of your youth would possess such profound insights. Ren Zhenfei expressed his admiration. You flatter me, Mr. Ren. In truth, these ideas are valuable legacies passed down from the educators of earlier generations. I merely encountered them in literature. Chen Feng responded modestly. Upon hearing Chen Feng mention educators, Ren Zhenfei sincerely remarked, indeed, educators are truly remarkable individuals. After a casual exchange, the time had come for Ren Zhenfei to take his leave. With the agency contract secured, he had ample tasks ahead of him. After bidding farewell to Ren Zhenfei, Chen Feng immersed himself back into work. Over the ensuing 2 months, Chen Feng spent most of his time outside, surveying the market in the northern regions. However, the results of his investigations did not bring him satisfaction. The business atmosphere in the inland areas was not as open as that of the coastal regions, making negotiations for certain projects rather challenging. The journey of transporting goods has become increasingly arduous, leading to a significant rise in transportation costs. Considering the precarious road security of this era, Chen Feng's convoy faces considerable challenges in heading northward to safeguard his fleet. Aspiring to enter the Yangtze River Delta region, he arrived in Haikan City, only to discover that the market had been largely divided among several department stores. As an outsider, even with the backing of port merchants, it proved exceedingly difficult for him to penetrate these markets. After wandering for 2 months, Chen Feng ultimately abandoned his northern ambitions. Following the establishment of 4 additional branches in Sichuan and Hubei provinces, he decided to halt his expansion efforts. Thus, by 1989, Chen Feng's Douqing home appliance chain supermarket maintained a total of 15 stores. The revenue from the first batch of stores opened in Jinghai City and Zaizishi began to decline significantly. This downturn was primarily due to the completion of initial market digestion after several months of promotional activities, leading to a gradual saturation of the market. Furthermore, new competitors had emerged, mimicking Chen Feng's business model, which, being no secret, could easily be replicated by astute individuals willing to study it. In the world of commerce, success invariably invites imitation. As these competitors began to establish themselves, they gradually encroached upon the market share, resulting in a decline in revenue and profits for Chen Feng's stores. Excluding the 2 newly opened branches, he now operated 11 stores. And when aggregating the revenues from both large and small outlets, the daily revenue per store plummeted from over $800,000 to merely $300,000, a staggering halving. Nevertheless, Chen Feng possessed his own fleet, and his supermarkets offered a substantial range of imported home appliances, which boasted high profit margins. Thus, after accounting for various operational costs, the average net profit per store ranged between $100,000 to $130,000, excluding the 2 recently inaugurated stores. His 11 outlets still amassed a total monthly profit of $39 million. Compared to others, this profit was remarkably substantial. In the initial months following the launch of the Douyin chain, when the market was unsaturated and competition was minimal, Chen Feng had already accumulated significant wealth. He perused the financial records, noting that from the opening of the first chain supermarket in May 1988 to May 1989, he had garnered an impressive total profit of $200 million. Li Yueyun, holding a 30% stake, received $60 million, recouping her initial investment of $50 million and earning an additional $10 million. After distributing dividends to key partners like Zhang Ziwen and Qin Weiguo, Chen Feng retained a personal sum of $110 million. May 15, 1989, marked a momentous occasion. On this day, having traversed this world for less than 2 years, Chen Feng officially became a billionaire. Chapter 74. A trip to the market to buy stocks. On August 7, 1989, under the sweltering summer sun, the city felt as though it were being scorched over a charcoal fire. Even by 4 or 5 in the afternoon, the stifling heat lingered. In an era prior to the advent of a 996 work culture, many establishments closed around 5 o'clock. After work, employees emerged with baskets in hand to purchase groceries. The bustling Keishicheng market on Fumin Road was alive with chatter. At the entrance, a stall prominently displayed a sign reading Wangkai stock sales. Comprising 5 or 6 long tables arranged in a square, the stall was manned by 3 staff members who distributed flyers to passersby, while one person wielded a megaphone to attract attention. Take a look at our newly issued stocks from Wangkai Company. One called out, "Sir, would you like to learn more about our stocks?" Behind the stall stood a middle-aged man of modest stature with a somewhat gaunt face, anxiously observing the scene before him. He sighed heavily. This man was Wang Shi, the owner of Wangkai Real Estate, who had joined the Shenzhen Special Economic Zone Development Company in 1983 and became the general manager the following year. Last year, the company was renamed Wangkai, and he assumed the roles of chairman and general manager. This year, in response to the city's call, Wangkai Real Estate became one of the first companies to issue stocks. The initial offering consisted of 28 million shares at a face value of 1 yuan each, aiming to raise 28 million yuan. However, the stock sales have been dismal. Internal promotions yielded weak employee interest, leading Wang Shi to purchase 400 shares himself as the first buyer. The company then mandated that each employee acquire at least 100 shares. After internal allocations, they also attempted to promote the stocks at Shenzhen University, hoping to engage intellectuals who understood stocks to encourage broader social investment. To that end, they even invited a reporter to cover the event. The first professor persuaded to purchase shares was featured in the newspaper, akin to a model worker being interviewed. Yet the results from the university promotion were still disappointing. Of the 28 million shares issued, only 6 million have been sold, leaving a staggering 21 million shares unsold. According to their original plan, all shares needed to be sold by the end of 1989, but after 4 months, only 6 million had found buyers. At this rate, the remaining shares would surely remain unsold. Wang Shi, feeling the pressure, reluctantly instructed his employees to set up a stall at the market. As the owner, he arrived at the market around 3 o'clock to observe for over an hour, yet no one was buying. For people of this era, stocks were akin to waste paper, neither tradable nor usable for purchases. Who would spend real money on stocks? Recalling his earlier promises to city leaders that all shares would be sold by 1989, Wang Shi now found himself at a loss. Amid the ebb and flow of the crowd, a young man suddenly appeared, standing before the stall and gazing curiously at the banner. Noticing this, a staff member promptly approached, enthusiastically promoting, "Hello, young man. We at Wangkai Enterprises are issuing stocks, and bulk purchases come with discounts." The young man did not respond to the staff member, but instead observed the scene with keen interest. This young man was none other than Chen Feng. During his university studies, he had encountered the financial history of the nation, where he read about the initial stock offerings of Wangkai and how they resorted to market stalls for sales. Thus, each day after work, he would wander through the market, eager to witness this moment. Today, he had indeed come across it. Chen Feng marveled internally. This scene would surely be recorded in the annals of the nation as financial history. Noticing Chen Feng's silence, the staff member assumed he was merely a bystander and turned away to distribute flyers to an elderly man passing by. The old man took the flyer without a glance and discarded it on the ground. Chen Feng observed for a while before inquiring of the beleaguered staff member, "So, you're selling stocks?" "Yes," the staff member replied, picking up the discarded flyer and brushing off the dust. These flyers were costly to print, and he was reluctant to waste them, especially with the company president watching. "What is the price?" Chen Feng asked again. "Are you interested?" The staff member looked at Chen Feng with surprise. He perceived this young man, probably in his early 20s, as a recent entrant to the workforce, likely possessing a bit of money and intrigued by the novelty of stocks, perhaps contemplating a modest purchase of 20 yuan. Yet, even the smallest purchase was still a gain. The stock, valued at 20 shares with an original price of 20 yuan, is currently available at a promotional price of only 18 yuan for 20 shares of Wanku stock. The staff member, smiling at Chen Feng, inquired, "How many would you like, handsome?" Upon hearing the price, Chen Feng furrowed his brow. The discount was too meager. He recalled that Wanku stock had previously been sold with significant incentives, at times offering 1,000 bonus shares for every 2,000 purchased. Presumably, the staff member thought him to lack sufficient funds, hence the modest offer. Chen Feng took a deep breath and replied, "I require a substantial quantity of stock and would like to discuss this with your superior." Surprised, the staff member gazed at Chen Feng, who nodded affirmatively. "Are you looking for a few hundred shares?" the staff member asked. Chen Feng shook his head with a smile, saying, "Not merely a few hundred. 1,000 shares, then?" The staff member probed further. "In any case, I seek a considerable amount. Please fetch someone who can engage in meaningful discussion," Chen Feng said, wishing to avoid wasting time with riddles. The staff member glanced back toward where Wang Shi stood, uncertain whether Chen Feng intended to cause trouble. However, if this young man genuinely wished to make a significant purchase, successfully facilitating the transaction could earn him considerable praise from his superiors. After a brief internal struggle, the staff member said to Chen Feng, "Please hold on. I will consult with my manager." "Very well," Chen Feng nodded. The staff member approached Wang Shi, who had been observing their interaction closely due to the lack of other customers. Seeing his employee approach, Wang Shi initiated the conversation. "So what's the verdict? Is the young man interested in buying stock?" "Manager, he claims to want a large quantity and wishes to speak with a leader. I'm not certain if he's genuine," the staff member indicated, pointing at Chen Feng, who smiled faintly in their direction. Chapter 75. The original shares of a real estate giant, 20 million shares. Upon seeing Chen Feng, Wang Shi also thought he did not resemble a typical stock buyer. He appeared too youthful and dressed quite ordinarily. If a brash entrepreneur adorned with gold chains and a cell phone were to appear, he would seem more fitting for such a transaction. Nonetheless, with little to occupy his time at the market, Wang Shi decided to approach the young man. Wang Shi walked over, extending his hand with a smile. "Greetings. I am their manager. Are you interested in purchasing stock?" Chen Feng shook Wang Shi's hand and nodded. "Yes, I wish to buy stock. I've heard you want a considerable quantity. How much do you intend to purchase?" Wang Shi inquired. "The quantity is quite large, which is why I sought someone capable of meaningful dialogue," Chen Feng replied. "I should be able to fulfill that role," Wang Shi asserted, straightening his posture. As the company president, if he could not negotiate, then no one could. "If I were to buy 10,000 shares, what sort of discount could you offer?" Chen Feng refrained from immediately revealing his intended quantity, instead stating a figure of 10,000. Wang Shi's demeanor brightened at the mention of 10,000 shares. He presented the discount plan established the previous month. For every 1,000 shares purchased, we provide an additional 200 shares. Therefore, if you're buying 10,000 shares, we will grant you 2,000 shares as a bonus. This offer was intended for the general public. In reality, public sector employees would receive even greater discounts. Upon hearing the offer, Chen Feng frowned slightly. 10 for 2. This discount seems rather modest. What if I were to inquire about 100,000 shares? 100,000 shares? Wang Shi was momentarily taken aback by the quantity Chen Feng proposed. His gaze scrutinized Chen Feng, assessing whether he had the means to afford such a purchase. Chen Feng, sensing Wang Shi's scrutiny, retrieved a large cell phone from his bag. Upon seeing the expensive device worth 30,000 yuan, Wang Shi realized that this young man was indeed affluent. For 100,000 shares, we offer a bonus of 300 shares for every 1,000 shares purchased, Wang Shi quoted. This was the most favorable discount available, tailored for collective purchases by public institutions. Chen Feng hesitated, looking at the middle-aged man before asking, "Can you truly make decisions on this matter? I genuinely require a significant quantity of stock." Wang Shi produced a business card from his pocket and handed it to Chen Feng, saying, "If I cannot make decisions, then no one at Wanku can." Chen Feng accepted the card and glanced at the details. Wang Shi, chairman and general manager of Wanku Enterprises Company, Limited, recognizing the name. Chen Feng expressed his astonishment. "You are Wang Shi?" Wang Shi chuckled. "What, do I not resemble Wang Shi?" Chen Feng shook his head with a smile. He had seen photographs of Wang Shi, but had not encountered images of his youth. The current Wang Shi appeared to be in his 30s, with a full head of hair, still brimming with vitality. Now that he had met Wang Shi, the conversation could proceed smoothly. "Mr. Wang, I apologize for the misunderstanding. Here is my business card," Chen Feng said, producing a card from his pocket. Wang Shi took it, and upon reading, looked up in surprise. "You are the owner of Dejing Electric?" Chen Feng nodded. Wang Shi smiled. "I recently purchased a new house, and all the appliances were acquired from your Dejing Electric." "What a coincidence. I did not expect the owner to be so young." Having entered the workforce early, Chen Feng replied with a familiar refrain. "How about we find a suitable place to discuss this further?" Wang Shi proposed. Surveying his surroundings, Chen Feng noticed a nearby herbal tea shop. He pointed towards it, saying, "Shall we enjoy a cup of herbal tea while conversing?" "Certainly. Discussing business over herbal tea is a first for me after more than a decade in commerce." Wang Shi laughed. The two men made their way to the shop and ordered cups of herbal tea. Outside the shop, a few chairs were provided for patrons. They sat down, each with a cup in hand. Chen Feng took a sip and was immediately struck by the intense bitterness contorting his features. Wang Shi, however, drank with ease. Observing Chen Feng's reaction, he remarked, "You must be from the north, as you seem unaccustomed to this southern herbal tea." "Indeed, I did not anticipate it would be so bitter," Chen Feng replied with a wry smile. "The more bitter the tea, the more beneficial it is for the body," Wang Shi declared, finishing his cup in a few swift gulps. Chen Feng followed suit, hastily downing his tea. Wang Shi offered Chen Feng a small packet of dried tangerine peel, saying, "Here, have some to counteract the bitterness." "Thank you." Chen Feng accepted the peel and placed a small piece in his mouth, finding the bitterness alleviated. "I am from Dongzhou City, and I too found this herbal tea unfamiliar at first. It took me some time to get accustomed to it. I suppose I shall have to drink more of it." Chen Feng smiled. "Mr. Chen, you mentioned earlier that you wish to purchase our Wanka stock. How much are you looking for?" After some casual conversation, Wang Shi directly returned to the topic. "How much stock remains?" Chen Feng countered. "About 20 million shares," Wang Shi replied with a smile. "You don't intend to purchase it all, do you?" Chen Feng smiled slightly, locking eyes with Wang Shi, and stated, "What if I truly wish to acquire all 20 million shares?" Wang Shi was momentarily stunned, gazing at Chen Feng in silence. Chen Feng chuckled, "Surely. It can't be that I am willing to buy, yet you are hesitant to sell? Do you genuinely want 20 million shares?" Wang Shi asked directly. "It depends on the discount you offer. I heard that during your promotional efforts with the Education Bureau in Shun City, you were offering 10 for 3. It seems you sold less than 10,000 shares," Chen Feng replied. Wang Shi gazed at Chen Feng with a knowing smile. "It appears your intelligence gathering is quite effective." "Indeed, I have a friend within the Education Bureau who provided the information," Chen Feng admitted. "How about this? If you can indeed sell me all 20 million shares, I will offer you 10 for 4. What do you think?" Wang Shi proposed. After quoting his price, he fixed his gaze on Chen Feng's eyes. "How about this? For every 2,000 shares, I will give you an additional 1,000. I will purchase all the shares you have." Chen Feng, uninterested in prolonging the negotiation, promptly stated his bottom line. Wang Shi looked at Chen Feng in astonishment. The offer of 2,000 shares for an additional 1,000 was a price they had internally deliberated upon, intended for certain high-ranking officials within the city. Indeed, 2 leaders had acquired 2,000 shares at this very price. How could Chen Feng have struck upon this price point so effortlessly? Either someone within their ranks had divulged this information to Chen Feng, or the 2 leaders had done so themselves. Chen Feng's precise quotation left Wang Shi enveloped in doubt. Noticing Wang Shi's silence, Chen Feng pondered whether he had misquoted. He recalled that the lowest price he had seen was indeed this one, dating back to 2010, when Wang Shi had discussed the challenges of promoting stocks on a television interview, revealing pertinent information. Internally, Wang Shi grappled with his thoughts. Chen Feng's pinpoint accuracy in hitting the bottom price made Wang Shi hesitant to wager on whether this individual was connected to a leader. It was hard for Wang Shi to believe that someone as young as Chen Feng could orchestrate such a significant business deal without some underlying connections. As for which leader Chen Feng might be associated with, Wang Shi dared not inquire. Such matters to ask about will be tantamount to courting disaster. After considerable contemplation, Wang Shi reached his decision. Very well, I will sell you 20 million shares, adhering to your terms of 2,000 shares for an additional 1,000. Chen Feng's heart soared with joy. He hadn't anticipated such an easy negotiation. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Shi had already speculated that he was affiliated with a leader. All right, bring the money and come to our headquarters around 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, and I will provide you with the stocks. Sure, I will be there punctually. The smoothness of the transaction left Chen Feng with a surreal sensation. Regardless, he had secured 20 million shares of Vank stock. Chapter 76, officially entering the stock market. The next day, Chen Feng arrived at the Vank headquarters, where Wang Shi welcomed him in his office. Chen Feng promptly paid 13,334,000, successfully acquiring 20 million shares of original Vank stock. Wang Shi, still relatively young, exhibited much more audacity than the bank's president Sunday. Why Chen Feng was purchasing such a large quantity of stock was of no concern to him. He simply sold the shares upon receiving the payment. Fortunately, Vank stocks had a par value of 100 yuan each, had they been priced at 20 yuan like the development banks. Chen Feng would have required a large truck to transport them. Even so, it took Chen Feng 3 trips to complete the transport of the 20 million Vank shares. In the following month, Chen Feng acquired 3 million shares of Jinian Industrial stock. Jinian Industrial, originally known as Shenzhen City Textile Industry Company, completed its shareholding reform in August 1989, subsequently announcing its listing and issuing 10,070,000 shares, becoming the third listed stock in Shenzhen. However, public enthusiasm for stocks was already lukewarm, and now, with Shenzhen Development and Vank, the arrival of Jinian created confusion among investors. As a result, Jinian's stock issuance initially faced considerable indifference. Chen Feng's purchase of stocks coincidentally alleviated their urgent needs. Out of the 10 million shares issued, 8 million remained unsold. Yet, the conservative CEO of Jinian Industrial, akin to President Sun of the Development Bank, was reluctant to sell all the stocks to Chen Feng. Perhaps he harbored ulterior motives, believing there was profit to be made. From the remaining 8 million shares, Chen Feng only managed to acquire 4 million. Consequently, Chen Feng held 500,000 shares of Shenzhen Development, 20 million shares of Vank, and 3 million shares of Jinian Industrial. After acquiring these stocks, Chen Feng patiently awaited the harvest period. His bold investments were in premium stocks. Even if he chose not to sell them, the future dividends promised substantial returns. Most importantly, the anonymity of stock ownership, akin to cash, afforded him considerable convenience. In November 1989, Chen Feng read in the newspaper about the Shenzhen city government's decision to establish a securities exchange, signaling their determination to elevate economic reform to new heights. Chen Feng recognized that the country's financial market was on the verge of unfolding the following year. By December, Shenzhen Dan Transportation Company went public, raising 5 million yuan. Upon receiving the news, Chen Feng intended to purchase more stocks at a low price, only to be informed upon arrival that they had already sold out. Clearly, news of the impending establishment of the Shenzhen Stock Exchange had circulated among insiders, and those with foresight were optimistic about the forthcoming stock market. Thus, the 5 million shares, once made available for sale, were swiftly purchased. 1 month later, the timeline advanced into 1990. Over the past year, Chen Feng's Dejing home appliance chain had stagnated at a scale of 15 stores. By the second half of the year, sales per store had declined again, averaging around 250,000 yuan daily, with profits dropping to approximately 100,000 yuan. The primary issue was the hindrance of Dejing's northern expansion plans. The high costs and significant risk of failure made it unfeasible. Additionally, competitors began to mimic the model of Dejing home appliance chain. Chen Feng assessed that his chain had entered a developmental bottleneck, and breaking through this barrier appeared exceedingly challenging. The limitations of the era played a significant role. Transportation and logistics were still underdeveloped, and the cost of transporting goods from south to north was considerable, spanning 2 provinces. Moreover, regional protectionism was rampant. Certain provincial cities showed little regard for Chen Feng's Hong Kong-funded enterprise, as they had their own local home appliance companies unwilling to let him encroach on their market. These objective factors greatly increased the difficulty of Dejing's northern expansion. Consequently, after 6 months of planning, the northern expansion initiative culminated in the establishment of only 2 branches in Sichuan and Hubei provinces, ending abruptly. Had Chen Feng dedicated more effort to this endeavor, he might have been able to overcome the bottleneck. However, he realized the challenges were too daunting and the return on investment insufficient, prompting him to abandon the plan. Nevertheless, even while maintaining 15 chain stores, Dejing Home Appliance continued to yield substantial profits for Chen Feng. In 1989, the total sales reached 975 billion yuan, with a net profit of 376 billion after deducting various expenses. As a major shareholder with a 30 stake, Li Yueyun received 11.3 billion, while Chen Feng retained 2 billion, distributing the remaining 63 million as dividends. In Chen Feng's office, Zhang Ziwen sat on the sofa, smoking a cigarette as wisps of smoke curled around him. Chen Feng stood by the window, gazing at the bustling street outside. Are you really going to leave? We're doing quite well now. You earn 200 million a year. How many people would take several lifetimes to earn that much? Zhang Ziwen inquired, perplexed. Chen Feng gazed out at the flow of traffic, seemingly envisioning the city's future, transformed into a vibrant metropolis a decade later. You wouldn't understand. When we are amidst this era, it may not seem significant, but decades later, when others reflect upon the time we lived in, do you know what word they would use to describe it? Chen Feng turned to Zhang Ziwen and uttered 4 words: magnificent and turbulent. Zhang Ziwen looked at Chen Feng in astonishment. Chen Feng's gaze returned to the window as he continued. My wealth is sufficient for several lifetimes. From your perspective, I have no need for such upheaval, yet I do not wish to miss out on this magnificent era. I revel in the joys it brings. At this moment, Chen Feng's mindset had evolved significantly since his initial arrival. With an abundance of wealth at his disposal, he began to contemplate the meaning of his life going forward. Reflecting back, the most exhilarating and joyful experience remained that of flipping treasury bonds in Dongzhou City, earning his first pot of gold. The thrill of turning a small investment into substantial wealth overnight lingered in Chen Feng's memory. Thus, he must make his foray into the stock market. Not only must he step into it, but he also aspires to leave a vivid mark in the annals of its history. In 1990, the Shanghai Stock Exchange and the Shenzhen Stock Exchange were set to launch, and both would become the most significant securities exchanges in Huiguo. Whether it be the Shenzhen Stock Exchange or the Shanghai Stock Exchange, Chen Feng was determined not to miss out on either. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Ziwen finally spoke. All right, I respect your decision. From the very first day of our collaboration, I knew you were not one to be complacent. I have no objections to your journey to Haiken, but I do have a stipulation. What is it? Chen Feng turned to look at Zhang Ziwen. You must save the majority of your funds. As for the stocks you mentioned, it would be prudent to only invest a small portion. I have heard from a client in Xiangjiang that people have tragically taken their lives over stock market losses there. I worry you may tread a perilous path. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng chuckled. Rest assured, most of my funds will remain in the Company S account. For this trip north to Haiken, I will only bring 2 million. Engaging in stocks is far more intriguing when one plays small to gain large. Chen Feng had no intention of carrying a large sum northward. Moreover, it would be wise to bring Qin Weiguo along. Haiken is not like our Shenzhen. Having an extra ally is always beneficial, Zhang Ziwen advised. Understood, Chen Feng nodded. He genuinely planned to take Qin Weiguo with him. As Zhang Ziwen had pointed out, having additional support during this era could ensure personal safety. Well then, I will keep an eye on Feng Yuan trading. You can venture forth without worry. When you tire of play, return to find a complete Feng Yuan trading waiting for you. Chen Feng smiled and replied, I'm merely heading north for a while. One might think I'm off to conquer the world. After entrusting Feng Yuan trading to Zhang Ziwen, Chen Feng dedicated all his energy to the stock market. In the coming year, he would ascend northward, his destination being the Shanghai Stock Exchange located in Haiken. Chapter 77, The Vibrance of the Bund. Chen Feng stood on the Bund, observing the cargo ships traversing the Huangpu River as the setting sun bathed the waters in golden hues, perhaps heralding a city rich with opportunity. He couldn't help but recall the renowned writer Mao Dun's depiction of Haiken, the Bund, a vibrant scene of fireworks and fortune. This city, once the largest in the Far East, was poised to reclaim its splendor after decades of decline. Upon disembarking from the plane, Chen Feng felt compelled to gaze upon the Huangpu River, although he had seen it prior to his journey. The riverbanks in 1990 lacked the bustling streets and dazzling lights that characterized its later years. Amidst the cargo ships navigating the waters, Chen Feng saw hope. At No. 20 East Nanjing Road, Huangpu District of Haiken, within the lobby of the Peace Hotel, he said, Hello, I have reserved a private room. Even before Chen Feng embarked, Zhang Ziwen had utilized his connections to secure a room at the Peace Hotel. In truth, Haiken boasted many emerging 5-star hotels, some superior to the Peace Hotel. Zhang Ziwen was perplexed as to why Chen Feng insisted on staying at the Peace Hotel, and moreover, in a private room. Chen Feng simply uttered a cryptic remark that left Zhang Ziwen baffled. Because of Abeo. After checking into the Peace Hotel, the attendant assisted Chen Feng with his luggage to the 20th floor, where Chen Feng generously tipped 5 yuan, eliciting heartfelt thanks from the attendant. Chen Feng explored the room, admiring the decor. True to its legacy, the room's furnishings were both retro and exquisite. Even the coat rack at the entrance and the mirror in the hallway exuded a nostalgic charm, not the kitschy kind, but rather a refined sense of antiquity. Pulling back the curtains, the entire panorama of the Huangpu River unfolded before him. Shortly thereafter, a series of crisp knocks echoed from the door. It was Qin Weiguo standing at the threshold. "All right, I've checked in as well." Qin Weiguo declined Chen Feng's offer of a private room, resolutely opting for a standard one. He remarked that he could not sleep soundly in a room costing 2,000 yuan a night. Chen Feng's stay at the Peace Hotel was purely for the experience reminiscent of a television drama. However, upon settling in, he found it to be just that, an experience. "All right, let us go out for dinner. Where shall we dine?" Qin Weiguo inquired. "Naturally, we shall go to Huanghe Road," Chen Feng replied. Huanghe Road is one of the three most popular dining streets in Haikou, alongside Yunnan South Road and Zayapa Road. The entire stretch of Huanghe Road spans 755 meters, lined with upscale restaurants. As Chen Feng and Qin Weiguo meandered down Huanghe Road, it was already 7 o'clock, and the streets were aglow with lights, bustling with activity. Upon entering Huanghe Road, the rich aromas of cuisine wafted from the restaurant entrances, mingling with the sounds of clinking glasses and laughter. Hostesses clad in red kipas beckoned patrons at the entrances. Chen Feng pressed onward, his footsteps unwavering, eventually selecting the most popular restaurant, bustling with patrons. A tall hostess approached them. "Are you two gentlemen here for dinner? Come to our Fenghua restaurant. Our stews are unparalleled, and we have the signature dish, the king snake. Do you serve dry-fried rice noodles?" Chen Feng inquired with a smile. The hostess paused, momentarily taken aback by the question. "Dry-fried rice noodles? That's an interesting choice." She responded. Chen Feng chuckled, "Just a jest. We'll dine at your establishment. Please, right this way." The hostess smiled, leading Chen Feng and Qin Weiguo inside. "Would you prefer dining in a hall or a private room?" she asked. "In a hall, please," Chen Feng replied. Wishing to soak in the local atmosphere, private rooms seemed devoid of charm. "Then follow me, please." The hostess guided them to a central table. "Apologies, dear guests, but due to the overwhelming number of patrons, the window seats have been reserved. Would this location suffice?" "No problem. This is quite satisfactory," Chen Feng replied after surveying the bustling surroundings. Sitting here, he could listen to the conversations of the local patrons, which added to the ambience. Chen Feng and Qin Weiguo took their seats. Chen Feng perused the menu and casually ordered a few dishes. They both abstained from alcohol, as neither was particularly fond of it. The dishes arrived in about 10 minutes. Chen Feng ordered white-cut chicken, crystal shrimp, a treasure duck, and a platter of seasonal vegetables, all specialties of Haikou. As they began their meal, the chatter from nearby diners gradually permeated his ears. "I'm telling you, Philo is a solid stock. It's the first stock listed in Haikou. A friend of mine bought 1,000 shares last month and made 5,000 yuan this month. I still think Dian Zhengkong is better. Although it was issued later than Philo, its overall strength surpasses that of Philo. I believe Philo is more reliable, given its established reputation." Chen Feng glanced toward the source of the voices and observed several gentlemen dining while discussing stocks. Haikou, without a doubt, was the city that first embraced the stock market in Huiguo. In comparison to Shenzhen's conservative stance on stocks, Haikou maintained a more open attitude, a sentiment likely influenced by the fact that it was now 1990. Just last November, Haikou had announced plans to establish the Shanghai Stock Exchange. Particularly, there were a number of gentlemen in Haikou who had been trading stocks since before liberation. After decades, with the financial markets reopening, they remained at the forefront of the stock scene. Chen Feng recognized the two stocks being discussed. Philo Audio was the first stock issued post-reform, with its origins tracing back to November 1984, while Dian Zhengkong was issued later in January 1987. Like Shenzhen's old 5 stocks, Haikou also had its old 8 stocks, all of which were issued prior to the establishment of the securities exchange, predating it by several years. The proprietors of Shun City engage in trading the old 5 stocks, while the uncles of Hai City partake in the same practice. However, both are constrained by the financial market's incomplete openness. Prior to 1989, purchasing these stocks was akin to merely depositing money, where one bought stocks merely to earn interest as stock prices exhibited little fluctuation. It was not until the financial market opened in 1989, with restrictions lifted, that these stocks experienced a surge of speculation. At present, the financial market has commenced, though it has yet to reach its peak fervor. Chen Feng arrived at a most opportune moment, neither too early nor too late. As he dined, he listened to the surrounding uncles discussing stocks. After finishing several dishes, Chen Feng summoned the waiter to settle the bill. A mere few simple home-cooked dishes cost him 500 yuan, a significant sum in 1990, sufficient for an ordinary family to eat for 2 months. This level of expenditure is indeed emblematic of the extravagance of Huanghe Road. Chapter 78, the nation's earliest stock trading counter. The morning air on Zikang Road was shrouded in a delicate mist. Even at 7 or 8 o'clock, the streets were already bustling with activity. A cavalcade of bicycles clattered through the thoroughfare, forming a unique tapestry of the era. Chen Feng and Chen Weiguo sat at a roadside breakfast stall, enjoying fried dough sticks, soy milk, and a local specialty, scallion pancakes. While savoring his breakfast, Chen Feng gazed across the street at number 101 Zikang Road. This storefront was rather unremarkable among the entire street, reportedly having once been a barbershop. However, it later became the site of the establishment of the Jing'an Securities Trading Department by the Industrial and Commercial Bank, thereby transforming this inconspicuous storefront into the nation's first stock trading counter. This all transpired in 1986. The people of High City appeared to possess a unique talent for the financial market, leading the nation in stock trading. The local uncles habitually referred to this first stock trading counter as number 101 Zikang Road. Even at this early hour, Chen Feng observed a considerable gathering of individuals outside the entrance of number 101, predominantly men over 40, with some in their 60s or 70s, engaged in hushed conversations. These individuals fell into two categories. First, the uncles of High City who participated in stock trading. In the Shanghai dialect, uncle refers to older male relatives or those of seniority, later extending to denote the elder generation in general. These uncles, conversing animatedly from dawn, were likely discussing how to trade stocks that day. In the early 1990s, as stocks were just gaining traction, there were no online trading forums or television experts to provide stock insights. Communication occurred solely through face-to-face exchanges. The individuals congregating at the entrance of No. 101 represented the nation's first generation of stock players, employing the most primitive methods to discuss market trends. The second group comprised stock resellers, akin to brokers. In 1987, High City had only 4 publicly issued stocks, as the securities exchange had yet to be established. Trading could only occur at the counter of number 101. Many stocks had only recently been issued and had limited quantities, leading to a situation of demand exceeding supply. Consequently, transactions were facilitated through these resellers, whom the locals referred to as dazhuangmuzi. Though labeled as resellers, they functioned more like intermediaries, buying and selling stocks, bridging the gap between investors. In the black market, stock prices fluctuated. A share might cost 10 yuan today, but rise to 12 yuan the next day. The counter at number 101 primarily handled stock settlements, and the prices during these settlements did not reflect the true market conditions. The uncles relied on their judgment to buy and sell stocks through the resellers. This scenario reminded Chen Feng of the New York Stock Exchange, which, renowned worldwide, traces its origins back to a sycamore tree. In 1792, 24 brokers convened beneath a sycamore on Wall Street, agreeing to gather daily and establishing trading rules and commission terms, marking the inception of the illustrious NYSE. In contrast, the nation's first stock trading venue was merely an unassuming shop on Zikang Road, yet it amalgamated numerous financial adventurers in pursuit of profit. One cannot help but notice the similarities between the two. After finishing their breakfast, Chen Feng and Chen Weiguo lingered for a moment before producing money to settle the bill. By 8:30, number 101 Zikang Road had yet to open its doors, but a considerable crowd had already gathered outside. "Wait for me here. I'll check the situation across the street," Chen Feng said, rising to walk towards number 101. Jiangsu and Zhujiang Phoenix looks promising. I believe today is a good day to invest. Stocks like Filong Audio are sure to be a safe bet, and Dianzhong Vacuum is performing well lately. Pursuing it should yield considerable profits. Upon entering, Chen Feng immediately overheard the uncles conversing in Shanghai dialect about the stock market. During his university years, he had a classmate from High City, and through exposure, he had come to understand the dialect. Groups of uncles animatedly shared their stock insights. Navigating through the crowd, Chen Feng found the atmosphere refreshingly novel. Just then, someone lightly tapped his shoulder. Turning around, he encountered a man around 32 years of age, sporting the trendy long hair of the time. The man gave Chen Feng a knowing look and inquired, "Sir, are you interested in purchasing stocks?" Recognizing the man as a reseller, Chen Feng smiled and nodded, responding, "I am interested in buying some." The man continued, "You sound like you're from out of town." "Indeed, I've come from afar, having heard that Zikang Road is a place to make a fortune, so I came to take a look," Chen Feng replied with a smile. "You've come to the right place. Currently, the most lucrative venture in High City is undoubtedly stock trading. Look at these uncles. Despite their plain attire, many have become wealthy through trading. One uncle I know invested 1,000 yuan and has now made 20,000. The reseller enthusiastically extolled the virtues of stock trading, recounting tales of acquaintances who had profited handsomely. Chen Feng listened with amusement as the reseller waxed lyrical about the benefits of investing in stocks. Eventually, The reseller asked with a grin, "Why not buy a few shares to try your luck? This is my first time buying, and I'm not very knowledgeable." Chen Feng replied honestly. Though he had purchased numerous stocks in Shenzhen City, they were all original shares, and trading was not yet permissible. Shenzhen City lacked a trading counter, while High City was the only location with stock trading available, relying on manual processes that were quite complex. As a newcomer, it was prudent for him to familiarize himself with the rules first. It's quite simple. You can buy stocks from me, and then take the stamped documents to know. 101 for settlement. What do you say? Want to get a shot? Facing the reseller's eager gaze, Chen Feng paused for a moment before asking, "What is the minimum I can purchase?" "You'll need to buy at least 100 shares. Otherwise, the settlement process can become quite cumbersome. And they won't be pleased if you buy too few," came the reply. After some consideration, Chen Feng said, "All right, I'll buy 100 shares to start." "Excellent. What stocks are you interested in?" "I have Filong Audio, Dianzhong Vacuum, and Shenhua Electric." "What is the price for Filong Audio?" Chen Feng inquired. "Today it's 3 yuan and 20 cents per share." "Then I'll take 100 shares," he decided. Reaching into his pocket, Chen Feng retrieved his wallet and produced 320 yuan in cash. After the reseller accepted the payment, he pulled out a paper stock certificate for Filong Audio and asked, "Do you have your ID with you?" "Yes, I do," Chen Feng confirmed. "Good. Once we go to open your account, I'll help you transfer the stock over." Chen Feng nodded in agreement. "By the way, I don't even know your name." Chen Feng remarked, "My name is Fan Miao, but everyone here calls me Miao." "You can just call me Miao," the reseller replied, clearly pleased as he accepted Chen Feng's money. As the clock struck 9, the doors of number 101 Zikang Road finally opened. Outside, stock traders eagerly awaited the transfer of shares, while others continued to discuss market trends and strategies for buying and selling. Miao led Chen Feng inside, where he first opened an account and subsequently transferred 100 shares of Philo stock into Chen Feng's name. Thus, within the unassuming premises of number 101 Zikang Road, Chen Feng completed his inaugural formal stock transaction. Chapter 79, The Objective, Electric Vacuum. After finalizing the transfer, Chen Feng and Miao exited number 101 Zikang Road. "Well, I've successfully traded this stock to you. Feel free to reach out to me for any future transactions," Miao remarked. "Thank you. Without your assistance, I would still be clueless about trading stocks." Chen Feng expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "No need for formalities. Let's just be friends. By the way, how well do you understand today's market?" Chen Feng inquired further. "The market can be unpredictable. If you're dealing with a small number of shares, you can directly approach us. We'll handle your stocks. For larger volumes, you should still contact us, set your price, and we will assist in selling, of course. The price is negotiable, and the final agreement is between you and the seller." Chen Feng nodded in understanding. Individuals like Miao essentially function as intermediaries, connecting buyers and sellers, while the specific transaction price remains at the discretion of both parties involved. In this era, stock trading resembles the exchanges of gold, silver, or antiques. "Here's my business card. Should you wish to purchase any stock in the future, feel free to call me in advance," Miao offered, handing Chen Feng a card that read, "Professional stock information, Fan Miao," accompanied by a mobile number. "All right, take your time. I have to attend to other customers." Miao patted Chen Feng on the shoulder before moving on. Chen Feng lingered, listening to the discussions among the older gentlemen regarding stocks. At that moment, a tall, bald man, seemingly in his 40s, approached Chen Feng with a warm greeting. "Good day, sir. Are you looking to buy stocks?" Initially, Chen Feng had no intention of making a purchase, as he had already grasped the trading process. However, a thought suddenly crossed his mind, prompting him to ask, "What is the current price of Philo?" "Oh, it's $3.20 per share," the bald man replied. Chen Feng fell silent, having anticipated that Miao might have profited slightly more at his expense, given that he was a stranger in the area and thus susceptible to being taken advantage of. He had mentally prepared himself for the financial lesson. To his surprise, Miao had indeed sold it to him at the fair price of $3.20. "Are you interested in buying?" "This price reflects the morning market. It may not remain the same by afternoon." The bald man observed Chen Feng's silence, thinking he was contemplating. "Not for now," Chen Feng replied with a smile, shaking his head. The bald man said nothing more and continued to seek other customers. Chen Feng stood at the entrance for a while, observing the stock traders entering and exiting the modest number 101 Zikang Road, all sporting smiles. Indeed, this was the most prosperous time for the stock market in the country. Regardless of the stock purchased, profits seemed guaranteed. After spending some time at number 101 Zikang Road, Chen Feng stepped outside. By now, it was past 10 o'clock, and the crowd had swelled, reflecting the fervor of the city's populace for stocks. As Chen Feng exited, he suddenly felt an urgent need to relieve himself. The soy milk he had enjoyed that morning had been delightful, but after 2 bowls, the urgency had set in, necessitating a visit to a restroom. He approached an elderly gentleman on the street to inquire about the nearest toilet. The man gestured toward the small alley behind him, stating that a public restroom could be found 30 meters in. Chen Feng expressed his gratitude and proceeded towards the restroom. Upon arriving, he found the facility to be acceptable, with an attendant at the entrance, indicating regular maintenance. Chen Feng paid 3 mao and entered. After finding relief, he emerged feeling refreshed. As he prepared to leave the alley and return to find Qin Weiguo, a figure squatting nearby, smoking, caught his attention. The individual wore a floral shirt, had long hair, and sported a gold watch. It was none other than a Mao, the one who had just sold him the stock. Chen Feng approached, crouched down, and offered his cigarette pack. A Mao turned to him with surprise, saying, "Ah, it's you. Care for a smoke? These are from Deep City. I brought them on the plane." "Oh, that's very generous of you," a Mao replied, taking a cigarette and tucking it behind his ear. Chen Feng also lit one. Taking a gentle puff, he inquired, "You've been in this line of work for quite some time, haven't you?" "Not really, just 4 or 5 years. I used to work in a factory, but after a fight, I was dismissed. At that time, my uncle was involved in this trade, and seeing me idle, he brought me along. It's been 4 or 5 years since then." A Mao chuckled. Turning his face towards Chen Feng, he added, "I'm not deceiving you. Stocks can indeed be profitable. It's just a matter of time. My uncle always said that the stocks of today will surely be valuable in the future." "Your uncle sounds quite visionary," Chen Feng remarked thoughtfully. Indeed, he was a bona fide university student during the Republic of China era and began trading stocks before liberation. After liberation, he was imprisoned for smuggling, but a few years later, when the government issued stocks, he dared to invest when others were fearful and made quite a fortune. With a sigh, a Mao continued, "Unfortunately, he passed away last year. Otherwise, I might have been able to profit significantly under his guidance. It's never too late." Chen Feng replied encouragingly. A Mao shook his head with a smile. "I'm not like my uncle. I graduated only from elementary school and barely understand stock trends. Just managing to scrape by with some reselling. I aspire to make a mark in the hiking stock market and hope to find someone to assist me. Would you be willing to help?" "I assure you a satisfactory rate," a Mao said earnestly, looking intently at Chen Feng. After a long pause, he added seriously, "My uncle always warned that if you don't understand stocks, it's best to avoid them. The consequences can be devastating, so I've always heeded his advice. You've only just bought your first stock today, and now you wish to dive headfirst into the market? Young man, I advise you to proceed with caution. Stocks are not as simple as they may seem." A Mao's counsel took Chen Feng by surprise. Of course, a Mao was correct. Those who disregard the risks of the stock market inevitably face dire consequences. I understand the risks inherent in the stock market, yet I remain optimistic about its future development. Even if this place is fraught with peril, I am eager to take the plunge. So what do you say? Will you assist me?" A Mao regarded Chen Feng, and after a moment, a smile broke across his face. "I see you're a dragon from Deep City, eager to test the waters here in Shanghai. Helping you is out of the question. I don't believe I possess the ability to assist you, nor am I accustomed to working under others. However, if you wish to buy or sell stocks, you can come to me, and I'll charge you a commission." "Very well then. Please help me acquire electric vacuum stock. Buy as much as is available at the market price," Chen Feng instructed. "Electric vacuum? ISNT, that stock currently overshadowed by Jiangxia Phoenix? Several seasoned traders are betting on Jiangxia Phoenix," a Mao frowned. "Don't concern yourself with that. Just monitor the market price and purchase as much as you can. The commission will be as we agreed upon," Chen Feng insisted. He could not disclose to a Mao that electric vacuum was on the verge of an explosive surge, set to multiply in value several times over within the coming year. His foremost goal in Heiken was to capitalize on the current low prices of electric vacuum stock and await the impending boom. Chapter 80, Speeding Ahead. Electric vacuum can be regarded as the most significant rags-to-riches tale in the 2 years surrounding the establishment of the Shanghai Stock Exchange. Electric vacuum, officially known as Heiken Vacuum Electronic Device Company, is a state-owned entity comprising an integrated shareholding company formed by 6 factories and 1 research institute, including a bulb factory, an electronic tube factory, 2 additional electronic tube factories, a glass factory for cathode ray tubes, and the Vacuum Device Research Institute. It is renowned as the first publicly listed state-owned enterprise stock, producing goods closely associated with the most popular home appliances of the time. Since its inception, this stock has garnered substantial attention from investors, firmly establishing itself as a significant player in the market. The initial offering price for electric vacuum was set at 100 yuan per share. Among the 8 legacy stocks listed on the Shanghai Stock Exchange, the combined capital and trading volume of the other 7 pale in comparison to electric vacuums, underscoring its substantial influence. Numerous individuals have amassed considerable wealth overnight due to this stock, including Yang Millian, the first person to trade national treasury bonds, who subsequently ventured into stock trading. When he sought to buy stocks, he approached the counter at 101, Zikang Road and boldly declared that he wanted to acquire every stock available. He purchased 2,000 shares at 100 yuan each, and within a year, his investment multiplied 25 times, cementing the legend of Yang Million. Upon arriving in Haikan, Chen Feng was naturally inclined to engage with electric vacuum. At present, the share price stands at 140.50 yuan, having risen significantly over a period. Upon hearing that Chen Feng intended to purchase electric vacuum shares, Mao promptly quoted the day's price without hesitation. "No problem. You can handle it for me. I want as many as you can get." Chen Feng replied with a slight smile. "All right. Do you have a phone? I will call you once I have news." Chen Feng provided his mobile number to Mao, who noted it down in his small notebook, which contained numerous other phone numbers, presumably of his clients. "Very well. I will inform you as soon as I have an update," Mao said as he tucked the notebook back into his bag. Chen Feng nodded. "By the way, it's best for you to stay nearby before the market closes at 101 Zikang Road. You know how stocks can fluctuate if you live too far away. By the time you arrive, the price might increase again, and the seller may be unwilling to part with their shares." "Understood. I will remain in the vicinity," Mao assured him as he departed. Chen Feng exited the alley and crossed the street, where the breakfast stand on the opposite side had already closed. Qin Weiguo leaned against the utility pole, enjoying the view. Upon noticing Chen Feng's arrival, Qin Weiguo inquired, "Have you completed your business?" Chen Feng shook his head, stating, "It seems I will need to remain here during the day for the time being. Perhaps you should return to the hotel." "No worries. After all, you are my boss. Wherever you go, I go," Qin Weiguo replied with a smile. At that moment, Chen Feng's mobile phone rang. He answered, and Mao's voice, thick with a local accent, came through. "Are you there? Someone wants to buy 100 shares at 141 yuan each. Are you interested?" "Yes," Chen Feng replied succinctly. "Come over. I am at the entrance of 101 Zikang Road. I will be right there," Chen Feng responded, hanging up and telling Qin Weiguo, "Let us go. We have business to attend to." Upon arriving at the entrance of 101 Zikang Road, Chen Feng spotted a Mao, who was accompanied by a bespectacled gentleman clad in a slightly faded black Zhongshan suit, reminiscent of a university professor. Rather than introducing the man, Mao directed Chen Feng, "Let us go inside and transfer the stock to your name." Chen Feng nodded in agreement. The three of them entered the premises of 101 Zikang Road, where Chen Feng and the man in the Zhongshan suit executed the stock transfer. Chen Feng paid 100 yuan, acquiring 100 shares at the price of 141 yuan each. He also provided Mao with a 141 yuan service fee. As they exited, Mao gleefully counted the money Chen Feng had given him, delighted to have effortlessly earned 141 yuan that day. Curious, Chen Feng asked, "Who was that gentleman? He seemed to have a substantial amount of electric vacuum stock." "Who he is, you need not concern yourself with. In our line of work, transactions are only about price and quantity. We never inquire about the identity or profession of the other party," Mao explained. Chen Feng nodded, understanding more. Moreover, some individuals do not own the stocks themselves. They merely facilitate the transfer on behalf of others. If someone is behind the scenes, you would never guess their identity. "I see," Chen Feng acknowledged, realizing the complexity of such dealings, which undoubtedly required a foundation of mutual trust. As the day progressed, Mao continued to assist Chen Feng, securing 3 additional orders of 300 shares, 500 shares, and finally 1,000 shares. By the time Chen Feng purchased the 1,000 shares, the price had risen to 143 yuan each. Nevertheless, he proceeded with the acquisition. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, 101 Zikang Road officially closed, and the crowd outside gradually dispersed. The departing individuals wore varied expressions. Some beamed with joy while others bore frowns of concern. Such is the nature of the stock market. After completing the transfer, Chen Feng emerged from 101 Zikang Road. "Well, let us continue tomorrow," he stated. Mao, clearly in the cheerful category, had earned over 2,000 yuan from Chen Feng that day. He had not anticipated encountering such a significant client. "How about I treat you to dinner?" Chen Feng suggested. Mao waved his hand dismissively. "No need. I have a principle of only attending celebratory banquets." "Celebratory banquet?" Chen Feng asked, puzzled. "It's a meal you offer after making a profit in the stock market. Since you haven't made any money yet, we can postpone the banquet until you do." Mao replied with a smile. "All right, I will invite you after I strike it rich," Chen Feng promised. Mao smiled back as he turned to leave, the fading sunlight casting a long shadow behind him. "Let us head back," Chen Feng said to Qin Weiguo. Upon returning to the hotel, Chen Feng placed the stocks he had purchased that day into the safe of his suite. Accommodations at the Peace Hotel come with a luxurious suite equipped with a safe, suitable for individuals of wealth. Chen Feng glanced at the safe, which contained 900 shares of electric vacuum, and frowned. He felt it was inadequate. After all, it had taken an entire day to accumulate such a small quantity. In reality, it was not insignificant considering that Electric Vacuum had only issued 1.45 million shares during its initial offering. Thus, Chen Feng possessed roughly 1% of the total shares currently available. Yet, he felt it was insufficient. He looked at the calendar on his desk, where he had circled a particular day with a pen. March 15th was marked as the date for Electric Vacuum's new share issuance. On that day, despite a strong upward trend, Electric Vacuum's stock price plummeted. Time was of the essence, and Chen Feng felt a sense of urgency wash over him. After a moment's thought, he picked up his mobile phone and moved to the window. He dialed a Mao's number. After a few rings, a Mao answered, "Hello, which boss is this? Please hold the yellow fish noodles without scallions." A Mao was likely enjoying a meal of Heiken's specialty yellow fish noodles. "Help me buy Electric Vacuum shares at 148 yuan each," Chen Feng instructed. "Are you serious, boss? 148 yuan per share is rather steep," a Mao replied, taken aback. "For now, that may seem high, but in a few days, it will be a bargain," Chen Feng asserted. "All right, I will reach out to a few friends tomorrow to assist you," a Mao agreed. They concluded their call, setting the stage for the next day's endeavors. They reached out to their clients, acquiring approximately 2,000 shares of the Electric Vacuum stock, and inquired if Chen Feng was interested. Naturally, Chen Feng was eager to oblige. He promptly proceeded to 101 Zikang Road to facilitate the stock transfer. Chen Feng invested 290,000 yuan to purchase these 2,000 shares of Electric Vacuum. With the 2 million he had brought, after setting aside 100,000 for daily expenses, he had already expended nearly 570,000 on stocks. At this juncture, Chen Feng's holdings in Electric Vacuum had surged to 3,900 shares, with a total of 1.45 million shares circulating in the market, granting him a 26% stake. Chen Feng's substantial acquisitions triggered a ripple effect in the market. Around 11 o'clock, a Mao called Chen Feng to inform him that the current market price for Electric Vacuum shares had risen to 149 yuan, tantalizingly close to 150 yuan. Chen Feng indicated his intent to raise his buying price to 152 yuan per share and continued to acquire more. After hanging up, he leisurely sipped tea. He found a courtyard near 101 Zikang Road, renting it for a monthly fee of 1,000 yuan. The walk to 101 Zikang Road took merely 3 minutes, allowing him to enjoy his tea there when he wasn't occupied with stock transfers. As Chen Feng communicated with a Mao about the price increase, 7 individuals were also gathered in a private room at the tea house on the second floor of the Kikonian Hotel, not far from Zikang Road. These 7 individuals, all aged 50 to 60, dressed modestly, yet each had a mobile phone at hand. A beautifully arranged platter of pastries sat untouched in the center of the table, while the man in the main seat, appearing to be over 70, with graying hair and reading glasses, sat with his eyes firmly shut. "Professor Tang, what do you make of this? Early in the morning, someone is buying Electric Vacuum shares at a high price, reportedly from Shenzhen," remarked a slightly plump man. "Nearly bald. I heard it might be from Shenzhen. Could it be a dragon crossing the river from there?" chimed in a thin, elderly man wearing sunglasses. "Just as we were about to engage with Electric Vacuum, this person shows up, creating chaos," added a younger man with a mustache at the table. "Indeed chaos," echoed another elder beside him, clearly displeased. "Could be the Winzhou gang at work." Knowing our intentions with Electric Vacuum, they preemptively intervened. "Impossible," Professor Tang interjected. "The Winzhou gang is focused on Jiangxia Phoenix. Their significant capital is tied up there and cannot be extracted." "What should we do, Professor Tang?" inquired the thin, bespectacled elder amidst the growing discussions. The main man, Professor Tang, opened his eyes and replied, "If he wishes to buy, let him purchase. We shall see how far his appetite extends." He then turned to the slightly plump man beside him. "Dr. Zhang, what is his current offer?" "The offer stands at 152 yuan per share," Dr. Zhang responded. "Let us release 2,000 shares at 155 yuan each and see if he bites." "Very well. I shall arrange for the shares to be released immediately," the younger man with the mustache declared, picking up his mobile phone to instruct his people. 10 minutes later, while Chen Feng was engrossed in reading in the courtyard, his mobile phone rang. Pressing the answer key, he heard a Mao's voice. "There is an offer for 2,000 shares at 155 yuan each. Do you wish to proceed?" "Absolutely. How could I refuse?" Chen Feng replied, intent on inflating the price of Electric Vacuum as high as possible. "However, I advise against this purchase," a Mao cautioned over the phone. "Why?" Chen Feng inquired, puzzled. "Because this offer comes from the Kikontian Salon." "Kikontian Salon?" Chen Feng echoed, still uncertain. "Our stock market veterans prefer to band together, sharing both gains and losses. Notably, there is the Kikontian Salon and the Winzhou gang. The Kikkantian Salon consists of a few retirees who frequently gather at the Kikkantian Hotel on Nanjing Road to discuss stocks. They are seasoned elites from various professions, retired doctors, professors, and even those from Tilinqiao. They possess ample funds and employ a rather cunning strategy, preferring to slice away slowly. In stark contrast to the ruthless tactics of the Wenzhou gang, Chen Feng realized that the Kikkantian Salon was a local grassroots organization involved in stock trading, akin to the Kailan Society depicted in dramas. So, is it forbidden for me to buy the stocks they are selling? Chen Feng queried. This is a declaration of war. In buying, you signal your intent to engage with them fully regarding electric vacuum, Mao explained, trying to dissuade him. I want them, Chen Feng decisively stated. You want them? Mao was taken aback by Chen Feng's obstinacy. You have no idea how ruthless the Kikkantian Salon can be. Their fund pool reportedly exceeds 50 million. Many have tried to challenge them in the past and met with dire consequences. That doesn't concern me. If they dare to sell, I shall dare to buy. Chen Feng thought to himself, emboldened. If they push me, perhaps I shall return to Shenzhen and transfer 200 million over to eliminate these old fogies. Yet, he found such a game too mundane. Chen Feng merely wished to utilize his 2 million yuan to engage with the rumored tens of millions held by the Kikkantian Salon. Very well. If you wish to proceed, come for the transfer. Mao resigned, no longer inclined to persuade him. The stock market, akin to a casino, demanded accountability for one's choices, regardless of the outcome. Such fearless individuals were commonplace to Mao, and he had grown indifferent to them. Chen Feng headed to 101 Zikang Road, purchasing the additional 2,000 shares at 155 yuan each, successfully transferring them into his name. At this point, his holdings in electric vacuum had escalated to 5,900 shares, representing 4.06 of the 1.45 million shares listed. In the tea house of Kikkantian Hotel, the man with the mustache set down his mobile phone and addressed Professor Tang. The 2,000 shares we released have been purchased. What? The slightly plump, balding elder beside him could no longer contain himself. He exclaimed, by buying our shares, he has effectively accepted our declaration of war. This young outsider must have a death wish. Professor Tang, let us teach this young upstart a lesson. Another elder concurred. Indeed, as an outsider, what give him the right? The elders, accustomed to respect, found it intolerable to be provoked by a mere youth from elsewhere. Enough, quiet down, Professor Tang commanded, bringing silence to the room. He then directed the mustached man. Since he has taken the bait, let us release another 1,000 shares to him, this time priced at 165 yuan. I refuse to believe he can withstand that. Everyone looked on in astonishment as the price of electric vacuum was swiftly elevated from 155 yuan to 165 yuan per share. Very well. I shall arrange for another 1,000 shares to be released to suffocate him. The mustached man immediately set about making arrangements to sell the stocks. The Kikkantian Salon had thrown down the gauntlet. Chen Feng accepted the challenge. The stock market in Haikan was poised to erupt into tumultuous waves. Chapter 82. The Stock Battle. A Turbulent Sea. The Kikkantian Salon released 1,000 shares at the staggering price of 165 yuan, causing a stir among the elders gathered at the entrance of 101 Zikang Road. Another reckless challenger had arisen against the Kikkantian Salon. In recent years, no one had outplayed Professor Tang in dealings with electric vacuum. Last year, the Wenzhou gang attempted to test their mettle and ended in utter disgrace. In the stock market of Haikan, the narrative was firmly in the hands of the locals, and any notion of a dragon crossing the river was mere fantasy. At the entrance of number 101 Zikang Road, the elderly gentleman engaged in animated discussions while Mao stepped into a corner to call Chen Feng. The call connected swiftly. 165 yuan, they VE released another 1,000 shares, which means are you in or not? Of course I'm in, was Chen Feng's succinct reply. All right, as long as you've made your decision. This time, Mao refrained from further elaboration. Chen Feng had already accepted the challenge from the Seven Heaven Salon, and anything he said would be futile. Chen Feng then headed back to number 101 Zikang Road to complete the transfer. He spent 165,000 yuan to acquire those 1,000 shares, bringing his total holdings in electric vacuum to 6,900 shares. The news of his acquisition of another 1,000 shares rapidly spread back to the Seven Heavens Hotel. Got it, murmured the man with a small mustache after hanging up the phone, turning to Professor Tang. That 1,000 shares were sold at 165 yuan each. What is this person thinking? Inquired the thin, elderly gentleman, puzzled. Perhaps he is unaware that our cost price is merely 123 yuan per share. Any sale is profitable, chuckled the mustachioed man. Since he wishes to buy, let him continue. This time, let us set the price at 175 yuan per share for another 1,000 shares. I refuse to believe he will still be willing to purchase at this rate. Professor Tang promptly issued the next directive, raising the price of electric vacuum by another 10 yuan. Understood, the mustachioed man stated, dialing his subordinates to sell the shares. Upon receiving the news, Mao turned to Chen Feng, saying, "It's now 175 yuan per share. What do you think?" Chen Feng, emboldened by his current momentum, opted against returning to the courtyard and instead took up position at number 101 Zikang Road. "What do you think? Just buy," he urged. "All right, I'll follow your lead and make the purchase." Mao was about to contact the seller with his mobile phone to arrange for the transaction when Chen Feng interjected. "Hand me the phone. I'd like to say a few words." After a brief hesitation, Mao passed him the mobile. Chen Feng smiled as he spoke into the phone. "I'll take those 1000 shares of electric vacuum. How many shares does the Seven Heavens Salon have available for direct sale? Money is no object." With that, he ended the call. After hanging up, he noticed the surrounding gentlemen were staring at him in astonishment. At that moment, it was clear to those gathered at No. 101 Zikang Road that the young man in his early 20s was indeed the one waging a battle against the Seven Heavens Salon. In the midst of their awed gazes, Chen Feng finalized the transaction of those 1000 shares. After acquiring them, his holdings swelled to 7,900 shares, representing 54 of the circulating shares. Of the 2 million yuan he brought, aside from 100,000 for living expenses, he had invested 23 million, leaving him with 670,000 yuan. Realizing his chips were substantial enough, he instructed Mao, "Please release another 1000 shares at 188 yuan each." 188 yuan per share? Surely, no one will buy at that price. Mao expressed his skepticism. "Have faith. There will be buyers," Chen Feng reassured him. "All right, if you say so." Mao then took out his mobile to inform his contacts about the availability of 1000 shares of electric vacuum at 188 yuan each. Approximately 5 minutes later, the phone rang. After pressing the answer button, Mao's expression shifted to one of delight. "Really? Wonderful, send them over." After hanging up, he turned to Chen Feng and announced, "Someone actually bought 1000 shares at 188 yuan each." Chen Feng smiled faintly at the news. Moments later, a stoic man with a buzz cut arrived at number 101 Zikang Road, accompanied by Mao's associate. When they met, the man displayed a hint of resignation. The transaction of the 1000 shares was promptly completed at the counter. Soon after, the news of electric vacuum's transaction price reaching 188 yuan per share began circulating among the elderly gentlemen. This news quickly reached the Seven Heavens Hotel. After hanging up, the mustachioed man was taken aback. He remarked to Professor Tang, the transaction price was 188 yuan per share, and someone actually bought the 1000 shares. Professor Tang, engrossed in entertaining a bird in its cage, did not lift his head. It's highly likely he aimed to flip the shares, inflating the price to 188 yuan before discreetly selling them off at around 175 yuan each, securing a tidy profit. "I intend to thwart his plans by crashing the price directly to his cost price of 150 yuan per share." 150 yuan per share? The mustachioed man gazed at Professor Tang in disbelief, finding it hard to comprehend. The individual likely intended to sell. He first inflated the stock price to 188 yuan, then sought someone to covertly offload the shares at around 175 yuan, ensuring a profit. "I shall deliberately undercut him, dumping 5000 shares at 150 yuan each, thwarting his aspirations." Professor Tang's directive was swiftly relayed to number 101 Zikang Road. Once the order was received, they immediately listed 5000 shares at 150 yuan each. The news sent ripples through the market. The elderly gentlemen at the entrance of number 101 Zikang Road turned their gazes toward Chen Feng, feeling the weight of their attention. Mao awkwardly asked Chen Feng, "What should we do about the 5000 shares at 150 yuan each?" Chen Feng chuckled. "I'm bold enough to buy at a high price, so why not a low price? Have someone come for the transfer." Mao had no choice but to call for the transfer. As Chen Feng and Mao entered, the surrounding gentlemen began discussing the sudden drop from 188 yuan to 150 yuan. It appeared that Professor Tang aimed to crush the rising star, to release 5000 shares at once. "I doubt the rising star can withstand this pressure. He may not last a day. I heard that his acquisition cost exceeds 150 yuan. If Seven Heavens maintains this price, his prospects of profiting in Heiken seem bleak." At 150 yuan per share, Chen Feng acquired the 5000 shares sold by the Seven Heavens Salon, causing his holdings to surge to 8,900 shares. His prepared capital of 9 million yuan was now nearly exhausted. Exiting number 101 Zikang Road, Chen Feng paid a significant sum to Mao as a transaction fee. A considerable number of onlookers observed the two of them. Shortly thereafter, a brand new Cadillac pulled up to the entrance of number 101 Zikang Road. Chen Feng patted Mao on the shoulder, saying, "My car has arrived. I have matters to attend to." With that, he entered the Cadillac. The elderly gentleman at the entrance of Zikang Road watched as Chen Feng was whisked away by the Cadillac, which was worth at least 1.6 million yuan. They were astonished by the young man's apparent wealth and began speculating about his identity. Chapter 83. Who is he after all? Inside the Cadillac, Qin Weiguo drove from the front seat while Chen Feng sat in the back, pulling out his mobile phone to dial a number. The phone rang a few times before connecting, revealing a woman's voice on the other end. "The car has arrived?" "Yes, it has, thank you. Why didn't you inform me about your trip to Hiken?" The woman's tone carried a hint of reproach. "Well, you happened to be out of the mainland for a while, and time was tight, so..." The voice on the line belonged to Li Yuyun, who had been in Hong Kong for the past 6 months due to some issues with her family business, which had prompted her return home. "All right, I was merely making an offhand remark. You seem rather serious. What brings you to Hiken? Planning to explore new markets in the Yangtze River Delta?" "Not quite. I'm just here to dabble in stocks. After all, isn't this the first national securities trading counter? I thought I'd come and take a look." Chen Feng casually replied. "Stocks? I never imagined you would take an interest in the stock market," she remarked. "Isn't the government advocating for greater openness in the financial markets? I must keep pace with the times. To speak frankly, if you possess an interest in stocks, it would indeed be prudent to pay attention." Li Yuyun is a Hong Kong businessman, and currently, stocks in the mainland can only be purchased by local residents, with no access granted to individuals from Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan, or foreign nationals. "I have been keeping an eye on it. However, the mainland market has a long journey ahead to catch up with the market in Hong Kong. Yet therein lies the opportunity." Li Yuyun concurs with Chen Feng's perspective. "By the way, what is this about you seeking my assistance to borrow a car? Are you attending a grand banquet?" The Cadillac that Chen Feng is driving was borrowed with Li Yuyun's help. Such high-end luxury sedans are exceedingly rare in the country, and there are limited import quotas each year, making them not easily obtainable. In dire circumstances, Chen Feng had no choice but to seek Li Yuyun's assistance. "No, I merely intend to borrow a car to intimidate a few old gentlemen." "Intimidate the old gentlemen?" Li Yuyun expressed some confusion regarding his words. "I will explain everything once I have completed the task," Chen Feng said enigmatically. After Qin Weiguo drove Chen Feng back to the hotel, he returned the car. The arrival of this million-dollar Cadillac led everyone to speculate about Chen Feng's identity, including several gentlemen from the Seven Heaven Salon. Everyone witnessed that luxury vehicle, valued at over $1 million, stopping at 101 Zikang Road to pick someone up. The balding, slightly plump gentleman seated next to Professor Tang remarked, "This slightly plump gentleman is affluent, a retired leader from a state-owned enterprise, who undoubtedly amassed considerable wealth during his tenure. His financial contributions account for 30% of the funds within the Seven Heaven Salon, granting him significant influence in this circle to afford a vehicle worth over $1 million. He cannot be an ordinary individual. Who exactly is he?" Another interjected, "As for today's stocks, whatever we release, he consumes in full. It is possible that his funds surpass ours," remarked a usually reticent elder. "This individual's stock transactions are managed by a certain Fan Miao, a stock speculator. He should possess some insights." A man with a small mustache volunteered to inquire further, as he was responsible for orchestrating stock trades and gathering information within the Seven Heaven Salon. After a day of bustling activity, Fan Miao departed from 101 Zikang Road and returned home. As a single man living alone, he found cooking tedious and preferred to enjoy his dinner at the nearby Ame restaurant. Today, having facilitated significant stock transactions for the young man named Chen Feng, he felt quite pleased with himself. Not everyone, like Chen Feng, could afford to be so extravagant. Many of the elder gentlemen merely purchased a handful of stocks, holding on to them for 6 months to a year before selling, with some even retaining them for several years. Clients who were generous in their transactions were indeed refreshing. In the past few days, nearly 2 million worth of stocks had passed through his hands, and his commission alone had earned him over 10,000, almost matching his annual income. Hence, today, Miao treated himself to half a poached chicken and a bottle of Urquell, indulging in a couple of drinks to celebrate his substantial gains. 10 minutes later, the poached chicken and 2 side dishes were served. Miao poured himself a glass of liquor, savoring a sip as a spicy warmth coursed down his throat, dispelling the fatigue of the day. A tall man in his 40s, clad in a gray jacket, entered Ame restaurant and spotted Miao sitting by the window. "Ah, if it isn't brother Miao," the man in the gray jacket greeted him. "Shuigang, Come and share a drink. Amy Ao welcomed his old acquaintance to join him for a few toasts. As Shui Gong approached, he glanced at the dishes on Amy Ao's table. Oh, poached chicken and Longjing shrimp. Looks like brother Amy Ao has struck it rich. Rich? I wouldn't dare say that. Just a modest profit, Amy Ao replied, his face slightly flushed. Come, let us eat together. Amy Ao stood and called out, Boss, another set of chopsticks, please. At Amy Ao's warm invitation, Shui Gong sat opposite him, and the two began to drink and converse. After several rounds, Shui Gong noticed Amy Ao's face growing rosy, indicating that he had likely had enough to drink. He had poured Amy Ao quite a bit earlier, yet Amy Ao held his liquor well. Otherwise, another might have succumbed to intoxication by now. Amy Ao, I've heard you recently secured a significant client, Shui Gong inquired quietly. Indeed, a major client from Shenzhen, purportedly a boss in the home appliance sector. What was the name again? Wait a moment. I have his business card. Amy Ao began rummaging through his pockets and finally produced a crumpled card. Yes, it's Taijing Appliances. I believe he is the owner. Shui Gong took the card to examine it, jotting down the details. Oh, I see. By the way, I suddenly recalled something at home. I must take my leave. After saying this, Shui Gong rose and hurriedly departed. Once Shui Gong left, the intoxication faded from Amy Ao's face, and his gaze regained clarity. Clearly, he had been feigning his drunkenness. When parting ways with Chen Feng earlier, Chen Feng had informed him that someone would indeed inquire about his identity, and all he needed to do was present the business card. It turned out, just as Chen Feng had predicted, that shortly after sitting down, Shui Gong approached. Amy Ao was aware that Shui Gong mingled with individuals from the Seven Heaven Salon, making his inquiry tantamount to gathering intelligence for them. Following Chen Feng's advice, Fan Amy Ao disseminated the information. By this time, it was evening, and the gentlemen from the Seven Heavens Salon had long returned to their respective homes. Professor Tang resided in a quaint villa within the university town, tending to the flowers and plants in his garden, while his two grandsons frolicked on the lawn behind him. Stripped of his identity as the leader of the Seven Heaven Salon, Professor Tang was merely an ordinary retired gentleman. He had studied abroad, and upon his return, taught economics at Fudan University, only to be detained during the decade-long turmoil. After the upheaval, he returned to teaching for a few more years before retiring a few years ago. Upon retirement, having been so accustomed to a rigorous work schedule, Professor Tang found himself ill-equipped to adapt, resorting to gardening and caring for his grandsons. One day, while passing by 101 Zikang Road, he encountered an old acquaintance engaged in stock trading, prompting him to purchase 100 shares, which unexpectedly yielded profits within days. Professor Tang discovered that the knowledge he imparted could be applied to stock trading. Subsequently, he began frequenting 101 Zikang Road, forming friendships with other retired gentlemen, frequently discussing stocks, which led to the establishment of the Seven Heaven Salon. Due to Professor Tang's extensive knowledge and astute trading strategies, he rarely missed a profitable opportunity, leading these gentlemen to gradually regard him as their leader and unify their trading methods. The name Seven Heaven Salon began to gain recognition within Heiken's stock trading community. Particularly last year, they executed an exceptionally skillful maneuver against the financially potent Wenzhou gang, solidifying the prominence of the Seven Heaven Salon in Heiken's stock domain. Professor Tang officially cemented his position as the leader of the Seven Heaven Salon. Chapter 84. Everything Under Control. Just as Professor Tang was watering his flowers in the garden, the phone in the living room rang. In truth, given the considerable wealth he had amassed from the stock market, he could easily afford a mobile phone. However, he claimed to dislike such devices due to their weight. Moreover, following his retirement, his social circle had simplified. Those who sought him out were primarily the elder gentlemen involved in stock trading. During trading hours, he would meet directly with these gentlemen at the Seven Heavens Hotel, discussing specific transactions face-to-face, rendering a mobile phone unnecessary. Once the day concluded at 101 Zikang Road, everyone returned to their lives, making further contact superfluous. Professor Tang despised disturbances to his private life, hence very few knew his home phone number. Professor Tang's son was busy cooking in the kitchen when he heard the telephone ringing in the living room. He promptly stepped out to answer the call. Shortly after, he ventured into the yard and called out to Professor Tang. "Dad, there's someone looking for you." "Oh, I see," replied Professor Tang, setting down his watering can and wiping his hands with a tattered towel. He entered the living room, approached the telephone, and picked up the receiver. "Hello, Professor Tang. We have identified the individual in question." The voice on the line belonged to Xiao Husey. Unlike the other retired man, Xiao Husey was not a pensioner from a formal institution. He had originally been a restaurant owner before delving into stocks with a relative, discovering that profit was far easier to attain than in the culinary business. Subsequently, he ventured to 101 Zikang Road to trade stocks, where he was introduced to Professor Tang. Due to Xiao Hughes's extensive connections, these retired gentlemen required assistance, prompting Professor Tang to go against the consensus and invite Xiao Hughesy into the Kikonian salon. Xiao Hughesy proved to be quite capable, resolving numerous issues for these elderly gentlemen. "Oh, who is this person?" Professor Tang inquired. "This individual is quite significant. His name is Chen Feng. He operates a trading company called Feng Yuan in Deep City, primarily engaged in the home appliance sector, and has established a chain of electronic supermarkets named Dejing, with branches scattered across several provinces in the south. It is said that their annual revenue exceeds several billion." Upon hearing Xiao Hughes divulge this information, Professor Tang's expression grew grave. A figure of such stature coming to Heiken, what could his intentions be? Professor Tang furrowed his brow in concern. If the members of the Kikontian salon were to witness Professor Tang's current demeanor, they would undoubtedly be astonished. The last time he appeared this troubled was during the fierce conflict with the Wenzhou gang. After a moment of contemplation, Professor Tang declared, "We cannot short sell tomorrow. We must go long and leverage this opportunity to inflate the stock price of Dianzin Kong." "Inflate it?" Xiao Hughesy queried, somewhat perplexed. This formidable player is surely well prepared. Given his engagement in the home appliance industry, which aligns with Dianzin Kong's production of electronic components, coupled with his substantial financial resources, once we discreetly disseminate news of Mr. Chen's interest in acquiring Dianzin Kong stocks, the price will undoubtedly soar. I understand now, you intend to utilize Chen Feng's identity to drive up the stock price. Xiao Hughesy exclaimed with enthusiasm. Precisely. If we elevate the stock price, Mr. Chen will have to pay dearly to obtain Dianzin Kong shares. Professor Tang's mind was already racing with plans. Understood. How many shares of Dianzin Kong do we currently hold? Professor Tang inquired further. Approximately 22,300 shares. Xiao Hughesy responded. We will start by purchasing at a premium tomorrow, and around 11 o'clock, we will reveal this formidable player's background. Very well, Professor Tang concluded, hanging up the phone with a triumphant smile. Even if he could not vanquish this formidable player, he would ensure that he faced considerable losses. The following morning, Chen Feng arrived at Zikang Road for breakfast, reaching the rented courtyard nearby before 9 o'clock. He deliberately avoided going directly to 101 Zikang Road, as he preferred to steer clear of crowds. Moreover, when he ventured there, he felt like a spectacle, drawing unwanted attention. Thus, unless it was necessary for stock transactions, he refrained from visiting. In addition to himself, there were two others in his courtyard. One was Qin Weiguo, his personal bodyguard, who accompanied him on this trip to Heiken. At that moment, he was exercising at the back of the yard, emphasizing the importance of maintaining his skills through regular practice since his discharge from the military. The formidable man was striking a punching bag with considerable force, each hit echoing loudly. A mere punch from him could easily injure an ordinary person. The other individual was Fan Amiao, who sat opposite Chen Feng, appearing somewhat anxious and casting furtive glances. Have the messages been sent out? Chen Feng asked while brewing tea, deftly handling the tea set. This habit of tea drinking was instilled in him by Zhang Ziwen, as business dealings in Guangdong province often occurred over tea. They came to see me yesterday, and, as you instructed, I showed them the business cards. Excellent. Chen Feng nodded. Have the arrangements been made? He inquired further. Yes. They are all unfamiliar faces, but it only cost a bit of money, Fan Amiao replied with an awkward smile. Spending money is inconsequential. What matters is the potential for profit. Once the tea was brewed, Chen Feng poured a cup for Fan Amiao and one for himself. Amiao glanced up at Chen Feng before lowering his gaze again. Chen Feng noticed this subtle behavior. Feel free to ask whatever is on your mind. Fan Amiao hesitantly asked, Are you truly a billionaire? Chen Feng chuckled in response. I have a bit of money, not too much, not too little. His answer effectively validated Fan Amiao's suspicions. To be a billionaire at such a young age, Amiao exclaimed in astonishment. Chen Feng smiled and remarked, I started working early, and, with a stroke of luck, I managed to make some money. You must be cautious. I warn you, the gentlemen from the Kikontian salon are quite ruthless, adept at subtle tactics. Last year, the Wenzhou gang underestimated them due to their wealth, only to be outmaneuvered and suffer losses at the hands of the Kikontian salon. Chen Feng smiled lightly. Thank you for the warning. It's merely a small sum of money. If I lose, I lose. Amiao glanced at his watch and said, The market on Zikang Road has opened. I will check the price of Dianzin Kong. He then took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. Once connected, Amiao inquired, Hello, what is Dianzin Kong's price this morning? Thank you. He quickly hung up the phone. The people from the Kikontian salon have started acquiring Dianzin Kong at 190 yuan per share. No matter, let them buy. Chen Feng replied, unfazed. Everything was proceeding as he had anticipated. Chapter 85. strategizing the grand scheme. It was entirely expected that upon learning his identity, the Kikkantian salon would commence a large-scale acquisition of Dianzhen Kong. Stock trading fundamentally revolves around themes and the imagination of future prospects. A formidable businessman from Deep City, with over $1 billion at his disposal, beginning to secretly purchase Dianzhen Kong shares, which are intrinsically linked to household appliances. This confluence of information was imbued with great potential. The gentleman of the Kikkantian salon would undoubtedly capitalize on this opportunity to inflate the stock price, thereby increasing Chen Feng's acquisition costs. That morning, the elderly gentleman of the Kikkantian salon engaged in precisely this endeavor. Approximately 15 minutes later, Amy Ao received another phone call. After hanging up, he turned to Chen Feng and said, Dianzhen Kong's price has risen to 195 yuan per share. Chen Feng nodded, adding hot water to the teapot. Aren't you going to take action? Amy Ao asked quietly. Chen Feng chuckled. What action could I possibly take? Engage in a financial duel with them? Compete in wealth? Amy Ao fell silent, perplexed by Chen Feng's inscrutable intentions. There's no rush. This is only the beginning, Chen Feng stated, shaking the teapot before pouring himself and Amy Ao another cup of tea. 20 minutes later, Amy Ao's mobile phone rang again. After answering, he informed Chen Feng, the price of Dianzhen Kong has now reached 200 yuan per share. At this juncture, Chen Feng asked, do you know anyone from the Wenzhou gang? The Wenzhou gang? Amy Ao paused, then nodded, I do. Please help me get in touch with them. I wish to meet their leader. Mao pondered for a moment and remarked, the leader of the Wenzhou gang is Mr. Su, who operates a garment processing business, reportedly managing 3 factories. His foreign trade exports are remarkably successful, yet Mr. Su seldom visits number 101 Zikang Road. He has someone to manage affairs on his behalf, a man from Shaoxing known by the nickname Shifang. Could you assist me in establishing contact with him? I wish to have an audience with Mr. Su. As Chen Feng poured tea, he replied, I only know the people beneath him. I do not possess Mr. Su's phone number. It is said that he often is not in Haikan, as stock trading is his hobby, purely for amusement. Mr. Su's primary revenue still stems from his factories. Please help me get in touch with his associates and convey a message, asked Mr. Su if he desires to take revenge for last year's losses inflicted by the Kikkantian salon. I shall attempt it, a mouse stated, rising. I will personally seek out the members of the Wenzhou gang. Wait, Chen Feng called, stopping a Mao. He produced a business card and handed it to a Mao, saying, this is my card. Please take it with you. A Mao accepted the card and departed. Chen Feng resumed sipping his tea in the courtyard. In truth, given the current price of Dianzhen Kong, selling his stocks gradually would not result in a loss. His average purchase cost for Dianzhen Kong was merely 160 yuan. Presently, the price had escalated to 200 yuan per share. At this rate, with 900 shares in hand, he would profit 40 yuan per share, summing to an impressive 516,000 yuan from this transaction. Since he had already entered the market, Chen Feng was unwilling to settle for such meager gains. However, his initial capital of 2 million yuan had been fully expended, effectively depleting his resources. He had promised Zhang Ziwen to only bring 2 million north, and he intended to uphold that promise. To leverage greater profits, he needed to introduce another variable. The Wenzhou gang was the variable he sought. Chen Feng envisioned a larger scheme. After exiting the courtyard, Mao did not immediately search for the Wenzhou gang members, but instead found a spot to light a cigarette. He actually had the phone numbers of the Wenzhou gang members. He was merely hesitating over whether to assist Chen Feng. Thus, he sought an excuse to step outside. Logically speaking, as a native of Haikan, and considering that the Kikkantian salon members were also from Haikan, it would be quite challenging for Chen Feng, an outsider, to navigate these matters without a Mao's help. Yet, inexplicably, this man, significantly younger than he, emanated an aura of authority that inspired a sense of admiration within him. He felt that serving him was an exhilarating endeavor. Mao studied Chen Feng's business card for a considerable time before resolving to act. He discarded his cigarette, and retrieved his old mobile phone and address book from his bag. After locating a number, he dialed it. The phone rang for a while before connecting. Hello, is this Brother Kai? This is Mao. Yes, the one dealing in stocks outside number 101 Zikang Road. My boss wishes to meet your Mr. Su. He asked me to convey a message. Does Mr. Su wish to take revenge for the losses inflicted by the Kikkantian salon last year? All right, I will await your call, came the response. After a brief exchange, they hung up. Mao put the phone back in his bag, having resolved to assist Chen Feng, as he sensed this might be an opportunity to alter the course of his destiny. After making the call, Mao strolled about for an hour before returning to Chen Feng's courtyard. Chen Feng was seated in a rocking chair, engrossed in a book. You're back, Mao exclaimed, his demeanor brisk. Have a seat, Chen Feng said without lifting his gaze from the pages. I have contacted Mr. Su. We are to meet at 7 o'clock this evening at the Xiangjiang Hotel on Huanghe Road. Chen Feng nodded. Furthermore, the Kikongtian Salon has revealed your identity. All at number 101 Zikang Road are now aware of a prominent investor from Deep City aggressively acquiring Dianjin Kong shares, which have now surged to 235 yuan each. Chen Feng nodded again. A Mao regarded Chen Feng and inquired, what should be our next step? No need to rush. Let us discuss it after meeting Mr. Su tonight. If you have other matters to attend to, feel free to leave. Your assistance is not required for the time being. Chen Feng smiled faintly at Mao, who nodded in acknowledgement, preparing to depart. By the way, accompany me to the Xiangjiang Hotel tonight, and I shall provide you with an additional 500 yuan as a hospitality fee. I can accompany you tonight, but the hospitality fee is unnecessary. It would be a rare opportunity to see the elusive Mr. Su, whom few have glimpsed in person. Very well, once we earn some money, I shall prepare a generous reward for you. As Mao left, Chen Feng returned to his book in the courtyard, seemingly unaffected by the tumultuous events unfolding outside. Chapter 86. The Winzhou Gang, Mr. Su. At 3:30 in the afternoon, in the tea room of the Kikongtian Hotel, several gentlemen gathered around a large round table, sipping tea and engaging in conversation. The gramophone in the corner played nostalgic tunes from old Shanghai, creating a charming ambience. Unlike the other gentlemen, Professor Tang refrained from conversing and instead focused on his book. Though he appeared at odds with the others in the room, he was, in fact, their leader. Before long, the mobile phone of a man with a small mustache rang. The surrounding individuals ceased their discussions, their gazes turning toward him. Hello, yes, understood, he said, concluding a brief conversation before hanging up. He set the phone down and addressed Professor Tang. That fellow, Chen Feng, has yet to make a move. If he does not wish to act, so be it. With him in the picture, we can still leverage his name to stir up some speculation, driving up the price of Dianjin Kong and make a profit from it. Professor Tang did not lift his eyes from his book, inquiring, what is the current price? It has stabilized at 255 yuan per share, primarily due to others following our lead to buy, which has inflated the price. Now, both buyers and sellers are beginning to hesitate. Professor Tang nodded, then asked, how many shares of Dianjin Kong do we currently hold? We originally had 23,000 shares, and today we acquired an additional 7,000, bringing our total to 30,000 shares, the man with the small mustache replied. Very well, no need to hurry. Professor Tang continued his reading. By 5 o'clock, as number 101 Zikang Road closed its doors, the stock price remained at 255 yuan per share. At this juncture, Chen Feng had returned to the Heping Hotel, showered, and changed his attire in preparation for his meeting with Mr. Su that evening. At 6:30, he arrived on Huanghe Road. This marked his second visit, whereas his initial trip was purely for exploration and amusement. This time, he was among the many merchants there to discuss business. As the neon signs of the numerous restaurants on Huanghe Road illuminated, casting vibrant colors all around, the aroma of Maotai liquor wafted through the air, and a steady flow of cars navigated the street. Elegantly dressed men and women descended from vehicles, creating a striking tableau. Chen Feng and Qin Wiguo strolled forward nonchalantly, while Mao lagged slightly behind, his eyes darting around in apprehension. Is this your first visit? Chen Feng inquired. Glancing back at Mao nodded, replying, the minimum expenditure here for an evening is several hundred yuan. I can hardly afford it. Chen Feng smiled slightly, but said nothing. He made no effort to encourage Mao to strive harder. If he chose to accompany Chen Feng, he could assure him that he would afford to dine on Huanghe Road daily. Ultimately, it was up to Mao to decide. Here we are, Chen Feng announced as the trio arrived at the entrance of the Xiangjiang Hotel. From the expanse of its premises and the exquisite decor outside, it is evident that this establishment surpasses others in elegance. A few hostesses clad in vibrant red kipayas approached, greeting Chen Feng and his companions with warm smiles. Good day. Gentlemen, may I inquire if you have a reservation? We have an appointment, reserved by General Manager Su for the Sahai Hall, Fan Amiao replied. Guests of General Manager Su, please follow me, one of the hostesses said, leading the way. Chen Feng and his companions followed closely behind. The hostess guided them to the third floor, stopping before a private room marked Sahai Hall. Please hold on a moment, she said, knocking gently on the door before announcing. General Manager Su, your guests have arrived. Come in, please, she beckoned to Chen Feng and his companions. Qin Weiguo exchanged a knowing glance with Chen Feng and remarked, I'll stay outside, you may go in. Chen Feng nodded, recognizing that Qin Weiguo was not entirely at ease in business discussions and primarily concerned with ensuring his safety. Chen Feng asked Qin Weiguo to remain outside, standing a little farther away, before he pushed open the door and stepped inside. Inside the room, A large round table was set for 7. Chen Feng's gaze fell upon the head of the table, where a woman sat, an exceptionally beautiful woman, appearing to be in her late 20s. Her hair was styled in the trendy wavy fashion of the time, and she adorned herself with pearl earrings and a matching necklace. Her attire and makeup exuded a Hong Kong flair, reminiscent of the actress Li Wanhua. This woman radiated a captivating charm, a quality that manifests only in women of certain age and experience, and must be accompanied by beauty. The essence of allure was vividly embodied in her presence. Chen Feng was aware that the leader of the Wenzhou gang, General Manager Su, was a woman named Su Qingyun, yet he was taken aback by her youthful beauty. As he appraised her, her gaze met his, resulting in a moment of mutual scrutiny. Kaigu, Amy Ao greeted a balding man in his 40s. You've arrived. Please, take a seat. The balding man gestured for Chen Feng and his companions to sit, indicating a spot near the door at the lower position. Chen Feng glanced at the woman. Her lack of response indicated that it was her arrangement. Seating guests in such a position was clearly a tactic to put Chen Feng and his companions at a disadvantage. With a cold huff, Chen Feng remarked to Fan Amy Ao, "Let us leave." Leave? Amy Ao was puzzled by Chen Feng's sudden decision. Chen Feng's gaze shifted back to Su Qingyun, and he sighed, stating, "Since General Manager Su does not wish to extend her courtesy, we have nothing to discuss. Let us go." With that, he turned and strode towards the exit. "Wait!" A voice called out from behind, halting Chen Feng in his tracks. Su Qingyun smiled and said, "You possess quite the tenacity. I appreciate dealing with individuals of such resolve." Chen Feng turned to face her, speaking in a calm tone. "General Manager Su, this manner of treatment hardly reflects the etiquette of hospitality. Does it? Just a jest. I trust General Chen won't mind?" Su Qingyun shrugged, a playful smirk gracing her lips. "And what if I do?" Chen Feng countered with a teasing glint in his eyes. "How about this? I'll pour myself 3 cups." Rising from her seat, Su Qingyun seized the moutai from the table, pouring herself a glass and consuming it in one gulp. She repeated this twice more. After downing 3 cups, she turned the glass upside down to indicate her completion. "Well, General Chen, are you satisfied now?" With the 3 cups consumed, a flush adorned Su Qingyun's cheeks, enhancing her allure. Chen Feng turned to Fan Amy Ao and instructed, "Fetch me a glass and some more liquor." "Huh?" Amy Ao was still processing. "I said, bring me the glass and the liquor from the table." "Oh." Fan Amy Ao moved to retrieve a bottle and a glass, handing them to Chen Feng. "General Su, I am not one to leave debts unpaid, especially to a lady. You've consumed 3 cups. I shall return the favor with 3 of my own." Upon finishing his declaration, Chen Feng filled his glass to the brim and drank it down in one go. He poured another and repeated the process. After 3 cups, he too turned his glass upside down. "Interesting," Su Qingyun remarked, moving toward the side door. "General Chen, shall we discuss matters in the adjoining hall?" "Indeed." Chen Feng nodded in agreement.